Picture this, you're building a job platform that does it all. Employers can post jobs with ease, while of course also paying for them. Job seekers can view jobs, filter them, and even get automated emails for new job entries. How about advanced security to keep everything safe? Oh, and what if we implement best practices so that our application could scale to millions of users? Sounds ambitious, right? Well, in the next 12 hours we are making it happen. And all of this from scratch. Let's get started with the basics. Authentication. Whether you're an employer or job seeker, you will log in using Google or GitHub. Then we will guide you through an onboarding flow where you can pick your role, organization or job seeker, and you can customize your profile with details like a logo and some information about yourself or your company. But here's where things get really interesting. Employers can post jobs with everything they need. Job details, a salary range, a logo, and even a fully custom rich text editor built with TipTap for those extra touches. And when it's time to publish, payments are handled seamlessly with Stripe. A webhook activates the job post, and in the background we will use a workflow to expire the job listing after the selected time frame has been reached. And for job seekers, it's all about simplicity. You can filter jobs, paginate through listings, view job details, and mark jobs as favorites. And once you found the perfect role, just hit apply and you're good to go. Oh, and did I mention that this website works in both dark mode and light mode? Yep. We even have a cool theme switcher and a drop-down menu for the user. Now let's talk about automation. We are using Inngest for serious background workflows. Job seekers will get updates on new job listings every 2 days for 30 days, while expired job posts will automatically be invalidated after the set time frame. And all of this without needing to do a thing. That's the power of background workflows, and we are going to make all of this happen using Inngest. And because we know how important security is, we are protecting our platform with Arcjet. From bot protection to shielding against common attacks like XSS and SQL injection, we are covered. Plus, we will implement dynamic rate limits depending on a user's authentication status. And if you're wondering how we will make everything possible, then let me break it down. We are using Next.js 15 for smooth and server-rendered magic, TailwindCSS for clean and responsive design, and Shadcn UI for modern and customizable components. Authentication is handled with Auth.js, Inngest manages background workflows, Arcjet provides unmatched security, and Stripe takes care of the payments. On the back end, we are using Prisma as our ORM connected to a Neon-powered Postgres database. And once everything is built, we will deploy to Vercel from front end to back end. You are covered. This isn't just about building a job platform, it's about creating something functional, secure, and scalable, all while learning how to leverage modern tools and workflows. Alright friends, I'm super excited for you to join me in building this absolutely beautiful job application SaaS from complete scratch. For this project, I've put a big emphasis on security and best practices so that once you deploy your application is ready for millions of users. Okay, maybe not millions, but a lot of users. And you know what? Everything that we will use in this video is free and does not require any credit card. So now you know what you're going to build, how you're going to build it, and I know that you're excited to get started. But before we get started, there are 3 more things you have to do before we can dive into the project. Step number 1. Grab a water. Maybe not such a big water, but water is important. Stay hydrated. Step number 2. Grab a keyboard. You will want to write code. And step number 3. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. It would mean a lot to me and my heart, so please do it. Oh, and maybe you should consider becoming a channel member to get early access to videos before they are released, as well as access to exclusive content. And now, huge shout out to Arcjet and Inngest for making this big video possible. Without them, this video would have never seen the face of YouTube. So thank you. And now, with all of this out of the way, I think it's time to roll the video. What do you think? Are you ready? I hope so. Let's go! Alright friends, so it's finally time to get started, and to get started we want to first of all install Next.js. So I'm currently in the documentation website or on the documentation website, I'm not sure, but let's first of all install it. So let's click on documentation, installation, and let's copy this installation command. Or you know what, let's skip this because I want to use pnpm in this video. pnpm is a package manager similar to npm, just with the difference that this is pnpm. It's faster than npm and it's also more efficient than npm. And we will also use pnpm in this video because it works better with React 19. So in this video we will use Shadcn UI, and Shadcn UI still plays a bit weirdly with React 19, or in other words it sometimes throws a few errors, and if you use pnpm you won't get these errors. So if you want to install pnpm, click on installation, and then if you use a Mac, use Homebrew, and if you don't use a Mac, use npm, that's also fine. So once you have installed pnpm, you can go to your terminal and let's do in pnpm-v, so version, and as you see it's installed with version 9. So since we now have pnpm, we can continue with Next.js. So let's go to our terminal, let me cd into my YouTube directory, and let's do in pnpm create next-app at latest. Let's click on enter. Then for the project name, this will be Job Marshall YouTube. And then I want to use TypeScript, but you can continue with JavaScript. It's fine, but I will recommend TypeScript because it's just better. But again, if you want to, you can use JavaScript. We want to use ESLint, we want to use Tailwind, we won't use the source directory, we will use the app router, we will use TurboPack, and we won't update the import alias. So this will now install everything. This will take a bit, and once that's done, I will come back. Okay, so Next.js has been finally installed, as you see right here. So we can now go to VS Code and open our project. And as you see, I already opened the project, and if you want to do the same, you can go to the top on File and then click on Open Folder. But let's really quickly go through our project structure to understand what we have right here. So first of all, we have a tsconfig file. This is the configuration file for our TypeScript. This means we have our target, allow.js, and a few other things. So with that, we configure TypeScript. We have a tailwind.config file. This is there to configure Tailwind CSS, and later on when we will install Shadcn UI, it will also update this file. Then we have a post.css file, this is for Tailwind. We have a package.json file, this is where all of our packages are listed, or in other words, what packages we have installed. And currently we only have React and Next, so React 19 and Next.js 15.1. This is the latest version. You probably will have some other version, but this is completely fine. 15.1, 15.2.3, I don't care what, it will work. So now we can also continue. We then have a next.config file. This is for all of the Next.js configuration. Currently, we don't have anything right here, but later on when we will use the image component, we will have to whitelist certain domains, and we will do it inside of here. Then we have an ESLint file. We don't have to do anything inside of here. We have a git ignore file. Inside of here, please check that we have an .env. So as you see, we have an .env. This just makes sure that we don't push anything to our Git repository, which could be public. So please again check that. Then we have a public file or a public folder. This is for all of our static files, as you see right here. So images, videos, GIFs, whatever you want to store that in the public folder. And then we have the app folder. This is the most important folder in this whole project, and this is where we will spend the majority of our time. So first of all, we have a page.tsx. This is our index page. Then we have a layout file. And the layout file is pretty much the root of our application, because in this layout file we render our children, and the children are all of our pages. So our page.tsx, the index page, is the child of our layout, and we render it in the children. And we then pass also for the body our font, which is Geist Sans, but you can also update it to something else if you want to. But this font Geist is quite nice. It's created by Vercel, and I like it. Then we also have a globals.css file. This is where we store all of our global CSS. And since we are already in this file, we can delete a few things. So currently we have our @Tailwind classes. We need them for Tailwind CSS to work. But then we have this .root file, @media, body. We don't need that. So we can delete that. But let's leave the @Tailwind classes where they are, because again, we need them for Tailwind CSS. Then we have a fav icon, let's leave it right here, and now we know how our project works, and now we can get started. So let's first of all start our dev server, and for that we want to open our terminal. So the shortcut is Command J. This is to open the terminal. For Windows it's I think Control J or something like that, but you can also go to the terminal, and then new terminal. Let's now open it and let's do an pnpm run dev to start our dev server on localhost 3000. So let's go back to Chrome, let's open it right here, localhost 3000. And now you see get started by editing our app or our page.tsx, save everything, la la la. Okay, the great thing is we see something, we see that everything works, and that's what we wanted. Now I think there should also be an image right here, not sure what's wrong, but I honestly also don't really care. So yeah, we can continue. So let's go back, let's open our page.tsx, and this is currently our default template. So this is what you see right here. Is that what we want to render? No, I don't think so. So let's go right here in the return statement and let's delete absolutely everything. We don't need it. And instead of that, let's return a div h1 and the standard hello world. Let's save it, let's go back, and now you see on the top left corner, hello world. Great, that's what I wanted. Now, of course, hello world is not what I really want to render at the end of the day. What I want to render is the navbar, then my actual content, this means my job listings, a footer, stuff like that. So since we always start from the top and go to the bottom, we want to first of all create our navbar. So let's go to our Explorer, and inside of here we want to create our components and stuff like that. And before I even get started and create a component, I want to first of all install a component library. And for this video we will use Shadcn UI as already mentioned before. Now what exactly is Shadcn UI? Well, Shadcn UI is a component library which is accessible and styled. Now it's accessible because it builds on Radix UI. And Radix UI is a component library which is accessible but not styled. And Shadcn UI takes these unstyled but accessible components, styles them, makes them customizable, easy to adapt, and everything like that. So it's pretty much a match made in heaven. And yeah, that's all you have to know. It's a great library. I use it in all of my projects, my YouTube projects, my personal projects. And if you don't use it in your projects, then honestly, you are missing out. So since we now know what it is, we can install it. So let's go to the documentation, installation, Next.js, and then let's copy the installation command. Now right here, please make sure that you always select pnpm, because we use pnpm for our package manager, and if you use npm, then this will break a few things. So if you use pnpm, select pnpm, but if you use bun, for example, this also works, then select that. But let's copy our pnpm script, let's go back, let's open the terminal. I'm a fan of always stopping my dev server. A few people will also create a new terminal tab. This is fine to do so, but I always like to start, or in other words, stop and restart my dev server, because it just helps with bundling. With this, I just make sure that everything works as expected. So Shadcn UI is finished installing, and it has also created a few things. So if we go from the bottom, you'll see in our package.json, we have installed a few packages. This means we now have CLSX, class variance authority, Tailwind merge, Tailwind CSS animate, and also Lucid React. And Lucid React is an icon library, so we can go to Chrome right here and let's search for Lucid React. And as you see, this is the icon library. It's very easy to use, it's very consistent, and it works great. I use it in all of my projects. JanMarshall.com also uses Lucid React or the icons. probably because I use Shadcn UI, but okay, who cares? So this is what we have installed. Let's also continue with the Explorer. We also have a components.json file. This is like a configuration file for Shadcn UI. So we have our schema, React server components, TypeScript, where our Tailwind file lives and stuff like that. And we also have a lib folder with an utils file, and inside of here we just pretty much create a CN helper. This helps us to make our CSS, I guess, dynamic, if this makes sense. So it helps when you use ternaries and stuff like that. So yeah, that all looks good. We can close it, and now we can install our first component. So let's start with the button component. So let's scroll to the bottom. Right here we have our button component. Let's copy the installation command. Let's open the terminal and let's paste it. So I think what we should do now is already install the main components which we will need for this video. So let's continue. We now have a button. Let's also install the card component. That's what we will use. Let's copy the installation command. Let's paste it. Then I want to use the label component. This is the label which we will render above our input. So let's copy the installation command. Let's paste it. Then I want to use the input itself. This is the input. We will, for example, type the name of the company and stuff like that. So let's copy the installation command. Let's paste it. Then let's continue. Let's also get a drop-down menu. So this is how it looks like. Later on, we will, for example, render our user drop-down with that. So where the user will be able to log out and stuff like that. Let's copy the installation command. Let's go back. Let's paste it inside of here. Then let's continue. Let's also get a badge icon, or not icon, but component. This is what we will use, for example, for our job card later on, where we will display in what region the job is, so worldwide or Germany, the US, stuff like that. So let's copy the installation command. Let's go back and let's paste it. And now to be super honest with you, I think that's all for now. Is there anything missing? I don't think so, and if there's something missing, we will update it later on. So let's now go back and let's open our Explorer. Now you will see one new file or one new folder, and this is the components folder. Now in the components folder we have a child folder. This is the UI folder, and in the UI folder we store all of the Shadcn components. This means the button, the card, and stuff like that. And inside of this components folder, I want to also store all of my custom components. So in the components folder, let's create a new folder, not in the UI folder, but in the components folder, and we will name it general. Then in the general folder, what I want to create is our Navbar component. So let's create a navbar.tsx file. And then since this is a component, let's do an export function. Let's call it Navbar. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Then inside of here, let's for now start relatively simple. This means let's create a return statement. Let's create a nav element. We want to use semantic HTML, and let's give it a class name. So what I want to have for a layout is relatively simple. It should be a flex layout. This means on the left side I want to have my logo, and then on the right side I want to have my login and my register button, or in other words I want to just have my login button. So let's give it a class name of flex, items of center to center it vertically, justify between to align our children to the most outer corner, meaning the left side and the right side, and let's do a padding y of 5. This means padding on the top and bottom. Then inside of here, let's get our link component from next/link, and the next link component is pretty much the same thing like an A tag, and the link component gives you benefits like prefetching and client-side navigation and stuff like that. But you probably already know that. So I will assume for this video that you know like the complete basics of Next.js. This means you know what the link component is, what the image component is, and stuff like that. If there's anything more complex, of course I will explain it, but for things like the link and image component, I think you will know what it is. Then for the link component, currently it complains. That's because we want to add an href, and this will be an empty slash because we want to redirect the user to the home page. Then inside of here, as mentioned, I want to render my logo. So let's get an h1, let's say job, then let's get in span, and let's say Marshall. Let's save it, let's go back, and as you now see, we don't see anything. That's because first of all our dev server is not running. So let's restart it with pnpm run dev, and let's also go to our layout file, and inside of here I want to render my navbar. So in this body element, let's go inside of here, and let's first of all render a wrapper div. And for this wrapper div, I want to give it like a maximum width, because currently if you can go back and do a hard refresh, you will see that this hello world touches the corner. This means the left corner of the screen, and that's not what I want. So let's go back, and then for this div, let's give it a class name, and this will be max width of 7xl. Then let's do an mx of auto to centered, padding x of 4, MD or bigger of padding x6, and then LG or bigger padding x of 8. MD and LG just means, or these are at the end of the day breakpoints. This means if the screen is bigger, for example, than 1024 pixels, then we will have padding x of 8. And if it's smaller, then padding x of 6. And if it's even smaller than 768 pixels, then it's padding x of 4. So now you know that, and then in the div we can get our navbar component. This is imported from our components, this is self-closing, and then underneath our navbar, but still in the div element, we can render our children. This means our page.tsx and stuff like that. Let's now save this, let's go back, and now you see job Marshall and then hello world. If you hover over job Marshall, you see on the bottom left corner that it redirects to localhost 3000. But okay, this is fine, this is okay, but it does not look very nice. And is that what we want? I don't think so. So let's go back. Let's go to our navbar, to the h1, and let's give it a class name. Let's say text of 2xl and font of bold. And then for the span element, let's give it a class name of text primary. And text primary is a CSS variable provided by Shadcn UI. This means if you go to the globals file, you'll see a bit of new styling. So we have an add layer base, and these are all of the CSS variables provided by and I guess for Shadcn UI. So we have our primary color, so -- primary, and right now it's pretty much black. But if we want to, we can update the CSS variable and make primary green or blue or violet, whatever you want, whatever you like, I guess. So since we understand that, I can again close this, let's save it, let's go back, and now you see job Marshall. And as you see, this Marshall is black because black is currently the primary color. So what we can do is go to ui.shadcn.com, and then instead of going to the documentation, let's go to the themes section. And inside of here, we can select a theme. And they have already a few which they created. This means, for example, orange or blue, rose, red, violet, whatever you want. Now, right here, you can select whatever you want to use. It does not matter. Everything will still work. I will select green because let's try something new. In most cases, I select blue, but for this example, we will select green. So let's copy our code. Right here we have the code. Let's copy it. Let's go back. Let's open our globals file. And then instead of deleting everything, we want to only delete the first add layer base. So we have in total 2 add layer bases, and we only want to delete the first one, which has all of the CSS variables. So let's delete it, and let's copy or paste what we just copied. If we now again go back to our application, you now see that job Marshall, or in other words the Marshall, has the primary color of green. And that's what I wanted. Now, of course, I don't only want to render job Marshall, but I want to also render a logo. And for the logo, I want you to go to my public folder, or not to my public folder, but to my GitHub repo, download it, and then in the public folder, you will find a logo.png. Please download it, paste it in your public folder so that we can use it. This is the file, it looks quite nice, and now we can use it. So let's go back to our navbar. Let's import the logo. So let's do an import logo, and let's uppercase it. And this will be from @/public/logo.png. And then in our link component, we can also get the image component from next/image. And again, if you want to learn more about the image component, the documentation is your best friend. Go to next.js.org, search for image, and then right here you will already see what the image component is and why you should use it. So let's again go back, and maybe just in short, the image component helps you to optimize images, and that's all you have to know. Then for the image component, let's pass it in source. This will be logo, and let's also pass in alt. This will be logo job marshal. And then let's also pass in width and in height. This is not required, but I like to add it because this is just better for SEO at the end of the day. And then for the width, this will be 40, and for the height, it will be the same of 40. So now we are finished with that, and if we again go back, you will see the logo right here. This does not look very nice. This isn't centered, or not centered, it isn't aligned horizontally, it's aligned vertically, and that's not what I want. So we have to go to our link component, let's add a class name, and since we want to align it horizontally, let's say flex and items of center, and let's add a gap of 2 to have some spacing between the children. This means between the logo and the text, and this already looks way better. So the left side is finished. Let's now continue with the right side. Let's go underneath the link component. Let's just get a button component from our components, and inside of here, let me just say login. And if we now save this and go back, we have a login button on the top right corner, and that's what I wanted. So one thing which I want to do is implement this login functionality. But before we do that, let's maybe implement dark mode, because I know a few people will say, hey Jan, I don't want to see white mode, give me dark mode because my eyes hurt or something like that. So let's go to Shadcn UI, let's go to the documentation, to dark mode, then let's select Next.js, and the first step is to install Next-themes. So this library will allow us to make dark mode or the theme toggle work. So it will store your preference in a cookie, and then once you do a hard refresh, everything will stay persistent, no flash or anything like that. It's a great library and it makes your life way easier. So let's copy it, let's open our terminal. Again, I will stop my dev server, let's paste it, let's continue. The next step is to create a theme provider. So let's open our Explorer, let's go into components, general, and let's just create a theme provider.tsx. Then I can copy this code, let's go back, let's paste it inside of here. This at the end of the day just re-exports Next themes or our theme provider because it needs the use client directive because it requires JavaScript, and our layout file itself is a server component, which means we can't use the native theme provider, so we have to re-export it and mark it as use client. And now we have done that, so we can continue with the documentation, and the next step is to wrap our root layout with the theme provider. So let's go to our root layout, and we want to wrap everything inside of our body. So as you see right here, we have our body and then we have our theme provider. So I can copy this theme provider code. Let's go back. Let's go in the body, but above the div, and let's paste it. And then in the theme provider, I can again copy and paste this div element. So this div which houses our navbar and children. Let's paste it. And then for the theme provider, please make sure that you don't import it from Next-themes, but that you import it from the components. So let's import it. Then right here we provided a few properties. So the default theme, this is system, then enable system, disable transition. That's all fine. Let's leave it like that. There's only one more thing missing, and that's that we want to add for our HTML a property, which is suppress hydration warning. Please add it so that you don't get any errors. Then let's continue. We now added that, and the next step is to add a theme toggle. So let's go back, let's open our Explorer. Then in the components, let's go to general, and inside of here, let's create a theme provider, or not a theme provider, but a theme toggle.tsx. And then let's again go back, let's go to the code option, let's copy it, let's go back, and let's paste it inside of here. So this is our theme toggle. As you see, we use the drop down menu and then we render 3 options. This is light theme, dark theme, or system theme. Now there's one thing which I want to change. This function or this component is called mode toggle. I don't want that. Let's call it theme toggle. Let's save it. Let's go back and let's go to our navbar. And now we can wrap our button, first of all in a div element, and then in the div and above the button, we can get our theme toggle. So let's get our theme toggle component from our components. This is self-closing, and that's all I wanted to do. If we now save this and again go back, you will see that nothing will be rendered. That's because we have to restart our dev server. So let's do a pnpm1 dev. Let's go back and let's do a hard refresh. And now you see our theme toggle and then the button. But this isn't aligned correctly, so let's fix that. Let's go back, and then for this div element, let's add a class name of flex items of center and gap of 2. So this again aligns everything horizontally or vertically, I guess. And then we also have a gap. Now I think gap 2 is not enough, so let's change it a bit to maybe gap 4. Let's again go back. Yeah, I think gap 4 is a bit better. Let's see how light theme works. Yes, it works. Dark theme, yes. And system theme. If I do a hard refresh, you see there's no flash. If I go to light theme and do a hard refresh, again, no flash. So this works exactly as expected, and that's what we wanted. So now what's the next thing which I want to implement? Well, the next thing is authentication. So before we implement all of our job articles, or not articles, but job listings, we want to first of all allow the user to authenticate. And this means if the user clicks on login, we want to redirect the user. So let's do that. Let's first of all create a new page. So let's go to our Explorer, let's go to the app folder, and inside of here, we want to create a new route. So let's create a new folder. This will be login. And then in the login folder, we want to create a page.tsx file. Now this is required. This means it's required that it's called page.tsx. If you call it hello.tsx, then this won't work. So please make sure that it's called page.tsx. And now this is a route. This means we want to do an export default function. Not an export function, but a default export. So export default function, then let's call it login, let's invoke it, and let's open it. Let's create a return statement, and for now, let's do a div h1 and log in. Now, if we save this and again go back, you see nothing changes. But if I go to my URL and say /login, then you will see login. But there's one thing which I don't like. In the login form or in the login route, I don't want to see the navbar. I only want to see login. But how exactly can we render the login page without rendering our layout? Because again, if you can remember, if we go to our layout file, the children are all of our pages. This means the index page, the login page, a hello page, whatever. These are all children, and this means they are all rendered inside of here, above, or in this case underneath our navbar. Okay, so how can we fix it? Well, one idea would be to create a new folder. So we could go in the app folder and create like a main layout folder, create a navbar inside of there, render our layout file, and then in the layout we would render our navbar and then the children. But then the problem is that this folder would be mapped to the URL. This means if we go back to our project, we would then have an URL of like main layout /login, and then maybe later on /job /id /delete /edit. I don't want that. I don't want to have this main layout in my URL, but I still want to have a folder where I render my layout. So how can we do that in Next.js? Well, it's relatively simple. We can use a route group. So if you go to the documentation, you will see in the app directory, nested folders are normally mapped to the URL paths. However, you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent the folder from being included in the route URL path. And that's what we want. We don't want to map the folder to our URL structure. So how can we create a route group? Well, it's relatively simple. We create a folder and wrap this folder name with parentheses. And then we will have a folder. It will work like a folder, but it won't be mapped to the URL. So let me show it to you. Let's go back to our documentation, or not to our documentation, but to our code base. And inside of here, we want to create a new folder. So let's create a new folder. Let's wrap our folder in main layout. Let's create it. And then in the main layout folder, we can create a layout.tsx file. And this layout.tsx will, at the end of the day, render our navbar. So let's right here do an export default function, and let's call it something like main layout folder layout. No, let's call it main layout. Let's invoke it and then let's open it. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, and I want to again return our div. Then in the div, I want to render my navbar. Let's import it from the components, and then underneath my navbar, I want to render my children. Now currently we don't get any children, so let's destructure our params, and then I want to get my children. Currently React complains because it does not know what children are or is, so let's give it a type, and children will be of type React node. Let's import that, and then this all works now. Now let's again go back to our root layout. Let's copy this div class name. I will copy it. Let's go back. Let's paste it inside of here. So this maximum width and stuff like that. And now we are finished with that. This means I can now again go back to my root layout, and then in the root layout, I don't want to render my navbar anymore because we now have our main layout. So I can first of all delete this div element, we don't need it anymore, and I can delete my navbar. But we still want to render our theme provider and our children. Then let's also delete the import statement from the for the navbar. We don't need it anymore, and now we're finished with that. Let's again go back, and now there's one thing which we also have to update. So currently in the app folder we have our page.tsx, but this page.tsx is now rendered in our root layout. This means without a navbar, but this page.tsx should have a navbar. So let's paste this page.tsx in our main layout. This means our root app directory does not have a page.tsx anymore, it only has a layout file. And then the main layout has our page.tsx. And if I now save this and again go back, you will see that nothing really changes. We still have our navbar and then hello world. But if I go to the URL and say /login, we don't have the navbar anymore. And that's because the login folder is not mapped, it isn't in the main layout folder. This means we don't have the layout with the navbar. So that's what I wanted. We're now finished with that. Great. So now we can create our login page, our login form, whatever you want to call it. So let's delete everything in the return statement again. Let's start off fresh. Let's create a div element. Let's give it a class name. And what I want to first of all do is center everything in the middle of the screen. So let's do a minimum height of screen. Then let's do a W of screen. And this means viewport height of minimum 100 and viewport width of also minimum 100. So pretty much 100%. Then let's say flex, and let's do an items of center and justify of center. So with that, we center everything. Then let's create another div element, and this will be there to, at the end of the day, pretty much give our children a layout. This means a width. So let's create a class name, and we will say flex, then W of full, max width of SM, and max width of SM means that we have a maximum width of almost 400 pixels. Then let's also do a flex of column, and let's give it a gap of 6. Then in this div, I want to now, first of all, again render my logo. So let's get our link component from next/link, and then in the link or for the link, let's first of all pass it an href, and this will be our index page, meaning an empty slash. And then in the link component, let's first of all get our image component from next/image. Let's give it an alt, or let's give it a source. We will leave it empty. Then let's give it an alt. Let's just say logo, and let's give it a class name of size 10. And size 10 is just the short form for width 10 and height 10. This means we create a width and height of 40 pixels. Now we want to pass our source, so we have to import the logo. So on top, let's do an import logo from @/public. as /logo.png, and then we can pass it for our source. If I again go back, you now see the logo, which is centered, and that's quite cool. Nevertheless, I want to also render the name, so underneath the image, let's get an h1, and let's just say job, then let's get an span element, and let's render Marshall. Let's give our span element and class name, and this will be of text primary. Then for the h1, let's also give it a class name, and this will be text of 2XL and font of bold. If I now again go back, you now see this right here. This is not what we wanted, so let's again align everything horizontally. And let me maybe zoom in a bit for you guys. So let's give this link and class name, and this will be flex, items of center, then let's do a gap of 2, and let's again go back. So now you see this is aligned horizontally, that's nice, but there's a problem. This isn't really aligned to the center. What's wrong? Well, let's go to this div and let's just add an BG of red 500 to see what's going on. So this is our background, right? This is the card. And currently this text, our logo, is aligned to the left side of our card, but the card itself is aligned to the middle. But now we want to align our logo also to the middle of the card. So for the link, we can do an self of center, and this will align itself to the center. Quite self-explanatory. Let's also delete the BG red 500, I don't need it anymore. And I think that's all, right? Yeah, that's all. So we're now finished with the logo, and what I want to now do is render our login form. So let's open our Explorer, let's go in the Components folder, and then in the Components folder, instead of going to the General folder, I want to create a new folder. And this is then in the Components folder, and this will be our Forms component. So inside of here, we will store the login form component, the create job form component, add a job form, and a few other components. So let's first of all create our file. This is the login form.tsx. And now we can get started inside of here. And also, you don't have to create a separate component. It's fine to render it in the page.tsx. There's nothing wrong with that because the login form will be in server component, so you can do everything inside of here. I just break it into a separate component because I think it's cleaner that way. But again, this is personal choice. Do whatever suits you. So now let's create our component. Let's do an export function, login form. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's do a div element. Then for the div, let's give it a class name, and this will be flex of column, and let's do a gap of 6. Then in the div, I want to now render our card component. This is imported from the components. In the card, we will have a card header, again imported from the components, and then inside of here, let's get a card title. For the card title, let me just say welcome back, and then underneath the card title, let's get a card description, and for the card description, let's say log in with your Apple, or not Apple, with your Google or GitHub account. If we now save this and go back, you see we don't see anything. That's because we want to render the login form in our page.tsx. So let's go underneath the link component, and inside of here, let's render our login form component, which we import from the components. If I now again go back, you see welcome back, log in with your Google or GitHub account. Let's go back to the login form, and one thing which I want to change is that I want to render this in the middle. So let's go to our card header, let's give it a class name, and this will be text of center. And also for the card title, I want to make it a bit bigger, so let's give it a class name of TextXL. If you again go back, you'll see, yeah, this is quite nice. Let's now render our two options. This means we want to render two buttons. First of all, for the user to log in with Google, and then the second button to log in with GitHub. So let's go underneath the card header, let's create card content, or let's import it. And inside of here, we want to get a div element. Let's give it a class name of flex of column, and gap of, let's say 4 for now. Maybe we will update it later on. Then inside of here, I want to render a form element. Let's delete the action, we don't need it. And then in the form, I want to just render a button component. And in the button, I will say log in with, I guess, GitHub. Why not? Let's save this. Then let's go underneath this form. Let's create another form. Let's delete the action. We don't need it. And then in the form, I want to get the button component. And for the button component, we will say log in with Google. Let's save it. Let's go back. And now we have our two buttons. Do they look nice? I don't think so. So let's go back. So what I want to do is first of all give this button a class name. This will be W or full. Then I want to change the variant. So let's get our variant and we want to say outline. Then let's save it. Let's go back. Yeah, you know what? This looks quite nice. That's what I want. But there's one thing missing. I want to render an icon. So what you can do is go to Google and search for SVGL. So SVG and then L.app. This is like an SVG library for the biggest companies or the most popular companies. And what we want to do is get the GitHub icon. So let's search for GitHub. This is the icon. Let's zoom in a bit. And what we can do is instead of installing it or downloading it, we can copy it. And we want to use React. We want to use TypeScript. And now it's copied. This means I can again go back to my code base. Let's scroll to the top. Let's go above the export function and let's paste it inside of here. So this is the GitHub icon. Let me zoom out a bit because this is quite a lot. And this is the code. Now there's one thing which we currently do. We do an export default. I don't want that. So let's delete that. And is there anything we have to update? Nope, we have all of the import statements. This all looks nice. So now I can again go back and we can go inside of the button, the login with GitHub button, and we can render our GitHub icon. So we can get a GitHub icon and give it a class name of size 4. And if I save this and again go back, you will see the icon and this looks quite nice. Let's be honest. Let's now do the same for Google. So let's go to SVGL. Let's search for Google. Where do we have it? We have it right here. Let's again copy it. I want to use React, TypeScript, and now this is copied. So I can go above or let's go underneath the GitHub icon. Let's paste it. Let's delete the export default. We don't need it. And then also I don't need this import React and SVG props because we already imported it at the top. My God, what a stupid word. So yeah, we already imported it. Did it. Okay guys, who cares, right? So okay, we have that. And then for the login with GitHub button, we can just go above it, but still in the button. Let's get the Google icon. And this is self-closing. And for the class name, again, this will be in size of 4. If we now save this and go back, you will see login with GitHub and then login with Google. Let's also update the button. This means let's give it a class name of wfull. So class name wfull and variant of outline. Let's save it. Let's go back and yeah, this looks great. Now there's one last thing which I want to do, and this is like a little demo thing where I say, hey, by clicking continue, you agree to our terms and service and blah, 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 to make it look a bit more professional. So let's go back. Let's go underneath our card and let me just render a little div or p tag. Yeah, let's render a div element. And let's say by clicking continue, comma, you agree to our terms and service and privacy policy. Yeah, I think that's all. Let's again go back and now we see right here by clicking continue, la 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 la. I have a spelling mistake I see, so let's say by clicking continue, I think this is now correct. Yeah, this is nice. Let's now of course also style it, so let's give it a class name and let's say text of center to centered. Then let's do text of XS to make it small, text of muted foreground to give it a grayish color. And is there anything else? I don't think so. So let's again go back. I think that's fine. Maybe we can also add like a text of balance. Let's again go back. Yeah, I think text balance looks a bit more professional if you want to call it like that. So let's leave it like that. So now we have our form. We say welcome back, log in, we have the two buttons, we have this professional by clicking, la la la, and we have the logo. Now let's click on the button and nothing happens. We do a GET request, because if I click on the button, our whole website refreshes. And that's because we do a GET request. And we do a GET request because our form does not have an action. And if there's no action, it automatically does a GET request. That's of course not what I want to do. So let's change that. We want to add authentication to this project. So for this video, we will use Auth.js. Auth.js is an open source authentication library, and it's relatively easy to implement and it does its job. But nevertheless, if you don't want to use an open source solution and rather want to use something, let's say, a bit more professional, then I will recommend Kind. We won't use Kind for this video, nevertheless a great service. I will recommend it to you guys. So if you want to try out something else, try out Kind. But if you want to continue with an open source solution, which does not have that many features as for example Kind, but still does enough for us, then I guess we can just continue. So let's click on Get Started, because I don't think I have to explain anything further. If you want to learn more about Auth.js, you can read through this. This will explain everything. And also one thing which I'll mention is that Next.auth is Auth.js. So in previous versions, in v4, we had Next.auth, but since v5, everything got, I guess, renamed to Auth.js because it's now one-time agnostic. So yeah, Next.auth is still Auth.js and Auth.js is still Next.auth, if you didn't know. So let's now select the framework which we want to use. We want to use Next.js. And the first step is to install the SDK or the package. So let's copy the installation command. Let's open our terminal. Let me stop my dev server and let's paste it. Then let's continue. The next step is to set up our environment, and this means we want to add a mandatory environment variable, and this is the auth secret. And this is a random value used by the library to encrypt tokens and email verification hashes. This is super important and this is needed to make everything work. So we can just copy this auth secret. Then let's go back, and then in the terminal we can do an pnpm dlx, and then I can paste auth secret. So this will now generate a new secret for us. And if I open the Explorer, you will see we have a new file. And this is the .env.local file. And inside of here we have an auth secret. Now currently it's called .env.local. I personally am not a fan of .env.local. I rather want to use .env. So let's delete .local and let's just call it .env. At the end of the day, it still does the same thing, but if you people prefer env.local, I prefer .env. Use whatever you want. It honestly does not make a difference. So now this is .env. Let me delete also this useless comment. I don't need that. And let's save it. Then let's go back. The next step is to configure Auth.js. This means at the end of the day, next create the Auth.js config file and object. This is where you control the behavior of the library and specify custom authentication logic adapters and a few other things. So let's do that. This means let's go back, let's open our Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's create a new folder and let's name it utils. Inside of here, we will store all of the utilities, and I will just call it like all of the other stuff which we will never touch again. So in the utils folder, let's just create an auth.ts file, and then let me copy this code and let's paste it inside of here. So we first of all import Next.auth, then we do an export Next.auth, we destructure a few things, and then we have a providers array. And then in the providers array, we can add whatever we want to use later on for authentication, meaning magic links, social auth, your normal email password. You'll add everything in this providers array. Then the next step is to add a route handler, and this will be used to make all of the necessary, let's call it like API requests work, because you want to allow the user to log in, to sign out, to authenticate with Google, with GitHub and stuff like that. So this route handler will allow you to talk to all of the necessary services, so to Google and GitHub, but also to talk to your database. So let's just copy this route or structure, meaning API auth, Next.auth, and then route.ts. You can just copy it, then you can go back, open the Explorer, and then in the app folder, instead of creating a new folder, you can create a new file and just paste it inside of here. So API auth next auth route.ts. And if you click on enter, it will automatically generate this API route without you doing anything. This is a little trick, so if you want to use that, then here you go, you learn something new. Then for the route.ts, we want to copy the code and of course paste it inside of here. Now as you see, we currently get an error, and that's because the import statement is incorrect. So let's delete it and let's import handlers by ourselves. So this is now imported, this is finished, and now we are also finished with that. So let's continue with the documentation. Right here they say add optional middleware. We won't do that. That's because Prisma and middleware, or I guess the Edge environment, is still a bit flaky, if I can call it or say it like that. So we don't need it, we will skip it. If you use Kind, then please implement middleware. It's quite cool, but right here it just does not work really well. And that's again a benefit of Kind. Everything works as expected. So now the next step is to set up our authentication methods. So let's click on authentication on OAuth, and right here we can now get started with the popular ones. Which one do we want to use? Google, GitHub, Twitter, Keylock or Keyclock or Okta? Well, we want to use GitHub for now. So yeah, let's do that. Let's first of all scroll a bit to the bottom, and we have to add environment variables. So for now, I can just copy them. Then let's go in our env file and let's paste them inside of here. This is the GitHub ID and the GitHub secret. Currently, we don't have any values, so let's leave them empty. Then let's again go back. The next step is to set up our provider. This means we want to pass, or we want to say, or we want to tell Auth.js that we want to use GitHub. So let's first of all copy the import statement for GitHub. Let's go back, let's go to the auth.ts file and let's paste it on top. So import GitHub from nextauth/providers/GitHub. And then in the providers array, we can add GitHub. So now, to be honest, we are already finished. We now told Auth.js that we want to use GitHub, and that's all we had to do. It was relatively simple. Nevertheless, again, if we go to the env file, you'll see that we don't really have a GitHub ID and GitHub secret, meaning we want to first of all generate them. So let's go to github.com. In GitHub, what I want you to do is go to your settings, then scroll to the bottom and click on developer settings. Then in developer settings, let's click on OAuth apps. And then in the OAuth apps, you see a lot of OAuth apps which I have created. Now, you probably don't have any, or maybe just a few ones, but this does not really matter. What we want to do is create a new OAuth app. Then for the application name, let's call it job marshal-local, something like that. Then for the homepage URL, this will be localhost 3000. So let me just copy it right here, localhost 3000, and let's paste it inside of here. Then for the description, we can leave it empty. And then for the authorization callback URL, let's again add localhost 3000, but we are still not finished, because if you go to the documentation, they have a section for your callback URL. And this is your origin, meaning localhost 3000, and then /API/auth/callback/GitHub. So let's copy this, let's go back, and let's paste it inside of here. So now our callback URL is localhost 3000 /API/auth/callback/GitHub. So yeah, this is all. We can now register our application, and now we get our client ID. Let's copy our client ID, let's go back, and let's paste it inside of here. So let's delete this default one, and now let's go back. Now we want to also get a client secret, so let's generate a new one, and now we have our client secret. Let's copy our client secret, let's go back, and let's add it inside of here. So now this is finished, meaning we can now make our form work. So for our form, we can now add an action. Then for the action, let's say async arrow function. Let's open it. And inside of here, let's mark this as use server. Now, if you have never used Next.js, then you probably don't really know what we do right here. Well, we right here create an inline server action. And a server action at the end of the day is just an async function which runs on the server side. Meaning if I would delete this use server, then this would run on the client side. But if I add again this use server, then this means that everything runs on the server side. And a server action at the end of the day just allows you to do mutations on the server side. Back then in Next.js 12, 11, 10, 9, 8 and so on, you would create an API route, but with Next.js 13, 14 and 15, everything has become easy with server actions. And then inside of here, we can now say await sign in. This is imported from our auth file. Please make sure that you don't import it from next auth. These are two completely different things at the end of the day. So please import it from the auth file. Then let's invoke it. And we want to pass our provider. We want to use GitHub. So let's say GitHub. Then we can also open an object and we can pass the redirect to property. And I want to redirect the user for now to our index page, meaning an empty slash. And now let's test out if this works. So let me save it. Let's open the terminal. Let's restart our dev server. Let's go back and let's do a hard refresh. So now let me click on login with GitHub. There's no pending state, but we got redirected and it says authorize job marshal local. Let's authorize myself. And as you now see, I got redirected back to the index page. Nice. Let's go back. Do we have anything in the terminal? No, this all looks good. This means everything was successful. But now there are two things which I didn't really like. Number one, first of all, we didn't show a pending state when our form was submitted. There was no loading spinner. And secondly, we don't store the user data in any database. But I want to store the data in my database. I want to store the name, the email, the image, stuff like that. So we have to fix that. Let's first of all fix the problem with our pending state. So let's open our Explorer. Let's go into components into the general folder and let's create a new file, and this will be the submit buttons.tsx. Then inside of here, let's do an export function. Let's call it general submit button. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Then inside of here, let's create a return statement. And in the return statement, I want to again render my button component. So let's import it from the components, let's open it, and inside of here I want to now render a ternary, because if our form is pending, I want to render a submitting text, and if not, I want to just say hey, submit. This means we want to first of all get our pending state, the boolean. So we can do a constant, we can destructure it, and then this will be equal to useForm status. Now right here you can import useForm state and useForm status. Please import useForm status because useForm state does something completely different. So let's import it, let's invoke it, and let's destructure pending. So pending is the boolean and it will be true if the form is currently pending. Now inside of here we can do our ternary and we can say hey, if pending is true, then let's first of all return our fragments, empty tags, and let's render a loader2 icon from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name of size 4 and animate off spin so that it spins. And then underneath the loader, I can just say, or I can get a span element and I can say submitting ... So now we render this if pending is true. But if pending is not true, let's render a colon, and then I want to return at the end of the day again empty tags, and then in the empty tags, let me just get again a span element and let's say submit. So now I guess we're finished, right? Let's for now save this, let's go back, and then instead of rendering this login with GitHub button, let me comment it out. And let me instead get my general submit button from my components. This is self-closing, and if I again go back, we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, right here in my submit buttons, I use an hook which is useForm status. UseForm status relies on a JavaScript bundle. But if we go to the submit buttons, nothing is marked as useClient, meaning this is a server component. So what we want to do is mark this as useClient, and with that we get a JavaScript bundle, and then useForm status will work again. As you see, no error. Now if I again go back to my login route in the URL, you see instead of now having this beautiful button, We have a button which says submit. Yeah, I don't think so. This does not look good. So we want to make the text itself dynamic, so the user can add his own text. So let's create an interface. Let's call it general submit button props. Then let's open it. And inside of here, I want to get in text. This will be of type string. And yeah, that's all for now. Let's go back to our general submit button. Let's destructure it. This will be of type general submit button props. And then inside of here, let's get our text. And then instead of rendering submit, we can now render our text. So if I go back to the login form, we get an error. That's because I want to add my text property. And instead of saying submit, we want to say login with GitHub. So this already looks a bit better. But we want to also update the width and we want to update our variant. So let's go back to the submit buttons. And then for the button, as you know, we can add a variant. So if I hover over variant, you see all of the properties. So default, destructive, outline, blah, blah, blah. And what we can do is copy this. So variant question mark and then all of these values. Let's copy it and let's add it to our interface. As you see, this is optional, and this means if the user does not provide anything, then this will be automatically default. Then right here where we destructured, we can now get again our variant. My God, variant. And then for the button, we can set our variant equal to our variant. And again, if this is not provided, then this will automatically be default. This means if I go back to the login form, I can now add our variant and this will be outline. If I now save this and go back, this already looks a bit better. Now I want to also get a width. So we can go again to our interface and then this will be width. This will be optional and this will be of type string. Let's also get it right here. So let's get a width and let's add for our button and class name and this will be equal to our width. So if I now again go back to the login form, we can go to our general submit button. Let's add in width and this will be width of full. If I again go back, this already looks a bit nicer. And now there's one more thing missing, and this is that I want to render our icon. So let's go back to the submit buttons, and then inside of here, I can get an icon in the interface. So let's get an icon, and this will be of type React Node. So let's import that from React, and also the icon can be optional. So let's add a question mark, or it will be optional. And then right here in our general submit button, let's get the icon and then we can render our icon above our span. So right here we can first of all again do our ternary. So we can say, hey, if the icon exists, then let's do a double and sign and let's return a div element. And then in the div element, let's render our icon. And this right here just says, hey, if this is defined, then let's render this. And if not, let's short circuit and let's render nothing. So I think that's now all. This means if I go back to my login form, I can now also add our icon and this icon will be equal to our GitHub icon. Let's now save this, let's go back and as you see, everything looks exactly as you would expect. Let's now do the same for our Google button. So let's go to the Google button, let's comment it out. And then above that, let's get our general submit button, or you know what, let's just copy paste it. Let's copy it, let's paste it. Instead of saying login with GitHub, let's say login with Google. And then instead of the GitHub icon, I want to get the Google icon. If I again go back, you see nothing changes, but now we have a pending state. Let's again delete this comment, that's all. And now I guess we can test it out. Or not quite, because currently we are already logged in, we have a valid session, but I'm still able to view this login route. This shouldn't happen. So what we can do is go to the login form inside of here and we can get our user session. So let's do a constant session. This will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from our auth file. Let's invoke it. Right here you see we get an error. That's because we have to mark this function as async. So let's do an export async function and now we get our session. So we can do an if check and we can say, hey, if the user has in session.user, this means if we have a valid session, then let's redirect the user. So let's return redirect. Redirect is imported from Next/navigation. Please make sure that you don't import it from distribution. Let's import it from navigation, and I want to redirect the user to the index page. So again, we fetch our session. If the user has a valid session, then let's redirect the user to the index page. And if I save this and go back and try to reach /login, we will get redirected to the index page. Nice, that's what I wanted. Also right here we currently get an error. That's because the button import isn't used anymore, so let's delete that. So since this now works, we of course also want to allow the user to log out, because currently the user can only log in, but the user can't log out. So we don't let the user out of our application. But of course this is not what you want to do, so let's fix that. So to fix it, it's relatively simple. We want to go to our navbar and we want to fetch the session. So above the return statement, let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await auth. Let's import it from the auth file, let's invoke it, let's mark the function as export async function, and now we get our session. And really quickly, this is safe to mark as async because this is a server component, meaning everything stays on the server side and nothing is leaked to the client side. And since we now get our session, we can do internally. And instead of rendering the button, login button, we can say right here, hey, if we have a session.user, then let's render a logout button. So let's get a button and let's just say logout. But if we have a valid session, let's use a colon and let's again paste the button with login. So if I again go back, we now have our logout button. But if I click on the button, nothing happens. Is that what I want? No, that's not what I want. So let's fix that. To fix it, instead of just rendering a standard button, we want to get a form element. Let's delete the action for now. And then in the form, let's paste again the button. Then for the form, we want to pass an action. This again will be an async arrow function. And inside of here, this will be a server action. So let's mark this as use server, an inline server action. And then we can say await sign out. Sign out is imported from the auth file, not from Next.auth. Let's import it, let's invoke it. And we can also destructure it and pass a redirect to, and we want to redirect the user to the index page. This means if the user clicks on the button, we will sign out the user. But this login button is also not quite finished because currently it does not work. This button does not redirect the user. So instead of rendering a button, let's get the link component from next/link and let's pass an href. This will be /login. And we want to also add a class name because currently it won't be styled. The link component is headless and it will just render pretty much in p tag without any styling. So let's add a class name. And what would you do now? Well, you would probably now create a lot of styles. BG primary, hover BG primary, border, text size, blah, blah, blah. Too many things. I don't want to do that. How could we style our link like a Shadcn button without writing all of the CSS manually? Well, thankfully Shadcn has thought of it. You can use the button variants, I guess function CSS, I'm not sure. So you can import it from the components, then we can invoke it, and inside of here we can also destructure it and pass, for example, a variant of, let's say, outline, and we can also pass in size. And for the size, we can say LG. So now if we save it and go back, we can click on logout. So now you see we got logged out and now we have our login button. And if I click on the login button, we will see our login route. Let's now continue with GitHub. We have our nice pending state and then we will get redirected to the index page. Now there's one thing which I want to change. Let's go to the submit buttons and let's add an disabled state. And this disabled state will be true if pending is true. So disabled equals to pending. If pending is true, then it will be disabled. If not, then not. Great, we're finished with that. And now we can continue. Alright, before we now go on and set up login with Google, I want to first of all set up our database, because currently if the user signs up or signs in, we don't store the user in our database, meaning I don't know who the user is, what the user's name is, email, I don't store it anywhere, but we need the data to create relations. meaning we want to set up a database, store the user in the database, and then use the data, or not the database, but use the user to create relations. So if you go to Auth.js, to the documentation, then we can again click on Get Started, and then we have a section which is called Database. Inside of here, we have a few official adapters. And for example, they have Prisma, Drizzle ORM, Neon, Supabase, Firebase, D1, Hasura, and much more. And we will use in this video Prisma. Prisma is an ORM, and I can also open it, so prisma.io. This is a TypeScript ORM, and this is the ORM which I personally always use. My website, janmarshall.com, also uses the Prisma ORM. It's very easy to use, and I think, honestly, it's probably the biggest ORM in terms of usage in the JavaScript world. So that's why we will use it. It's free, open source, and that's all you want, right? So for that, let's first of all install it. So let's install Prisma. So let's click on the Prisma adapter, and then we have an installation guide. So first of all, we want to install Prisma client and the Prisma adapter. Let's copy that. Let's go back, and then let's stop our dev server, and let's paste it inside of here. Then we want to also install Prisma as a development dependency. So let's copy this, let's wait for it, and then let's paste it. So the Prisma adapter and Prisma client has been installed, so I can again paste my Prisma installation. And as I mentioned, this is a development dependency, meaning if I go to my package.json file, we will see it in the dev dependencies object. And the term dev dependency means that at the end of the day, this package or this dependency, the code which is generated from this package, is only available or only impacts our development instance. Meaning, if I deploy my application to Vercel or any other host, then the bundle size won't be impacted because it only works in the dev environment. And once we build the application, it won't be actually created and used. So now we have this installed, so Prisma and the Prisma adapter, and now we can also initialize Prisma. So let's again clear everything, and let's do npm dlx prisma init. So now Prisma has been initialized. Here they give you a warning and they say, hey, please don't forget to add .env to your git ignore file. We already did that, and now the next step is to set up our database URL. So if you open your Explorer and go to the .env file, you'll see that we now have a new environment variable, and this is the database URL. Currently, this is just a dummy value, so this isn't a real database, it doesn't work, and we will have to update it with our own URL. Also, we now have a Prisma folder, and in the Prisma folder, we have a schema file. Inside of here, we will create all of our models, or in other words, our tables, meaning the user model, the user table, and then, for example, our job post table, and much more. And one thing which I'll also mention right here is that if you go to your extensions, please check that you have installed Prisma, so the Prisma extension. This Prisma extension helps you with syntax highlighting, formatting, auto-completion, and much more. So please check that that's installed, and once it's installed, we can continue. So the next step is to create a database. And for this video, we will use Neon. Neon is a database provider, meaning a Postgres provider. It has a generous free tier, and that's why we will use it. But you can use any other host, it does not matter. If you like Supabase, you can use that, or MySQL, then PlanetScale, whatever you want to use, you can use it. I will use Neon because it's relatively easy to set up. Nevertheless, let me give you a small intro into Neon. As mentioned, it's a Postgres provider, and the great thing with Neon is that it first of all automatically scales. This means it can scale from 0 to pretty much 100, and they offer branching. Now in this video, we won't need branching and we probably won't need scaling. Nevertheless, these are great features once you go into production and get a few users. But since we now know what Neon is, we can log in. Then once logged in, you'll get redirected to the Neon dashboard. So right here you see I have created already a few projects and we want to create a new one. So let's click on new project. For the name, this will be Job Marshall YouTube. Then for the compute size, let's say min and max, so minimum 0.25 and maximum 1, and then let's create a project. This compute size does not matter, the default is fine, so whatever your default is, select that, it will work great for this project. And now we want to get our environment variable or our database URL. So right here we can connect our database. We want to use Prisma, and then let's click on the env, and then we have our database URL. Now inside of here you have two database URLs. The second one is right now pretty much blurred out, if this makes sense. So they say uncomment the next line if you use Prisma version underneath 5.1. So let's go to our package.json, let's check. So we have Prisma version 6.2, meaning we don't have to uncomment this. We can copy the first database URL, we can go to our .env file and then just paste it inside of here. So now we have our new database URL and we have pretty much set up Prisma right now. So we can now close Neon, we are finished with that, we have our database URL, and now we can continue with Auth.js. So the next step is to add an environment variable, we did that, and then we have to do some configuration. So let's go to Google, and inside of here let's search for Prisma Next.js best practices. Then let's click on the first link, and then inside of here you have like the best practices when using Next.js with Prisma. And what we want to do is to create a new Prisma client instance. So what's the problem? Well, when developing a Next.js application, one common issue is accidentally creating multiple instances of Prisma client. And this often occurs due to Next.js hot module reloading in development. So to fix that, we can create a global Prisma file, meaning if we are not in production, this means if we are in development, we will create a global Prisma client. And if not, then we will just create our standard new Prisma client. So now I can copy this code, then let's go back, let's open our Explorer, let's go to our app folder, utils folder, and let's create a db.ts file. Let's paste our code, and now you see we currently get an error, but that's fine, don't worry about it. Once we generate our Prisma schema and push it, this error will go away, so that's not a problem. And again, let me just recap really quickly what this is, because I think a few people could be confused right now. So at the end of the day, normally you would do a constant Prisma equals to new Prisma client. And this works in production, but in development, we use hot module reloading. And this creates a new connection to the database each time you have a new reload. And this will, at the end of the day, pretty much overconsume your database. Meaning in development, we want to create one connection, not multiple ones. And that's why we create this file. Okay, so now we have covered that. We can close this and we can continue with Auth.js. So the next step is to tell Auth.js that we want to use Prisma. So let's go to the Auth.ts file, and then above our providers, we can get an adapter property. Now this adapter will be equal to Prisma adapter. So let's copy the import statement. Let's paste it above. So this is import Prisma adapter from auth/Prisma adapter. Then adapter will be equal to Prisma adapter. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's pass Prisma. This is imported from the DB file. Please make sure that you import Prisma from your DB file and not from Prisma. If you install it or if you import it from Prisma, then we won't have the benefit of our globalton and everything will break. So please import it from the DB file. Then let's continue with the documentation. We have a section about the edge, we don't need it. And then the next step is to update our schema. So since we use Neon, we use Postgres. Meaning let's click on Postgres and then we have our schema right here. So let's copy all of these tables, or in other words, models. Now a model at the end of the day is always a table. This is just the term created by Prisma. And now we have a few models. We have the model user, model account, model session, verification token, authenticator, and stuff like that. Right here we have the model authenticator. We don't really need it since this is for WebAuthn. So let's just delete this model authenticator, and then currently we get an error. That's because in the user model we have in relation to the authenticator. We can delete it because again we don't have this table anymore, and now this looks fine. Let's go back to the documentation. Is there any next step? The next step is to apply our schema, but this should already be all, so we only want to apply our schema and then we can get started using it. Also really quick, if you don't use Neon, then please select the correct database, meaning if you use MySQL, then MySQL, if SQLite, then SQLite, and if MongoDB, then MongoDB. But I think you all know that. So now let's sync our database with our Prisma schema. So let's clear everything and let's do npm dlx prisma db push. This means this command right here will at the end of the day take our schema and then push it to our database. And then our database schema will be in sync with our Prisma schema. So as you now see, your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. Great, that's what we wanted. So now we can close our terminal again because we don't need it anymore. Let's restart our dev server. And I think we should test it out to see if everything works. So let's do a hard refresh and let's continue with GitHub. We have our pending state. This looks beautiful. And now we should see something in a second, meaning we should get redirected. Okay, so we got redirected and on top it now shows logout. This probably means that everything worked, but let's double check. Let's open our terminal, let's open a new terminal tab, and let's do npm dlx prisma studio. This will open Prisma Studio, and this is like pretty much an overview over your database. And inside of here, what do we see? We have one user. Now I won't click on the user because I don't want to leak anything. Nevertheless, we see that that works and that's great. And now before we get started with the cool stuff, meaning creating job posts, we still have to fix one thing, because if I log out again and click on login, we still have our login with Google button. But this button currently does not work, and that's because we haven't set it up. So let's head over to the Google Cloud Console. So in Google, just type Google Cloud Console and then you should get redirected. Then on the top left corner, let's click on it. I want to create a new project. Let's click on new project. Let's give it a project name. So this will be Job Marshall. And then for the location and organization, this is fine. Let's click on create. So our project has been created, so let's select it. As you see on the top corner, we are now viewing Job Marshall. Let's now click on the navigation menu. Let's click on API and services, and we want to go to our credentials because we want to create new credentials. We want to get our client ID and client secret. Then inside of here, we first of all have to configure our consent screen. So let's click on that and let's configure it. So first of all, what type will this application be? Well, this will be external, available to any user with a Google account. Let's click on create. Then for the app name, this will be Job Marshall. Then for the user support email, I will select my own email. Then if you want to, you can upload a logo right here. I will do that. As you see, it's now uploaded. Then let's continue. Now we have to add our developer contact information. Let me quickly add my email and then let's click on save and continue. So the next step is to add scopes. We don't have to do anything inside of here, so let's click on save and continue. Then for test users, we don't have any. Let's click on save and continue, and then let's verify everything again. And yes, this looks fine. Let's click on back to dashboard. So this has been now created. Let's again click on our credentials, and now we can create our credentials. So right here at the top, we have create credentials. Let's click on that. We want to create an OAuth client ID, so let's select that. And then for the application type, this is a web application. For the name, this will be Job Marshall. Then for the authorized JavaScript origin, we don't have to add anything inside of here, but we have to add an authorized redirect URI. And this will be localhost 3000. Let's copy it and paste it. And then /API/auth callback and then Google. So let's go to the Auth.js documentation website. Let's click on Authentication, OAuth, Google, and then right here we have our callback. So again, /API/auth/callback/Google. Let's copy it and let's paste it. So at the end of the day, the authorized redirect URI is localhost 3000 /API/auth/callback/Google. So this is now finished. We can now click on create. This will take a few seconds and then we will get the client ID and client secret. So what we can do is again go back to the documentation. Let's copy the two environment variables. Let's open the env file and let's paste them underneath the GitHub environment variables. Then let's again go back to the Google credentials. let's copy the client ID, let's paste it for our Auth Google ID, and let's copy our client secret, and let's paste it for the Auth Google secret. And please create your own secrets, because after this video is published, everything will be deleted and you won't be able to use mine. So this is now finished. We can click on OK because we are done. And yeah, we can now test it out. So let's go back to our login form component. Let's see if everything is configured. Nope, this form does not have an action, so let's create one. We want to get our action. Here we will have an arrow function, again an inline server action, so use server, and then we can do an await sign in. Let's of course invoke it, and then as a provider we want to use Google, and let's also open an object. Let's do redirect to, and we want to redirect the user to the index page. And now this is finished and this is great. So let's save it. Let's go back and let's log in with Google, and we have an error. What's the problem? Let's again see, log in with Google, that seems fine. Let's open our auth. Okay, I see the error. So we want to open the Auth.js file, and then in the providers array, we of course also want to add Google. So let's go back to the documentation. Let's copy the import statement. So import Google from next of providers Google. Let's copy it, let's paste it, and then after GitHub, we can add Google. Let's save this. And also one thing which I just remembered, we added two environment variables. This means we want to restart our dev server. Now, I know Next.js should do this automatically, but sometimes it does not do that. So please just double check. If it restarted, then that's fine. If not, then please restart it yourself. So I have done that. Let's go back and let's do a hard refresh. And now let's continue with Google. We have our pending state and we got redirected. Great. Let me continue with my account. Okay, everyone. So as you now see, authentication works exactly as expected, meaning Google OAuth works and GitHub OAuth also works. And what I want to now do is create an onboarding route, because at the end of the day, a user can either be a job seeker, this means a person who wants a job, who searches for a job, or the user could be a company which wants to offer a job, which wants to post a job, pay for that, and then job seekers can apply for the job. Meaning we want to create an onboarding flow where the user can select if the user is just a normal job seeker or if the user is a company which wants to post a job. So for that, we can go back to our code. Let's open the Explorer. Then let's go in the app folder, and inside of here, let's create a new folder, and this will be called onboarding. Then in the onboarding folder, let's create a page.tsx. And inside of here, since this is a route, we want to do an export default function. Let's call it onboarding page. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Let's create a return statement. Let's return a div h1 and let's say hello. So if I now save this and go back and go to my URL and say /onboarding, then you will see hello. Okay, great. Thanks for watching this video. I will see you soon. No, I'm joking. We want to now create our onboarding route, meaning let's first of all delete everything and start how we want to start. So let's create a div element, and this will be in wrapper div. And what I want to do with this div is put everything in the middle, meaning this is like a layout wrapper div. So let's give it a class name, and this will be minimum height of screen, meaning minimum height of 100 viewport height. Then let's say width of screen, we want to say flex, items of center, and justify of center. With that, we center everything in the middle. And let's also give it a padding Y of 10, and with that we just have some padding to the top and bottom. Okay, that's nice. Now inside of here, I want to get started and render my form. Now here's the thing, my form relies on a JavaScript bundle, meaning I will use state, and state always needs a JavaScript bundle. But this is a server component, and later on I want to fetch data inside of here. So we will create a separate component. Let's go in the app folder, or let's go in the components folder, and let's go in the forms folder, and inside of here, let's create a new folder, not a new file, a new folder. And this will be the onboarding folder. Yeah, onboarding is fine. And then in the onboarding folder, let's create an onboarding form onboarding.tsx. So now we have our onboarding form tsx component. So let's do an export function. Let's call it onboarding form. Then let's invoke it and let's open it. Let's create a return statement. And now in this return statement, we want to create a nice form. So on the top, I want to again render my logo. And then underneath my logo, I want to render a card. And then in the card, we will have all of the inputs and stuff like that. So let's first of all get fragments, meaning empty tags. They don't show up in the DOM. And then inside of here, let's get a div element. Let's give this div a class name. And this will be flex items of center. And let's do a gap of 2 and margin bottom of 10. So this will be the wrapper div of our logo, because inside of here, I want to render the logo itself and then my text job Marshall. And I want to align it horizontally. And that's why we're doing flex and items of center. And now I can render my image component, or I can get it from next/image. This is self-closing. Let's pass a source. The source will be our logo. So let's import our logo. So let's do an import logo from @/public/logo.png. Then we can pass it for our source. Let's give it an alt. Let's just say job Marshall logo. Yeah, that's fine. And let's also give it a width of 50 and a height of 50. Again, this is not required. You don't have to add in width and height. You can also add a class name and do it like that. But I just like width and height a bit more. And then underneath our image, we can render a span element, or let's say h1 element. And let's say job, then let's get in span, and then let's say Marshall. For the span, I want to give it a class name of text primary, and this means it will give it this green color. Then for the h1, I want to also give it a class name, and this will be text of, let's say 4XL, something a bit bigger, and font of bold. Then let's save it, let's go back, and we see nothing. Why is that? Well, that's because this onboarding form is currently not rendered anywhere, meaning this div is currently just a div with nothing inside the div. So let's go to the onboarding page and let's get our onboarding form from our components. This is self-closing, and then if I again go back, you now see job Marshall. Now there's one problem. I think that the logo or the gap isn't big enough. So let's again go back, and then for this div, let's change the gap to gap 4. Let's again go back. Yeah, I think gap 4 works a bit better. Now let's again go back. Let's go underneath the div, but still in the empty tags. And let's render a card component, which we import from the components. And then in the card, I want to render card content. Let's open it, let's save it, and let's go back. As you now see, we have this little thing, let's call it like that, and we don't see anything inside of there. So let's first of all give our card a class name, and we want to say max width of LG, meaning we only take a maximum width of 500 pixels. I don't want to have any more width. And then we can also say width of full, meaning it will always be minimum and maximum 512 pixels. If I now again go back, you now see this. Okay, this kinda looks ugly, to be quite honest with you. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is relatively simple. If we go to our onboarding page, we gave the div a flex element or a flex class. Flex means that we align it horizontally, but we don't want to align it horizontally, we want to align it vertically. So let's say flex, and then we want to also say flex of column. And if I go back, this is now what I actually wanted. So let's again go back, let's close this, and let's continue with the onboarding form. So now we want to render the form as mentioned. But this is a bit interesting because we don't really have one form, but we will have multiple forms. Let me show it to you in a diagram. So let's imagine the following. This is our login page. So we will say login. Let's also make it a bit bigger. And then inside of here, as you know, you can either log in with Google or you can log in with GitHub. We have our two buttons. Now, once the user is logged in, we want to redirect the user. Instead of redirecting the user to the index page, we want to redirect the user to our onboarding. So let's say onboarding, and let's make it a bit smaller. Now in the onboarding, as mentioned, I want to allow the user to select if the user is an organization or a normal person. So we will have again two buttons. One button will say something like job seeker, and then the second button will say something like organization. And then the user will select something, so the user is either job seeker or an organization. And once the user selects an option, I want to render a new card, and inside of here, we will already render the actual form, meaning we will have an input for the company name, for the company website, the company location, I don't know, Twitter account, about, and then of course the submit button. So as you see, we have our login form, we already created that. Then we want to have like onboarding number 1, if this makes sense. This is where the user selects the type, the user type, and after the user selects the user type, we redirect the user to pretty much onboarding number 2, if you want to call it like that, and there the user already types all of the information. So yeah, let's do that. Let's again go back, and to implement something like that, you have 2 options. You can either do it with client-side state, or you can do it pretty hacky with URL state. Now client-side state is a bit easier to implement, and that's why we will use that. So in our onboarding form, I want to use state. So above our return statement, we can do a constant. Then let's get our array brackets. This is what will be returned from our useState hook. And let's say this is equal to useState. This is imported from React. Let's invoke it. And then as an initial value, we will have 1. And this React hook will be there for our step, because again, we have step 1 and step 2, onboarding 1 and onboarding 2. And that's why the initial value is 1. We want to start with the user type selection. Then in our array brackets, we get our getter and setter. This is our step and the set step. So now we have that. This is use state number 1, and we want to have another use state. So let's get our array brackets. This is equal to use state. And now inside of here, this will be for the user type selection. Again, the user can either be a company or a job seeker. So above our export function, we can create a type. And this will be the user selection type. Yeah, I think this is a good name. And then this is equal to either company, or you can use in vertical line, it could be a job seeker, or again, let's use in vertical line, it could be null. And in our initial state, we want to say that this is null, because the user at first render is nothing. To be honest, right? It's just a user. So that's why we use null. And then the user will select something, and we will change our state from null to, for example, company or job seeker, depending on what the user selects. And then for our array brackets, we want to get our getter and setter. This is the user type, and then set user type. All right, this looks good to me. To be honest, I think we are finished with that. And now we can use our 2 states. So first of all, I want to have like a function which changes our user type selection, because later on the user will have this user type form, and then the user will, for example, select company. Then I want to have a function which changes our step to 2 and also changes our user type from null to, for example, company. And also we have this type, meaning we can also add a generic right here, and this is then our user type selection or user selection type. And right here, if I now, for example, say string, you see we only get 2 options, and that's either company or job seeker. So this is TypeScript in full effect. And now let's create our function. So let's call it function handle user type selection. And then let's open it. Of course, let's also invoke it. I forgot that. And now inside of here, we can update our state. So we can say set user type, and this will be equal to our type. Now currently we don't get a type, so let's get it through our params. Let's get a type, but now we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, that's because TypeScript does not really know what type is. So what type is. I know, quite funny. So we already know it. Type can either be company, job seeker, or null. So we can say type is of type user selection type. And now we don't get any error anymore. So now when we call this function, we set our user type to our actual type. And then we want to also update our step. So let's say set step 2, meaning we want to go from this onboarding page 1 to onboarding page 2. So now this is finished, and this function in general is finished. Now here's one thing which I want to mention quickly. As you see, TypeScript right now is complaining quite a bit. and this is not quite normal. So if you open ESLint or the ESLint file, you will see two ESLint plugins which we currently use: Next Core Web Vitals and Next TypeScript. So this plugin Next TypeScript is super strict, and that's why you see so many squiggly lines. If I delete it, so if I just delete it from here, you'll see that these squiggly lines go away. Next TypeScript, the plugin, is super strict, and I know some people will probably not like it, so you can delete it if you want to. Just remove it from here, nothing will break, everything will still be fine, but I will for now use it. Maybe later on I will delete it if it will be too strict, but for now we can leave it as is. So we have now our handle user type selection, and now we can continue with what we want to render. So what we want to do is create another function, and with this function we will pretty much calculate what we want to render, because we will either render our user type selection form when we are on step 1, or we will render our company/job seeker form if we are on step number 2. Again, right here we have our step. So let's create a function. Let's do a function render step. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, we will do a switch statement. You can also use an if statement, that's fine, but hey, most people don't use switch statements, so let's use it. So as an argument, we want to pass our step. That's what we will pretty much check against. Then let's open it and let's create our cases. Case number 1 will be 1. Quite funny, right? Because again, we have step 1 and we have step 2. So if case number 1 is true, then let's do return. And inside of here, I want to return my user type form. So for now, let's just return a string and let's say, or not a string, let's return a p tag and let's say user type selection form. So this will be rendered if we are on page 1. Let's now create another case, so case number 2. And case number 2 will be true if our page or our step is number 2. And if case number 2 is true, let's do return and we will do ternary. And we will say, hey, if our user type is equal to company, this means if the user selected company, then let's just render at the end of the day a p tag and we will say user is an company. And if this is not true, let's use a colon and we will say again p tag user is not a company or user is a job seeker. So now we have two cases, and a switch statement always needs a default case, and in the default case we will just return null. This means there's some sort of error and we can't do anything, to be honest. So that's why we return null. So now we have our two functions, handle type selection or handle user type selection and render step. And we want to render our step in the card content. So in the card content, we can get our render step and then we can invoke it. And let's also give our card content a class name of padding 6. And now let's save this, let's go back and let's see what we get. So we get an error, and that's because we use useState. And useState needs JavaScript, meaning we want to mark this component as useClient. So let's mark it as useClient, let's go back. And now you see user type selection form. This means we're currently in step 1, meaning we want to render our user type selection form. So let's create it. Let's create a separate component in our onboarding folder, meaning in the components folder, forms folder, onboarding folder, and then inside of here, we will create the user type form.tsx. Inside of here, let's do an export function user type selection. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Then let's do a return statement and let's return a div element. And then in this div element, let's render another div element. Now this div element will pretty much house like an card title and card description. So let's give it a class name of first of all text center to center it, and then space y of 2 to have some spacing between our title and our description. So in this div we can now create the title and the description, which I just talked about. So let's create an h2 and let's say something like welcome exclamation mark. Let's get started. So this is the title. Let's also create a p tag and let's just say choose how you would like to use our platform. exclamation mark. Okay, this should be all. So now we have our component and now we can render it in our onboarding form. So instead of returning a p tag, we can delete that and we can return our onboard or not onboarding, but our user type selection component. This is self-closing. And now if we go back, we see welcome, let's get started. And then we have our description. Currently, this does not look very nice. So let's change that. For the h2, I will give it a class name. And this will be text of 2XL and font of bold. Then for the p tag, let's also give it a class name and I want to have in grayish color. So text of muted foreground. If I go back, you see, yeah, this already looks quite nice. So now we have pretty much created our card header and now we can create our card content. So let's go underneath this div, but we are still in this main div, which is currently without any class name. And inside of here, let's create another div element. And as you all know, I want to create two buttons, meaning if I go to eraser, we will have one button for the job seeker and one button for the organization. Now what layout is this? Well, this is a column layout. So you could either do a flex call or you could say grid. This at the end of the day has the same result. So let's give it a class name, let's say grid and gap of 4 because I want to have some spacing between these two buttons. Then in this div, let's render a button component. And then in this button, let's for now just say something like company/organization. If I now save this and again go back, you see this button, company/organization. But this is not quite what I want to render. This does not look very nice. So let's change that. Let's again go back. Let me delete this company organization and let's start off fresh. So first of all, in this button, let's render a div element. This div element will be the wrapper of our icon. So let's give it a class name of size 12, meaning width of 12 and height of 12. Then let's do rounded of full. Let's do bg of primary, and this will be /10. And /10 says that we want to have 10% opacity of the full color. So this won't be this full color, but 10% opacity of this green color. Then let's say flex items of center and justify of center to center everything again. Then in this div element, let's get the building to icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And let's give this building to icon a class name of size 6 and text of primary. If I now save this and again go back, you will see, yeah, kinda nothing. So what we can do is go to our button and we can give our button first of all a variant. And this will be outline. Now we will already see our icon. This is already a bit better. Nevertheless, the height of the button still does not correspond to our image or to our icon. So what we want to do is style our button. Let's give it a class name and let's say width of full and height of auto. If I again go back, you see now everything works as expected. Nevertheless, let's style the button a bit further. Let's say padding of 6 to have a bit more spacing, items of center, then let's do a gap of 4, border of 2 to have a bit of a bigger border. Then let's do a transition of all. Let's do a duration of 200. And let's say on hover, I want to have a border of primary. This means when we hover over our button, our border will be green. And let's also change our background color on hover. So let's say hover BG primary. And I want to have an opacity of, let's say 5%. So we will do an BG primary /5. And if I can go back, you see, wow, this looks beautiful. We have this beautiful transition animation, and then we have this icon. So now we can continue, and let me zoom out a bit again. So we have our button, we have the icon. Let's go underneath this div, but still in the button. And now I want to render our text. So let's create a div element. Let's give this div a class name, and we will say text of left. So to align the text. Then inside of here, let's render an h3. And I want to say again, company, so company /organization. Let's give this h3 a class name. This will be font of semi-bold and text of LG. If I now again go back, you see, okay, we have this title, but we still need a little description. So let's go underneath the H3, let's create a p tag, and I want to say post jobs and find great talent. And you know what, to make it even more expressive, let's say post jobs and find exceptional talent. And if I now save this and go back, you see, yeah, this looks very nice. Let's now continue and render our second button. So let me just copy this button and paste it down below one more time. Instead of saying company/organization, let's rather say job seeker. And let's also create a different description. So for the p tag, let's say find your dream job opportunity. If I now again go back, you see we have two buttons. Right here I have to change the icon. So let's again go back, and instead of having a building 2 icon, let's get a user round icon. Let's again go back, and yeah, this is great. Now there's one problem which I currently have, and that's that we don't have any margin to the top. Not quite what I want. So what we can do is go to our main div on top, and we can add a class name. And I want to just say, hey, I want to have spacing between this div element with our title and then this div element with our 2 buttons. So we can give it in space Y, and this will be 8. So if I save this and go back, you see, yeah, that's nice. Okay, so our job, or not our job, but our user type selection is now finished. But of course, if I click on the button, pretty much nothing happens. So let's change that. To change it, what we want to do is get this function, the handle user type selection, inside of our user type form. So how do we get it inside of here? Well, it's relatively simple. Let's create an interface in the user type form. So let's do an interface and let's call it user type selection props. Let's open it. And I want to get an onSelect. OnSelect is an arrow function, and this is just void, so we return nothing. And then as in param, we want to get our type, and type will be user type. Currently we don't get it, so let's go to our onboarding form and let's just copy this, so our type. Let's copy it and let's paste it above. And instead of having null, we only have company or job seeker. And then we can pass it right here, so our user selection type. And now we know, hey, on select, we will get in param. Param will either be company or job seeker, and then we will return void. So now in my user type selection, I can destructure. This will be of type IAppProps, or not IAppProps, but user type selection props. And then we can destructure on select. And now for our button, we can at the end of the day use an onClick handler and then change our user type. So for the first button, we can do an onClick. Then this is an inline callback function, and we can say onSelect. So let's say onSelect. Let's invoke it, and this will be company, because if the user clicks the first button, then the user is a company or organization. Let's now do the same thing for the second button, and inside of here, if the user clicks on the button, then the user is a job seeker. So now we have added that, but if we go back to the onboarding form, we currently get an error for the user type selection. And that's because we are missing one property, and that's the onSelect handler. And what is the onSelect handler? Well, this is our handle user type selection. We pass in type, the user type, and then we set it to the user type and set the step to 2. So onSelect will be equal to handle user type selection. And if I now save this and again go back and click, for example, on company, we see user is in company. Again, why does this happen? Well, we have our function handle type user selection. We pass this as a property to the user type selection. If the user clicks on the button, we set our type to company. And then in this function, we get the type, we set our user type, and we set step to 2. After that, we have our render step function, and case 1 listens for our step 1. This is the user type selection. That's what we have on initial render. But once the user selects something, we automatically have step 2, meaning case 2 listens or renders. And in case 2, we have internally, and we check what user type the user is, meaning is the user a company or is the user a job seeker? And then we render the value accordingly to the selection. And right here, the user is a company, and that's why we render user as a company. Now, of course, that's not what we want to render. We want to render a form, so let's do that. Let's open our Explorer, let's go to the onboarding folder, and inside of here, let's create a new file, and this will be the company form.tsx. Inside of here, let's do an export function. Let's call it company form. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Let's do a return statement. Let's return in div h1 hello. And then let's go back to our onboarding form. And then right here, instead of now rendering user as in company, we can render our company form component, which we import from the components. If I now go back, you see we render hello. Now, is hello the value which we want to render? No, we want to render a nice looking form. And now here's my question to you. How would you create a form? Well, most people would just delete this, would create a standard form element, and then in the form, most people would create an input, a label, stuff like that. Now, this is not bad. This is fine. You can do that. This works. There's no problem with that. But the thing is, at the end of the day, a good form always has client-side and server-side validation. And when the user types something incorrect, we want to have in red pretty much underline, or just in general, we want to show an error. This is client-side validation. But at the same time, we want to also have server-side validation to make sure that the user does not try to do anything bad with our application. So how can we implement client-side and server-side validation in Next.js? So in most of my videos, I almost always use Conform. Conform is a client-side and server-side validation library. I use it pretty much always, but there's one problem. Conform does not work with React 19. But if you go to our package.json, you will see we use React 19. So right here, React 19.0.0. So this is a problem. So what can we use instead? Well, Shadcn UI has again our back, because Shadcn UI natively offers a form validation component, library, package, something like that. So if you search for form, you'll find this, and it will say React hook form. So Shadcn UI has created a component which works with React hook form. React hook form is a library which makes client-side form validation super simple, and Shadcn UI works perfectly with React hook form. Nevertheless, I mentioned we want to also add server-side validation, and this will be possible through Zord. And it will be quite easy, to be honest. So now this is how the form will look like. At the end, we will have a form component with a form field, the form item, and the form message. The form message at the end of the day is the error message. And at the bottom, they also have an example. And if I click on submit, you see we have this red error message. So this is client-side form validation. And that's what we want to add, because we don't want to allow the user to submit a form without adding any values. And you could do that without this library, but then it wouldn't look so nice and it wouldn't be so easy. So let's install it. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom to installation. Let's copy the installation command. Let's open the terminal. Let's stop the dev server and let's paste it. Now right here we get a few warnings. So it says the file button already exists. Would you like to overwrite it? Yes. Overwrite it. The same is true for the label. Overwrite it. And now we are finished. And if you now open the package.json file, you will see that we have installed Zord and we have installed React hook form. As already mentioned, React hook form is a client-side validation library, but I haven't talked about Zord. So Zord is a TypeScript-first schema validation library, and at the end of the day, you create a schema and then validate the schema. Meaning, if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will create a schema and then you will say, hey, the first name is of type string, and it has a minimum length of 1 and a maximum length of 10, and our message is XYZ. So it's a schema library which we will use to create our schema, and then we will validate our form data against the Zord schema. So now we know what this all is, and now we can get started with initializing everything. So the first thing which we want to do is create a new sort schema. So let's open our Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the utils folder, and let's create a new file which we will name sort schemas.ts. So inside of here, we will create a few sort schemas, but let's start with our company schema. So let's do an export constant company schema, and this will be equal to z.object. Now, right here you see we get an error, and that's because z, meaning sort, is not imported. So let's do an import, let's destructured, and this will be from sort. And then where we destructured, I can get z. So now this error is gone, and now we can create our schema. So let's destructured, and let's get started with the first property. This will be our name, meaning the company name. So let's say z.string, let's invoke it, and let's do .min2, and we can also add an error message, and we can say, hey, company name must be at least 2 characters long. Now, if you want to, you can of course change the error message, that's fine, it does not matter. But now let's continue. We have a name, we also have a location, this will be of type z.string, and then let's also do a .min, and this will be 1, and let's again add an error message, and we want to say, hey, location must be defined. Then let's create the next field, and this will be the about field. And what value is this? Number, string, array, anything? Well, it's relatively simple. It's in string. So let's do z.string, let's invoke it, and let's do .min, so minimum character length, and we want to have a minimum of 10 characters. For the error message, let's just say something like, please provide some information about your company. Then as the next field, let's add a logo. This will be also of z.string. Now this might seem a bit weird to you, because why is logo of type z.string? Isn't logo an image and in that sense a file? Well, it is a file, but we will upload the logo, and in return we will get a string, an image URL. And that's why I say z.string. If we wouldn't get an URL in return, then of course this would be in z.file. But we will upload the image, get a string in return, an URL, and that's why this is in z.string. Let's also do a .min, let's say 1, and for the error message, let's just say, please upload a logo. Then as the next field, we will have a website, and this will be of type z.string, and then .url, because this isn't just a normal string, but this is a website, meaning I want to get HTTPS, and then www.com. So this is the schema of an URL. Let's also add an error message, and we want to say something like, please enter a valid URL. And then the last field which we have is the X account, meaning a Twitter account, and this will be of type z.string because we want to get the handle, but I know that not every company has an X account. That's why we can mark this as optional, so .optional, and let's invoke it. So now, as you see, we have in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 items. And now we want to get a form, or we want to create a form for in total 6 fields. So first of all, we can close this again, we don't need it anymore, and now we can continue in our company form. So inside of here, let's first of all set up React hook form. Above the return statement, let's do a constant form, and this will be equal to use form. This is imported from React hook form, and now we can invoke it and destructure it. If I click on Control Spacebar, you will see we will get a resolver, and this resolver will be equal to sort resolver. Now, as you see, this does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On top, let's do an import, let's destructure it, and this will be from @hookform/resolvers/sort. And then where we destructured, we can get our sort resolver. And now this resolver will be equal to our sort resolver. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, we want to pass our sort schema. Now, how was our sort schema called? Well, we had the company schema. So as an argument, let's pass our company schema. So now we have that, but we want to also pass our default values. Since React hook form at the end of the day works with controlled inputs. So we want to set our fields with our initial values, but if I click on Control Spacebar, I don't get any types. I don't get my name, location, about, and stuff like that. This isn't a TypeScript magic. What's the problem? Well, for our use form, we can add a generic, and this will be of z.infer. Let's also import z. So let's say import, that's the structured, let's get z, and then this will be from sort. And now we can say z.infer, then let's add another generic, and we want to say type of, and this will be our company schema. So as you now see, for use form, we added a generic. We say z.infer and then z.infer of type of company schema. And then for our default values, we now get all of these types or all of these properties. Now, what's the initial value of about? Well, it's an empty string. It isn't defined at the start. Then for our location, also empty string. Then we have our logo, also empty string. Then we will get our name, also empty string. Then let's continue. Website, empty string. And the last field is the X account, and this is an empty string. So now we have set up use form, and now we can use it. So let's go to our return statement. Let's delete the div, and let's get the form component from our components. Now please make sure that you don't import it from React hook form, but that you import it from our components. Let's import it, let's open it. And as you see, our form currently complains, and that's because we are missing our children. So let's create our children. In the form, let's render another form element, but this is a standard form element, and let's open it. For the form element, let's add a class name, and this will be space y of 6. Now, what's the problem right here? We now added children. Why do we get an error? Well, the error is that we want to spread our form in the form component. Again, right here we have our form, which we get from use form. So we can say right here, hey, let's spread, so 3 dots, form. So now we spread our form and we don't get any error anymore. Now this right here is just, at the end of the day, internal state. So we don't really have to understand why we have to do it. It's just for internal state and for React hook form to work. And then for the form, we will later on also add an onSubmit handler, but for now we can skip that. Then in the form, let's add a div, and this will be for our layout. So what I want to do is create a 2-column layout. On a larger screen, we will have 2 columns, meaning on the left side, we will say company name, and on the right side, company location. But on a small screen, we want to only have 1 column, meaning that each input will take the whole width. Let me show it you really quickly. So again, right here, this is our screen. On mobile, we will have our input take the whole width. But if we are on desktop, then our first input will only take 1/2 of the width, and the second input will also take 1/2 of the width, meaning 2 columns. So let's again go back and let's give our div and class name, and this will be grid columns of 1 on our mobile screen, and then if we are on MD or bigger, then this will be grid columns of 2. And MD right here stands for minimum width of almost 800 pixels. Let's also add a gap, and this will be of gap 6. Then in our div, we can now render a form field. This is imported from our components, and this is self-closing. For our form field, we want to add a control property, and this is equal to our form.control. Then we want to pass our name. So what field is this? Well, this will be for our company name. So name is equal to name. And as you see, we get also all of our TypeScript types. And then there's one more property, and this is the render property. And this render property is often called render prop function, because inside of here we have like pretty much an inline arrow function, but we don't create a standard function, but we return it. So let's use parentheses and let's return it. And then inside of this render prop function, we want to render our form item. So let's get the form item component from the components and let's open it. Then in the form item, we want to get a form label. This is imported from the components, and let's say company name. One thing which I mentioned right here is if this looks complicated, then just go to the documentation of Shadcn UI and then you will see how this works. So we have this render prop function, we then return it and we return the form item, form label, form control, form description, form message. So again, if you want to, I guess, look at it in more detail, then open the documentation because the documentation is your best friend. So if I now save this and again go back, you will see right here, hello. So let's do a hard refresh and now you see nothing. That's because our dev server is not running. So let's restart it. As you now see, we say company name. This is our label. So now let's continue. Let's create our form control. This is imported from the components. Let's open it. And inside of here, let's get our input component from our components. Let's give our input a placeholder and let's say enter company name. Now there's one thing. This input is currently not connected to React hook form and this is a problem. So inside of here, we want to also spread our field, but we currently don't get a field. Where do we get our field from? Well, from our render prop function. We can destructure our param and if we destructure it, we get a field. And that's what we spread in our input. Now again, when we spread it, we pretty much just create an internal state because React hook form needs to know the name, the value, the on-change handler, stuff like that. And that's why we spread the field. Again, internal state. We don't really have to understand everything, but that's at the end of the day what it is. There's one more thing which I'm missing and this is our form error message. So let's go underneath our form control, but still in the form item, and let's get our form message from our components. And if I now save this and again go back, you see, well, yeah, we have a label and an input. We don't see any error message, but that's because we currently don't have a submit button. Once we have a submit button, we can test it out and we will see an error message. So the next field which I want to render is for the user's location. So let's go back, let's copy paste this form field. So I will copy it and paste it down below and let's also update it a bit. So this won't be name, but of location. Instead of saying company name, let's say company location and let's leave it like that. If I now again go back, you will see we have two inputs, company name and company location. But instead of the company location being an input, I want it to be in select. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com and let's install the select component. So inside of here, the user will be able to select the country, Germany, the US, India, whatever. So let's install it. Let's copy the installation command. Let's go back. Let's open the terminal. Let's stop it and let's paste this installation command. So the select component has been installed successfully and I've restarted my dev server again and now we can use it instead of our input. So what we can do is first of all actually again delete our form control. We will need it in a second again. So underneath our form label we can get our select component. This is imported from our components. Then let's open it and for the select we have to add two properties. First of all, the onValue change, and this will be equal to our field.onChange. And then we have a default value, and this will be equal to our field.value. Then inside of our select, we can get again our form control. So let's get the form control component, let's open it, and inside of here, let's get our select trigger. Now, please make sure that you always import all of the components from @components and not from Redux UI. If you import the components from Redux UI, you will get a lot of errors and you don't want that. So whenever you get an error, then that's probably because you imported a component from Redux UI. So please don't go in my comments and say, hey, why does this not work? Well, probably because you imported something from Redux UI and not from the components. So please make sure that the select trigger and all further components are imported from the components. So in the select trigger, we can now get in select value from our components, and this is actually self-closing. And for the select value, we can give it a placeholder, and I will say select location. If you save this and again go back, you will see if I click on company, we have a select element. But if I click on it, nothing happens. So let's again go back. Let's go underneath the select trigger and underneath the form control, and let's get our select content. This is imported from our components, not from Radix UI, as I mistakenly imported. And then inside of here, we will get a select group. In the select group, let's render a select label. Again, let's import it and let's say worldwide. If I now again go back, you see if I click on it, something happens. We have a label, but we don't have an item. So underneath the label, let's get a select item from our components, and let's just say, or let's get a span element. Then I want to render an icon, which is the world or the globe icon. And then after the span, but still in the select item, I can render another span element, and I want to say worldwide / remote. And that's because at the end of the day, not every company always has one location, but often they can also be a worldwide company and operate remotely. And now we get one error, and that's because select item expects one property, and that's the value property. And this will just be worldwide lowercased. So now if I save it and go back, you now see worldwide / remote. This is what I wanted. But now I want to also render all of my other countries. So let's go underneath the select group and let's create another select group. And inside of here, we can again get a select label and let's say location. And now underneath the select label, I want to render all of my countries. There are a lot of countries in the world. Again, I don't know, the US, Germany, Albania, Algeria, UAE, I don't know, whatever. There's so many countries. And now the question comes, do we really want to list all of them right here? Well, yeah, I want to list them, but I don't want to write them manually. So we will create an array. So let's go in our utils folder, and then in the utils folder, let's create a new file and let's name it countries list.ts. So inside of here, I want to store all of my countries. So what I want you to do is go to my GitHub repo, and then inside of there, you will find the countries list file and then also the array. Inside of here, I have all of the countries in the world, or I hope so at least. And as you see, we have the name, the code, the phone code, we don't really need it, but okay, we have it, and the flag emoji. And the flag emoji is quite important. And yeah, now we have it, and now we can use it. So if I can go back, we can now map over our countries and render them. So let's get our countries list, or yeah, country list, and then let's do .map. Let's invoke it. As in param, we will get a country, and then let's just return it. Inside of here, let's get a select item, and then for the select item, let's render a span element. And inside of here, I want to render the flag emoji. So let's get the country.flag emoji. Now you currently see we get an error, and actually we don't get one error, but we get two errors. And the first error is that we are missing the key property or the key iterator. So whenever you map over data in React, you always want to add a key, and this key should be unique. Now, what value is unique in our array? Well, this is pretty much everything. So we will say the key will be the code, so country.code. And then I want to also add a value, and the value will be our country.name. So now we have all of this. We have our country flag, we added the key and everything like that. And now underneath the span, we can render another span, and this will be the country name. So let's get the country.name, and let's also give it a class name, and I want to have some padding to the left. Or you know what, let's save it for now, let's go back, and as you see, we have our country and the flag of the country. But as you see, they touch each other, and that's not quite what I want. So we can give this span a padding left of 2, and if I again go back, you will see that this already looks way better. So now we are finished with the company name and company location, and now I want to render 2 more fields. This is for the website and for the X account. So let's go back. Let's go underneath this div, but still in the form. Let's create another div element, and this will again create this column layout. Meaning on mobile, I want to have one column, but on a medium device or bigger, 2 columns. So let's just copy this div class name. Let's go to our new div and let's paste it inside of here. So now we have this grid layout, and inside of here we can now render our first form field. So let's go to our previous example where we had our form field with the input. Let's just copy it and let's paste it in our new div element. And this won't be for the name, but this will be for our website. So let's say name is equal to website. For the form label, I will say website. And for the input, let's change the placeholder and let's just say something like https then ://yourcompany.com. Yeah, I think this is fine. If I now save it and again go back, you see website and then our input. This looks nice. Let's now continue. This means let's again copy our form field and paste it down below one more time, and this will be for the X account. So let's change the name. This will be X account, and let's also change the label. We will say X, then let's get our parentheses, let's say Twitter, and then account. Let's save it, let's go back, and yeah, this also looks nice. Of course, we want to change the placeholder, so instead of this website URL, this will be at your company. And now we are finished with that, and the last thing which I want to render is in text area. So what we can do is copy this form field again with our input, and now we want to go underneath this div, because we don't want to render it in a column anymore. The text area should take the whole width. So let's go underneath the div, but still in the form, and let's paste it. For the name, this should be the about, or should be about. Then for the form label, we can delete this, and we can just say about. And then instead of rendering an input, we want to render in text area. But as you see, we currently don't get it. And that's because I haven't installed it. So let's go to the components or to Shadcn UI and let's install the text area component. Let's open the terminal, let's stop the dev server, and I will paste it right here. So this has been installed. Let's restart the dev server. And now I can import my text area from the components. For the placeholder, instead of saying your company, I will say tell us about your company ... And yeah, I think this is fine. If I now save this and again go back, you now see we have this text area, and yeah, this looks beautiful. Now there's one more thing which I want to do, and that's that I want to allow the user to upload a logo. So to allow a user to upload a logo, we will use upload thing in this video. Upload thing is a file upload library created by Theo, as you see right here. And the main reason why I will use it in this video is because it uses pre-signed URLs. So I'm not sure if you knew that, but later on we will deploy our application on Vercel. Vercel is a serverless platform, meaning it does not allow you to upload a big file size. So we have a cap of, I think, 2 or 3 MB, something like that. And that's because it's serverless. So this is the request body size limit. And to circumvent that, we can use pre-signed URLs which don't have a limit. So in theory, you could upload an image which is 100 gigabytes and it would work fine. And another benefit is that upload thing offers you right out of the box an image uploading component, and that's why we will use it. As you see, very generous free tier, and that's all you have to know. So to get started, let's click on documentation first of all. Then let me make a dark mode so that you see something. Then for the framework, we want to use the Next.js app router. And now we want to install 2 packages. So as you see, this is like a quick start guide. And the first step is to install 2 packages, upload thing and upload thing React. From what I remember, upload thing React is for your components and upload thing itself, the package, is for all of the backend stuff. So we want to use pnpm, then we can copy this. Let's go back to our project and let's install it inside of here. Then the next step is to add an environment variable. Let's copy it, let's open our .env file and let's paste it at the bottom. Then let's continue. The next step is to set up a file router. And then in the file router, we want to create our first file route. So how does it exactly work? Well, at the end of the day, Upload thing has one file router. And this file router can house multiple file routes. A file route is like an API route for your uploading, for your image uploads, file uploads, and stuff like that. And then in this one file route, you can then say, hey, I want to upload an image or I want to upload a PDF. Then right here, check that the user is first of all authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, meaning has an invalid session, then let's not allow the user to upload an image. And then once the image or the file upload is finished, let's return everything to the client, meaning to our front end. And yeah, so this means we want to now create our first file route. How do you do that? Well, as you see, we want to create, first of all, a new API route, meaning a new route handler. Let's open our Explorer. Let's make this a bit bigger. Then let's go in the app folder, API folder, and we don't want to go in the auth folder, but we want to create a new folder in the API folder. And this will be called upload thing. And then in the upload thing folder, I want to create a core.ts file. Now, why is this a core.ts file? Because as you probably know, when you want to create a route handler in Next.js, then you want to name the route route.ts. With that, you create a route handler, but now we name it core.ts. This just means that this, at the end of the day, does not transpile to a route handler. Later on, once we have our route handler, we will create a route.ts, we will create a route handler, and we will pass our file routes. So let's first of all create the file route itself. I can copy this code example. Let's go back to our core.ts file and let's paste it inside of here. So inside of here, we do a few things. First of all, we initialize upload thing. So constant f equals to create upload thing. Then we have a fake auth function. We can delete it. We don't need it. And then we create our file router. So as you see, they say file router for your app can contain multiple file routes. So this is your one file router, and then image uploader is your first file route. And you can create multiple ones like image uploader, then CV uploader, meaning PDF uploader. Then you could say, hey, this is GIF uploader. So you can create multiple file routes. And later on, we will have two file routes, one for image uploading and one for PDF uploading. Let me now delete this comment. I don't need it. And let's update a few things. So we want to allow the user to upload an image. That's correct. Do we want to say 4 MB? I think this is a bit too big, so let's update it to maybe something like 2 MB, or yeah, I think 2 MB is a bit better. Then max file count 1, this is fine. We can continue. For the middleware, we want to now check that the user is authenticated. So let's do a constant session equals to await auth. Auth is imported from the utils folder. Let's invoke it and let's say, hey, if there's no session, then let's just redirect the user. So let's say redirect. This is imported from next/navigation, and we want to say, let's redirect the user to log in. So here's one thing. I want to already start with best practices. So now we have like I would just say an require user session function, or not function, but a check. We check that the user is authenticated, but we will have to write this check in multiple places later on in our server actions, in our pages and stuff like that. So in all pages where we want to ensure that the user is authenticated. Now we could go and just copy paste this every time, or we could create a separate function. And I think this is probably a better solution, creating one function and then reusing it wherever we need to. So let's open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the utils folder. And I want to create a require user.ts file. And inside of here, we will have our function. So let's do an export async function and we will call it require user. Let's invoke it and let's open it. And inside of here, we want to do the same thing as we did inside of this file, meaning we want to get the user session and then we want to check if the user has a valid session. If not, we will just redirect the user. So let's first of all get our session. Constant session equals to await auth. Auth is imported from the auth file. And then we can do our if check and we will say, hey, If we don't have a session.user and you do and don't with this exclamation mark, so if we don't have a user, then let's open this and let's do a return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and I want to redirect the user to /login. So as you now see, if there's no user, then let's redirect to login. At the end, let's also return our user. So let's do return session.user. So now our function is finished, we have created it, and we can now use it. So let's copy the name require user, and instead of writing this code, we can delete it, and we can do an await require user. This is imported from our utils, and let's invoke it. Of course, we can also get the session itself or the user, so we could say constant session equals to await require user, and then we can throw an error. So we could say, hey, if there's no session dot, let's say ID, then let's throw a new upload thing error. And now we get 2 errors. Let's delete this destruct showing, we don't need it. And let's also for the user ID just pass our session.id. And now we are finished. We have created our file router. With our file route, we allow the user to upload an image with a max file size of 2 megabytes, a max file count of 1. We check that the user is authenticated, and then we just return the response to the client side. So this is our file router. And now we want to create a Next.js API route, or in other words, a Next.js route handler. So let's again go back, let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, API folder, upload thing folder, and let's create a route.ts. And this is required, please name it route.ts and not hello.ts. If it's called hello.ts, then this won't work. And then we can copy this code, so let's copy it, let's paste it inside of here, and I think we will get an error, let's see. No, we don't get an error. That's because all of the import statements are correct. So first of all, we now create our route handler, and then for our router, we pass our file router. What is our file router again? Well, this is the core.ts file. Inside of here, we have our export constant file router, and then we just pass it inside of this API route. So now we are finished. We have created the backend for upload thing to work, and now we can use the upload thing components to make uploading work. And the first thing which they recommend is to re-export the components with the types assigned. Again, we use TypeScript and we love types. So let's go back, let's open the Explorer, let's go in the components folder, general, and in the general folder, let's create a new file and let's call it upload thing re-exported. I think that's fine, .tsx. And then for the code example, we can go back and we can just copy it. Let's go back and let's paste it inside of here. As you see, we get 1 error. This is because the import statement is incorrect. Let's delete it and let's import it manually. So this is imported from our upload thing core file, and this is our file router. This is the type. And with that, we have generated types for this component. That's why we re-export it. If you use JavaScript, you wouldn't do that because in JavaScript you don't have types. But since we use TypeScript, we want to get types, we do this re-export, and as a generic, we pass our file router type. And since this is a type, we can also change the import, and we can say, hey, we want to import type our file router. And this is finished, we can now continue. The next step is to add upload thing styles, and we use TailwindCSS, meaning we can use the with UT helper. Let's copy it. Let's go to the tailwind.config file. Let's paste it at the top. And what we want to do is do an export default with UT. So let's say with UT, then we want to add our parentheses, and let's also do that at the end. So let's wrap everything in parentheses, not this, but parentheses. And now this is finished, as you see, and that's great. And as you also see, we currently get an error for Tailwind CSS animate, and it says a require style import is forbidden. So this is again this Next TypeScript plugin, which is super strict. If you don't want to use it, then just delete it. Or you can click on quick fix and say disable TypeScript blah blah blah. And then this error will go away. Everything is still installed, everything will still work. We just say, hey, don't throw an error right here because this isn't really an error. So we can delete this, we can delete this. And what do we do now? Let's go back to the documentation, we added that, and now we can mount our button, and upload our image, or in other words, our file. So let's go back to our form, meaning to our company form. And for now, what we will do is just copy paste our last form field with the text area. I know a text area does not allow you to upload a file, but nevertheless, just copy it and paste it down below. Let me also restart my dev server and let's again see it, or let's again check it out. And as you see, we have two text areas. Of course, I don't want to render in text area, so let's go back. Instead of giving the name about, we want to say this is for the logo. Then instead of saying for the form label about, I want to say company logo. And then instead of rendering in text area, I want to finally render my drop zone. So let's just delete the text area and let's get our upload drop zone. So upload drop zone. Please make sure that you import it from your components and not from upload thing. If you import it from upload thing, it will still work, but you won't get any types, and that's not what you want. So let's get it from the components. This is self-closing, and then for the upload drop zone, we have to add an endpoint. And since we use TypeScript, we can now click on Control Spacebar, and then we get the image uploader. This is the file route. If you open the core.ts file, you will see our file route is called image uploader, and that's what we pass. Then as a next step, we can also add an onClient upload complete. This is just an arrow function. Let's open it. And also as in param, we can get the response, meaning we can get the uploaded file. And we want to add this to our state. So as you know, we have our field, and this is for the internal state system of React hook form. And we want to add this new file to our internal state system, because currently, as you can remember, the default value for logo is an empty string. And we don't want to upload an empty string, but the actual file URL. So we can say, hey, this is field.onChange, and then we can just pass it. So let's invoke it, and I want to pass my response. But here's one problem. Response is an array, but I want to only pass one image. Meaning, let's get the first item in the array and then .url. And this will update our field and will pass the URL inside of there. Let's also do an onUpload error. So onUpload error. Let's also create an arrow function. And inside of here, we can just say console.log something went wrong. So this is finished. And as you see, we have our upload drop zone. I can also select a file and everything works. But the problem is this does not really look nice. I don't like it. So let's update it. And it's relatively simple. We can go in the upload drop zone, we can add a class name, and then we can use the UT helper. And let's first of all update the button. So UT button, and this will be BG primary. Then let's say UT button again, and we want to update the text. Let's say text of white. Then let's also say for the button, I want to have an hover state. So UT button, and we want to say hover, BG primary, and let's say opacity of 90%. Then I want to also update the label. So let's say UT label, and for the label color, this will be of text muted foreground. Let's make it a bit smaller so that you see something. If we save this for now and go back, you already see, yeah, this looks a bit better, but this image 2 MB does not look very nice. So let's go back and let's say UT allowed content, and this will be text of muted foreground. And the last thing which I want to update is our border, and our border will be primary. And if you again go back, you see, yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful. So we are finally finished with that, and you know what? Let's upload a file. Let me select a new file. So I have selected a file. Let's click on upload file, and let's see what will happen. This does not seem right. Nothing happened. Let's open our terminal. Okay, we have a 500 error. But you know what? We were smart. We did in console log. So let's open our inspector. Let's go to the console, and it just says 500, something went wrong. Yeah, this is because I was super smart and I just said something went wrong. You could also get an error and then console log the error, and then you would get actual information, but okay, who cares? I know what the problem is. If you remember, we added an environment variable, the upload thing token. but this is empty. There's no value. And of course, you can't upload the file if you don't have the upload thing token. So let's go back to upload thing and let's go into the dashboard. So I'm now in the upload thing dashboard, and as you see, I have created quite a few applications and we want to create a new application. Then for the app name, let's call it Job Marshall and I will say YouTube. Then for the plan option, we want to use the free option. And then for the region, this is fine. For the access control, this is fine. Let's create our application. So this has been created. Let's go to the API keys and let's copy the API key. Let's go back to our environment variable and let's paste it inside of here. Let's again restart our dev server, or as you see, it has reloaded it automatically. So in theory, I don't really have to restart anything. So let's go back. Let me just do a hard refresh and let's try to upload a file. So I have selected one file. Let's click on upload file and let's see what happens. So we should have a pending state. Yeah, this is fine. And we don't see anything. But if I open my console, did we have a console log? Did I do anything? No. Okay, that's why. Nevertheless, let's go into the dashboard and let's go to our files. And as you see, we have one uploaded file. This is my logo and this will be later on the URL, which we will store in our database. So as you see, file uploads work and now we can store everything in our database. So step number uno is to go to our schema, and this is honestly also the only thing that I remember from my Spanish class. Uno, dos, tres. Okay, who cares? Yeah, we want to update our schema. So we want to store all of this data in our database. Now, some people might say, okay, we can store everything in the user table, right? We will store the company name, company X account, stuff like that. And in theory, that's fine. You could do that, but I honestly think it would be cleaner to create a separate model, meaning a separate model for the company and a separate model for the job seeker. And then in the user, we will say, hey, the user is either this or that. Let's first of all create our model company. So underneath the model user, I will say model company. Let's open it. Again, please don't forget, install the extension. Let me zoom in a bit. And the first field, which you always have in a table or in a model, is the ID. This is your primary key. Now, I have created a very good video on databases and database design, how everything works. This should be like 2 videos ago. If you want to check it out, there you will learn everything about primary keys, foreign keys, relations, and stuff like that. Nice video, check it out. But we want to create our primary key. This will be an ID. This will be string at ID at default and UUID. UUID is the algorithm, the generator, which will generate a unique key. Then what fields do we have? Well, let's open our schema, or not our schema, but our Zot schemas file. Let's open it in the right tab, and then on the left tab, we will have our schema. So the first field which we have is the name. So what I want you to do is to copy it, paste it right here. This is of type string. Then the next field is the location. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is string. Then we have our about. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is a string. Then we have the logo. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is of string. Then we have our website. Let's copy, paste it, and this is a string. And the last value is the X account. And this X account is also a string, but if you can remember, it's optional. So let's add a question mark. And then there are 2 more fields which I want to add, and that's the created at. This is of type datetime, at default, and then now. Meaning whenever we create a new row, a new item in our database, we will automatically generate a new timestamp, meaning today's date, today's time, stuff like that. Let's also add an updated at, and I'm not sure if I will need it in this video. Nevertheless, it's always good to have it. Again, if you watch my video about databases, then you will know that I always recommend to add these 2 timestamps, even if you don't need them. And this will be at updated now, meaning whenever we update something, it will be stored inside of here. And now this looks nice. Let's see, created at, updated at, this is spelled correctly. And now there's one more thing which we have to do. And that's we want to create a relation between the company and the user. Or in other words, between the user and the company. Now, as you probably know, there are a few relation types. One-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many, many-to-one. And yeah, these are the relations. And what relation do we have right here? Is this a one-to-many relationship, meaning one user can have many companies? No, I don't think so. Is this a many-to-many relationship, meaning many users can have many companies and many companies can have many users? No, that's also not the correct relation. This is a one-to-one relationship, meaning one company can be related to one user. One user can be related to only one company. So how do we create such a relationship in Prisma? Well, thankfully, it's super simple. So we want to say, hey, we will get the company, and this will be of type company because our model is called company. And what we'll also do is make it optional with a question mark. And now some people will probably click on Command S and then you will have some auto-generated fields. Please don't auto-generate anything. Right now we just have company equals company and it's optional. Let's now go to the model company. Let's go underneath our X account, and inside of here we will create our relation, meaning user will be of type user, so the user model, and then we can do an add relation, and we want to relate fields. And this is an array. We want to relate the user ID. This will be our foreign key. Currently this does not exist. And we want to reference the ID. So we want to reference in the user model this ID. The ID is the primary key, and that's why we can reference it. And the user ID will be our foreign key, so we can add right here our user ID. This will be of string, and add unique because the ID is unique. So now we have created our one-to-one relationship, and to be quite honest with you, we are finished with that. Let's now also create a model for the job seeker. So let's go underneath the model company. Let's do model job seeker. So job, let me spell it correctly, my God, job seeker, and let's open it. Again, primary key is the ID. So string at ID at default UUID. And then what types or what fields will we have? Well, we will have a name of string. We will have an about section of string. We will have a resume of string. So later on, we will upload our resume with upload thing, and we will store the URL inside of here. And then I want to again add two fields, the created add and updated add fields. So let's just copy them and paste them inside of here. The last thing which I want to do is to create a relation, meaning a one-to-one relationship to the user. So at the end of the day, the user will either be a job seeker or the user will be an organization and company. And for the relation, we can just copy this. We can go above the created add timestamp, paste it inside of here, meaning we again relate to the user model. Our foreign key is the user ID, and we reference the user ID. And if we go to the user model, you now see that we first of all have our company relation, and then we have the job seeker relation. Both of these values are optional, and that's good. So now we have that, but we're still not finished. We have our two models. Now I want to also add a few things to our user model itself. So I want to store a Boolean, and with this Boolean, I want to know if the user has finished onboarding or not. So let's create a field. This will be called onboarding. So onboarding completed. And this will be of type Boolean. Now, what type will this be at the start? Will it be true or false? Well, it will be false. So let's do an at default false, meaning on first, not render, but when we create our first row, it will always be false. And then once we finish onboarding, we will just mutate our database and set this to true. And then there's one more thing which I want to store inside of here, and that's the user type. Because again, a user can either be a company or a job seeker. So we can say inside of the user model, user type, and user type could be of type string, but this is very general, meaning it's not type safe. Because at one point I could say job seeker lowercase and then uppercase, then we have a divergence, and this is just not good. You want to have type safe fields which don't change. So what we will do is create an enum, and then we will reference the enum. Underneath the model user, we can create an enum, and we will call the enum user type. And then we can open it, and inside of here, we have two fields. Either company, and let's do that uppercase, or the user could be in job underscore seeker. So now we have our two fields, and we can say user type is of type user type, and user type is the enum, right? And yeah, that's all. I think we have everything. We now store what type the user is, meaning a job seeker or an organization. We check if onboarding is completed as in Boolean, and then we have two relations to the company and to the job seeker model. So yeah, I think that's all. Let's open our terminal. We have to stop our dev server. That's super important because whenever you want to change something in Prisma, you have to restart your dev server. Let's do in pnpm dlx prisma db push to sync our database, and this should take 1 second or so. And as you now see, we get a problem, a warning, an error, and it says added the required column user type without a default value. So if we now continue, we will reset the database. That's not what I want to do. So let's click on no, and user type should be optional, meaning when we create our first user, when the user first of all authenticates, we don't know what type the user is, if the user is a company, job seeker, or if it's just an organization itself. That's why it will be optional. And then after the user authenticates, creates the first fields, we will then redirect the user to onboarding, and then we will create our user type. So now we made it optional, and now we can do again pnpm dlx prisma db of push. As you now see, our database is in sync with our Prisma schema. I can restart my dev server with pnpm run dev. Let's close this, and this, and this. And now we can create our server action. So when you create mutations, you have two options. You can either create a route handler, meaning an API route, like with right here, where did we have it with upload thing? We created an API route and route handler, and then we upload our files with that. But you can also create mutations with server actions, meaning if I go to my login form, you will see right here, we did an inline server action, use server. So these are the two ways to create mutations in Next.js. Now there's not one which is better and one which is worse. Both have their pros and cons, and both are used in different situations. So if you don't know the difference and when to use what, I would recommend you to become a channel member and check out pretty much my first or second video where I talk about route handlers and server actions, when to use what they do, and stuff like that. But now in this example, we will use server actions. And in theory, we could create an inline server action as we did in the login form, as you see right here, but we could also create one file, one separate file, where we store all of our server actions. So let's go in the app folder and let's create an actions.ts file. And inside of here, we will create all of our server actions. The first thing which we have to do is mark this as use server. This means we allow our functions to only run on the server side. If I wouldn't add use server, then this would just be a client-side action, a client-side function, and you don't want that. You want this action, this function, to run on the server side. So let's say use server, and let's create our first function. Let's say export async function. Let's call it create company. Let's invoke it and let's open it. So what would now most people do in this server action? Well, they would get form data and then they would create their mutation. And that's fine, that's not the problem itself. The problem is that most people don't know that a server action is a public endpoint. Most people think that this is just a function and that it does not expose a public endpoint. But this is not true. If you go to the documentation and scroll to the bottom, like the actual bottom, you will see by default when a server action is created and exported, it creates a public HTTP endpoint, and it should be treated with the same security assumptions and authorization checks. Meaning, what we want to do is check that the user is authenticated, because if we don't check it, we will allow every user to create a mutation, and we don't want that. So let's again do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. This is our function, our hook which we created, and with that we know, hey, if there's no user, then we will redirect the user to log in, but if we have a user, well, then we will get the user right here returned. Okay, this is nice. Then the next thing which I want to do inside of here is do server-side validation. So if we again open our company form, we have client-side validation, meaning on the client side, we check that everything is safe. But now I want to do the same thing on the server side. So we can get, first of all, our data through the params. Let's get data, and data will be of type z.infer, and let's import z, meaning sort. So let's do an import, let's the structured, let's get z from sort. And then now we can say z.infer, then we want to add a generic, and this will be type of company schema. Let's import our company schema from our utils, and now we get our data. If you look at this code, this should look very familiar, because in the company form, we did the same. Type of company schema, and then z infer. And that's what we did inside of here, meaning that the data has the same type as this data inside of here. So now we get our data, nice. But this data is still not type safe, or at least on the client side, it should be type safe, but we don't know if it's really type safe inside of here and if it's safe to use. So we can validate our data. So let's do a constant validate data, and this will be equal to company schema dot pass, and then let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's pass our data. So this validate data will now compare our data itself against our company schema. And this validate data is now type safe. If this is not true, or if it's not, how would you say it? If it's not safe, then we will throw an error. But if it is safe, then we will get our validate data, and then we can create our mutation. So let's do it. Let's do an await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder .user.update. Let's invoke it. Let's open it. Let's get our where statement. And we get our where statement because I don't want to update any user, but I want to update one specific user, myself. So we get our session, meaning we can say, hey, I want to update a user where the ID matches our session.id. And now we find our user, but we want to update data. So let's get our data, let's open it. And the first thing which I want to update is onboarding completed. But as you see, I don't get it. What's the problem? I mean, we pushed our schema, right? So we updated our database. Well, the problem is that you have to restart TypeScript. This is like a little problem or a little bug with PNPM. So you can do a restart TS server, and then you will get your onboarding completed. And we want to set this to true, because if the user updates this data, then this means that the user is finished with onboarding. Then let's continue with the user type. What user type is this? Well, we create a company. So the user is of type company. And then the next thing which we want to do is create our company. Because again, if you open your schema, we have a relation, right? We have a relation to our company. So this model. And now we want to create a company. So we can open this, and inside of here, we can do either connect or create, delete, disconnect, update. What do we want to do? Well, the user currently does not have a company, meaning I want to create a company. Let's open that. And now if you click on Control Spacebar, you see all of the fields which I want to add. Now we could do it manually. We could say about, and then about is equal to our validate data.about. This is fine, this works, but a shorter form, an easier form is to do ... validate data. This means we spread our data. This only works if the naming of your fields is the same to your Zot schema. Meaning, if I open my Zot schema, and if in the Zot schema our company name right here would be company name and not name, then this would fail, because in our Prisma schema we say name. And if we would say inside of here company name, then this spreading won't work, because the names are not the same. So please remember, only do a spread if your Zot schema naming is the same to your schema or to your Prisma schema naming. If it's not the same, then you will have errors, and you don't want that. So please remember that. And now we are finished with that, and the last thing which I want to do is redirect the user. So let's do in return redirect. Let's import redirect from Next/navigation, and let's redirect the user to the index page. So now this is finished. We have our create company, and now we can go back to our company form. So in the company form, what we want to do is create an onSubmit function. So above our return, we can do an async function. This will be called onSubmit. Then let's invoke it and let's open it. In onSubmit, we will get, of course, params. We will get data. What type is data? Well, data is again the same type as in our server action, meaning z.infer. Then we can pass in generic, and this will be type of company schema, meaning the same thing as in our server action. And the nice thing is, all of the data which we get inside of this onSubmit function is safe to use, and it's also at the end of the day type safe. So All of this data is great. If the data is not type safe, not true, then we will throw an error inside of here, but all of the data which we get inside of here will be true and type safe. So now we can create our mutation. Let's do a try catch statement. So try, and then let's also do a catch. Let's open that, and we can create our mutation. So I want to say await, and we want to say create company. This is the name of our server action. Let's import it from the actions and let's invoke it. Now you will see we get an error. Why do we have an error? Well, we expect one argument, but we pass 0. No! What's the problem? Well, we have to pass our argument, our data. So if we pass our data, this error will go away. Great, that's what I wanted. So now our try statement is finished, right? And now we can do a catch statement. Let's also get the error as in param, so we can say error. And then in the catch statement, we can do an if statement. Because here's the thing. If you open the actions file, you will see that we do a return redirect. This isn't a problem. It's fine to do a return redirect. But the thing is, inside of this onSubmit handler, this will catch like an error. But return redirect isn't an error. Nevertheless, again, it will catch an error. And that's not what we want. So we will do an if statement and we will say, hey, if the error is next redirect, then this isn't really a problem and we can just continue. But if it is something else, then of course, we want to throw an error. So let's do an if statement and we will say, hey, if error is of instance of error is uppercase, this is the type, then we can do a double and sign if the error dot message is not equal to uppercase next underscore redirect. And then we can open it and we can say console.log and we will say something went wrong. Okay, I think you are a bit confused. What did I just do inside of here? Well, we do an if statement and we say, hey, if we get an error, which is of type error, so instance of error, and if the error message is not next underscore redirect, then we have an actual error. If it is something else, I don't know, next failure 500 or something like that, then we will say something went wrong. But if it is next redirect, then we won't do anything inside of here, meaning we won't catch it. So this is finished, this is great. And then there's one more thing which I want to do, and that's that I want to create a pending state. So above the async function, we can do a constant, and this will be an state, meaning this will be equal to use state. This is imported from React, and the initial state will be false, because when you submit in form, the initial state is always not pending, right? And then we get returned from our state pending, this is the getter, and our setter, which is set pending. And now we can use it in our onSubmit function. So in the try statement, we can say set pending to true, meaning we are pending. And then at the end, we can do a finally statement. So let's say finally, let's open it. And we want to say set pending is false. So what does this do? Well, we have our onSubmit function. The user submits our form. We then go in our try statement. We first of all set pending to true. Then we create our mutation. Then we catch an error. If we have an error, well, then we will console log it. And then at the end, after it was either successful or not successful, we will set pending to false. And that's all. That's all that we did. It was quite easy, as you see. There's only one more thing which we want to do, and that's that we want to combine, or not combine, we want to connect our form to this onSubmit function. So let's go to our native form element, and we can add an onSubmit handler, and this will be equal to form.handleSubmit. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, we want to pass the function, and our function is called onSubmit. So let's say onSubmit. As you see, we don't get any error. And again, form.handleSubmit, this is what we get returned from the useForm hook, meaning from React hook form. And then we do our handleSubmit and we pass our onSubmit function. This is this one right here. And I already explained to you how it works. So this is great. We are finished with that. Currently I get one error. This is because pending is not used. So let's use it. Let's scroll to the bottom and I want to create a submit button. So above our form element, we can now render a button. So let's get our button component, our best friend, and you know what? Let's give it a type. For the type, this will be submit. Let's give it a class name. W of full. And then in the button, I want to render a text. And as you know, we get our pending state, our pending boolean, which could be either true or false. What does this mean? Well, we can create a ternary and we can say, hey, if pending is true, then let's use question mark and let's return submitting ... If it's not true, then let's just return continue. Yeah, I think that's all. Let's save it. Let's go back to our code. Let's do a hard refresh. And now we should see a submit button in a second. And yeah, that's what you have. Continue. Now there's one more thing which I will add, and that's that I will add a disabled state, and disabled will be true if pending is true. So if pending is true, our button will be disabled. If it's not true, meaning if we don't submit the form, then disabled will be false. And yeah, that's all. So let's again go through everything. Is everything added? Does our form have an onSubmit? Yes, yes, yes. We have the onSubmit function, we have our state, we have our default values. Let's open our action quickly again. Okay, we do that, we do this. Yes, we pass everything. Yeah, I think in theory that everything should work. Let's hope for the best and let's test it out. So for the company name, let's say John Marshall LLC, or why John Marshall? Jan Marshall LLC. Then for the location, let me select Germany. Then for the website, let me copy my own URL, janmarshall.com. Let's paste it. For the X account, this is optional, so let's just skip it. Then for the About section, let's skip it. And for the company logo, let's skip it. And let's click on Continue. Ta-da! Client-side validation. We get errors, as you see. About, please provide some information. Company logo, please upload a logo. These are required fields, and that's why we get this error message. Your Twitter account or this Twitter account is not required, and that's why we don't get an error. So let's say for the About, Jan Marshall LLC is a very cool company. You should work for me. And let's upload one logo. And yeah, I guess it was uploaded. You see, we don't have any real updates. We don't show anything. And that's not quite what I want. So let's fix that. Let's again go back to our job form or to our company form. And then inside of here, we can do a ternary. Meaning if we go back to our image uploader, this is this one right here, we can do a ternary. Let's first of all copy this upload drop zone, copy it, don't delete it. And inside of here, we will do our ternary. Let's first of all return a div, and then we can say, hey, if we have a field.value, meaning if we have an image uploaded, then let's just return it. So I will return a div, and we will say p tag, you have an image. And if this is not true, then let's do a colon. And what do I want to return? Well, I want to return my upload drop zone. This means if I again go back, you see you have an image. But I don't want to render p tag, right? I want to render the image itself. So we can give our div, first of all, a class name of relative. So let's say relative and w of fit. And then instead of rendering in p tag, I can render an image component. As in source, we can pass our field.value. Let's also pass an alt, let's say company logo. Let's add a width and height. For the width, let's say again 100. And for the height, this will be the same of 100. There's one more thing which I want to add. That's the class name, and we will say rounded of LG, meaning the borders will be rounded. And if I now save this and again go back, you see, okay, we had a hard refresh. That's because we used the image component. So let's again go to company organization and let's upload one file. So we have our loading state, as you see, and then, oh, we have an error. What's the problem? So it says, hostname utfs.io is not configured under images in your next config file. So as I already mentioned, later on we will go to our next config file, and later is now. So I'm not sure if you know it. So Next.js or the image component optimizes your images. And this has some sort of cost, meaning there's some sort of hardware which has to spin up and optimize your image. This costs money, this costs infrastructure, resources, meaning you only want to optimize your own images. You don't want to optimize images for other people. So what you want to do is whitelist domains which are safe and which you want to optimize. Because if an intruder, a hacker would come, he could just optimize his own images, pay nothing, and you would pay the whole cost. And that's not what you want. So right here in the next.config file, we can get our images. Then this is an object. Inside of here, we will get remote patterns. This is an array. And then in the array, we can create our first object and we can pass our host name. So for the host name, this was utfs.io. Let's copy this and let's paste it inside of here. Then we have a port. This is an empty string. And then we have our protocol, and this is HTTPS. So now this should be all. Let's save it. Let's open our terminal. As you see, it has restarted automatically. Let's go back and let's do a hard refresh. So let's select again our company and let's upload one image. As you see, I again have a pending state, a loading state, and then in a second, you will see that we will have an image. And yeah, that's what we have. This is the company logo. But here's one thing which I want to do. I want to allow the user to also again cancel the image and upload a different image. So let's go back to our company form, and what I want to do is render like an X button. So underneath the image we can get a button component again. Let's get it, and inside of here let's render an X icon from Lucid React. Of course, let's give it a class name, and this will be of size 4. If you again go back, you now see this button. This does not look nice. So we want to align it to the top corner. Let's go back, and for our button, we can first of all give it a class name, and this will be absolute. So we want to position it absolutely, and then minus top of 2 and minus right of 2, meaning we want to position it above our image as you see right here. So this is this minus. We don't want to go inside, we want to go outside. That's why we say minus. And we want to also add a few properties. So let's say first of all for the type button, this is super important. Please add that. Because if you don't add it, then it will submit the form because it will think that this is a submit button. So you don't want that. Please add type button. Then we want to add a variant, and this will be destructive, meaning a red background color. And let's add a size of icon. If I again go back, you see, okay, this already looks quite good. But if I click on the button, nothing happens. So what we want to do is add an onClick handler. So let's say onClick, this will be an inline callback function. And I want to say field.onChange. And this will be an empty string, meaning we will take the image URL and we will update it for an empty string. Again, our default value, because if you scroll to the bottom or to the top, you will see our logo in the default form is an empty string. And now we just do the same thing. We again pass an empty string, so we set the image itself, the image field, to the old default state. And if I now save this, not this, but if I save it and go back and click on it, you see the image is removed. So now let's test out everything. Let's click on continue. We see all of our errors. Let's add my company name. Then let's add in location. Then for the company website, I want to add my own domain. So let's copy it and paste it inside of here. Then for the X account, let's leave it empty. For the about section, hello, how are you? Please work for me. And then let's upload one more image. As you see, we have a pending state, and then we should see our image in a second. And yes, that's what we have. And now let's continue. So I will click on continue. We have our pending state, and I should get redirected. Let's see. And yes, I got redirected. Let's open our Prisma Studio and let's see if everything was successful. So I will open a second terminal tab. Let's do in pnpm dlx Prisma Studio to see what we have in our Prisma Studio. Alright everyone, success. What do we see? We have one new company, name Marshall LLC. Location, we have an about section, we have our logo, we have a website. The X account is empty, but that's fine, it's optional. And we have a relation to our user. Nice, that's what I wanted. Congrats. So we're finished with our first onboarding. Let me also quickly open the user model. And then in the user model, let's look at the second field, because the first field is an old field. Let's look at a second one. This is my current session. You see one session, and I'm in user type of company. Onboarding completed is true. I have a relation to one company. I'm not a job seeker, and everything works as expected. Great, that's what I wanted. We can close this. we can finish or we can stop our Prisma Studio, and now we can do the same for our job seeker form. So let's do that. So to make our job seeker work, what we want to do is first of all, again, restart Prisma Studio. I know it was very great to stop it, Okay, who cares? So pnpm dlx Prisma db studio, or no, pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. Let's open it. And what I want to do inside of here is delete both of my users. So now I will blur out everything so that you don't see anything. Let's first of all go to our company model, and let's first of all delete our company. So our company is now deleted, and now I can delete both of my users. I don't need them. Let's delete them. I delete them because at the end of the day, a user can't be a job seeker and a company at the same time, meaning we have to delete them and create a new user to be able to make everything work. So let's again go back. We can now stop Prisma Studio. We don't need it anymore. Our dev server is still running, and if I do a hard refresh, you will see a login button, and that's because we don't have a valid session anymore. So let's click on login. We have our beautiful form. Let's continue with Google. As you now see, I got redirected, and here's already the first thing we want to fix. Let's go inside of our login form, and instead of redirecting the user to our index page, we will redirect the user to onboarding. And let's also do the same for the GitHub button. Let's say /onboarding. This means when the user now signs in, the user will first of all get redirected to onboarding. But here's the thing, if the user already did onboarding, we of course don't really want to leave the user in the onboarding route. So what we will do is go to our onboarding route itself. Inside of here, we will fetch some data, and we will check if the user has already finished onboarding. So let's go above the export default function. Let's zoom in a bit, and let's say async function check if user has finished onboarding. I know, a very long word, you can make it shorter, but here's the thing. This is a best practice. Or, I mean, it isn't really a best practice to make your word as long as you can. The best practice is to make it as descriptive as you can. Because once you work in big companies, you will have a lot of functions, constants, variable names, and you don't want to create 1 million comments. You want the code to speak itself or speak for itself. This means you want to make your variables as descriptive as you can, so if an engineer looks at your code, the engineer understands what the code tries to do. So that's why this name is so long and so descriptive. Then let's invoke it, let's open it, and now we want to do our check. So we can do a constant user equals to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .user.find unique. And I want to find a unique user. So we want to use the where statement. How do we find a unique user? Well, we have one primary key, the user ID. So we want to say, hey, we want to find a user where the ID matches the user ID. Currently, we don't get the user ID, so let's get it through the params user ID of type string. And then we can say, hey, I want to find a user where the ID matches the user ID. Nice. Now we want to do a select statement, and this select is super simple. Nevertheless, think to yourself for 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute, what we want to do inside of here. What do we want to select, and how will we check if the user has finished onboarding or if the user hasn't finished onboarding? Let me give you a hint. Let's go to our schema. In our schema, we have a Boolean. This is the onboarding completed. So how about we select onboarding completed, and we do an if check and check if the user has finished onboarding. So that's what we will do. Let's select onboarding completed. Let's set it to true. And then let's do an if statement. And let's say, hey, if the user.onboarding completed is equal to true, this means, or not in string, but a normal Boolean true, then this means that the user is finished with onboarding, and we can redirect the user to the index page. So let's do a return redirect. This is imported from Next/navigation, and I want to redirect the user to the index page. And yeah, that's all. At the end, I don't know, we can return something. I guess let's return our user. Why not? It does not matter. And yeah, now we are finished. So with this one function, we get our user, or we first of all find a user where the ID matches. Then we select our Boolean, and then we check, hey, if onboarding completed is true, then let's redirect the user to the index page. If not, then let's stay in the onboarding route, because then this means that the user just signed up and the user has to first of all finish onboarding. But here's the thing, this function is currently not called. So let's go above our return statement and let's just do an await, and we will just say check if user has finished onboarding. Let's invoke it, and now we get 2 errors. First of all, we get the error that await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's do an export default async function. And again, this is safe to do so because this is in server component. Nothing is leaked to the client side. And then we want to also pass 1 argument. We are expecting 1 argument, but we are passing 0. What is the argument? Well, the argument is the user ID. How do we get the user ID? Well, we have a handy hook, if you can remember, and this is require user. So let's say constant session equals to await require user. Let's invoke it, and now we can pass it as an argument. So let's say session.id, and let's mark it as string so that TypeScript does not complain. And now we are finished. This means if I now again go back, I can first of all close this, we don't need Prisma Studio anymore. And if I now go back and try to reach onboarding, everything should still work. And yes, it works as expected. So now let's continue with our job seeker form. Let's select it and we see user is a job seeker. Yeah, the user is a job seeker, but the form looks quite ugly. So let's fix it. Let's go back to our code base, to the Explorer, to the components, to the forms, to onboarding, and let's create the job seeker form. So now we have our job seeker form and we can get started. So let's do an export function. Let's call it job seeker form. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Let's create a return statement and let's just return an h1 and let's say hello from the component. If I now save this and again go back, you see nothing. Why is that? Well, that's because we don't render this component. So let's go to our onboarding form itself. So let's open it, onboarding form. And inside of here, instead of returning a p tag, let's return our job seeker form, which we import from our components. If I again go back, you now see hello from the component. Is that what we want to render? No, that's not what we want to render. So let's fix it. Let's delete everything and let's start off fresh. So let's do a return statement. Let's first of all get our form component from our components. And then inside of here, we can render in form element. Let's delete the action and then we can get started with our form fields. But as you see, we currently get an error. You should already know what the error is. We want to spread our form. We want to create this internal state. What you can do is open your company form, and in the company form you will see, hey, we have our form components, so right here we have the form component, and then we spread our form. Where do we get our form from? Well, we have to first of all initialize the useForm hook. To initialize the useForm hook, we have to create a sort schema, and if you remember, we don't have a sort schema for the job seeker. So let's fix that. Let's open our sort schema file and let's create a new sort schema. So let's do an export constant job seeker schema, and this will be equal to that.object. Let's invoke it, let's destructure it, and then inside of here we can add all of our fields. So what you can do is open your schema and let's open or put the schema to the right side. Let's zoom out a bit. If we go to the job seeker model, we have a few fields: the name, about, and resume. We only have 3 fields and we want to add them right here. Now, as already mentioned, please make sure that the names in your Prisma schema, the field names, are the same as in your sort schema. So right here we say name. So let's copy it and paste it. And what type is name? Well, it's in string. So let's say that.string. Let's invoke it. Then let's add further validation. I want to say minimum of 2 characters. So min 2, and for the error message, let's just say name must be at least 2 characters. Then let's continue. The next field is about. Let's copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.string. Let's again do further validation. Dot minimum, and I want to have at least 10 characters. Let's add an error message and let's say, please provide more information about yourself. Okay, this is also finished. And then the last field which we have is the resume. The resume is also z.string, it's a string. And let's do further validation, .minimum, let's say 1, and for the error message, please upload your resume. Okay, we are finished, great. So this .schema is finished. We can go back to our job seeker form, and then in the job seeker form, we can now first of all initialize our useForm hook, and then we can create the UI. So let's go above the return statement, and let's do a constant form, and this will be equal to useForm. UseForm is imported from React hook form, and we want to invoke it and destructure it. What's the first field which we have inside of here? Well, that's first of all our resolver. What type is resolver, or what is it equal? Well, resolver is of result zot resolver. Zot resolver is imported from at hook form resolvers zot. Let's invoke it, and I want to pass my zot schema. What zot schema do we have? We have the job seeker schema. So let's copy it and let's paste it inside of here. Let's of course import it, and now this error is gone. Nice. Let's now continue. We want to add our default values. As mentioned, React hook form works with controlled inputs, meaning we want to add default values. What values did we have? We have a name, we have the about and resume. But if I click on Control Spacebar, I don't get any types. If you now remember again, there was one thing which we did, right? We added a generic to useForm. So we can add a generic, we can say z.infer, let's import z, so let's do an import, let's destructure it, and this will be from zot. And then where I destructure it, I can get z. So now we have zot, nice. But we want to also say type of, and this will be our job seeker schema. And if I now go to my default values and click on Control Spacebar, we have our types, nice. So for about, this will be an empty string. Then we have the name, this is an empty string. Then we have our resume, which is an empty string, correct. So now this is finished, and now we can use it to finish our UI. So for the form, let's first of all spread our form element itself, the form item. And then in this form, we can now create our UI. So what I will do is open my company form, and then in the company form, we can first of all copy our first form field, meaning for the company name. Let's just copy it and let's paste it in the job seeker form. Let's import the form field from our components. Let's import the form item from our components, the form label from the components, form control from the components. Let's get the input from the components and the form message also from the components. So now we don't get any errors anymore, but company name, is that what we want to say? No, we want to say full name. So let's say full name. And instead of having an input which says enter company name, we want to say enter your full name. Let's save that. Let's go to job seeker, and we have our full name with an input. Nice. Let's now continue. What else do I want to render? Well, I want to have my text area for the about section. So let's go back. Let's copy our form field. Let's copy it and paste it down below. For the name, instead of saying name, this will be for about. And instead of saying full name for our label, we want to say short bio. And instead of rendering an input, we want to render a text area. So let's get a text area from our components. And for the placeholder, let me just say something like, tell us about yourself, ... Yeah, that's fine. Let's go back, and yeah, this is nice. We have our input and then our text area. But there's one problem. The spacing looks off, and it is off. So what we want to do is we want to go to our form, which wraps all of our form fields, and we want to create some spacing, meaning we can use space y of 6. And with that, all of our children get a space between each other of 6. And if I go back, this already looks way nicer. What's now the last thing which I want to render? Well, I want to allow the user to upload the resume. So what we can do is again go to our company form, and if you can remember, we already allow the user to upload a logo. Let's just copy again this form field with all of this ternary and stuff like that. Let's copy it, and then let's go to the job seeker form and let's paste it underneath our form item. Let's paste it, and now we have a few errors. Let's first of all import the image component from next/image. Let's import our button component from the components. Let's import X icon from Lucid React. And let's import our drop zone from our components. Please don't import it from upload thing, because then you will get a few problems, or in other words, you won't get types. So let's get it from the components. And do we get any errors? Nope. Oh yeah, we have one error. So right here it says the name isn't true because we don't have a logo. We only have a resume. So for the name, let's pass our resume, and now this looks fine. But do we want to say for the form label company logo? No. I want to say resume and then in parentheses PDF. Okay, this looks fine. Let's test it out. Let's go back, job seeker. Yeah, this looks nice. But I don't want to upload an image. I want to upload in PDF. What does this mean? Well, we want to create a new file route. So if I open my core.ts file and upload thing, we have one file route. This is the image uploader. And with the image uploader, I can upload one image, and in that sense, an image with a max file size and a max file count. But now I want to upload in PDF. How do we do that? So it's relatively simple. I want you to copy everything inside of this file router. So image uploader, so let's just copy it. Image uploader, middleware on upload complete. Let's copy all of it. And then let's paste it down below one more time. So now we again have an image uploader with middleware on upload complete and stuff like that. The code hasn't changed. That's not what we want. So instead of calling this an image uploader, this will be an resume uploader. Instead of uploading an image, I want to upload in PDF. So let's get our strings and let's say application/PDF. And with that, we now only allow the user to upload a PDF. We also have a max file count, the middleware is fine, the on upload complete is fine, and now we are finished. And if I now go back to my job seeker form and go to my upload drop zone, and for the endpoint, if I click on Control Spacebar, I get two results, either an image uploader or a resume uploader. We want to upload a resume, so let's select that. Okay, I think we're finished with that. So let's save it, let's go back, and yeah, this looks a bit better. Or, I mean, it looks the same, let's be honest, right? The only difference is that instead of now saying, hey, let's upload an image, we say application PDF, and that's what we wanted. So let's continue. What do I want to do? Well, we want to add a server action, or we want to create a new server action. Let's go to our actions and let's create a new one. Let's do an export async function, and for the naming, let's call it something like create job seeker. So let's say create create job seeker. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Let's first of all again protect the server action. As mentioned, this is a public endpoint. So let's again say constant user equals to await require user. Let's invoke it. So now we make sure that only authenticated users are able to create a mutation. But now we want to also get our data. And then in the params, let's get our data. But now we have one problem. It says that data does not have a type, and that's not what I want. So let's give data a type, and this will be z.infer, and let's add a generic, and this will be type of job seeker schema. And now our data has a type, and now we can use it. So what's the first thing we want to do? Well, we want to again validate our data to make sure that it's safe. So let's do a constant, so constant validate data, and this will be equal to our job seeker schema dot pass, and then let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's pass our data. So with this, we now make sure that our data is safe to use on the server side. So this one constant is already server-side validation. As you see, quite cool. And now we can create our mutation. So let's do an await prisma.user.update. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Now what user do we want to update? Do we want to update any user, many users? No, we want to update one specific user, myself. So we can get a where statement, and I want to update a user where the ID matches the user ID. And let's mark it as string. Then let's continue. we want to update data. So let's open it. And what do we want to update? Well, first of all, we want to say that onboarding is now finished. So let's set onboarding completed to true. Then we have our user type. What type is the user? A company or a job seeker? Well, if the user uses this action, then the user is a job seeker. And then what else do we want to do? Well, we want to create a job seeker field in our model. So let's get our job seeker. And as mentioned, I want to create a new job seeker. That's the same code as we did inside of our create company. But instead of creating a company, we now create a job seeker. And inside of here, we want to pass all of our fields. Now, as mentioned already before, we can do it like that. So we could say about, and then about is equal to validate data dot about. This works. But we can make it faster and easier with spreading our data. So dot 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 validate data. Again, please remember this only works if your schema, your Prisma schema, has the same fields as your sort schema. If not, this won't work. And then at the end, let's also redirect the user. So let's do a return redirect. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, we want to redirect the user to the index page. All right, we are now finally finished. Ooh, yes, nice. Okay. So there's one thing missing, right? We want to create our onSubmit handler because when the user submits the form, we want to do something with the data. We want to call our server action. So if we open our company form on the right side, let's zoom out a bit, you will find our onSubmit handler on the top. So we have our async function onSubmit, we have our try catch statement and stuff like that. Let's just copy it and let's paste it above the return statement. And again, this is an async function onSubmit. Instead of now having our data, which is of type company schema, it will be of type job seeker schema. Then we have our try catch statement. First of all, we set pending to true, but currently we don't have a state for pending. So let's create it. Let's do a constant, let's get array brackets, and this will be equal to use state. So use state. Let's import that from React, and the initial state will be false. And then as in getter and setter, we will have pending and set pending. And now this error should go away. Then after our set pending, you see we call await create company. But do we want to create a company? No, we want to create a new job seeker. And our server action is called create job seeker. So let's update that. Create job seeker, imported from our actions. Then for the catch statement, this is still the same. We want to check if the error message is not next redirect. If it is next redirect, then we want to pretty much throw an error. And then at the end, using finally, we set pending to false. Nice, this is finished. Now let's go to our form and let's use our onSubmit handler. This will be equal to form.handleSubmit. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's pass our function, which is onSubmit. And now there's only one more thing which is missing. One more thing, and that's our submit button. So let's scroll to the bottom, right here to the bottom, and let's go above the form element, and let's use the button component. Let's import it from our components, or it's already imported. And then inside of here, let's first of all give it a property, meaning the type. This will be of submit. Then let's do a class name of wfull, and that's all. Now inside of here, as you all know, we have two states. Either it's pending or it's not pending. If it's pending, I want to say submitting. If not, I want to say continue. So let's do ternary, and we will say, hey, if pending is true, then let's use a question mark, and let's return submitting ... If it's not true, then let's use a colon, and let's say continue. Yeah, that's all. Let's also add a disabled state, and disabled will be true if pending is true. Okay, I think that's all, to be honest. Do we have any errors? Nope, I don't see anything. Let's test it out. Let's go back. Let's click on continue. Oh, nice, we have errors. I have never been so happy to see errors. Okay, let's fill out some information. My name is Jan Marshall. About myself. My name is Jan Marshall and I create cool videos on YouTube. Let's upload a resume. I just searched for a resume, but I didn't find anything on my machine or in my machine. So let's go to Google, let's search for GitHub resume PDF and let's click on the first link. So this is in GitHub repo. Yeah, looks fine to me. Let's download it and then let's upload it. So let me choose a file, or we can do a drag and drop. Let's drop it and let's click on upload one file. So now we have a little error. What's the problem right here? Well, it's relatively simple. If you go back to our uploading process, we have our ternary, right, where we check if we have uploaded an image. And if we have uploaded an image, then we use the image component and render the URL. But you can't really render in PDF, right? It isn't an image, it's in PDF, it does not work. So we will do something else. Again, go to my GitHub repo, go to the public folder, you will find an pdf.png. That's what we will use to render instead. So let's go to the job seeker form and let's import it at the top. Let's do an import, we will call it PDF image, and this will be from @public/pdf.png. This is now imported, and instead of now passing to our image this URL, meaning our field.value, we will just pass our PDF image. And for the alt, I will say PDF resume image. Let's save it, let's go back. That's already way better. Let's now continue and let's see. Submitting, we should get redirected. Let's see. Yeah, we got redirected. Let's open Prisma Studio. And what do we have in Prisma Studio? Job Seeker. Yes, that's what I wanted. We have a Job Seeker, guys. Let's go. And also, if we go to the user, now I can leak my email, that this is fine. You will see that first of all, the user type is Job Seeker and onboarding is completed. And if I go to the Job Seeker, we have our name, about, resume, the user relation, everything. This looks great. So this is finished. And yeah, let's stop Prisma Studio, I don't need it anymore. Let's try to reach onboarding, let's see if it works. So /onboarding, and we should get redirected to the index page. And that's what happened. This is because we already have a valid, or not a valid, but that's because we already have finished onboarding. Alright, our onboarding route is finally working. Nevertheless, there's still one problem which we have right now. As mentioned in the intro, security is a big, let's say, point in this video, and I want to emphasize it in this video. Now, how does our onboarding route work? Well, we have a form, correct? What does the form always bring with itself? Well, security issues, meaning you can make a lot of security issues, and with that, your app can get very insecure very fast. Now, our form itself is not insecure, and our server action itself is also not insecure. Nevertheless, your application pretty much can never be 100% secure. There can always go something wrong. And one thing which is quite big is, for example, XSS attacks, or for example, CRSF. Or for example, bots. So let's imagine the following. A bot signs up. So recently GitHub has gotten quite a big issue with bots. So bots can sign up to GitHub and then they spam public repos. We don't want that for Job Marshal, correct? So let's imagine the following. A bot is able to sign up to Job Marshal, and this bot is able to create a company. And then this bot will overload our database because, for example, an attacker will spam this bot 500 times to create new companies with Job Marshal. It will overload our database, our resources, stuff like that. We don't want that. We want to leave our database clean. We don't want to have any bots. We don't want to have any SQL injections, any CRSF attacks, XSS attacks. We don't want that. We want our application to be secure. And you know what? Maybe later on we want to also add rate limiting, because maybe our route handler for reason XYZ is only allowed to have 10 requests per minute. Maybe we want to add that later on. How do we do that? Well, in this video we will use Arcjet, the co-sponsor of this video. So what you can do right now is go to my YouTube description and click on the first link. Now, I have been recommending Arcjet already for a very long time. Actually, when Arcjet was still in beta and didn't really have a public offering, meaning no pricing or anything like that. And I have been already recommending it to you guys because it is a great service. But what is Arcjet? Well, Arcjet is a security platform, and the headline says already everything. Security doesn't have to be a pain. Because believe it or not, security is a huge pain. There's so many things that can go wrong, as mentioned, XSS attacks, CRSF, not enough rate limiting. Then, for example, people sign up with fake emails and everything like that. There's so many things that can go wrong. But Arcjet secures you against everything, meaning they offer bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, attack protection, data redaction, and at the end of the day, it's a developer-first approach to security. And we can again look at the features itself, or in other words, the primitives. So first of all, we have Arcjet Shield, and that's what we want to implement in a second. This protects your application against the most common attacks, including OWASP Top 10. What is OWASP Top 10? And hopefully I pronounced this correctly, but OWASP Top 10 is in library, or not in library, it's the top 10 biggest web application security risks. And this is a list which is created every year. And in this image, you see how security risks have changed 2017 compared to 2021. For example, 2017, injection was the biggest security risk. In 2021, the biggest risk is broken access control. And for example, injection, insecure design, server-side request forgery. There are a lot of things which can go wrong, as you see right here. And the nice thing is, Arcjet at the end of the day defends you against all of this automatically without you doing anything, and that's super cool. Then Arcjet also offers rate limiting, meaning for example you have a window 60 seconds, and in the 60-second window one user is allowed to create 10 requests, for example, or 20 or 30. And the nice thing is you can make it dynamic. If a user is authenticated, we could say this one authenticated user is able to do 50 requests, and this unauthenticated user is able to do 10 requests. And yeah, this is super cool. Then they also offer bot detection. That's what we will implement also in a second. And this allows you to detect bots. Because at the end of the day, you have good bots and you have bad bots. Good bots are like, for example, Google, a search engine crawler. This is nice for SEO. We want to allow a search engine crawler. But we don't want to allow a bot like, for example, OpenAI that scrapes our website and uses it for AI. Or we don't want to allow malicious bots to scrape our website. We want to only allow good bots to scrape our website or just in general interact with our website. And that's why we will add bot detection in a second. And then Arcjet offers a few other features which we won't implement in this video. Nevertheless, they are great features. Like for example, email validation. And with email validation, you can check if an email is real, meaning you can deny an email if it's a disposable email, if it has no MX records, or if it's just an invalid email. Now, in this video, I don't think that we will use it. Nevertheless, it's a great feature, especially if you have a sign-up form. And that's where we come to the next feature, sign-up form. So this is a combination of rate limiting, bot detection, and email validation. And at the end of the day, if you have a standard sign-up form where users can sign up with email and password, then this is great because you can validate the email, then you can add rate limiting and bot detection so that no bot tries to sign up. And then the last feature is PII detection, and this protects you against clients sending personal information. So let's imagine the following. You have a contact us form, and in the contact us form, a user types his credit card because of reason XYZ. You don't want that. You don't want to store this data in your database. And using this PII detection, we can detect sensitive data and we can deny it. So for example, we can deny an email or we can deny a credit card number, whatever we really want to deny. In most cases, you don't want to allow a user to type credit card data in the contact us form, so I would probably add this. But yeah, these are the features of Arcjet. They are great. I have been using Arcjet for a very long time and I can recommend it to you guys. But now, since we know what Arcjet is, let's head over to the documentation. And before we get started and implement Arcjet, I want you first of all quickly look at the architecture. So let's go to the platform in the sidebar and then to architecture. And here you will first of all see a few principles around which Arcjet has been implemented. Like for example, proper security needs the full context of your application, then that security rules should be easy to test, and that Arcjet, meaning a security platform, should not interfere with the rest of the application. Right here you see a few core primitives as mentioned, shield, rate limiting, bot protection, and stuff like that. But what we want to look at is this image. So this image shows you how Arcjet works. We have our client makes a request. Then we have our network layer, which already has some sort of DDoS and firewall protection. And this DDoS and firewall, or in other words, this network layer, should already filter out very general, let's say, attackers or malicious users. Meaning if there's a user that tries to DDoS our website, this network wall should already filter out this user, or in other words, this malicious user. Then we have our server, and then our application, our code. And Arcjet lives in our code, meaning between our server and our code. And after our network is finished and our server, Arcjet will evaluate this request, make an API request, check everything, and then say, hey, either this user was denied because reason XYZ, rate limit, bot detection, sensitive data, whatever, or Arcjet will say, hey, everything is fine, we can continue with the request. And the nice thing is, Arcjet is built on Rust, meaning everything is super fast. As you see, the evaluation is about 1 millisecond, and that's honestly nothing. And here they also have a section on how, at the end of the day, Arcjet compares to a traditional CDN security service. So traditional CDN security services are typically implemented as a reverse proxy in front of your application, meaning the security is a separate entity from your application and rules can't be adjusted dynamically because they don't have access to the full context of the request, and it can't be tested locally. As mentioned, Arcjet is different. It has the full context of the request, and it can be tested locally and adjusted dynamically. So now we know what Arcjet is and why it's so great, which means we can now get started and implement it. So let's go to the Get Started section, and we want to use Next.js. So we have a quick start guide inside of here. The first step is to create a Next.js project. We already did that. And the next step is to install Arcjet. So let's copy the installation command. Let's go back. Let's open our terminal. Let's stop the dev server and let's paste it. This will install the SDK. Then the next step is to set our environment variable, meaning we want to get our Arcjet key. For that, we have to go to the dashboard. So again, click on the first link in the YouTube description, then you will get redirected, and let's go to our accounts section. And the first thing which we have to do is of course sign in. So I will use Google. Once signed in, we will have to create our new site. And for the site name, I will just say Job Marshall. Let's create that. So now we have our dashboard right here. So let's first of all copy the name Arcjet key. I will copy it, paste it inside of here. And now if we go back to our dashboard, we can now click on copy. And if we go back, we can paste it for our Arcjet key. So now we have set that up, and let's see what the next step is. The next step is to add our rules. And what they do is they go to a route handler and then they add, for example, shield and detect bot. And this is great, this works, this is fine. But as mentioned for this video, we want to use best practices. And one best practice when using Arcjet is to create a single instance. So what we can do is scroll to the bottom in our sidebar, then let's go to SDK reference and to Next.js. Inside of here, you will see a section about configuration, and it will say, we recommend creating a single instance of the Arcjet object and reusing it throughout your application. This is because the SDK caches decisions and configuration to improve performance. So let's do that. So if you go to see our example, they will already have a code example on how to create a single instance. Nevertheless, let's do it by ourselves. So let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, then in the utils folder, and let's create an arcjet.ts file. And inside of here, we will create our single instance. So what we first of all want to do is import all of the primitives that we need. So let's do an import arcjet from @arcjet/next. And now we want to destructure all of our primitives. So let's add a comma, open our object to destructure everything. And I want to get, for example, detect bot. Then let's get fixed window. I want to also get shield. Let's maybe also get a token bucket. And you know what? Let's leave it like that. Maybe later on we want to add more primitives, but for now this should be enough. So now we want to re-export this. So let's do an export. Let's open an object and I want to just re-export all of our primitives. Let's copy them, let's paste them. And this means I want to re-export detect bot, fixed window, shield and token bucket. And this is just there to simplify our imports in our handlers. So now this is done. And now we want to create our base instance of Arcjet. So let's do an export default. This will be Arcjet, and then let's invoke it and destructure it. Inside of here, we have to pass one property, and this is the key. And the key is our environment variable. So let's do in process.env and then the name for our environment variable is Arcjet key. Let's copy it, let's paste it, and now we get one warning or one error. What's the problem? Well, Arcjet key is an environment variable, and TypeScript does not know if this environment variable is defined or not, meaning it could be a string, but it could be undefined. But we as users, as developers know that this environment variable is defined. So we can add an exclamation mark at the end. And then there's one more property which we need. This is the rules, and this is an array. So inside of here, you can predefine already primitives or rules. So whatever primitive you add to this rules array in the base instance will be persisted in every, let's say, place where you use Arcjet. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to have something predefined, and that's why I will leave it empty. Nevertheless, if you want to say, hey, on every route I want to have detect bot, then you can add it. And not on every route, I mean wherever you use Arcjet. But now we are finished with this and we can use it in our server action. So what we'll do is go above our export async function, so just at the top underneath our imports, and then we can first of all implement our rules. So let's do a constant aj, and this will be equal to Arcjet. Now please make sure that you import it from the utils and not from Arcjet/next. Then let's do a .with rule, and that's the method which we will use to add our primitives. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, the first primitive which I want to use is shield. What exactly is shield? Well, if you go to the documentation, you will see Arcjet shield protects your application against common attacks, including the OWASP top 10. And if you go to concepts, you will also see what exactly Arcjet at the end of the day blocks. So as an example, they block SQL injection, XSS, LFI, RFI, Java code injection, HTTP proxy, session fixation, and all of these cool things. Meaning one simple primitive will at the end of the day secure your whole application, or not your whole application, but wherever you use it, against the most common attacks. So let's use it. Let's again go back, and inside of here we can now get shield. This is imported from our utils. Let's invoke it and let's destructure it. Now inside of here we have to add one required property, and that's the mode. So for the mode you have two options, either dry run or live. What's the difference? Well, if you use dry run, then Arcjet won't block any requests. It will just console log them. If you use live, then it will block all requests if it thinks that the request is fraudulent. Now here's the thing, in a perfect environment, you would use in development, dry run, and in production live. But since I want to test out everything, I will use live mode. The best practice would be to use dry run in development, live in production, but nevertheless, we shouldn't have any problems with that, so let's leave it with mode live. Let's now add another rule, and I want to add detect bot. So if we go to the documentation, another primitive is bot protection. So what is that? Well, Arcjet bot detection allows you to manage traffic by automated clients and bots. As mentioned, I don't want to allow bots to really scrape my website. That's why we want to add bot detection. So after our with rule, we can chain another with rule. So let's say dot with rule, let's invoke it. And I want to say, or I want to add detect bot. Let's invoke it, let's destructure it. And we want to again add a mode. Let's say live. And then there's one more property which we have, and this is the allow array. And with that, we tell Arcjet what bots are good. As mentioned, a few good bots are, for example, Google search engine. And you can say, hey, let's allow search engines to, at the end of the day, scrape our website. Or we could say, hey, let's allow, for example, category monitor, meaning let's allow monitoring services. Or let's allow preview, meaning let's allow previews for Slack or Discord. And yeah, this is super cool. But for this example, I will leave it as an empty array, meaning I won't allow any bots to interact with our server actions. Okay, so now we have created our rules, meaning shield and detect bot. But now we want to, of course, also, at the end of the day, secure our server action, because currently we only defined our rules, but we don't check if the decision is allowed or denied. So let's go to our create company server action. Let's go underneath our require user check, but above our validate data. And let's do a constant decision, and this will be equal to await aj.protect, and let's invoke it. Now, as you see, we currently get an error, and that's because we want to pass the request object as an argument. But we don't get the request from our server action. So we can do a constant rec, and this will be equal to await request. Request is imported from arcjet/next. Let's invoke it, and then we can pass the request object as an argument. So now we have our decision. And the thing is, our decision could be either denied or allowed. It will be denied if Arcjet evaluates the user or the request to be fraudulent, meaning either the user or the request is a bot, or for example, this is some sort of an attack, XSS or CRSF or something like that. Meaning we want to do an if check, and we want to say, hey, if the decision, so let's get our decision, dot is denied, let's invoke it, then let's throw a new error. So let's say throw new error, and let's invoke it, and for the message, I will say forbidden. So let's again recap it. We have created our rules, meaning we have shield and detect bot, and they are chained, so they both run automatically. Then in our create company server action, we create a constant decision equals to aj protect, meaning we now evaluate our request. And this request could either be allowed or denied. If it's denied, we want to throw a new error. If it is allowed, then we will just continue with our server action and Arcjet won't do anything. And let's also do the same for our second server action, meaning for create job seeker. Let's go underneath our user, but above validate data, and let's copy again our code, so constant request, decision, and the if check, and let's paste it inside of here. So now we do again the same check inside of the create job seeker server action. We first of all get our request, then we get our decision, and we check if the decision is denied or allowed. And then, depending on the decision, we will either create a mutation or we will throw a new error. And you know what? Let's test it out. Let's first of all restart our dev server, so pnpm run dev. Let's go back, and to make it work, we will first of all have to again delete our user. So let's open a second terminal tab, and let's do in pnpm tlx prisma studio. So first of all, let's go to the job seeker model, and let's delete the job seeker. And then let's also go to our user model and let's delete our users. So I have now deleted both our users and our job seeker, and now I can again close Prisma Studio. Let's go back and let's do a hard refresh. Now we should see that we don't have invalid session anymore in a second and that we have to log in. So let's click on log in and let's continue with Google. So now we got redirected, everything still works as expected. Let's select company or company/organization. For the company name, Marshall LLC. For the location, let's say, for example, I don't know, Andorra. For the website, I want to have my website, so let's open it. Let me copy the URL and then let's paste it inside of here. For the Twitter account, let's leave it optional for about, hey, come and work for me, ha ha ha. Let's upload a logo. So as you see, our logo has been uploaded and now we can continue. We have our pending state and now we should get redirected. So now Arcjet should have made a decision and as you see, the decision was allowed, meaning we got redirected. We can now go to the Arcjet dashboard and now you will see a new entry. In the entry, you will see that our request has been allowed. That's because we are not in bot and because we didn't do any sort of an attack, no SQL injection or anything like that. That's why it was allowed. But if we were a bot, or for example, if we would have done an SQL injection, then of course Arcjet would deny it. Now, I won't show you how to do an SQL injection or anything like that, because I don't want to teach you something like that. Nevertheless, trust me, it will deny it if you do something like that. And yeah, this is super cool. We see it works. And in the dashboard, it will show you all of the entries. It will show you what was allowed and what was denied. If a decision was denied, it will have like a big red border or background color, and then you will see it. It's super cool. The dashboard is super quick, and you will always see why a decision was denied. So we always have a conclusion, and if it was denied, the conclusion will be denied, and then we will see also the reason. As you see, right here, everything is allowed, but if it would be disallowed, you would see why it was not allowed. And yeah, this is Arcjet. As you see, super cool product, super easy to implement, and it works, and that's super nice. And for now, we will leave this application as is, meaning we will only use Arcjet with the shield and detect bot, but as our application will progress, I will add it in more places, and later on I want to also add rate limiting, but for now there's nothing to rate limit, so that's why I didn't add it right now. But yeah, we're now finished with that. Our application is now secure, or in other words, our mutation, and now we can create a job posting, or in other words, we can now allow a company to create a new job. So let's do that. Okay, so before we go on and create our post job route, we want to first of all update our Navbar, because currently in our Navbar, there's no button to post a job, and that's not what we want. And secondly, I want to create like a user dropdown, and we don't have that. So let's do that. Let's again go back, let's open our Navbar component, and now we have our Navbar right here. So the nav element is fine, the link component is fine, all of this is fine. But after the link component, the code is not quite what we want. So I will delete everything after the link component. So this div, we will delete it. And now we only have our nav and the link component. So let's go underneath the link component and let's create a little comment. And this comment will just say, hey, this is our desktop navigation. Inside of here, let's create a div element. Let's give it a class name. And since this is a desktop navigation, I want to say on mobile, this is hidden. On MD or bigger, we will say this is flex. Then let's say items of center and gap of 5. Inside of this div, I want to first of all render our theme toggle again. We already imported that, and this is self-closing. Underneath my theme toggle, I want to render a button to post a job. So let's get the link component from next/link, it's already imported. Let's give it an href because this is required, and this will just be /post-job. And let's of course also give it in text, and we will say post job. If I save this and go back, you see, yeah, a text, post job. But I want to style it like a button. As you all know, we can use Shadcn UI for that. So let's give it a class name, and this will be button variants. We already imported that, the structured, and let's give it a size of LG, meaning our button will be a bit bigger. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Then let's continue. Underneath my link, I want to now render either a login button or a user dropdown. So let's get our session.user and let's use in ternary. If we have a user, then let's render a p tag and let's say user dropdown. If we don't have a user, then let's use a colon, and I want to return a link again. And for the link, let's say login. Let's give the link an href. This will be /login, and let's also give it a class name, and this will again be button variants. Let's invoke it, let's destructure it, let's give it a variant, and this variant will be outline. And then let's for now save it. And let's go back and let me spell outline correctly. So outline, let's again go back and we see user dropdown. That's because we have a valid session. For now, let's also add for our link, so the login link and size, because the post job also has a size. And for the size, this is LG. And now we want to create our user dropdown, meaning for the user dropdown, I want to have a dropdown which will render the username, then 2 links and the logout button. So let's go to our Explorer, let's go to our components, and let's go into the general folder. And in the general folder, let's create a user dropdown.tsx. Since the user dropdown is a component, we want to do an export function user dropdown. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let's do a return statement. Let's return a drop-down menu. Again, please make sure that you import everything from your components. Then in the drop-down menu, we will have a drop-down menu trigger, and this is what the user will click to open the drop-down menu content. Now, what do we want to render in the drop-down menu trigger? Well, I want to render a button, and the button will be the user image. So let's get our button component from our components, and in the button, I want to render an avatar. Now currently we don't get an avatar, so let's go to UI-Shadcn.com and let's search for the avatar component. The avatar component allows you to render an image, an headshot, and that's what we want to render. So let's copy the installation command. Let's open our terminal. Let's first of all stop Prisma Studio. I don't need it anymore. Let's stop the dev server and let's paste it. Okay, so our avatar has been installed. Let's again restart our dev server and now we can use our avatar. So let's get our avatar from our components. Let's open it, and in the avatar, I want to render my avatar image. So let's get it from the components, and this will be self-closing. Now for the avatar image, we want to pass in source. For now, let's leave it like an empty string, and let's also pass an alt and let's say profile image. Then underneath the avatar image, I want to render an avatar fallback. This avatar fallback will be rendered if there's no image. So let's import it, and let's for now just say Jan, uppercased. So now this already looks quite fine. Let's save it, let's go back to our Navbar, and instead of rendering in p tag, we can get our user dropdown from the components. This is self-closing, let's save it, let's go back, and now we should see something. So let's do a hard refresh, and as you see, we get one error. If I click on the error, that's because in HTML, button cannot be descendant of button. What's the problem? So first of all, we have this problem, and secondly also, this looks ugly. So let's fix both of these problems. If we go to the user dropdown, we have the dropdown menu trigger, and then we have the button component. Dropdown menu trigger renders as button in the DOM. The button component also renders as button in the DOM. And the error says, hey, you can't have two buttons, meaning a button cannot be a descendant of button. What we can do to fix that is add an asChild property to our dropdown menu trigger. Then for our button, we can give it a variant, and this will be ghost. Let's also add a class name, and this will be height of auto, padding of 0, and hover of BG transparent. If I now save this and again go back, you see, yeah, this looks quite nice. That's what we wanted. Now next to the avatar, I want to also render like a chevron down icon. So let's go underneath the avatar, but let's stay in the button itself, and let's get the chevron down. Let's spell this correctly, chevron down. Let's import it, and let's first of all give it a size. This will be 16. Then let's do a stroke width. Let's say 2. And let's of course add a class name. And for the class name, I want to give it like a margin left of 2 and an opacity of about 60%. So let's select 60. I want to go back and yeah, this looks beautiful. Now you could say margin left of 1, but I think margin left of 2 works quite good. So we can now go back and I want to now create drop-down menu content. So underneath the drop-down menu trigger, let's create drop-down menu content. So I will import it, let's open it, and inside of here, the first thing which I will have is my drop-down menu label. So let's get the drop-down menu label, let's import it, and in the drop-down menu label, I want to just render my name. So I will for now get a span element and I will say Jan Marshall. If I go back and click on this, you see, we have drop-down menu content. Now my name is not really styled, it does not look very nice, so let's fix that. Let's go back and for my span element, let's give it a class name and we will say text of SM, font of medium, and text of foreground. Then for my drop-down menu content, I want to also add a width. So let's do a class name of width 48, and this corresponds to almost 200 pixels. This means if I go back, it now takes a bit of a bigger width. But now we have a new problem. You see this drop-down menu content is currently aligned to the middle, meaning to the middle of this button. This is fine, but I don't like it. So we can change the alignment. In the drop-down menu content, let's say for align that this will be end. And if I go back, you see, yeah, this is already way better. So let's now continue. We render our name. Let's also render our email, meaning let's get another span element. For the email, I will just type my email. Please don't write me any emails. Thank you. And let's give it a class name of text XS. And I want to also change the color and make it grayish. So I will say text muted off foreground. If I again go back and click on the drop down, okay, this kinda looks a bit weird. What's the problem? Well, this is currently aligned horizontally, meaning a flex alignment, but this should be flex column. So for our drop-down menu label, we can give it a class name of flex of column, and let's save it. If I again go back, you see that's exactly what I wanted. Great, so we are finished with our label. Let's now continue with our items. So underneath the drop-down menu label, but still in the content, we can get drop-down menu group. Let's import it, let's open it, and in the drop-down menu group, we will have a drop-down menu item. Let's import it, and in the drop-down menu item, I want to render a link component, imported from Next.js/link. Since we render a component in this drop-down menu item, we want to give the drop-down menu item a property which is as child, so that we don't get any errors. And then for the link, we want to pass an href, and this will be for our favorites, so let's say /favorites. And then in the link, I want to render an icon. What icon do I want to render? I want to get the heart icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's give it a size of 16. Then I want to have a stroke width, and this will be again 2. And I want to have an opacity of about 60%. So let's add a class name, and this will be of opacity and then -60. Corresponding to 60%. If I again go back, you now see this heart. That's nice, but this heart does not tell us what it does. Meaning, I want to have like a name, a text, saying something like saved jobs or favorites or something like that. So let's go back, and then underneath the heart, but still in the link, we can add a span, and I will say something like favorite jobs. Yeah, I think that's fine. If I go back, you see, yeah, that's exactly what we needed. But here's one problem. We don't have any separator between our label and our content. So what I can do is go above my drop-down menu group. So we are now between the drop-down menu label and the group, and then we can add a drop-down menu separator. This is imported from our components. And if I go back, you now see a nice separator line. Let's now create our next link. So I will just copy the drop-down menu item one time, and let's paste it down below one more time. Instead of redirecting to favorites, I want to redirect to my jobs. So let's get my jobs. Instead of saying favorite jobs, I want to say my job listings. And instead of rendering a heart icon, let's get a layers 2 icon. Let's import that. Let's go back. And yeah, this is nice. There's one more link which I want to render, and that's for the user to log out. So let's again go back to our code base, and I want to go underneath the drop-down menu group. Let's again render a drop-down menu separator. This is self-closing, and underneath the drop-down menu separator, we can render a drop-down menu item, and this will be for our logout link as mentioned. So let's give it an asChild property, and in the drop-down menu item, I want to render a form element. So this form will handle our mutation, but for now, let's leave it empty. In the form, I want to render a button, and in the button, I want to render a logout icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and this is self-closing. Let's again give it a size of 16. Of course, I want to add a stroke width of 2, and I want to add a class name, which will again be opacity of 60. Then after my logout icon, I want to render a span, and I want to just say log out. If I now save this and again go back, you see, yeah, not quite. This is now aligned not horizontally, but in a column, meaning vertically. And that's not what I want. I want to align it horizontally. So let's go back. And for the button, I want to give it a class name of flex, width of full, items of center, and gap of 2. If I save this and again go back, you see, yeah, that's what I wanted. But if I click on the button, we do a get request. And that's because we don't have a form action. So let's change it. For the form, we want to pass an action. And then for the action, I want to have an async arrow function. So let's open it. And inside of here, I will have an inline server action. So let's say use server. And then we can say await sign out. Sign out is imported from our auth file, meaning from the utils folder. Let's import it. Let's invoke it, the structured, and let's pass in redirect to, and I want to redirect the user to the index page. And this shouldn't be redirect, but redirect to. Redirect is deprecated, don't use it, use redirect to. And to be honest, I think that's all. So I will save it, I will go back, and I will click on log out, and we should get redirected. Or in other words, we should get signed out. And that's what happened, meaning we don't have a valid session anymore. Let me again log in. Nice, I got redirected. We have our dropdown as you see. And instead of hard coding our data, I want to get live data, meaning the user data. So above our export function, we can create an interface. I will call it iappprops. Let's open it. In our iappprops, we will get a few properties, or in total 3 properties, the email, name, and image. So for the email, this will be of type string. Then for the name, this will be of type string. And we will get an image of type string, or number. No, it's string. So now we have our interface, meaning in our params, we can destructure them, and this will be of type iappprops. Then where it is structured, I will get my email, I will get my name, and of course, my image. So now we have all of our values. And if I go to my navbar, we have an error. Why do we have an error? Well, that's because we are missing 3 properties, the email, image, and name. Let's pass our email. This will be our session.user.email. Then we also have our image, and this will be equal to our session.user.image. And then the last value is our name, and this will be our session.user.name, as you all know. As you see, we currently get 3 errors, and that's because email, name, and image in theory could be undefined, but I know that it's defined. So I can just say as string, and let's add it for both properties, or for all 3 properties, as string, and also here as string. If I now save this error goes away, and then in the user dropdown, we can now use our email, image, and name. So instead of hard coding Jan Marshall, let me get my name. So name. Then instead of hard coding my email, let's delete it, and let's get our email. And instead of hard coding, or instead of passing an empty string for our image, let's pass our image. And then there's one more thing left, and that's for our avatar fallback. And I want to just render one letter. So I want to get my name, then .char add, let's invoke it, and let's pass 0, meaning we will get the first character inside of this word. So for myself, this will be J. If you're called Peter, then it will be P. And if I again go back, you now see an image, you see my name, my email, and then you see a few links. So to make post the job work, we want to first of all, of course, create the route. So let's do that. Let's go back to our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder and in the main layout. And then inside of here, we want to create a new folder, and this will be post-job. And then in the post-job, let's create a page.tsx, not a tsxb, but a standard tsx. Then inside of here, since this is a route, let's do an export default function. Let's call it something like post job page. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, a div element, and we want to create a grid layout. So let me show you it in a diagram. So for my post job, we will have our screen, right? And then inside of here, we will of course have our navbar. And then on the left side, I want to have my main form. And on the right side, I want to have like an, I don't know how you would call it, like an testimonial section. We would show like icons or logos from companies. We would show like reviews like, hey, this is the best platform ever, blah, blah, blah. Now, how would you create such a layout? Meaning that something like this takes about 70% of width and this about 30% of width. Well, in theory, you could do that with flex. So you would say flex, and then you would give this in width of 70 and this in width of 30. This would work, but it's easier to do the same thing with grid. So let's give our div element a grid or a layout, or first of all, a class name. And then let's say, hey, we want to have grid. On a mobile device, we want to have grid columns of 1. On an LG device, meaning a desktop device, let's say grid columns of 3. And let's also give it a gap of 4 and margin top of 5. So what we will do is that we will give our first element, our card, so the form itself, a call span of 2. And then our testimonial section will have a call span of 1, meaning 70, 30. And then we have our gap. So at the end, it will probably be something like 68% and 28 or something like that, or 32, I'm not sure. Yeah, something like that. So now in this div element, we can create our first, let's say, card component. Let's get it from the components. Let's also do a card header. And in the card header, let's just render in card title. And I will say, hey, this is the form. And for our card, as mentioned, we want to give it a call span. So let's give it a class name of, first of all, call span 1 on a mobile device, but on LG or bigger, this will be call span of 2. And then underneath this card, we can render a div element. And for this div element, we will say class name of call span 1. And if I again go back and let's go to our web application, let's click on post job, you see, hey, this is the form. And as you see, the width is about 70%. It's a bit smaller, so probably like 68 point something, but nevertheless, you see the layout. So let's continue with our testimonial section. In the div, let's get a card component. In the card, I want to have a card header. Then in the card header, I want to have a card title. In the card title, let's say trusted by industry leaders. Then underneath the card title, I want to get a card description. Let's import it. And I want to say something like join thousands of companies hiring top talent. So I hope I spelled everything correctly. I'm not sure, but you know what? Let's save it and let's go back. So now we have our card header, meaning we have our card title and then the card description. Let's update our card title quickly. Let's give it a class name of TextXL, meaning that the text should be a bit bigger. And I think that's fine. So we are finished with our card header. Let's now render our card content. So underneath the card header, we will have card content. This is imported from our components. And in the card content, the first thing which I want to render is company logos. So let's create a comment and I will say company logos. And we want to first of all create an array with our company logos. So let's go above our export function and let's do a constant companies, and this is equal to an array. In the array, we will have an object. We will have an ID of 0. We will have a name. This will be the company name of Arcjet. And we will have a logo. And for the logo, I want to get my Arcjet logo. So if you downloaded my repo, you will find an Arcjet logo and you will also find an Inngest logo. And we want to use both of these logos. So let's import them on top. Let's say first of all import Arcjet logo, and this will be from, so let's get a string at public/logo, or not logo but arcjet.jpg. And let's get the ingest logo. So let's say import ingest logo from @public/ingest-local.png. And now we can use it. So for this first item, this will be the Arcjet logo. Then let's create another object. This will be an ID of 1. Let's give it a name. This will be ingest. So let's say ingest. Let's pass in logo, and this will be ingest logo. And in total, I want to have 6 objects. So let's again copy the Arcjet object. Let's paste it down below. Let's give it an ID of 2. Then let's copy the ingest object. Let's paste it. This will have an ID of 3. And let's again copy the Arcjet object. I will paste it down below. The ID is 4. And then I can again copy my ingest object, paste it down below, and the ID will be 5. So now we have our companies. Let's now go back and now we can map over them. So in the card content, underneath our comment, we can first of all get a div element because we want to create a layout. And this will be a grid layout with 3 columns. So let's give the div a class name of grid, grid calls of 3, and I want to have a gap of 4. Then in the div, I want to finally map over my data. So let's get our companies.map. Then I want to get my company as a param, and I will return everything. Inside of this mapping, I want to create a div. For the div, we currently get an error. Why do we have an error? Well, that's because we're missing one property, and that's the key property. So as you all know, when we map over data in React, we have to pass a key, and the key has to be unique. Now, if we look at our array, what value is unique? Well, the ID is unique, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's say company, not companies, but company.id. Then in this div element, I want to now render my image. So let's get our image component from next/image, and let's pass it in source. For the source, this will be the company.logo. Let's pass it in alt. This will be the company name. So company.name. Then we have a width. For the width, this will be 80. For the height, what do you think? Well, again, 80. And the last thing which I want to have is a class name of rounded.lg. I can now save this, and if I go back, you see a lot of logos. This looks cool. But I want to have like a nice animation, like in hover state. So let's again go back. In our class name, we can say opacity, and the initial opacity will be, I think, 75. That's fine. Then we can do a transition, and this will be opacity. And when the user hovers, we want to say opacity 100. So now we have a nice animation. So let's first of all say 100. And if I go back, you'll see if I hover over it, we have this nice little animation. Let's go to light mode, and now you see it a bit better. So I think we can leave it like that. Let's again go to dark mode. And the next thing which I want to render is our testimonials, or are our testimonials. So for that, we can go underneath the div, but still in the card content. And let's render another div element. Inside of here, I want to map over my testimonials, but we currently don't have any testimonials. So let's go back above our export default function, and let's create a constant testimonials, and this will be equal to an array, an empty array. Inside of here, we want to create an object. and we want to have a few properties. First of all, the quote. For the quote, I will just copy paste that. You can just go to ChatGPT and say, hey, write some quote for a job application service. I just say, hey, we found our ideal candidate within 48 hours of posting. The quality of applicants was exceptional. Then we want to have an author. This is the name. So I will just say Sarah Chen. And then the last thing which we have is our company, or the company of the poster. And you know what, you can say whatever you want. I will just say Tech Corp, some sort of fake name, but you can change it if you want to. So I will now add 2 more testimonials. I will just go to ChatGPT, create some, and you can do the same. So I was now at ChatGPT, I created 2 more testimonials. Now we say here, the platform made hiring remote talent incredibly easy, highly recommend. Then we have the author, we have the company, and the same thing here, a quote, author, and company. So we're finished with that, and we can now use our testimonials, map over them, and render them. So in the div element, let's get our testimonials. Let's do a .map, and I want to get my testimonial. Then let's return it, and inside of here, I want to render in block quote. Let's open it. As you see, we get an error. Why do we have an error? You should already know the answer yourself. We are missing a key iterator. So let's pass in key. But does our testimonial have a unique key? I mean, yeah, it has unique keys at the end of the day. The author name is never the same. We could add that, or we could just get the index. Now here's the thing. Indexes are something which you should limit the use of. So the best practice is always to use an ID, as we did with our companies. So for our companies, we had an ID. For our testimonials, we don't have an ID. So I will use the index. This is just the array, meaning each value will get an array iterator, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. As mentioned, this isn't a best practice, but this is fine in this example because this is statically rendered. What I mean with that is we don't update the length, or not the length, but we don't update the array. It can't change. We have this array, and this array will stay as it is, meaning we will have 3 quotes with all of this text. Nothing will change. If this array would be dynamic, meaning we could add more testimonials, we could add more authors and stuff like that, then you would want to have a unique key, a unique ID. But in this example, it's fine to use the index. So before you scream at me in the comments, you can listen to this. Okay, now inside of our block quote, I want to add an p tag, and I want to render our testimonial quote. So let's get strings, and I want to get my testimonial.quote. Currently we get an error, don't worry about that. Let's go back, and now we see, okay, 1, 2, 3 quotes. This is nice. But first of all, I think it's a bit too big. We don't have any padding to the top. The color is too light. I want to have a grayish color, all of this. So let's first of all fix the error. So this is again ESLint. To fix it, we can again click on quick fix, and I want to just disable React, no unscaped, blah, blah, blah. So this is the last result above show documentation. Let's click that, and now we don't have an error anymore. And on top, we now have ESLint, disable, no unescaped entities. That's great. Now let's style it. So for the p tag, I want to have a class name of first of all text sm to make it a bit smaller, and text of muted foreground. And if we save it and go back, you will see, yeah, this is already a bit better, but it isn't perfect. I don't know, the font isn't the correct font. I want to have a different font. I want to have the italic font. So let's say italic, let's go back, and yeah, this already looks way more like a quote. Let's now continue. I want to also render the testimonial author name and the company. So underneath the p tag, we can get a footer. So let's get the footer element, and we can render first of all in dash. Then I want to get the testimonial.author, then in comma, and I want to get the testimonial.company. If we again go back, we'll see, yeah, again, it's fine, but it could be better. So let's add a class name to the footer, and this will be margin top of 2 to have some spacing, text of small, and font of medium, so to have a bigger font weight of 600. If you again go back, you see, okay, you know, it's already taking shape, it's already better, but it isn't perfect. So let's go to our block quote element, let's give it a class name, and I want to have a border to the left side. So we can do a border of L2, and this means we have a border left with a width of 2 pixels. And if I go back, you see, okay, we have a border, but this does not look nice. We want to change the color. Let's say border of primary, and let's do a padding left of 4 to see the border. And if I again go back, we will see, okay, this is a bit better. But now we are missing some space between our quotes, between our testimonials. So let's go to the wrapper div, and then in the wrapper div, we can give it a class name of space y4. And if I again go back, you will see, yes, that's already looking way nicer. Great. But now we have another problem. You see, we have our testimonials, right? Or not our testimonials, we have our logos. And then we have our testimonials, but there's no spacing in between. That's not what I want. So let's fix it. Let's go to the card content, let's add a class name, and this will be space y of 6. If I again go back, yes, that's what I wanted. And now there's only one more thing which I want to render, and that's stats. So let's go back. Let's go underneath this div element and underneath this div element, so just above our card content, and let's again create a comment. And I want to say, hey, we will render stats here. And inside of here, let's again create a div element. This will be the wrapper div. So let's give it a class name, and I want to create a grid layout. So let's say grid columns of 2, and let's give it a gap of 4. And inside of here, we want to map over our stats. So let's again create an array. Let's do a constant stats. This will be equal to an empty array. Inside of here, we will have an object, and this will have a value. Or let's first of all create an ID of 0. Then we will have a value, and we will say 10k plus. And we want to also pass a label, and we will say monthly active job seekers. Now, of course, this is not true. We have 0 users, but hey, fake it till you make it. Then let's create our next object. ID of 1, value of 48 hours, so 48h. And then let's create a label, and we will say average time to hire. Let's create another object. Let's have an ID of 2. Let's give it a value of 95%. Let's have a label, and for the label, I will say employer satisfaction rate. And let's create one more object, ID of 4, or not 4, of 3. Let's give it a value of 500 plus, so string 500 plus. And let's give it a label. And for the label, I want to say companies hiring remotely. Okay, great, this is finished. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 stats, and now we can render them. So let's go to our div element and let's map over them. So let's get our stats, then let's do a dot map. As in param, I want to get my stat itself, and then let's return it. Inside of here, I want to render a div element. For this div, we have to pass a key, and this will be our stat dot, what is it? It's the ID, because the ID is unique. Inside of the div, I want to render a p tag, and this will be for the value. Or instead of a p tag, let's maybe say h4, and then we can say, hey, I want to get my stat.value. Let's add a class name, or for now, let's save it. Let's go back, and if you scroll to the bottom, you have the stats. Yeah, I mean, I guess they are fine, but they could be a bit better. So let's again go back, and let's add a class name for the h4, and I want to have text of 2XL and font of bold. And then under the h4, I want to render a p tag, and I want to get my stat.label. For the p tag, let's create a class name. This will be text of small. And then for the color, I want to have a grayish color. So text of muted foreground. If you again go back, you will see, yeah, this is quite nice. But still something looks off. Something is missing. Maybe a background color. Yeah, I think so. So for the div element, let's add a class name of rounded LG, BG of muted, and padding of 4. And if I again go back, you'll see, you know what, this looks beautiful. That's what I wanted. So we are finished with the right side, with the, I will call it an testimonial section. And now we want to create our form, the left side. How do we do that? Well, to create it, we will have to create a separate component. Why is that? Well, this page.tsx is a server component, and our form will need a JavaScript bundle, meaning we will create a separate component, mark it as useClient, and then create a form. And I can't make this a useClient component because later on we will fetch data inside of here, and if you fetch data, you need a server component. Okay, so now we understand that. Let's open our Explorer, let's go to the components, to our forms, and I want to create a new file, and this will be create_job_form.tsx. So let's start off fresh. Let's do an export function. This will be the create_job_form. So let's spell it correctly, let's invoke it, and let's open it. Inside of here, I want to create a return statement, and now we want to return our form, right? Before we do that, let's first of all test it out. So let's say h1 hello, and I want to render this form inside of my page.tsx. So instead of rendering this whole card component, we will just render a create job form. This is imported from our forms, meaning from our components, and this is self-closing. If I again go back, you see, hello. Our layout is currently a bit weird. That's because we are missing this call span, but we will add it in a second. Before we add call span, we first of all have to create a Prisma schema or a Prisma model. What do I mean with that? Well, inside of here, we want to render the form component, right? So we can do a return statement, and I want to render the form component from our components. And as you see, we get an error. That's because inside of here, we want to spread our form. This is our internal state. But we don't get a form. And to get a form, we have to, first of all, initialize useForm. To initialize useForm, we need a resort schema, in other words, a Prisma schema. Let's again look at our create job form, or not create job form, but at our company form. You will see we have our useForm hook and we have our sort schema. So let's start with our Prisma schema, and after that we will create our sort schema, then the UI, then the server action, then Stripe, then Inngest, and then we will be finished with that. So to create our job post, let's go to schema, or let's go to Prisma, and in that sense to our schema, and let's create a model. Let's call it job post. Let's open it, and as you all know, we need a primary key, meaning the ID. So let's give it an ID of string, @ID, @default, and UUID. Then in the job post, we want to get the job title, because a user can be a junior engineer, a senior engineer, or not a contractor, but I guess an accountant. We need a job title. So this is of type string. Then we have an employment type, because a user could be a full-time employee, part-time, contract, internship, something like that. So let's again say type of string. Then we have the location. So the job post could be for everybody, meaning remote, but it could be for only one specific region, Germany or the US. That's why we need a location. This is of type string. Then we have our salary from. So we will have an, like a salary range, meaning the employer has to select a min and a max salary. So as an example, the minimum could be 50,000 and then the maximum 100,000, depending on what the user or the employer selects. Now, what type is this? Is this string, int, boolean, I don't know, JSON? What is this? Well, this is an int because we want to store a number, a salary, and this is always a number. Then we have our salary, so salary2. This is an int. Then we have our job description. What is our job description? An int, an array, what is it? Well, it's in string. So let's get our string. Then we have our listing duration. So as you all know from the demo, the user will later on, or the employer will be able to select a listing duration. For example, 7 days, 30 days, and 60 days. This is an example. And then this employer will pay for the duration. The longer the duration, the more the user or the employer has to pay. And then we will use Inngest to create a long-running task and stuff like that. Now, what type is listing duration? Well, it's an int, because inside of here, we will store the number, 7 days, 30 days, 60 days, 100 days, whatever. Then underneath our listing duration, we will have the benefits. So the employer will be able to select benefits. For example, 401k, time off, I don't know, In Germany, we would say you will have free food, great benefit, right? I'm joking. Germany is a topic for itself. Okay, I want to create benefits. That's what I want to do. And what type is benefits? So an employer will be able to select multiple benefits, meaning it will be an array. And what type or what children will the array have? Well, it will have strings, meaning at the end of the day, we will have something like this. And we will say, here, this is 401k, then, I don't know, free food and stuff like that. So array string. And to create that in Prisma, we can say string of type array. And now we are finished with that. Let's continue. What else do we have? We have a status. So our job post has 3 status types: draft, active, and expired. When the user posts the job for the first time, the status will be draft, because we first of all have to listen for the webhook or a webhook event from Stripe to know that the payment was successful. If the payment was successful, then the status will be active. And then once our listing duration days has passed, meaning for example 30 days, Inngest will notify us and we will set the status to expired, and we won't render this job post anymore. So instead of saying this is type string, we want to create an enum because we want to have type safety. So let's do an enum of job post status, and this will be either draft, or it could be active, or it could be expired. And then our status will be equal to our job post status. Nice. Let's of course also add an add default, because the default will be draft. Let's continue. I want to now add 2 more properties, and that's the created add and updated add timestamp. So let's get created add. This is of type datetime at default now. And let's create our updated add, and this is of type datetime at default, or not at default, but at updated add. So we are now finished with our core properties, with our core fields. And we are missing one more thing. We want to create a relation. So let's look at our models. We have a user model, we have a company model, we have a session model. With what model do we want to relate job post? And to be honest, we only have like 2 models which could work. Either the user model or the company model. Now, in your opinion, what would make more sense? A user or a company? Well, to me, the model or the company model makes the most sense, because the company model pretty much guarantees to us that the user has a user type of company. And now what relation do we have? One-to-one, meaning one company can only post one job, or many-to-many, or one-to-many. Well, one-to-many makes the most sense, because one company can create many job postings, but each job posting is related to one specific company. So how do you create a one-to-many relationship between our company and our job post? Well, with Prisma, it's super simple. Let's go to our model company, let's go underneath the X account, and I want to say, hey, we will have job post, and this will be of type job post. If I would save this, this would be a one-to-one relationship. We want to have a one-to-many relationship. So let's append an array symbol, and if I save this, we will have a one-to-many relationship which will auto-generate. So if I go to the model job post, we now have our foreign key inside of here, meaning our foreign key is the company ID, and we reference the primary key from our company, meaning the ID. And also one thing, let's delete these question marks. This isn't optional, this is required, so we can delete this. And I think we're finished, to be honest. So we have our model, we have our relation, we have our fields. I think that's all. So let me just check my grammar, and then we can push our schema. Okay, so my grammar looks fine to me. So let's open our terminal, let's stop our dev server, this is super important, and let's do in pnpm tlx prisma db push to sync our database with our Prisma schema. As you see, this was successful, and our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. What I want to now do is create a sort schema, and then we can finish off our UI. Okay, so to continue, let's first of all restart our dev server. Let's go to our sort schemas file, and what do we want to do? We want to create a new sort schema, as we all know. So let's do an export constant job, or not job, or job, yeah, let's call it job schema, why not? and this will be equal to z.object. Let's invoke it and let's destructure it. So inside of here, we can add all of our fields, all of our properties. And you know what? Let's open our schema on the left side, our sort schemas on the right side, and let's do a bit of copy pasting. We have a job title. Let's paste it. This is of type z.string, because what is a job title? A string. Let's do a dot minimum, so further validation. We want to have at least 2 characters. And for the error message, I will say job title must be at least 2 characters long. Yeah, I think that's fine. Then let's create our second field. This is our employment type. This is of type string. So z.string, let's invoke it. Let's do dot minimum 1. And for the error message, I will just say, please select an employment type. Okay, let's continue with the next field. This will be the location. I will copy it, paste it, and the location is string, meaning z.string, let's invoke it, and then dot minimum, 1 character. And for the error message, I will say, please select location. Okay, I want to continue with the next field. This is the salary from. This is a number, meaning z.number. Let me invoke it, and then dot min and dot minimum will be 1. And for the message, I will say something like salary from is required. And then I want to have a salary too. So I will copy it, paste it, and this is of type z.number. Let's invoke it, dot minimum 1. And for the error message, salary 2 is required. Okay, this is finished. Nice. The next field is the job description. I will copy it, paste it, z.string, I will invoke it, and then dot minimum, and for the dot minimum 1 is enough. For the message, I will say something like, job description is required. Then I want to get my listing duration. I will copy it, paste it. What is the listing duration? Well, the listing duration is a number, meaning z.number, and then let's invoke it, and then dot minimum 1, and for the message, something like listing duration is required should work. The next value which we have is benefits, and benefits is an array. So how do you create an array with sort? Well, it's relatively simple. It's in z.array. Now, as we know, let's first of all invoke it. Our array will have children which are strings, meaning in the array we can say z.string. So z.string, and then I can invoke it. And then for our array, I want to do further validation. So let's go out of these parentheses, and then let's do dot minimum 1. And for the message, I don't know, please select at least 1 benefit, because my God, if a company does not have 1 benefit, then they probably shouldn't post a job with job marshal. Okay, we have our benefits, and in theory, we are kind of finished with this. Nevertheless, we still have our company data, company name and stuff like that. So let's go to the company model, and then you'll see we have company name, location, about, logo, blah, blah, blah. Let's also have it in the sort schema. So let's get a company name. This will be of type z.string, dot minimum, again 1, and for the message, company name is required. Then the next field is the location. For the location, this will be of type z.string. Let's invoke it, not string object, but string. I will invoke it, dot minimum 1, and for the message, again, location is required. Then I want to have the about section. So I will say company, about, and this is of type z.string and dot minimum, I don't know, maybe 10? Yeah, 10 characters. And for the message, company description is required. Also, this shouldn't be location, but this should be company location. So let's say company location. And instead of saying location, let's say company location is required. Then we have our logo. So let's get the company logo. This will be of type z.string. I will invoke it, dot minimum 1, and for the message, logo is required. And then we have two more things, meaning the website and the X account. So let's first of all get the company website. This will be of type z.string. I will invoke it dot minimum 1, and for the message, company website is required. And then the last field is our X account. So I will say company X account, and let me of course spell it correctly, my god, company X account. And this is of type z.string, and we want to make it optional. So let's invoke it and dot optional. Why is it again optional? Well, that's because in our schema, in our Prisma schema, we added a question mark, and a question mark means optional. Okay, so this looks quite good, and I think that's all, to be quite honest with you. Let me close this schema. Is everything spelled correctly? Job title, employment type, location, salary from, salary to, job description, yep. This looks good to me. So what we can now do is go back to our create job form, and then in the create job form, we can finally initialize our use form hook. So above the return statement, let's do a constant form. This will be equal to use form. Use form is imported from React hook form. Then let's invoke it, and that's the structured. So where is the structured, I want to get my resolver. And this will be equal to our sort resolver, which we import from hook form /resolver/sort. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, I want to pass my job schema. Then after my resolver, I want to get my default values. And for the default values, if I click on Control Spacebar, we don't get any types. And here's my question to you. How do you fix that? You should now all remember that a light bulb should turn on, something like that. You should know how to fix this problem. So for our use form, we want to add a generic. That's how you fix it. What's the generic? Well, this will be z.infer. We want to import sort, so let's do an import. Let's the structured, and this will be from sort. And then we have z.infer, and this will be a generic type of job schema. And now if I click on Control Spacebar, I get all of my types. And again, we have controlled inputs. What does this mean? Well, we want to add default values. Let's start with the benefits. This is an empty array. We don't have any. Then we have our company about. For now, an empty string. Then we have the company location. For now, an empty string. Then I have my company name. For now, an empty string. Company website, empty string. What else do we have? Company X account, empty string. Everything is an empty string. So I will just write everywhere an empty string, just not for the benefits. Benefits is an empty array. So let's go with the job title, empty string. Then we have our listing duration. The listing duration isn't a string. The listing duration is a number, and the initial value will be 30. I will come to the number a bit later on, but for now, let's leave it at 30. And then we have our location, empty string. We have our salary from. This is again a number, meaning 0. And we have our salary to, which is also 10. No, I'm joking, 0. Okay, we have now created all of our default values. That's nice. And now we can use our form to create the UI. So for the form component, we want to spread our form. So ... form. In the form component itself, we can now render our native form element. Let's delete the action, we will add it at the end. And for the form, I want to also create a layout. So here's the thing, as you can remember, we had this call span layout, right? On a mobile screen, we want to take the whole width. But on a medium device or on a desktop screen, we want to take about 70%. In other words, 2 columns. So we can go to our form, we can add a class name of call span1 on a mobile screen, and then on LG or bigger, this will be of call span2. And what layout will our form have? Well, it will be flex column. So I will say flex of column, and gap of 8 to have some spacing. In the form, I want to get my card from my components, then my card header. And in the card header, I want to get my card title. So for the card title, I will just say job information. Yeah, that's fine. Then underneath my card header, I want to render my card content. And let's save it for now and let's go back. What do we have? Let's do a hard refresh. We should see something. Let's see. We get an error. What's the problem? Well, we are using the useForm hook. The useForm hook relies on a JavaScript bundle. What does this mean? Well, we want to mark this component as useClient. So let's mark it as useClient. And if I go back, this error should go away. And yes, that's exactly what happened. We have our job information title and then our card content. So let's continue. In our card content, we can render a div element. And now here's the thing. So let's again go back to Eraser and let me show it to you in a diagram. So this is our Navbar, this is our testimonials, and this is our form. For our form, we currently have like a little card title. And now I want to create a grid layout, meaning we want to have our first input, which should take 1/2, meaning the width, and our second input, which should also take 1/2 of the width. So 50-50. So let's go back and let's do that. In this div element, I want to create a class name, and this will be grid, and we will say, hey, on a mobile screen, grid columns of 1, but on a screen which is empty or bigger, this will be grid columns of 2. And let's also say gap of 6. And if I save it and go back, nothing will change, but now we have a grid layout. So I can go back, and then in this div, we can now render our form field. Let's get it from our components. This is self-closing. And for the form field, we have to add a few properties. First of all, our control. This is for internal state. This will be equal to form.control. Then we have our name, and this is our job title. And if you click on Control spacebar, you also get the types. Then we have our render prop function. As you know, this is an inline callback function which we return. So this is what we do, as you see. And then for our param, we can destructure it and we can get our field. And this is again TypeScript, so you can click on Control spacebar and you will get the field. Again, if you forgot how this works, then either go back to when we created our company form or go to the documentation of Shadcn UI, and then you will again see how it works internally. So in this form field, we want to now render a form item. Let's import it. In the form item, we have a form label. So let me import the form label, and for the form label, I will say job title. Then underneath the form label, I will get form control for my components. In form control, I will get an input from my components. This is self-closing. And for the input, I want to add a placeholder. So I will say job title. And since we want to connect our input to right here React hook form, we want to again combine the state. Meaning inside of here, we want to spread our field. And we get our field from the render prop function. Okay. Now there's one more thing missing. This is the form message. So underneath form control, we can get form message. This is the error message. This is self-closing, and if I go back, you see the job title. Nice. The next thing which I want to render is for our employment type. So I want to copy my form field and I want to paste it down below. So for the name, this won't be job title, this will be employment type. Then for the label, this won't be job title, but it will be employment type. And then for now, let's delete the form control, and underneath the form label, I want to get my select component. Let's import it from Shadcn UI, from our components. And for our select, we want to make the state work, right? Meaning we have to add the onValue change and the default value properties. Let's add the onValue change, and this will be equal to our field.onChange. And then we have our default value, which will be equal to our field, and this will be .value. Okay, so now our state is connected. Nice. In the select, we get our form control. And in the form control, and we have to also close this, so let's close it. And then in the form control, we get our select trigger. Let's import it again from the components, and I think from now on I won't say it anymore. If you have an error, then please check the import statement that it's from the components and not from Redux UI. In the select trigger, I will get a select value, and let's import it. This is self-closing, and let's give it a placeholder. And for the placeholder, I want to say something like select employment type. Yeah, I think this is fine. If I again go back and click on it, nothing happens. Let's fix that. To fix it, let's go underneath our form control and let's get select content. Then in the select content, we will have a select group. And then in the select group, we will have a select label. In the select label, I want to say employment type. And let's uppercase it, employment type. Underneath the select label, we will have a select item. In the select item, I will say full time. But now we have an error. What's the problem? Well, we are missing a value, and that's the required property, because yeah, it's required for select a value. What value will we add? Well, we will say lowercase full dash time. Then what's the next field which we have? So let's first of all copy paste this select item, and instead of full time, this will be part time. So let's say part time. And instead of saying for our value full time, this will be part dash time. Then let's again copy paste select item. This will be contract. So let's say contract. And for the select item or for the value, this will be contract lowercase. Then let's again copy paste it. And this will be for our internship. And for the value, lowercase internship. Internship, yeah. That's fine. Okay, this looks good to me. We have our select for message. Yep, okay. Let's save it. Let's go back. And yes, if I select part-time, then we have the selection. Okay, this is finished. So now we can again go back. And I want to go underneath our div, but still in the card content. Let's create another div element. And I want to again create our grid columns layout. So this grid columns 1, MD grid columns 2, and gap 6. Let's copy the class name. Let's scroll again to this div. And let's add this class name again. Then in the div, I want to render my form field, and this will be for the location. So I can copy this form field with our select element. Let's copy it and paste it inside of here. But I don't want to render employment, right? I want to render the location. So let's first of all change the name. The name will be location. Instead of saying employment type for the label, this will be location. Or we could say job location. I think this is a bit more descriptive. And then for our select value, instead of saying select employment type, let's say select location. Then let's continue. In our select group for the label, instead of saying employment type, I will say worldwide. And then for the first select item, let's change the value. The value will be worldwide lowercase. And then in the select item, let's render a span element. I want to get the globe icon, so this one right here. And then I want to render another span element, and I will say worldwide / remote. I can delete the rest of our select items, I don't need them. And if I save this and go back, we have our job location. Okay, something does not look right, I'm not sure. Let's go back. So select trigger, select value, placeholder. Let's maybe do a hard refresh. Let's see, this should now work. And yeah, with a hard refresh, this looks already way better. But we have one problem. Our worldwide touches the globe. Not quite what I want. So let's go back. For the span element with worldwide, I can add a class name of padding left 2. Okay, this is better. So now we can continue. We now have worldwide, but there's another option, and that's the rest of our countries. So underneath the select group, let's create another select group. And in the select group, we want to have a select label. For the label, I will say location. And then underneath the select label, let's map over our countries. So let's get our country list from our utils. I want to do a .map. Let's invoke it as a param. I want to get my country. And then let's just return it. Because we map over data, we return it, and then we render something. We want to render select item. As you see, for the select item, we get an error. What's the problem? We are missing the key iterator. What is the key? Well, it's the country.code, because the code is unique. And then we are missing one more property, and that's the value. What is the value? Well, it's the country.name. So in the select item, we can now render a span element, and I want to render the flag. So let's get the country.flag emoji. And then underneath the span, I want to render another span, and this will be the country.name. I want to give it a class name, and again, padding left of 2. And if I again go back, we see, okay, And if I click on it, yes, nice. If I click on a country, you see, okay, it's selected. So this works as expected and we can continue. The next item which I want to render is our salary range selector. So let's go back. And what we have to do is create a separate component. But before we do that, I want you first of all, of course, just render the form item to see the label. So I want to go underneath the last form item and I want to create a new form item. Now this form item won't be self-closing, and this is because we won't use the state system with this render prop function. So again, if you go to the last example, we use the render prop function. In this example, we won't do that. We will use something else, but I will show it to you once we come to that step. For now, we don't want to make it self-closing, but just in standard element. Then in the form item, we will get a form label. For the form label, I want to say salary range, and let's uppercase that. Then underneath the form label, I want to get form control. Let's open it. And in the form control, I want to now render my salary range selector. For now, we can save it, and if I go back, you see salary range. We have the label, but we don't have a salary range selector. So let's fix that. To fix it, we first of all have to install one component. And that's the salary range, or not the salary range, I'm sorry, that's what we want to create. We want to install the slider, meaning a user can slide or select a minimum value and then a maximum value. And for that, we will need the slider. So let's copy the installation command. Let's go back. I want to open my terminal. I will stop it. And I will paste the command. Alright, my slider has been installed, meaning I can restart my dev server. Then we can create a separate component. So let's go to our components, to general, and I want to create a salary range. So salary range selector.tsx. So this is a component, meaning we can do an export function salary range selector. Let's invoke it and let's open it. So inside of here, I want to render my slider. So let's render a div element, and for the div, let's give it a class name, and this will be width or full and space y or 4 to have some spacing later on between our children. And in this div, I want to just render a slider. So let's get the slider component from our components. This is self-closing, and in here we can add a maximum, which will be 100, and we can add a step of, let's say, 1. If I save this and go back, you will see absolutely nothing. Why is that? Well, that's because this component is not rendered inside of our create job form. So in the form control, we can render our salary range selector. This is self-closing, and if I again go back, you see nothing. What's the problem? Well, the problem is relatively simple. If I hover over salary range selector, it says salary range selector cannot be used as a JSX component. Type void is not valid. What does this mean? Well, I forgot the return statement. So let's create a return statement in the salary range selector. And if we save this and if we go back, you will see, okay, we have a salary range. I have my thumb and then I can move it around. That's fine, but we want to have two thumbs. So this is called a thumb. We want to have like the minimum thumb and the maximum thumb. So what we can do is we can go to this slider component itself from Shadcn UI. This is this one. And then we have the slider primitive.thumb. What I want you to do is just to copy paste it one more time. So I will copy paste it, and if I now save this and go back, you still see we only have one thumb. But this is because of the properties which I added to the salary range selector. We will fix that. So first of all, we want to get a few props from, or a few params, I guess, from our create job form. Meaning I want to get the minimum salary, the maximum salary, the step, the currency, and the control. And control is then for the internal state system. So we can do an interface, iapp props. Let's open it. And first of all, I want to get control. What type is control? Control is of type control, uppercase, and this is imported from React hook form. Then let's continue. We will have a minimum salary, and this will be of type number. Then we will have the maximum salary, and this will be of type number. And then we will have our step of type number and the currency will be of type string. Okay, these are all of our properties. Now we can get them through our params. That's the structured. This will be of type IAppRops. And then I can get my control, my currency, minimum salary, and maximum salary, and of course the step, which I forgot. Okay, so now we have all of these values. That's great, that's what we wanted. Since we now get our control, we can use it to make state work. Or in other words, to connect this to React hook form, meaning this salary range selector. And we want to use the useController hook. And this is a hook provided by React hook form. And this allows us to integrate external controlled components with React hook form because we want to still control the state. So above the return statement, we can do in constant. We can do structured, and this will be equal to useController. UseController is imported from React hook form, and then we can invoke it and destructured. We want to first of all pass the name. As you see, for the name, I don't get any value, but this should be the salary from. So we can go to my .schemas file, and then I should see somewhere my salary from. This is this one. Let's copy it and paste it. This is the name. And then we want to also pass our control. So let's pass it. Then where we destructured, we will get something which is the field. But let's rename it, and this will be the from field. So we just do it with this colon. Then let's create our second useController because we have the to field, the to salary. So let's do constant. Let's destructure this again, and this will be equal to useController. Let's invoke it, destructured, and for the name, this will be the salary to. So let's go to our schema, let's copy salary to, and let's paste it inside of here. Of course, let's add a comma, and let's pass our control. Then where we destructured, we want to get our field, and let's rename it to field, so salary to in that sense. Now, here's the next thing which we want to create. We want to create an array, and this array will store two numbers, the minimum and the maximum. So the min salary, the max salary. And we want to store exactly two numbers, and the correct word for that is in tuple. So two numbers in one array. So let's create it, and after I create it, I will explain it a bit further. So let's do in constant. Let's get our array brackets, and this will be equal to useState. This is imported from React, and then let's invoke it. Let's add a generic for useState, and in our useState, we will have a tuple, meaning we have an array with two numbers. So let's say number, comma, number. Okay, so this is now type safe. We will get returned from the useState hook the range, so the getter, and setRange, the setter. And now we want to add an initial state, of course, for our state. So let's get an array, because again, this is what we will have. We will have a tuple, and inside of here, we want to have the minimum and maximum. So the from and the to. So we can get our from field and then dot value, or if this is not defined, we want to get our minimum salary. Then let's add a comma, and I want to have my to value, and this will be the to field dot value, or if this is not defined, I want to get my max salary divided by 2. So I know this could look a bit complicated, so let's maybe first of all add it right here. So for our slider, let's have a minimum. This will be our min salary, which we get through our params. Then we have our maximum. This is the max salary. And then we have our step. For the step, we will pass our step. Then we have our value, and the value will be our range. Okay, let's leave it like that. Let's go to our create job form, and now you will see we get an error. And that's because we are missing a few properties, meaning the control, currency, and stuff like that. So let's first of all add the control. So control will be equal to form.control. Then we will have our minimum salary. For the minimum salary, I will say 10,000. I think this is a good minimum salary. And for the maximum salary, honestly, that's your choice. I will say $1 million. So let's paste it inside of here, 1 million, because there's quite a lot of zeros. And then we have a few other properties. We have our currency. This will be uppercase USD. And then the last value is the step. And our step will be in, I think in 1,000 steps or in $2,000 steps. Let's make it $2,000 steps. And let's save it. Let's go back. And let's do a hard refresh. And as you now see, we have our minimum range and we have our maximum range. Now let's go back to the salary range selector. Why did I do this divided by 2 for the maximum salary? So our maximum salary is $1 million. Divided by 2 will be $500,000. If you go to our salary range selector, you will see that the minimum is about $10,000 and the maximum is around $500,000. If I wouldn't divide it by 2, I can change it. So let me delete this divided by 2. And if I go back, you see it's up to the end. But this does not look very appealing, not very nice. That's why if I divide it by 2, we will have $500,000. Okay, I think this is fine. We can now continue. Currently, I get an error for my control. So what we can do is go to our salary range selector. And then for my control, I can add a generic, and this will be of type any. TypeScript currently complains, so let's do a quick fix and let's disable ESLint. Okay, this is finished and we can now continue. So now I want to have my onChange handler, or I want to create an onChange handler, because when the user updates the slider, we currently don't do anything. As you see, I try to update it, but it does not work. And that's because we don't have an onChange. So let's do a function handle change range. So handle change range. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, first of all, as in param, I want to get the value. And this will be a number array, meaning our tuple. Then inside of here, we can create our new range. So let's do a constant new range, and this will be equal to an array. And in the array, we want to get the first value and the second value. Again, let's remember it. We have a tuple with 2 numbers. We want to get the first one and the second one. So we can say inside of here, hey, the first item will be our value, the first item in the array. And the second one will be the value, but the first item in the array. And now we are finished. Okay, great. Now we can do a set range. And for the set range, let's add new range. And currently you see we get an error. What's the problem? Well, for our new range, we can give it a type. And this is again our tuple, meaning number and number. And if I save it, this error will go away. And set range is again this useStateSetter function. So we have done that, but we want to also update our React hook form state. So let's do a from field dot change or onChange, and let's invoke it, and as an argument this will be new range and the first item in the array, meaning 0. And then we can update our to field, and let's do a dot onChange. I want to invoke it, and as an argument this will be the new range and then the first item in the array, so 0 and 1. And now we can use this handle change function. So for our slider, let's add an onValueChange, and this onValueChange will be equal to handle change range. Okay, let's save it, let's go back and let's see if it works. So yeah, I can select it. Great, that's what we wanted. And now there's one more thing which I want to do. At the bottom, I want to render the number which the user has selected. So let's go underneath our slider, let's create a div element, let's give it a class name of flex and justify between, meaning the children will go to the most outer corner, and let's render a span. Inside of here, we can for now just render our range and then the first item in the array. Let's render another span, and we will render inside of here our range, but I want to get the second item in the array, meaning 1, because JavaScript arrays are 0 indexed, right? So 0, 1, 2. So a 0 in JavaScript is a 1 in English, a 1 in JavaScript is a 2 in English. I hope you all know that. And if I now save this and go back, you see, yeah, I guess this is like $200,000, this is $10,000, but this isn't formatted. It does not look very nice. So let's fix that. Let's go back to our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, utils folder, and I want to create a new util file, which will be the format currency file.ts. So this function will be super simple. So let's do an export function. This will be format currency. Let's invoke it and let's open it. We want to return something, so let's do return new international. So JavaScript has an API which is called international, and using this international API you can format numbers, dates, whatever you want. So whatever you want to format which is international, you do that with the international API. and we want to format a number. So we can do number format. Then we have to pass our locale. This will be en-US. Then let's add a comma, open an object, and we can pass our style. This will be currency. Then we have our currency itself, meaning euros, dollars, I don't know what other currencies we have. So we want to use USD. So let's uppercase USD. And then we have our maximum fraction digits, and this will be 0. And then at the end, we want to format our number. So let's use the format method. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, I want to pass my number. Currently, we don't get our number, or in other words, our amount. So we can get it through the params. We want to get an amount, which is of type number. And now I can pass it as an argument. So now we have created our function, and currently I get an error. This shouldn't be number, but this should be amount. And now this is finished. So we can use format currency. Let's go to our salary range selector. And instead of just rendering range 0, we can wrap this inside of our format currency function. Let's import it, let's invoke it, and let's paste range 0. Let's do the same for range 1. So let's get format currency, let's invoke it, and let's paste range 1. Let's now save it. Let's go back, and what do we have right here? Well, we have a salary range selector. But this does not look good, because as you see, we have $246,000 and then .00. And this .00 stands for cents. But here's the thing, we don't update the cents. We don't want to even render them. So let's go back, let's go to our format currency function, and let's add a maximum fraction digits property, and this will be 0. And with that, I won't render these cents anymore, as you see. And now we have a clean value, meaning 10K, 100K, 200K, etc. So now we have created 4 input fields. So for the job title, employment type, job location, salary range, and everything works as expected. Let's now create our next field, and this will be in rich text editor. So the employer should be able to create a job description, create a bullet list, maybe an underline, H1, H2, strike through, and stuff like that. So that's why we want to have a rich text editor. Now, creating rich text editors is not easy. It's quite hard, to be quite honest with you. Nevertheless, there are a few tools which can make your life a bit easier. And we will use TipTap to create our rich text editor. TipTap is a headless and open source editor framework allowing you to create your own rich text editor. Now this is free, open source, and that's why we will use it. They haven't paid plan for the AI stuff and all of that. We don't need it. We will use the open source offering, and we will just create a standard rich text editor. So let's get started. Let's go to the documentation. Let's go to the editor section. Then we can go to the install section, and we want to use Next.js. So here they have a quick start guide. The first step is to create a project. We already did that. And the next step is to install dependencies. And we want to install, for now, 3 dependencies: TipTap React, TipTap PM, and TipTap Starter Kit. And these are these packages provide the starting ground for TipTap. So let's copy these packages. We use pnpm. So let's open our terminal. I will stop my dev server, and I will do in pnpm and then I will paste my packages. Okay, so this has been installed. I can first of all again restart my dev server. And what I want to now do is create a separate component. So let's go to our components. Then in the components, instead of going into already an existing folder, I will create another folder. Let's name the folder rich text editor. So editor.tsx. And then in this folder, let's create a new file, and this will be the job description editor.tsx. So this has been created, and now we can use it. So inside of here, let's first of all do an export function. Let's call it job description editor. Then let's invoke it, and I want to open it. So what's the first thing which we have to do? Well, we want to first of all initialize TipTap, or in other words, we want to initialize our editor. So let's do a constant editor, and this will be equal to use editor. Use editor sadly does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On top, I will do an import, so let's say import, then I can destructure it, and this will be from @tiptab/react. And then where I destructured, I want to get use editor. So now we get our use editor instance. So I can say use editor, let's invoke it, and let's destructure it. The first thing which we have to pass is our extensions. So let's get our extensions. This is an array. And what's the first thing, or what's the first extension which I want to add? Well, that's our starter kit. So we can say starter kit. This does not import automatically, so let's do it manually. Import starter kit, and this will be from @tiptab/starter-kit. Later on, I will add a few more extensions, but for now, this should be enough, to be quite honest with you. Now there's one more property which we have to add. So let's go underneath our extensions. Let's get immediately render, and we will set this to false, because immediately render would at the end of the day render it immediately. But we don't want to render it immediately because we want to render it on the client side and not on the server side. TipTab does not work on the server side, and that's why we have to set immediately render to false. So now we have initialized editor, and now we can return something. So underneath the constant editor, let's do a return statement. Let's return a div. Let's give it a class name. Let's say W or full, so width 100%. Then I want to also say border, rounded of LG, overflow of hidden, and maybe also BG of card. So if I now save this, we won't have anything, because currently this is only a div element. But what do I want to render inside of here? Well, I want to render my menu bar. The menu bar is all of our actions, and then our editor content. Let me show you a small diagram. So this is what I want to render. This is our rich text editor. On top, we will have something like a navbar, a menu bar. Inside of here, the user will be able to select an H1, H2, underline, strike through, and stuff like that. And then we will have our editor content. And this is where we will see all of the text which the user inputs. And that's what we want to create. So let's go back to our code base, and let's first of all render our editor content. Again, that's the bottom part, the input itself. This is imported from TipTab React, and this is self-closing. For the editor content, we have to provide one required property. That's the editor, and this will be equal to our editor. So now we have this, meaning we can go back to our create job form, and we can now render this. So what I want to do is go underneath my div element. So let's go underneath our form item with the salary range, then underneath this div, and I want to render a new form field. So let's get a new form field. This is self-closing. We have to add a few properties, meaning let's add a control of form.control. Then I want to add a name. For the name, this is our job description. And of course, we want to use our render prop function. So this is again an inline callback function, which we will return. In our param, we can destructure it, and I can get our field. And then where I return it, I want to get our form item. Then in our form item, I want to render in form label. And for the form label, I will say job description. Then underneath the form label, let's render form control, and in form control, let's get our job description editor. This is imported from our components, and this is self-closing. Now there's one more thing which I want to render. That's our form message. So underneath the form control, I will get my form message, and this is self-closing, and now we are finished. Currently we are getting one error, and that's because we aren't using field, so it's declared but never used. Nevertheless, we will update that in a second. For now, this is fine. And if I now save this and go back, we see this input. This is our editor content. Again, if I open the job description editor, this is the editor content, and this is our input. I can write something, but this is not quite what we want, right? We want to have this beautiful menu bar to select all of our items. So let's create the menu bar. Let's open our Explorer, let's go to the rich text editor, and let's create the menu bar.tsx. And also I misspelled a few things, so this should be first of all rich text editor. Let's spell it correctly. If I click on enter, this looks better. Yes, let's update our imports, and job description editor is correct and menu bar is correct. So for the menu bar, let's do an export function. I will call it menu bar. Let's invoke it and let's open it. Inside of here, we want to first of all get our editor through the params. So let's create first of all an interface. Let's call it the interface iapp_props, because why not? So iapp_props. And inside of here, we will get an editor, and this editor will be of type editor, imported from TipTap React, or it could be null. So editor or null. So now we have our iapp_props, and we can go to our params, we can destructure it, and this will be of type iapp_props. Then where I destructured, I can get my editor. Nice. Then let's open our function, and let's first of all check if we get our editor. So let's say, hey, if we don't have an editor, then let's return null. So I will just say return null, meaning we won't render anything. But if we have an editor, well, then we can now get started and render something beautiful. So let's do a return statement, and let's first of all render a div element. This will be our layout div, meaning we will create in flex layout, and then in our flex layout, in this div, we can render all of our individual buttons. So let's first of all give it a class name of border. Then I want to say rounded of top LG. Let's do a padding of 2, BG of card. Then I want to say flex and flex of wrap, meaning if the width is not big enough, then we will just wrap as a column. Let's also give it a gap of 1 and items of center. And inside of here, we can render our first item. Now here's the thing, I want to use a tooltip. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com and let's search for the tooltip. So that's what I want to use. If you hover over a tooltip, you see like a little label above. And that's what we want, because maybe some people don't understand what the button does. And that's why we want to have a tooltip. Let's copy the installation command, let's go back, let's open our terminal, let's stop the dev server, and let's paste it. And then there's one more thing which I want to get, and that's the toggle. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com, let's search for a toggle, and that's what I want. Meaning if a user clicks on a toggle, it will automatically show an active state. So let's copy the installation command, let's go back, and let's paste it inside of here. So now we have installed our tooltip and our toggle, and now we can use it. And currently I also get an error in my create job form. That's because the import statement for the job description editor is incorrect. So let's again import it correctly. This is again because I did this little renaming, and now we can again close this and we can continue with our menu bar. Let's also restart our dev server quickly. Let's go back, let's do a hard refresh, and then let's now create our menu bar. So as mentioned, we want to use a tooltip. So first of all, we will have to get a tooltip provider. This is imported from our components. In the tooltip provider, let's create a div element. Let's say class name of flex and flex of wrap, and let's do a gap of 1. Then in the div element, I want to create my first tooltip. So let's import it from the components. And what does a tooltip have? Well, a tooltip has a tooltip trigger and content. The trigger is the button, in other words our toggle, and the content is the label. So inside of here, we can render first of all the tooltip trigger, which we import from our components. Then in the tooltip trigger, I can render my toggle component. Let's import it and let's open it. Then in my toggle, let's just render an icon, and let's render the bold icon imported from Lucid React. If I now save this and again go back, you see nothing happens or nothing changes. Why is that? Well, that's because this menu bar is currently not rendered anywhere. Let's go back to our job description editor, and above the editor content, I want to get my menu bar. This is imported from the components, this is self-closing, and currently we get an error, and that's because we have to pass the editor as a property. So editor will be equal to editor. So if I save this and again go back, we now have one error. What's the problem? In HTML, button cannot be descendant of button. what's the problem? So you should already know how to fix this problem because we already encountered it one time. So currently we have our tooltip trigger and then we have our toggle. Here's the thing. Both the tooltip trigger and the toggle render as buttons in our DOM, and a button cannot be a descendant of button. So for our tooltip trigger, we can add an asChild property. Then for our toggle, let's add a few properties. Let's add in size. This will be of SM. Then I want to have in pressed, and this pressed will be true if this current editor, let's say function, is active. So we can say, hey, pressed will be active if our editor dot is active. Let's invoke it, and I want to get bold. So if bold is active, then the toggle will be active, or in other words, pressed. Then we have an onPressed change. So let's get the onPressed change handler. This is an inline callback function. Let me do an editor, then dot chain. I want to invoke it. Dot focus. I will invoke it. Dot toggle bold. Let's invoke it. And then dot run. And I will invoke it. Meaning if we click on the toggle, I will update our press change. And I will say, hey, I want to toggle bold. Let's also add a class name. So right here, I will say class name, and I want to make our class name dynamic. So let's get our CN helper imported from the utils. Let's invoke it, and I want to say, hey, if the editor.isActive, and I want to say if bold is active, then we can do a double and sign, and we will render bg of muted, and we will render text of muted foreground. Okay. I think this is already all, to be honest, and the last thing which I want to render is our tooltip content. So underneath the tooltip trigger, let's get our tooltip content from our components, and I will just say bold. Let's save this, let's go back, I will do a hard refresh, and if I hover over B, you see our tooltip. If I click on B, you see it's active. And if I type something, we have like this bold state. If I again unselect it, then we have our normal text. So let's again go back. We are now finished with our first, let's say, value, with our first item. And what we can now do is copy paste it. So let's copy this tooltip. I will copy it one time and let's paste it down below. So this will be for italic. So for the tooltip content, I will say italic. Instead of having a bold icon, I want to get an italic icon. Let's import it. Then for our class name, instead of listening or instead of checking for the bold active state, we want to check for italic. And then on our onPressed change, instead of toggling bold, we want to toggle italic. And then for our pressed check, instead of checking for bold, we want to check for, what was it? Italic. Nice. If I again go back, you'll now see two buttons or two toggles. Then let's continue. Let's again copy paste our tooltip. So this tooltip will be for our strike. So for the tooltip content, I will say strike. For our class name, instead of listening for italic, we want to listen for strike. On our onPressed change, instead of saying toggle italic, we will say toggle strike. And instead of listening in the pressed property for italic, we want to listen for strike. Let's save it. Let's again go back. And now we have three buttons. But this button is incorrect because we don't want to have an italic icon, but we want to have the strike through icon. So I want to get the strike through. Let's import it. And this should be fine. So if I go back, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. So I can again go back. I want to again copy paste my tooltip. So I will copy it and I will paste it down below again. This tooltip will be for our heading. So instead of saying strike, I want to say heading 1, meaning H1. Then instead of having the strike through icon, we will have the heading 1 icon. So let's get heading 1, and this is imported from Lucid React. Instead of listening for strike, I want to listen for heading. And then we can add a comma, open an object, and we can listen for the specific level. And this should be level 1 because we have an H1. Then on the onPressed change, instead of listening or instead of chaining toggle strike, we want to say toggle heading. And then in toggle heading, where we invoke it, we can destructure it, we can pass the level, and this is again 1. And then in our pressed property, instead of saying strike, this should be again heading. Then let's add a comma, open an object, and for the level, this will be 1. Okay, then we can again copy our tooltip and let's paste it down below. This will be for our heading 2. So instead of saying for tooltip content heading 1, we will say heading 2. Then for our editor is active class name, instead of saying level 1, this will be level 2. For our onPressed change, the level will be 2. And for our pressed property, the level will be 3. No, I'm joking, 2. If I again go back, we will see, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But now we have 2 H1 icons. So let's change it. This should be the heading 2 icon. I will import it from Lucid React, and if I go back, this is already way better. So now we have heading 1 and heading 2. Let's also get heading 3, and then we will be finished with the headings. So let's copy our tooltip, let's paste it down below. Then for our tooltip content, this is heading 3. For our class name, this is level 3. Then for our icon, instead of getting heading 2, this will be heading 3. Then for our onPressed change, this will be level 3. And for our pressed property, this will be level 3. If I again go back, you see, okay, this all looks as expected. What's the next thing which I want to render? Well, this will be for the bullet list. So I can again copy my tooltip. I will copy it and paste it down below one more time. So for the tooltip content, instead of saying heading 3, we will say bullet list. Instead of having an icon of heading 3, we will have an icon of list icon. I will import it. Then for the class name check, instead of not listening, but instead of checking for heading, we want to check for bullet list. So I will say bullet list. And we can delete this level 3 because bullet list does not have any levels. It's just a singular bullet list. And now this looks fine. Then for our onPressed change, instead of doing a dot toggle heading, we want to do a dot toggle bullet list. Let's of course invoke it, and then we're finished with that. And let's also do the same for our pressed. Instead of listening for a heading, we want to listen for our bullet list. So I will add bullet list and I will delete our level. So if I again go back, you see we have the bullet list icon. Nice. What's the next thing which I want to render? Well, I want to have an ordered list. An ordered list is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So let's copy our tooltip and let's paste it down below. For the tooltip content, I will just say ordered list. Then for our class name check, instead of listening for bullet list, we want to listen for ordered list. Now please make sure that you spell it correctly, because if you misspell it, it won't work. Then for onPressed change, instead of saying toggle bullet list, we want to say toggle ordered list. And instead of in our pressed property checking for bullet list, we want to check for ordered list. And for the icon, instead of having a list icon, we will have a list ordered icon imported from Lucid React. Let's now save this. Let's go back, and as you now see, we have a few buttons. So we have bold, italic, strike through, H1, H2, H3, then we have bullet list, ordered list. All of this looks good. But now I want to have 3 more buttons. This is text align left, text align center, and text align right. But here's the thing, you can't do it out of the box, it does not work. You have to use a plugin. As mentioned in our job description editor, or in other words in our use editor instance, we can add extensions. And currently we have the the starter kit. And the starter kit already adds quite a few things. So as you see again, H1, H2, H3, ordered list, unordered list, blah blah, it all works. But pagination is not included, or not pagination, I'm sorry, but text align is not included in the starter kit. And we have to install it as an extra. So you can go to TipTap and then you can search for text align and then you will find this. And we want to install it. So I can copy this command, so at TipTap extension text align. I will open my terminal and then I will do in pnpm I TipTap extension text align. And then there's another plugin which I want, and this is the typography plugin, or in other words extension. And this extension tries to help you with common text patterns with the correct typographic character. Under the hood, all rules are input rules. So I want to also install this. Let's copy the installation command, and I will do in pnpmi add TipTap extension typography. So now I have installed 2 more extensions, and we can use them in our array. So after my starter kit, I can do in comma, and I want to get my text align. Now this does not import for me automatically, so I will do it manually. On top, I will do an import text align, and this will be from @TipTap and then extension text align. And let's also import typography. So I will do an import typography. I hope I spelled this correctly. And then this will be from @TipTap extension typography. And I think I misspelled typography, so let's spell it correctly. And now we can use it in our array. So first of all, we want to get text align. So let's do text align, and then we want to do a .configure, because we have to configure it. Then let's invoke it, let's destructure it, and inside of here, in this types, we can pass an array, and in this array, we can say what elements are allowed to be aligned. For example, a heading, paragraph, etc. And we want to allow a heading to be aligned and also a paragraph. So let's say paragraph. I think I misspelled it. So paragraph. No, this is correct. So please spell it correctly, because if not, it won't work. And then I want to also add typography. So let's add a comma and let's get typography. Here we don't have to configure anything. This is already finished, and that's great. So now we can go back to our menu bar and we can create our alignment. So what's the first alignment direction? Center, right, or left? Well, it's left. So what I want to first of all have is like a little, let's say, separator or border, if you want to call it like that. So we can go underneath our tooltip and underneath this div, and I want to create another div. This will be a self-closing div, or we can leave it also like that. It does not matter. And let's give it a class name of WPX, meaning width 1 pixel, height of 6, BG of border, and MX of 2. If I save this and again go back, so to our code, and do a hard refresh, you see our dev server is not running. I will restart it, and if I again go back, you should see one separator. And yes, that's exactly what we have. We have one very subtle separator, but that's fine. You can see it. If you go to light mode, you see it a bit better actually. But let's go back to dark mode. And then after this div, I will create another div element. And for this div element, this will have the same styling as the div above it, meaning we will give it a class name of flex, flex of wrap, and gap of 1. Then in the div element, I want to copy paste my tooltip. So let's just copy the tooltip from our ordered list. It does not matter, to be honest. So for the tooltip content, first of all, I don't want to say ordered list. I want to say align left. Then for our icon, instead of list ordered, I want to get the align left icon. Then in our class name, instead of listening for ordered list, I can delete this, I can destructure it, and I can get text align. And this will be of left. And also quickly, don't import anything. So currently we get an option to import text align. Don't import it. You don't want to import it. So this will be text lowercase, and then align, the A will be uppercased. But don't import anything. So this is left. This looks good. Let's continue with our onPressed change. Instead of using toggle ordered list, we want to say set text align. And set text align as an argument, we want to say left, because this is left align. Then let's continue with our pressed property, and instead of having our bullet list, we want to listen again for our text align. So let's destructured, so instead of in string, we will destructured, then we will get our text align, and this will be of type left. Also, I see I misspelled this, bullet, ordered, list. This was some sort of mistake, not sure what was wrong. So let's say ordered list right here again. So now we have our ordered list, then we have our text align, and now we want to have our align center. So let's again copy our tooltip, so the whole tooltip, then let's paste it down below. This will be for center, so for the content, align center. For the icon, this will be align center. Let's import it from Lucid React. Then for the class name, text align will be center. For onPressed change, this will be center. And for pressed, this will be center. And then I want to have also right alignment. So I will copy the tooltip and let's paste it down below. For our tooltip content, we will say align right. For the icon, I want to get an align right icon. Then for our class name, this will be text align of right. Then for onPressed change, this will be right. And for text align, this will also be left. No, I'm joking, right. If I save this and go back, you now see left, then center and right. This looks beautiful. So we have finished with our text alignment. We have left, center and right. And the next two buttons which I want to add is an undo and redo button. So let's again go back. Then underneath our tooltip, we have this div right. And underneath this div, we will create another div element, and this will be our separator again. So let's add a class name of WPX, height of 6, and then BG border and MX of 2, so margin on the X side. If I again go back, we have this separator. That's nice. Then underneath this div, we can render another div element. Let's again give it a class name. And for the class name, this is the same as for all of our previous divs, meaning flex, flex of wrap, and gap of 1. Then in this div, I want to now render, as mentioned, a undo button and a redo button. So let's first of all get our tooltip. So you know what? I will just copy my previous tooltip. Let's first of all update a few things. For the tooltip content, this will be undo. For the icon, instead of saying align right, we will say undo. Let's import it. Then instead of now using a toggle, I want to use a button. So let's first of all import our button from the components, and this is what we will render instead of our toggle. So the UI still looks almost the same. We have a tooltip, then a tooltip trigger, but then we have a button instead of having a toggle. For the size, SM is fine. We can delete this pressed, we don't need it. We can delete onPressed change, we don't need it. And for the class name, let's also delete it. For now, we only have a size. Then let's continue. Let's add a variant. For the variant, this will be ghost. Then we want to add a type, and this is very important. Please add type of button. If you leave it empty or add something else, it will automatically try to submit the form, and you don't want that. And now we want to add our onClick handler. This will be an inline callback function, as you all know. And you know what? We can just copy the code from our onPressed change. Let's copy it and let's paste it inside of here. So currently we say editor chain focus text align. That's not what I want to do. So let's delete this set text align method, and I want to do an undo, and let's invoke it. So now we have editor chain focus undo and then .run. This is finished. Let's also add a disabled state, and for the disabled state we will say !editor.can, let's invoke it, .undo, and let's again invoke it. And what exactly is this disabled state? So at the end of the day, there's a point when a user can't undo anything anymore because everything is already undone. And that's why we have this disabled state. If there's nothing that a user can undo anymore, then we will just mark the button as disabled so that the user can't click the button. And at the start we have an exclamation mark, and that's like an inverter, meaning if something is true, it will be rendered as false, and if something is false, it will be rendered as true. So this is an inverter. This means if the user can't undo anything, this will be false, but using the exclamation mark, it will be true. Meaning, again, if the user can't undo anything, then this will, at the end of the day, reset it to be true, and then it will be disabled. If the user can undo something, this expression will be false, but using the exclamation mark, we will flip it to true, and then disabled won't be active. So yeah, that's the code. We can now save this, and if I again go back, we have our disabled button, and as you see, we have our undo button, and as you see, it's disabled, and that's because I can't undo anything. Let's now copy our tooltip and let's paste it down below one more time, and this will be for redo. So instead of saying undo, let's first of all say redo. Instead of having an undo icon, let's get a redo icon. And for our disabled state, instead of doing an .can.undo, we will do an .can.redo. And for our onClick, instead of .undo, it will be .redo. Okay, let's save it, let's go back, and yes, this is beautiful. Now both buttons are disabled, and that's because I can't undo anything, but at the same time, I can't redo anything. So yeah, that's why this is grayed out, or in other words, disabled. So to be quite honest with you, we are now finished with our menu bar. There's nothing to add anymore. And now I want to continue with my editor content. So let's go back to our code base or to our job description editor. Inside of here, we can get something which is the editor props. And using the editor props, you can pretty much update your editor content, meaning your classes. So editor props is an object. Let's open it. And inside of here, we will get attributes. In the attributes, and the attributes is also an object, we will get the class property. And the class property is there, or it allows you to update at the end of the day your UI, or in other words, the CSS for the editor content. And that's what we want to do. First of all, we can add a minimum height of, let's say, custom value, and we will say 300 pixels. So I'm not sure if you knew, but you can add custom values with Tailwind CSS if you use these array brackets. So now we have a minimum height. Let's add in padding of 4, then maybe a max width of none. And I will also say focus, and focus will be of outline none. I will save this, and if I again go back, yeah, this looks quite nice to be honest. Let's write something. So I will write hello, and I want hello to be an H1, so let's select it. Nothing updates. Okay, let's write something here, and this should be bold. Okay, this updates. Then let's write this, and this shouldn't be bold anymore, and it should be aligned in the center. Okay, this works. Then let's say I want to undo something. Okay, this works. So as you see, some things work, some things don't work. So as an example, the bullet list does not work. The ordered list does not work. How can we fix something like this? Well, that's like an issue with Tailwind CSS itself. Nevertheless, it's super easy to fix, because Tailwind CSS offers something which is called the typography plugin. So you can go to Google and search for Tailwind CSS typography. Then you can click on the first link. This is in GitHub repo, and this is the link or the repository for the typography plugin. So the official Tailwind CSS typography plugin provides a set of pros classes that you can use to add beautiful typographic defaults to any vanilla HTML you don't control, like HTML rendered from Markdown or pulled from a CMS. And that's at the end of the day what we want to do. We want to style HTML which we don't control. So let's install it. Right here we have our installation command, and as you see, this is a development dependency, meaning it won't show up in your production bundle size. So now I can copy the installation command using this -D. I will open my terminal, I will stop my dev server, and then I can do an npm I D @ Tailwind CSS typography. So this will be installed, and we want to also then update or add this plugin to our Tailwind config file. So let's open our tailwind.config file, and at the bottom we will have our plugins. And in the plugins array, I want to add our new plugin. And this is TailwindCSS typography. Let's copy it and let's paste it inside of here. Now I can again restart my dev server, and I can use this pros class in my attributes. So let's add it. Let's use pros, and on a mobile screen it should be pros of SM, meaning small. On SM or bigger, I want to have standard pros. On LG or bigger, I want to have pros-LG. And on XL or bigger, I want to have pros of XL. And that should be all. Let's save it, let's go back, and I will do a hard refresh. So now let's test it out. So I will write something. Okay, now the color is gray. Then let's add an H1. Okay, this is big, but the color is weird. What's the problem? Well, currently, this does not really work in dark mode, meaning if I go to light mode, everything works as expected. And I can also create a bullet list, everything works. But in dark mode, it does not work. So what we can do is a little fix, and this is dark pros-invert. And if I again go back, everything works as expected. Great. Okay, so now our rich text editor is finished. Our menu bar works. We have an undo, redo button, align, center, left, right, I don't know, unordered list, ordered list, bullet list, H3, H2. We have everything, and everything works very nicely, and that's great. Nevertheless, we have one problem. This job form, this description form is currently not connected to React hook form, meaning React hook form does not know about the job description editor, and that's not quite what I want. So let's change that. So first of all, what we can do is in our interface, we can get our field. So let's do an interface, app props, and then we will get a field. The field at the end of the day is this. This is what we will use for our internal state. What type is field? Well, right here you'll see field is of type controller or controller render props. So we can use this type, meaning inside of here, field will be of type control render or controller render props. Let's import that from React hook form, and then in our params for the job description editor, we can destructured, and this will be of type app props. Then where I destructured, I can get my field, and now this looks nice. If I go to my create form or create job form and click on job description editor, we currently get one error, and that's because we're missing one property. What's the property? Well, this is our field, meaning field will be of type field. But now we have an error. What's the problem? Job title string blah 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 is not assignable, or it's missing. For now, we can just do an as any because I know it works, and then we can do a quick fix and disable TypeScript. A little handy trick. Don't worry about this field la 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 types are missing. This is just TypeScript doing TypeScript things. We don't have to do anything, as any is enough. Now we have our field in our job description editor, and what we want to do is that we want to update our field with our new content. So when a user types in the editor content, we want to put this new content into our field state, because at the end of the day, field is state, right? It's a controlled input. So we can go underneath our editor props and we can do an on update. So on update is a callback function which runs every time content updates. And inside of here, we can now create an arrow function. We can structure our param and we can get an editor. And if you click on Control Spacebar, you also see we can only get an editor or a transaction. We want to get an editor, and now we want to say, hey, I want to update my field. So let's do field.onChange. So when it changes, we can invoke it. And what do I want to add inside of here? Well, I want to get the JSON from our editor, and we want to stringify it. So we will do in JSON.stringify, let's invoke it, and let's pass editor.getJSON, and let's invoke it. So what we do right here is, first of all, we have our onUpdate callback function. This runs whenever our content updates. When our content updates, we first of all get our JSON, right? Editor.getJSON. JSON looks something like this. We have an object, and then you would have an p tag, and then there would be some text, and then another object, blah, blah, blah. This is how JSON would look like in this example. But we can't store JSON, or we can, but we don't want to store JSON in our database, but we want to store a string, because if you open your schema for our job post, we have the job description and this is string. And that's why we do in JSON stringify. We take the JSON array, or this JSON file, this JSON content, and we stringify it. This just means that we add a string at the end and at the start, or at the start and at the end. And then we have this field on change, we add it to our state, and voila, we are finished. So now we have our onUpdate handler, but we want to also add our content. And our content will now be equal to internally. So if we have field.value, then let's do internally. If this is true, I want to do in JSON.pass, let's invoke it, and let's pass our field.value. And if we don't have a field.value, then I want to pass an empty string. So why do we do this JSON.pass? Well, again, right here we stringified our JSON, and now we want to pass it again to have the correct types. That's why we do the JSON pass. And if I save this and again go back, this should in theory work. So if I do a hard refresh, everything should still work as it worked a second ago. So if I type something, everything works. Meaning our state now updates, and that's all we wanted, right? So let's again go back. Let's go to our create job form. We have our form message, everything looks good, and now we can continue. What's the next thing which I want to add? Well, I want to add something like a benefits selector. An employer should be able to select all of the benefits that they want to offer. Again, 401k, free food, free transportation, and stuff like that. And for that, we will have like nice badges which you can select, or the employer can select. And we want to create that. So let's first of all again create our form field. So let's get in form field. This is self-closing. Then we have a few required properties. First of all, control, which will be form.control. Then we have our name. For the name, this will be benefits. And we can click on Control spacebar to get TypeScript types. And then we want to use our render prop function. So let's return this. And in our param, so we can destructure our param and we can get our field. Okay, this is finished. In our render prop function, we want to return our form item. In the form item, we want to get in form label. This shouldn't be new to you guys. We just did it in our last example. In the form label, I will say benefits. And then underneath our form label, we will have form control. So let's say form control and let's open it. In form control, I want to render my benefits selector. For now, I will say p tag and then benefits selector. And underneath my form control, I want to again render my error message. So let's get our form message, and this is self-closing. Okay, I think we're finished with this form field. If I again go back, you now have our label, or you have the label, and then the p tag. Of course, we don't want to render a p tag, but we want to render a nice looking selector. So let's create a separate component. Let's open our Explorer. Let's go to the components, general, and I want to create a benefits selector.tsx. Since this is a component, we can do an export function. We will call it benefits selector. Let's invoke it and then let's open it. Okay, so now we have our function and now we can return something. So let's do return, and I want to return a div element first of all. Then for this div, this will be an empty div. This is just a wrapper div. You could also do empty tags. Maybe we will update it later on, but for now an empty div is fine. In this div, let's render another div. And this will be the wrapper div for our selected badges. So let's give it a class name, and this will be flex and flex of wrap, because let me show it to you in a diagram. So let's imagine the following. This is our benefit selector. And as mentioned, we will have like little pulse shapes, and then we will say 401k, so I can say 401k, and then we will have like free food, so again another pill, and then another one. But here's the thing, not each pill, not each badge will have the same width. One will be longer, the other one will be shorter, depending on the name, and that's why we want to have flex wrap. If we don't add flex wrap, it will just overflow our container. That's not what we want. We want to wrap our badges once we don't have any space anymore, and that's what we do. So if we don't have any space anymore and it overflows, we will just wrap it and render it down below. So let's again go back, we have flex wrap, and let's do a gap of 3, and this is lowercased, and then in this div we can now map over our benefits. So let's open our Explorer, let's go in the app folder, utils folder, and let's create a list of benefits.ts file. So inside of here, I want to store all of my benefits. So what I want you to do is to go to my GitHub repo and copy the code. So what do we have inside of here? Well, first of all, we have an interface. And secondly, this should be a TSX file and not a TS file. So now this is a TSX file, and let's again go through it. So first of all, we have an interface benefit. So our array has objects, right? And in the object, we want to have an ID, we want to have a label and an icon. And that's what we have. Meaning each object has an ID, and label, and an icon. And in total, I think we have about 20 or 30 benefits, and a user or an employer can select them if he wants to. He can select all benefits or only one benefit. We don't really care, to be honest. So now we have this array. So let's go back to the benefits selector and we can map over the data. So let's do in benefits and let's import it from our list of benefits file. Then I want to do in .map. I will get in benefit and I will just return it. So in this mapping, I want to now return a badge. So let's get the badge component from our components, and now we get one error. That's because we want to add a key. So what is a unique key? Well, this is our benefit.id. Then for our badge, I want to add a variant. And you know what, for now, let's just say outline. We will change all of this later on. This is just to see something. Then in the badge, I want to render our benefits icon and label. So let's get a span element. And in the span, I want to get my benefit.icon and I want to get my benefit. So let's say benefit.label. If I save this and go back, you won't see anything. And that's because this component is not rendered anywhere. So let's go to the create job form, and instead of an p tag, I will render the benefits selector. This is self-closing, and if I again go back, you now have this badge, or you have these badges, because we have multiple ones. Let's go back and let's style them even further. So for the span element, let's give it a class name, and this will be flex items of center and gap of 2. This should look already way better. And yes, it looks better. Then let's update our badge itself. So for the badge, I can give it a class name, and just in general, I want to make it a bit bigger. So we can say, first of all, cursor of pointer, meaning if I hover over a badge, our cursor is now a pointer. Yeah, who would have thought, right? Then let's add a transition of all. Then I want to do a hover. And when the user hovers, I want to have a scale of 105, meaning we zoom to 105%. If I go back, you now see, okay, looks kinda cool, to be honest. Then let's also do an active state. And for active, it will be scale of 95, meaning a bit smaller. Then let's do a text of small, padding x of 4, padding y of 1.5, and I want to have a rounding of full. So let's do a rounded of full. And if I again go back, you'll see, yeah, you know what? This kinda looks fire, to be honest. This looks nice. Let's leave it like that. But now I want to allow the user to toggle a benefit and to pretty much select a benefit, because currently we don't allow a user to do that, and that's not what we want. So let's again go back, and what we want to first of all do is get our field through our interface, or through our param, I'm sorry. So let's first of all create the interface. This will be called iappprops, and then we will get a field. What type is field? Well, let's again go back to our create job form, and if you hover over it, it's the controller render props. So field is of type controller render props, let's import it, and then in my params I can destructured, this is of type props, and then where I destructured I can get my field. So now we have our field, and this is again for our internal state handling, or for React hook form and its internal state. And now we can use it. So we want to create a function which will be toggle benefit. So let's do an export function, or not export, let's create a function. This will be toggle benefit. Let's invoke it, and then I want to open it. So the first thing which I want to do inside of here is first of all get my current benefits, the array of the current selected benefits. So we can do in constant current benefits, and this will be of type field.value. And if field of value is not defined, then this will be an empty array. So now for our current benefits, we will either get an array with already propagated values, meaning 401k, free food, free health insurance, blah, 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 or we will just get an empty array, depending on if something is defined or not. Okay, so now we have our current benefits. Either we already have an array or it's just an empty array, meaning nothing is selected. And now we want to create new benefits, a new benefits array. And this new benefits array will be there to pretty much handle the selection and deselection of benefits. So let's do the following. I will first of all write the code, and then I will explain it, because it can be a bit complicated if you try to explain it while writing it. So I will first of all write the code and then explain it. And let's create a new constant. This will be new benefits, and this will be equal to our current benefits. And then I want to do a dot includes. So includes, please spell it correctly. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, I want to pass our current selected benefit. So in the params, we can get a benefit ID, and this will be of type string. And then as an argument, I can pass my benefit ID. Okay, this looks good. So now we have our new benefit, but we want to do internally because we want to check if it includes the benefit ID. So let's do internally, let's add a question mark, and we will do in current benefits dot filter. Then let's invoke it. As in param, I want to get an ID of type string, and then we can just return this, and I want to say, hey, if the ID is not equal to the benefit ID. And if this is not true, let's get our array, then let's spread our current benefits, and let's add our new benefit ID. Okay, I think I confused you quite a bit. What did we just do inside of this function? So we created a function, toggle benefit. This function takes the benefit ID as in param. And this is unique to our benefit. Again, our benefit has an ID, right? We have a benefit ID. And now we have this onChange handler. Later on, we will click it, or we will call it, and then we will add the benefit ID as in param. Okay, I think you all understand that. That's super basic. Then we have our current benefits. This is our field.value. And if our field.value is not defined, meaning if we don't have already a pre-existing array with benefits, then it's just an empty array. Okay, we also understand that. But what is this new benefits thing? So what we say is, hey, if the current benefit includes our benefit ID, this means if our array already has, for example, 401k. So let's imagine the following. We have an array, and inside of here, we have 401k. Now with this, we say, hey, if this array already has, for example, 401k, then we have our ternary, meaning if this is true, then let's filter it out. I want to delete it. I don't want, meaning I want to deselect it. But if this is not true, if we don't have 401k in our array, then let's first of all spread our current benefits, and then we can add our new benefit. And that's all we did. It's super simple. The code looks kind of complicated, but as mentioned, or as I just explained to you guys, it's not. And then at the end, we want to, of course, update our field, our internal state system. So let's do in field.onChange, let's invoke it, and let's add our new benefits. So now this is finished. Nice. So for our batch, we can now add an onClick handler. This will be an inline callback function, and we want to call toggle benefit. Let's invoke it, and for toggle benefit, we have to pass the benefit ID or the benefit in general, which we want to select, or in other words, deselect. So let's pass the benefit.id. And if I save this and go back, you will see if I click on something, nothing happens, or the quite opposite happens. We get an error. So first of all, this error can be fixed by going to the create job form and passing for our field the field from our render prop function. Let's again mark this as any, that's not a problem. And if I again go back, do a hard refresh and try to select something, we won't get any error anymore. So now in theory, I select something, but I don't see anything. There's no UI update. So let's fix that. Let's go back to our benefits selector, and we want to now first of all know if the current benefit is selected or not. So instead of just returning it, let's first of all just comment out everything. So this whole benefits array or this whole benefits mapping. Let's write the code again. Let's do in benefits.map, let's get a benefit, and instead of returning it, let's create an arrow function, meaning let's open a standard function. Inside of here, we can now do in constant is selected. And with this, I will find out if the current at the end of the day benefit is selected or not. So let's get parentheses, let's get our field dot value, or if it's not defined, let's get an empty array. And then we can do a dot includes at the end. Let's invoke it, and we want to get our benefit.id. Now this code should look very familiar. This is the same code as in our new benefits. So we just check, hey, does this array, the field.value array, include our benefit ID? If yes, then is selected will be true. If not, it will be false. So now we have that, and we can now return all of our data. So underneath the constant, we can do in return. Let's use our parentheses, and then I can just copy paste my badge. Let's copy it and let's paste it inside of here. Let's delete the comment, we don't need it anymore. And for our badge, we can now use our isSelected boolean, meaning it will be either true or false. So let's first of all go to our variant. Instead of rendering outline, we can render hey, or we can say hey, if isSelected is true, then let's render default. If not, let's render outline. So this looks quite nice. Let's save it, let's go back, and wow, this works. I can select something, I can deselect something, and this works exactly as expected. Let's again go back, and now underneath this whole badge and mapping over our stuff, I want to also render a p tag and tell the user how many benefits the user has selected. So for that, let's go underneath this div, but we are still inside or right before the last div, and let's create a new div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be margin top of 4, text of small, and text of muted foreground. Then in the div element, we can say, hey, selected benefits colon. And then I want to render the amount, so how many benefits the user has selected. So let's get a span element, and inside of here we want to first of all get our parentheses, and we want to get our field.value, or if it's not defined, we can use an or sign and we can add our empty array. So again, if our field.value is not defined, we will use an empty array. If field.value is defined, then we will have like 1 item or 5 items, 10 items, whatever. And I want to get the length. So after the parentheses, we can use the length method. And if I save this and go back, you now see selected benefits 10. If I unselect everything, then we have selected benefits 0. Let's also add a text primary color. So I will do a class name of text primary. If I now save this and again go back, this looks beautiful. That's what we wanted. So our benefits selector is now finished, and now we can continue with our form. And I want to create a new card component, and this will be for the company information. So let's go to our create job form. This form field is finished with our name, control, everything like that. This is finished. So let's go underneath this card, but we will still stay in our form element, and let's create a new card component. And Card is already imported. Then in the card, we will have a card header. And in the card header, we will have a card title. For the card title, I will say company information. And then underneath our card header, we can render card content. In our card content, let's render a div element. And this div element will again create a column layout, meaning on a LG device or on a bigger device on a desktop screen, we will have 2 columns, and on a mobile screen, we will have 1 column. So let's do a class name of grid, then grid columns of 1 on mobile, and on MD or bigger, this will be grid columns of 2. Let's also do a gap of 6, and then in this div element, we can get a form field. This is self-closing, and in our form field, let's first of all add the control. This will be equal to form.control. Then we have our name. The name will be equal to our company name. So let's get the company name. And then we have our render prop function. So this is our inline callback function. Let's return it. And let's destructure our param. And I want to get my field. Okay, this is done. Then in my render prop function, I want to return a form item. In the form item, I want to render a form label. In the form label, I want to say company name. And let's spell it correctly. And then underneath the form label, I want to get my form control. And in the form control, we want to render our input. This is self-closing. Let's add a placeholder and we will say company name. Of course, we want to connect our input with React hook form. So let's spread our field. And if I again go back and do a hard refresh, we will now see our input. So I think you now all understand how React hook form works with Next.js, or in other words, how it works with Shadcn UI. And I don't think that we have to now write every form field from scratch. Let's do a bit of copy pasting. So we already created a form item for our location. Let's copy this form item with our location, or not form item, I'm sorry, this is our form field. Let's copy it and let's paste it underneath our form field for the company name, but still in the div. Let's paste it and let's update a few things. The name shouldn't be location, but company location. For the field, this is fine. For the form label, we want to say location, or we could say company location. Then for the on value change, default value, this is all fine. Then our select value is also fine. For the select label, yeah, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. And this also all looks good to me, to be quite honest with you. So if I save this and again go back, we have our company location and I can select whatever I want to select. Okay, this is cool. The next thing which I want to render is an input for our company website. So let's go back and first of all, we want to go underneath this div, but still in the card content, and we want to create another div. This will again be for our grid columns. So let's do a class name of grid columns of 1 on mobile, and on MD or bigger, this will be grid columns of 2. Let's also add a gap of 6, and then in the div, we want to get our form field. So let's go to our form field with our company name. Let's copy it and let's paste it inside of here. So instead of saying company name, this should be company website. Then instead of saying for the form label company name, we will say company website. And for the input, instead of saying company name, we will say company, what was it? Website. Yes. Let's again go back. And now we have this input and this looks beautiful. Okay, let's continue. I want to now render our X account. So let's copy the form field and let's paste it down below. This is for the X account. So for the name, I want to get the company X account. For the form label, let's say company, so company X account. And then for our input, instead of saying company website, we will say company X account. And let's delete these dots, we don't need them. If I again go back, you now see, yeah, this looks beautiful. Now there's one more form field which I want to render, and this is for the company description. So let's copy this form field, let's go underneath the div element and let's paste it. So instead of having for our name the company X account, we want to get the company description. Where do we have it? Or company about. This is the correct term. For the form label, instead of company X account, this will be company description. And instead of rendering an input, I want to get in text area. Let's import that from our components. And for the placeholder, I will say something like, say something about your company. If I save this and again go back, you now have this text area. This looks fine, but I want to make it a bit bigger. So let's go back and let's add a minimum height. So class name, minimum height of custom value 120 pixels should be fine. And if I go back, yeah, I think 120 is a bit better. So this is finished, our company description, so company about. And now the last thing which I want to allow the company, so the employer, to do is to upload a logo. So for that, what we can do is open our company form, and in the company form at the bottom, you will find a form field with our logo. Let's copy this whole code. So I will get this whole form field. Inside of there, we have internal and stuff like that. Let's copy it and let's paste it in our create job form. Let's go underneath our last form field and let's paste it inside of here. Now we get a few errors. First of all, for the name, this shouldn't be logo, but this should be company logo. Then the form label is fine, this is correct. Then let's import our image component from next/image. Then I want to get my button from my components. I want to get my X icon from Lucid React. I want to get my upload drop zone from my components, not from upload thing. I want to get my types, so please import it from the components. And now it looks fine. I think this is all. And if I again go back, we see all of our data right here. And then at the bottom, we have our drop zone. Great, that's what I wanted. But now there's a little problem. What's the problem exactly? Well, the problem is I don't have any spacing between my inputs. So job location touches the input of job title. And that's not quite what I want. So let's go back and let's go to our first card component. We can go to our card content and let's add a class name, and this will be space y of 6. And if I save it and again go back, you see, now we have some spacing for the job information. Let's do the same for the company information. So let's go to our second card component. Then for the card content, we can add a class name, and this is space y of 6. And if I again go back, we also have some nice spacing inside of here. Great. Okay, so the UI for creating a job is finished, or it's almost finished. Nevertheless, the main part is finished. This all looks nice. As you see, I can type everything works as expected. But now the last thing which I want to render for this form is our listing job duration, meaning a user can select, for example, 7 days, 30 days, 60 days, and then the longer the duration is, the more this employer has to pay. So I want to create like a radio group. Let me go to eraser, and then inside of here we will have the following. We will have a card, right? And in the card, how does a radio group work? Well, normally you have something like in circles. So let's get our circle, and then you would have the text, the label, and you would say, I don't know, 60 days. And then you would copy paste this. So let me just copy paste this. And then inside of here, you would have 90 days, etc. This is how a radio group works. But this is not very beautiful. And I can also show it to you in Shadcn UI. This is the radio group. And yeah, I mean, we could do that and it would be fine. But I want to create something more fancy. I want to create like nice looking buttons. So right here we would say 60 days, and then we would have a nice background color. And when you select it, it would have a nice border. It will still work like a radio group, but it will look nicer. So nevertheless, even though we want to create a radio group, which is a bit different to the standard one, we want to still install the radio group component for accessibility. So let's copy the pnpm script. Let's go back. Then I will open my terminal. I will stop my dev server and I will paste it inside of here. As you see, it says the file radio group already exists. maybe we already installed it, to be honest. So I will just overwrite it because why not? But I guess we already installed it. So hey, then if you have it already installed, then you can just click no and continue. If we haven't installed it, then please install it now. But let's continue with our create job form. So I want to create a listing duration selector. So let's first of all again go to the bottom, and we want to first of all again render our form field. So let's scroll completely to the bottom, and now as you see we have our form item, this is self-closing, then we have our card, content card. This all looks good. What I want you to do is go underneath this card but still in the form, and we will create another card component because I want to render the listing duration selector in a separate component. Then let's get in card header, and in the card header we want to get our card title, and in the card title I will say job listing duration. Then underneath our card header we can get card content, and in the card content we will have our form field. Our form field is self-closing. Then we can first of all get our control. This will be equal to our form.control. Then let's continue. What else do we have? We have our name. This name, or for the name, we can click on Control Spacebar, and then we get the listing duration. What else do we have? We have our render prop function, and inside of here we want to return it. So let's return it, and we can destructure our param. And what do we want to get inside of here? You should all know it. We want to get, my god, let's first of all destructure it, and we want to get the field. And the field is used for what? Well, the internal state system. Okay, so in the render prop function we can get in form item. Then in the form item, let's first of all open it, we can get our form control. And in our form control, we want to render our listing or job listing duration selector. For now, let's render a p tag, and I can say component inside of here. Okay, and then the last thing which I want to render is the form message, meaning the error message. Let's go underneath the form control, and I want to get my form message. This is self-closing, and this should be all. So now we can create our component. And to create a component, I will create a separate component. So let's open our Explorer, let's go to the components, general, and we will call the file job listing. So let's spell correctly, job listing, duration, job listing, duration selector.tsx. So now we have our function, or in other words, we have our file, and now we can create our component. So since this is a component, we can do an export function. We will call it job listing duration, and let's invoke it. And in the return statement, let's get our radio group. This is imported from our components. Let's open it. And for the radio group, we have to pass two properties, the value and the onValue change, meaning the same thing as we did with our selector. So let's open in selector, and inside of here, we also had an onValue change. And okay, we had a default value. Inside of here, we will have a value. So let's first of all get the value. And now what will it be equal to? Well, it will be equal to our field, which we currently don't get. So let's create an interface. I will call it iappprops. Let's open it, and I want to get a field. What type will be field? Well, it's relatively simple. It's our controller field state, or not field state, so controller render props. This is imported from React hook form. And yeah, this is all. Then in my params, I can destructure it. This is of type iappprops. And then where we destructure it, I can get my field. And now we can use it. So for my radio group, for the value, this will be equal to our field dot value, and this itself looks fine, but I want to make sure that this is in string. So let's add a question mark dot to string, just to make sure that this is in string, or in other words that it converts to in string. And then we have our onValue change, and this will be an inline callback function. As in param, we can first of all get the value itself, and then we can do a field dot onChange, and I want to invoke it, and I want to pass my value. So let's do an pass int. Let's invoke it, and let's get in value. So first of all, why did we do in pass int? Why did we do in toString here? Maybe this confuses you a bit. So later on, we will have pricing tiers, right? So $60, $120, $200. I'm not sure right now what the pricing will be, but we will have pricing. And here's the thing.
The value can't be a number, it has to be a string. But for my internal state system, I want to store a number. Because if we open our sort schemas file, we will have our job listing duration, and this is a number. And if I would just say field.onChangeValue, then we would store a string, because as you see, value is of type string. But we want to have value, which is of type number, and that's why we do in parseInt, and this converts a string to an integer, meaning a number. And that's why we did for the value to string, meaning we first of all get a number, and this could be not defined. That's why we add the question mark, and then we convert our number to a string. So yeah, quite basic, right? Then in the radio group, let's render a div element. For the div, let's give it a class name of grid and gap of 4. You could also say flex column, so let's say flex column, why not? So flex and then flex of column to have one column. And in this div, I want to now map over my job listing duration pricing. Now here's the thing, here's the best practice. In my previous videos, what I would now do is just go above my export function. I would create an array and say, hey, this is our pricing tiers, and then I would create 3 objects and stuff like that. And then I would just map over it. I mean, if you look at it, it's not wrong, you can do it, that's fine. But as mentioned, this video is all about best practices. And one best practice is to create one separate file and store all of your business logic inside of there. Because let's imagine the following. I create an array inside of here. This will be for our pricing. And then in my server action, I will create another pricing array because I will need it for Stripe. Now we have 2 points of business logic, and let's imagine I change one and forget the other one. Then we have a divergence. We don't want that. We want to have one single source of truth, especially for our business logic. Meaning, I want to create a separate file, and inside of there, I will store this business logic. Let's go to the utils folder, and in the utils folder, I will create an job listing duration pricing.ts. Then inside of here, let's do an export constant. Let's give it the same name, meaning job listing, and let's spell it correctly, job listing duration selector. Then this will be equal to an array, and in the array, we want to have our objects. First of all, we have the days property. How many days should the listing be active for? So let's say for now 30 days. Then we want to give it a price. The price will be $99. And let's give it a description. And for the description, I will say something like standard listing. And let's also create an interface just for type safety, because now I could misspell days or price. I don't want that. So let's do an interface of iappprops. And inside of here, we want to get days, which will be of number. Then we want to get our price, which is of type number. And we want to get our description, which is of type string. And then for our job listing duration selector, we can say, hey, this is of type iappprops, but now we get an error. That's because it thinks that iappprops is an object, but iappprops should be an array. So let's append an array symbol. And now this error will go away. And as you now see, if I delete again the description and click on Control Spacebar, we have type safety. Let's again say standard listing. Then let's continue with our next object. For the days, this will be 60. Then I want to have a price. This will be 179. And I want to have a description. And for the description, I will just say extended visibility. Okay, then I want to create another object. Then for the days, this will be 90 days. I want to have a price of 249. And I want to have a description, and I will just say maximum exposure. So we have now created our job listing duration selector array. So let's go back to our job listing duration selector. And you know what? Job listing duration selector is incorrect. This should be job listing duration pricing. Okay, this is now a bit better. Then let's go back to the job listing duration selector, and inside of here we can map over our data. So in the div element, I can get my job listing duration pricing. Let's import that. Let's do .map. As in param, I will get a duration, and then I will just return it. Inside of here, I want to first of all create a div. This will be like a wrapper div for our children. We want to first of all pass in key. What is a unique key in our array? Well, a unique key is, for example, the days. So let's say this will be the duration.days. Then we want to also add a class name, and this will be relative. Then in our div, we will create our first radio group item, or in other words, it will be our only radio group item because we map over our data. Then this is self-closing, and for the radio group item, we won't create any UI. So what we can do is give it a value first of all, and this will be our duration.days and then .toString. Let's invoke it. And we will also have our ID, and this ID will be equal to our duration. So let's get the duration.days.toString, and I will invoke it. As mentioned, I don't want to render the radio group item, so let's give it a class name, and this will be SR only. SR only means that this won't show, the user won't see it. And we can now save this, and we can render it in our create job form to see if anything works. So let's scroll again to the bottom, and then we have our form control. Instead of rendering our p tag, let's get our job listing duration. This is self-closing, and for our job listing duration, we have to provide one property. This is the field, and field will be equal to field. As you see, we get one error, so let's mark this as any. Okay, this is finished. Let's go back to the job duration selector, or let's first of all see if our UI has updated and our dev server is not running. So let's restart the dev server. And what do we see? Well, we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's again because our radio group item, so let's first of all go right here to the selector. Our radio group item does not render anything. It's just for accessibility inside of here. So let's continue. I want to render a label component. This is imported from our components. In the label, or for the label, I want to give it a class name of flex, flex of column, and cursor of pointer. In the label, I want to render a card component. This is imported from the components. And in the card, we will render a div. So let's get a div element. So this div will be a layout div, or a wrapper layout div. So let's think about the layout. What do I want to create? So first of all, as mentioned, we will have like our card, our selector card, our card radio group, whatever you want to call it. So we will have this card UI, and inside of there, we will first of all render the duration days on the left side with the description, and then on the right side, I want to render the price, meaning we want to create this justify between layout. So let's give it a class name. This will be flex justify of between, and then items of center. And then on the left side, I want to render the duration days and the description. So let's get a wrapper div, and inside of here, I will render a p tag. And I want to get my duration.days. And let's say days after that. If I save this and again go back, you now see 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days. Nice. But if I click on it, nothing happens. Don't worry about that, we will fix it in a second. Let's update also our p tag to make it look a bit nicer. So let's give it a class name of font semi-bold, and I want to have text of LG. Then the next value which I want to render is the description. So I will go underneath the p tag, and I will get the duration.description. And let me also provide a class name, and this is text of small and text of muted foreground to have a grayish color. If I again go back, you'll see, okay, you know what, it's already taking shape. It could be better, but it's fine. Now we want to render on the right side our pricing. As mentioned, this is justify between. So we rendered this item on the left side, and then on the right side we will have the pricing. So let's again go back. Let's go underneath this div, but still in this, I will call it the main wrapper div, and let's create another div element. Let's give it a class name first of all of text right, or we could delete it just to see how it will affect it if we don't have it. Then in the div we can render a p tag, and I want to get my duration.price, and in front of the duration price I want to render a $sign. If I save this and again go back, you see $99, $179, and $249. Okay, this is great. So I want to give it a class name, and let's say font of bold, and text of XL to make it quite big. This is already better. And then underneath the duration price, I want to render the price per day. So we will calculate it. So let's again get an p tag. And then inside of here, I want to divide my duration price by my days. So let's get parentheses and let's say duration.price divided by duration.days. If I save this and again go back, you see, I guess we get the result. This is about $3.30. This is about $3, and this is about $2.70 or $2.80. Nevertheless, we don't want that. We want to fix at the end of the day the dots, the cents. So we can use a method. So we had our parentheses, right? And after the parentheses, we can use the method toFixed, and we can invoke it and pass an argument of 2. And if I can go back, you see, this is already better, meaning we only have 2 numbers after the separator. Let's again go back, and then also let's say /day. And at the front, I want to also render a $sign. And if I again go back, this is quite fine. Let's of course also style it. So for the p tag, I will give it a class name of text small, and then also text of muted foreground. If we save this and again go back, you will see, this is fine. But now there's one thing. As mentioned, for this div, I want to give it a text of right. And that's because I want to align the pricing to the right side. So let's go back, and for the div, I will say text of right. And if I can go back, you see the pricing is aligned to the right side. Okay, this is finished. Now I want to style my card, because this does not look nice. So for the card, I can give it a class name, and I want to use my CN helper. So I will first of all open an object, then I will get my CN helper, I will invoke it, and first of all, I want to do internally, and I want to say, hey, if the field.value is equal to our duration.days, then this means that the current, let's say group, the current item is selected. So we can do internally and question mark, and if this is true, I will do border of primary and BG primary opacity 10%. And if this is not true, let's do in colon, and I want to have an hover of BG secondary, and then let's again use in slash, and I want to have 50% opacity. Then I want to also add like default styles, so I can add in comma, and after that these styles will be applied to both states. So if it's true or false, this style or these styles will still be applied. And I want to say, hey, padding of 4, then border of 2, and transition of all. And I think this is all. Let's save it, let's go back, and that's what I wanted. And if I save this and go back, we have our job listing duration. But if I do a hard refresh, you will see 30 days will be selected, and that's fine. But if I click on 60 days or 90 days, nothing happens. So what's the problem? Well, if I go back, as you know, we use the label. And I know at first glance, maybe a label does not make a lot of sense to you, but it's actually quite good. So it makes a lot of sense because the label gives us accessibility, and we love accessibility. There's a reason why we use the radio group, and with the label we get accessibility. But to make it work with the label, we have to use an HTML4. So let's do an HTML, or first of all, let's again say label, and then HTML4, and this will be equal to our duration.days and then .toString. And if I again invoke it and then go back and click on 60 days, it now works as expected. Nice. So I'm now finished with the job listing duration, and the next thing which I want to do is render my submit button. So I will go back to my create job form, and then inside of here, underneath our card, but still in the form, I will render my button component. This is imported from the components, and let me give the button a type. This will be of submit. Then I will do a class name of wfull, and in the button I will just say post job. Then I will save this, and if I again go back, we have this button. Okay, so now the next thing which I want to do is first of all test out client-side form validation. I will click on post job, and we didn't get request. That's because our action or our form in general does not have an action or on submit, meaning it just does an default get request. And this is fine, but we don't want that. We want to do a post request. So we want to first of all create our onSubmit function, and then we won't do a get request anymore. So above the return statement, we can do an async function. This will be called onSubmit. I will invoke it, open it, and I will just do a console log, and I will just say should work. Yeah. Then for our onSubmit in our params, I want to get my data. So I will use values, and this will be of type z.infer. Then I want to pass in generic, and this will be type of job schema. And this seems good. We have our values. We currently get an error. That's because we don't use it, but that's fine. Then for our native form, we can add an onSubmit handler, and this onSubmit will be equal to form.handleSubmit. I will invoke it, and as an argument, I will pass on submit. Okay, I can save this. And if I again go back and click on post job, we have our client-side validation. This means our job title is required, employment type, job location. For the salary range, we don't get an error, and that's because we already selected something, right? $10,000 up to 500K. Our job description throws an error, the benefits throw an error, all of our company information throws an error, and all of this looks quite nice. So let's again, or before we go back, there's one thing, right? We already have data for the company. We have a company name, we have a location, we have everything. And also, I currently see I don't have a form message for my company name. So what's exactly the problem? We have right here always a form message, but not for the company name. So I will go to the bottom to our card component. So here we have our card, company name. I forgot the form message. So underneath the form control, I want to get the form message. This is self-closing. Let's copy it. For the company location, did I add it? Yes, I added it. So I can skip this. Then for our company X account, underneath the form control, I will paste it. Then for the company about, underneath the form control. Then for the company logo, I want to add it underneath our form control. It's already added. And then for our job listing duration, it's also added. So if I can go back, we see our error messages. So now we have this is nice. But as mentioned, we already have company information. This means we can pass them as default values. How do we get this data? Well, we can go first of all to our post job route. So I will open the post job route, and inside of here, I will fetch some data, and then I will pass all of the job data as properties. So underneath the stats and still in the post job route, I will do an async function, then get company. I will invoke it and then open it. Inside of here, I can do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils file .company.find unique, since I want to find a unique company. Then I can use an where statement, and I want to find a company where the user ID matches my user ID. So currently we don't get a user ID, so let's get it through the params. I will get a user ID, and this will be of type string. And then user ID will be of type, or will have a value of user ID. Then let's create a select statement, and I want to get the company name. So let's set it to true. I want to get the location. Let's set this to true. I want to get about. I will set this to true. Then I want to get a logo, not console log, but logo. I will set this to true. I will have an X account, also true. And of course, the website. I can set this to true, and now we are finished. So underneath our constant data, I can now do an if statement, and we can say, hey, if we don't get any data, then there's some problem. Then this probably means that the user does not have any company. So let's open that, and we will redirect the user. So I will do an return redirect, and I want to redirect the user to the index page. Okay, this is already better. Then after this if check, I can return my data, and then we can call this function in our post job page. So I can do a constant data equals to await get company, and then I can invoke it, and we now get 2 errors. First of all, we want to mark this function as async. So export default async function. And this is safe to do so because this is a server component. And for get company, we want to pass one argument, and that's the user ID. How do we get our user ID? Well, we have the require user hook. So let's do a constant session equals to await require user. I can invoke it, and then as an argument, I will pass the session.id and as string. Okay, now we have our data. This is the type of our data. I can go to my create job form and I can create an interface. So let's do an interface, app props, and with the interface, I want to tell TypeScript what types I want to get. So we want to get a few things, meaning we can hover over our data and then we already see all of the types. Let me copy these types. I will go back and paste them inside of here, meaning we will have a location, name, about, logo, website, X account. But I want to change it a bit. This should be the company location. I do that because I want to differentiate it from the standard location, because we also have the normal location inside of here, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that this is the company location and not the normal job location. Then we have the company name, we have the company about, we have the company logo, so I can just copy the name company and then uppercase logo. Then we have the company website, uppercase W, and the company X account, so I will uppercase X. Okay, this is finished. And then where we have our params, I can destructured, this will be of type props, and then where I destructured, I can get all of my values. The company about, I can get the company location, the company logo, the company name, of course the company website, and the company X account. So if I go to my page.tsx for the create job form, we can add the company about. This will be equal to our data.about. Then we have our company location. This is data.location. Then I have my company logo, which is data.logo. Then we have, of course, our company name. This is data.name. Then we have our company website. This is data.website. We also have the company X account, and this is the data.x account. And now we have provided all of our values, and we can use them in our useForm hook. So first of all, company about won't be an empty string anymore, but it will be equal to company about. So company about. Then we have our company location, and this will be equal to our company location instead of a string. For the company name, the same. It will be the company name. For the company logo, we will also get the company logo, not location, but company logo. Then we have the website. This will be the company website. And we have the X account, which will also be the company X account. And as you now see, for the company X account, we get an error. And that's because the company X account could be not defined, null. So let's do an OR, and if company X account is not defined, we will render an empty string. And now we are finished. Meaning if I go back to my form, my session is first of all lost, so let me again log in. And then when I go to post job again, you see the company name, company website, location, and the company description, and of course the company logo. I can still select everything still works, and that's very nice. So what I want to now do is create my server action to create our mutation finally. So let's go to our actions file. I want to go to the bottom and I want to do a new export async function, and I misspelled async, and I will name it create job. Then I can just invoke it and open it. So what's the first thing which I want to do? Well, only authenticated users should be able to create a mutation. So let's say constant user equals to await require user. This is already imported, let's invoke it, and now we make sure that only authenticated users can create a mutation. What's the next thing which I want to do? Well, I want to use Arcjet again. At the end of the day, we have our two rules, right? Shield and detect bot. And I want to use it in all of my server actions, because this is just a good general, let's say, security for us, because we make sure that no bots submit our form, but also that there's no, let's say, for example, XSS attack or SQL injection or anything like that. So we protect against the most common form, let's say, security issues, and against bots. So let's go back to our create job. We want to do a constant decision, and this will be equal to await aj.protect. Let's invoke it. Now you see we get one error. What's the problem? We are expecting one argument, but we pass 0. What argument do we have to pass? The request. How do we get our request? Well, we can do a constant rec, and this will be equal to await request. And this is already imported, we can invoke it, and then I can pass my request as an argument. So we have our decision now, right? But our decision could be either denied or allowed, as you probably know. So let's do an if check and let's say, hey, if the decision is denied, then we can first of all invoke it. And if this is true, then let's open it, and I want to just throw a new error. And for the error message, I will just say forbidden. Because if Arcjet decided that the user is not, or if the request is not valid, then I don't want to allow the user to create any mutation. So now our server action is completely secured. Only authenticated users and only requests which seem valid and correct. And now we can validate our data. So in our params, we will get our data. So I will get data, and this is of type z.infer. I will add a generic, and this is type of job schema. I will import it from the utils, and now we get our data with the correct typing. Let's first of all validate our data. So I will do a constant validate data, and this will be equal to our job schema.pass. I will invoke it and pass my data as an argument. So if we have a problem, we will throw an error. If the data is good, if it compares correctly to our sort schema, then everything is fine and we will be able to create our mutation. So what we can do is a constant job post, and this will be equal to await Prisma, then .job post and .create. I will invoke it, the structured, and we want to pass the data property since we want to create a new job posting. So let's first of all get our job description. This will be of type validate data.job description. Then we have our job title, and this will be of type validate data.job title. Then I have my employment type, and this will be validate data.employment type. Then I have my location, and this is validate data.location. Then I have my salary from, and this is validate data.salary from. And we have our salary to, and this is validate data salary to or .salary to. Then I have my listing duration, which is equal to validate data.listing duration. And then we also have our benefits, and this is validate data.benefits. Yes. If I now click on Control spacebar, we still get one error. What's the problem? Well, if I open my schema, you will see we have one relation. We have a relation to the company, meaning I have to add my company ID. I want to relate the job post to the company. So how do we get our company? Well, above our constant job post, we can do a constant company, and this will be equal to await prisma.company.find unique. Then I will invoke it, the structured, and then we have our where statement. I don't want to find any company, I want to find a specific company. And I want to find a company where the user ID matches my user.id. And we get our user ID through the require user hook. Okay, so now we find our user. Let's also do a select statement, and I want to select the ID. Let's set this to true. So now we get our company, but here's the thing. Company could be defined, but it could be null, because maybe the user was somehow able to create a mutation, but without a company. Meaning, for example, maybe the user is a job seeker, and we don't want to allow a job seeker to create a job post. Now, in theory, this shouldn't happen, but as mentioned, a server action is a public endpoint, and that's why you want to do the same security as on the client side. And we will do an if check, and we want to say, hey, if we don't have a company.id, and this is optional, or not optional, this is could be undefined, then let's open it, and I want to redirect the user. So return redirect, and I will redirect the user to the index page. Okay, so now we know that we have our company, meaning for the company ID, I can pass my company.id. and now we don't have any errors anymore. So this in theory should now work, so we can do a return redirect, and I want to redirect the user to the index page. So our server action is created, and currently we get an error for the job post, so I can just say await Prisma job post. And now we can copy the name of the server action. This is create job. Let's go to our create job form, and inside of here we can create our or we can call the function. So let's do a try catch statement. First of all try, then I will have catch, and I will open catch. In try I want to do an await create job. This is imported from my actions. I will invoke it, and as an argument I will pass my values. Then in my catch statement I want to do the same as we did in our company form. So let's open the company form, and inside of here we did our if check, right, in the catch statement. If it's not next redirect, then we will throw an error. If it's next redirect, then we will just continue. So I will copy this if statement and I will paste it inside of here. Again, to recap it, we check, hey, is the error instance of error? If so, then let's also check that the error message is not next redirect. If this is not true, we will say, hey, this is really an error. If it's next redirect, then we will just continue. And then we want to also have a finally state, and this will be for our pending state. So let's do finally, let's open it, and I want to say set pending to false. But as you see, we don't have pending. So let's create it. Above the async function, I will do a constant, then I want to get pending and set pending. And this will be equal to use state, and the initial state will be false. And then for our try statement, first of all, on top, I can say set pending. This will be true. And then in finally, I can set pending to false. Okay, so now we have our pending state, and now I can use it. So I will go to the bottom. Let's scroll to the bottom. Where do we have it? Right here. And then for the button, we can create our ternary. And I can say, hey, if pending is true, then I want to render submitting. If pending is not true, I will render create job post. And I will also add a disabled state. And for disabled, this will be true if our pending is true. So disabled equals to pending. Okay, let's go back. And as you see, nothing changes. Everything still works or looks as we expect. So what do you think? I think we should test it out. So for the job title, I will say just, I don't know, marketing manager. Then for the employment type, this will be full-time. For the location, yeah, Chile is fine. For the salary range, something between, I don't know, 300k and 360k. For the job description, super cool job. Let's have a bullet list, I don't know, 1, 2, 3. And then I want to have like in the center, this is an center. That's a nice description, right? Then for the benefits, I don't know, we have a learning budget, equity compensation, co-working, no monitoring, 401k, async. Yeah, I think this is enough. Then for the company name, yeah, this is also all fine. And for the job listing duration, let's say 60 days. And let's click on create job post. We have a pending state and we should get redirected. Let's see. I'm not sure. And we got redirected. Okay, let's open Prisma Studio and let's see what we have in our database. Okay, so as you see, we have one job post. We have an ID, we have the job title, employment type, location, salary from, salary to. This all looks good. Job description, this looks good. Then for the listing duration, did we select 60 days? I think I selected the middle one, right? And yes, this is 60 days. Then let's continue. Benefits, yeah, this is an array, this is fine. For the status draft, this is correct because that's the default. And created ad, updated ad is correct. And we have the relation to the company. So this works exactly as expected, which is super cool. Okay, so as you now see, we store everything in our database, the mutation works, and that's great. But what I want to now do is allow the user to pay for the job posting. Again, we have our job listing duration, and the user should either pay $100, $180, or $250. So to make payments work, we will use Stripe. Stripe is a payment gateway and it's probably the biggest one around. You should probably all know Stripe. I don't even think I have to explain anything. Nevertheless, Stripe allows you to collect payments. It allows you to create subscriptions and everything. It's super cool. It's relatively easy to implement. It has great documentation. And yeah, it has a great development environment. So now we know what Stripe is and we can get started. So I will head over to sign in. Okay, so as you see, I'm now signed in into my dashboard and this is currently Job Marshal Local, meaning this is my local environment and we already see some revenue. This is cool. But let's create a new sandbox, or let's create a new account. So we can click on create new account. Then for the account name, this will be Job Marshal. And for the country of operation, you can select whatever you want to select or your region. Then let's click on create. We have our pending state and then this should be created and we should get redirected. So as you now see, I got redirected and we are in test mode, meaning we will use test data, but that's completely fine. And we can still test out everything because if you want to go into live mode, you have to add your business data and stuff like that. We don't need it for this video. So yeah, as you see, no revenue, everything is empty. And what I want to first of all get is our secret key. So I already have it here, but we can also go to the search field, type secret, and then we can go to developers API keys. And then this will load and inside of here, we will find our secret key. So I can copy the secret key, I can go to the env file and let's create a new secret and let's uppercase it, secret underscore stripe underscore key. And then this will be equal to the Stripe secret key. Now please make sure that you import the secret key or copy it and not the publishable key. The publishable key is what works on the client side. The secret key is what you should only use on the server side. And we will use Stripe on the server side, meaning this is fine to do so for us. That's why we will get the secret key. Then let's continue. Let's open our terminal and we will have to install the Stripe SDK. So I will do in pnpm, so pnpm I Stripe, and this will install the Stripe SDK. This is a backend SDK, meaning a Node.js SDK, and it won't work on the client side. Whenever you work with Stripe now with this SDK, you will have to do that either in a route handler or in a server action. And then inside of here, we can again restart our dev server, or no, let's not restart it. We want to first of all log in, meaning we can do in Stripe log in to authenticate our account. I will click on enter and then we should get an URL. So I will copy this URL and let me open it in a new tab. And then once authenticated, I can select what business we want to select. I don't want to select Job Marshal Local, but I want to select, so let me click on switch. I want to select Job Marshal. And this is spelled incorrectly. Okay, who cares? Let's select this. And now we are switching accounts. So now we can allow Stripe CLI to access our information for Job Marshal. And this all looks good. So let's click on allow access. So as you see, access granted. And if I go back, right here it says done. Stripe CLI is configured. This will expire 90 days. That's fine. So we can now get started. So let's first of all again restart our dev server. And now we can use Stripe, which is great. So the first thing which I want to create is a new variable for Stripe. So we can go to our utils, so to the app folder, utils folder, and inside of here, I want to create a stripe.ts file. And we want to configure Stripe. We have to pass our environment variable. So let's do an export constant Stripe, and this will be equal to new Stripe. Stripe is imported from Stripe. This does not import automatically, so let me do it manually. On top, I will do an import. This will be Stripe from Stripe. Okay, this is imported. And now where we invoke it, I want to pass my secret key or my environment variable. So let's do in process.env. Then I forgot the name, so I will copy it. This is Stripe secret key, and then I will paste it inside of here. As you see, we currently get an error, and that's because TypeScript does not know if this environment variable is defined. We know that it's defined, so I will add an exclamation mark. Then I can add a comma, open an object, and inside of here, we have to provide two properties. The API version, and the API version is this one. So if you click on Control Spacebar, it should already show an API version. Just copy it, or just click on it, and then it will be this one. And then we want to use TypeScript, so let's set this to true. And now we have Stripe. Okay, so now we have configured our Stripe client, and now we can use it in our server action to pretty much pay, or to allow the user to pay for the job posting. And here's the thing, Stripe works with customers. This means we want to create in Stripe a new customer. So we can go to our schema, and in our schema for the user model, I want to store the Stripe customer ID, because later on, this is what we will use to relate to the Stripe dashboard, or in other words, to the Stripe database. So in the model user, we can get underneath the sessions, for example, the Stripe customer ID. This is of type string, and this is optional, because when we first create the user, we won't have a Stripe customer ID. We will only create it once the user goes over to create a new job posting. Then we want to now sync our database. So I will stop my dev server. This is super important. And then we can do in pnpm dealx prisma db of push. This will sync our database with our Prisma schema. As you see, our Prisma schema is in sync with our database, and we can again do in pnpm run dev to start or restart our dev server. And then in our actions, we want to first of all check if the user already has a Stripe customer ID. Because let's think of it like that. A company can come for the first time, post a job. For the first time, the company won't have a Stripe customer ID. So we will create a new customer ID. But let's imagine the following. A company already created or posted a job in the past. Now they want to post another one. Then we will already have the customer ID, and we won't have to create a new one in Stripe. And the nice thing is, when you create a Stripe customer ID in the Stripe dashboard, you will see all of the payments made by one customer. So in theory, you could also do Stripe checkout without a customer, but it's in best practice to create a customer to relate all payments to the individual customer. Okay, so now we know that, and we can continue. So let's go to our if check, so where we check if the user does not have a company, and let's create a let statement. And I want to say, hey, let Stripe customer ID, and this should be equal to our Stripe customer ID. So in our constant company Prisma query, where we select the ID, we can now also select our user. So we can get our user model, and then we can do a select, and I want to get the Stripe customer ID. As you see, I don't get it. So let's restart our TS server. As you know, there's some sort of bug with pnpm and Prisma. And if I now click on Control Spacebar, and if I want to get the Stripe customer ID, I get it. So let's set it to true, and now we have the Stripe customer ID. So I can now set our Stripe customer ID to company.user.Stripe customer ID. Now here's the thing, the Stripe customer ID could be a string, but it could be not defined, because again, the Stripe customer ID is optional. So we will do an if check, and this is all above our await Prisma job post. So let's make some space. We are underneath our if check, but above our Prisma job post mutation. And we want to do an if check, and we want to say, hey, if there's no Stripe customer ID, then let's create a new customer. So let's do a constant customer, and this will be equal to await Stripe. Please make sure that you import Stripe from the utils folder, and then I want to do a .customers.create. Then I want to invoke it, the structured, and I can pass an email. This will be equal to the user.email. And then I want to get a name, and this will be equal to the user.name. And as you now see, we get an error, and it says, hey, the email could be defined, but it could be also not defined. So let's do an as string, and let's do the same for the name, as string. And now we are finished. So we have our customer, and with our customer, we will get a customer ID. And since I did a let Stripe customer ID, I can reassign it. So let's say Stripe customer ID will be equal to customer.id. And the customer ID is what we get from Stripe. Okay, and since we now have our new Stripe customer, we can update our Prisma schema. So let's do a comment, and we will say, hey, update user with Stripe customer ID. And then let's create a mutation. Await prisma.user. What do we want to do? We want to update the user. Let's invoke it, the structured, and I want to add a where statement. I want to update an user where the ID matches the user.id. and I want to update data. So we can get our data property, and I want to update my Stripe customer ID, and this will be equal to our customer.id. Or, in theory, we could say Stripe customer ID. It does not make a difference, but let's just say customer ID, because why not? Okay, so now we know that we have in Stripe customer. This is great. And now I want to create in Stripe checkout. So we will go underneath our arrayed Prisma job post, and we will be just above the return redirect. Inside of here, I want to first of all get our pricing tier, because currently we only get the listing duration, and the listing duration is only a number, 30, 60, 90, but I don't get a description, I don't get a dollar amount, I don't get anything, and we want to get it. So we will create pretty much something like a filter function. We can do a constant pricing tier, and this will be equal to job listing duration pricing dot find, because we want to find something. So inside of here we can get a param. This is the tier, and then this will be equal to our tier dot days. And if this is equal to validate data dot listing duration, well, then we will find the pricing tier. So what's exactly this code? So job listing duration pricing is an array. I can open it, job listing duration pricing. We have an array with 3 objects with days, price, and description. Now in this array, what we do is we pretty much map over it using the find method, and then we say, hey, let's get the tier.days and let's find our tier.days where they match the validate data listing duration. Meaning if our listing duration is 60, then for our job listing duration pricing, I want to find the object where days match 60, and then we will get our price of 180 and description. So we now have our pricing tier. Let's also do an if statement, and we will say, hey, if there's no pricing tier, this means if I can't find something, then this probably means that we have some sort of problem. So I will do a throw new error, I will invoke it, and for the message, I will say invalid listing duration selected. Okay, so now this is finished, and the last thing which I want to do is finally create our Stripe checkout session. So I will do a constant session equals to arrayed Stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create, since we want to create a checkout session. Then inside of here we want to first of all relate this payment to our Stripe customer. So let's get the customer property, and this will be equal to our Stripe customer ID. So this is the variable which we created on top. So let Stripe customer ID. Okay, so we have now related our payment, and now I want to tell Stripe what we want to check out for. So what's the price, what's the item, etc. For that, we will get a line items array. And in the line items array, we will create an object. This is what we want to, at the end of the day, check out. So we will get price data, and price data is an object. In price data, we will get a product data. And for the product data, we can first of all provide a name. For the name, I will use upticks, and I will say job posting, then dash, I want to get the days, so I will get the pricing tier dot days, and then I will say days. So we will say something like job posting dash 30 days. Okay, we have a name, then let's continue with a description, and this will just be the pricing tier dot description. Again, the pricing tier is what we get from our array, or in other words, that's the object which we find. Then let's continue. I want to also add an image, so we can get an images array, and inside of here, honestly, you can render whatever image you want to. So I will go to upload thing, and then in upload thing, I will go to job marshal YouTube. I will go to my files, and let me just open extension icon 1. This should be like this demo logo, this green one. Yeah, this looks fine. I will copy this, and then I will paste it for the images array. So now we are finished with our product data. So Stripe now knows what we want to check out. We have the name, the description, and the image. Now we want to add the price data. So let's go underneath the product data, but still in the price data, and we want to add in currency. This is uppercase USD. Then we want to add the unit amount, and the unit amount is the pricing, the cost. So $100, $200, $300, etc. And we want to do a pricing tier price. But now here's the thing. Our pricing tier, or this price, currently renders like 179 or 249 or 99. This is fine, but the thing is, Stripe works with cents. Meaning, if I would now save this, we would pretty much render, I don't know, $9 or 90 cents, I'm not sure right now, and that's because we are missing the cents. So what we want to do is multiply this by 100, so multiply by 100, and then instead of rendering or passing to Stripe 99, we will now pass to Stripe 9900. So this is $99.00. So Stripe works with cents, and that's why you have to multiply it by 100. Okay, so we are finished with our price data. Let's go underneath it, and I want to add my quantity. And for the quantity, what do we want to say? 1 job post, 2 job posts, 300 job posts? No, this is 1 job post, so quantity of 1. Okay, this is also finished. Then let's continue. Let's go underneath our line items because we're finished with the product data itself, and then we can pass our mode. What is this? Well, there are a few variants: payment, setup, or subscription. Payment is if you want to allow the user to pay right away. Setup is if you want to only get the credit card data and then charge the user later on. And subscription is, well, it's a subscription. It's a monthly fee, I don't know, $30 every month, and then the user can cancel if he wants to or continue paying. But we want to have a one-time payment, so that's why we will use payment. And then the last thing which we have is our success URL and our cancel URL. So this is where the user will get redirected if the payment was successful, or in other words, if it was cancelled for some reason. And I want to redirect the user to localhost 3000/payment/success. So to do that, instead of just hard coding localhost, I will create an environment variable. This is better for business logic. And we will say next_public_URL, and this will be equal to localhost 3000. So I will copy the URL from Chrome, copy it, and paste it inside of here. I will delete the post job, and this should only be localhost 3000. Also, please delete the slash at the end. It should only be localhost 3000. Let's go to our actions, or let's first of all copy the environment variable, and then in the action I can use upticks, and I want to first of all get my process, then .env and .nextPublicURL. Then I can do a slash payment/success. And I want to do the same for the cancel URL. I will use upticks, then I will get my process.env.nextPublicURL and then slash payment/cancel. Okay, this is finished, and that's great. So at the end, I want to redirect the user to the Stripe checkout URL. So instead of redirecting the user to the index page, we will do in return redirect, and we will redirect the user to the session.url. And the session is what we get from Stripe. As you see, we currently get one problem, one warning, so let's mark this as string. Okay, and now we are finished. Let's recap everything. So we have our create job server action. First of all, we make sure that only authenticated users are able to create a mutation. Then we use Arcjet to check that the request is valid, meaning that the user is not a bot who tries to play with our website and overload our database and stuff like that. And we also check that this isn't some sort of attack. No XSS attack, SQL injection, or anything like that. And then we do an if check and we check, hey, if the decision is denied, then we will just say, hey, you aren't allowed to continue. But if everything is fine, well, then we will continue. Then we get our data right and we pass it, meaning we compare it against our sort schema. If everything is fine, we will get our validate data. If there's some sort of problem, we will throw an error. Okay, then we continue and we get the company of the user, meaning we first of all get the ID. And then we also select from the user the Stripe customer ID. If the user does not have a company, we redirect the user to the index page. And then we continue with Stripe. We first of all get our variable let, and we can reassign it, so that's why it's let, and this is Stripe customer ID. This is equal to our Stripe customer ID, which we get from our database. But here's the thing, this could be undefined, meaning that we don't have one because the user just signed up to job Marshall. That's why we check, hey, if there's no Stripe customer ID, then let's create a new customer ID in Stripe, and let's also update the user with the Stripe customer ID. After this is finished, we create our mutation with Prisma, and then at the end, we find our pricing tier, and then we finally create our Stripe checkout. We add the customer, meaning we relate the payment to the customer, we add our item, and then we say mode payment, and we add the success and cancel URL. At the end, I redirect the user to this page, to the checkout page, and then we are finished. Okay, let's test it out. Then let's save this, let's go back, let's do a hard refresh just to make sure that everything works as expected. And then let's create a job title. This will be, I don't know, not contractor, but marketing manager. Then for the employment type, this will be part-time. For the location, I will select something. For the salary range, yeah, something like this. For the job description, hey, how are you? A super cool job, I guess. Then for the benefits, I will just select something. I'm not sure what, but I don't really care, to be honest with you. Then for the company information, this is all fine. And for the job listing duration, I will select 60 days. Then let me create my post. We have our pending state and I should get redirected. Let's see. So it's loading, and we are getting redirected. Yes, that's what I wanted. Nice. And as you see, we have our name, or we have our product name, job posting 60 days. We have the pricing and then the image. Let's check, is the pricing correct? So in our job listing pricing duration, you see 60 days is $180. Great. Let's now check out. So let's say 424242. This is the Stripe customer or Stripe test card. Then for the month and year, 442. And for the CVC, 424. For the name, Jan Marshall. And then, or let's spell it correctly, and then I will pay. We have in pending state, and we should get redirected to a success route, which does not exist. So as you see, 404 not found. So first of all, if we go back to Arcjet, you will see that everything was allowed. So I will go to my team, and then in my team, you see allowed. And as you see, we also have the time right here. It's the 25th. It's this and this AM, and you see the host. You don't see a path, and that's because this is a server action. If this would be a route handler, of course you would see a path. And if I click on this, you will also see that everything was allowed. And that's again because we did not play, or not play, but we didn't do anything bad. So as you see, allowed, conclusion allowed, reason nothing. And that's again because everything was allowed. Nice. Later on, as mentioned, I will also show you rate limiting, and then I will also show you how a disallow will work. So let's again close this, and then I will go back to localhost, or let's go to Stripe actually. And as you see, we have one transaction, $179. We have the description, we have a customer, we have the date, and you see it succeeded, and that's nice. If I go to my customers, you also see we have one customer with my name and email. And if I click on the customer, then you see this customer only made one payment for $180. Nice. So as you see, Stripe works as expected. That's what we wanted. And now I want to implement webhooks because currently we don't update our state or our status. Because if you go to our schema, you will see we have a status for our job post. So where is it? It's here. We have the status, and this is as a default draft. But we want to implement a webhook. We want to listen in the webhook if the event was successful, the payment. And if the payment was successful, we want to set our job status as active. And yeah, let's do that. Okay, to set up our middleware, it's relatively simple. We will go to our API route, and in the API route, I will create a new folder called webhook. In the webhook folder, I will create a child folder, and this will be the Stripe folder. And in the Stripe folder, we will have an route.ts. So the end URL will be something like localhost 3000/API/webhook/Stripe. And that's where we will get all of our Stripe webhook events. But we will only listen for one, and that's that the payment was successful, and then we will update our status. And let's also quickly talk about why you even need a webhook. So payments are not synchronous. So they are not synchronous. Synchronous means that you pay and then you get something in result. A payment can be fast, but it can take a long time. Meaning, if you click on continue, meaning on buy, the payment can be successful right away, but it can also take 1 day or 2 days. Again, it's asynchronous. And that's why we want to use a webhook. So let's do it. Let's do an export async function, then uppercase post. Since this is a post request, I will invoke it and then open it. Inside of here, the first thing which I want to get is the request object. This is of type request. And then in my function, I want to first of all get the body of my request. So constant body equals to await rec.text. Then I can invoke it, and now I have my body. Then I want to get my headers. So I will do a constant headers list, and this will be equal to await headers. Headers is imported from Next.js. I will invoke it, then I want to get my signature, and we will need all of this to later on construct our event. So now I want to get in Stripe signature from my headers. So we can do a constant signature, and this will be equal to headers list dot get, and as mentioned, I want to get the Stripe signature. So this is Stripe, then dash signature. Please make sure that you spell this correctly. If you misspell it, then this whole webhook won't work. So again, please make sure S should be uppercased, then dash, and again S uppercased. Stripe signature. Okay, so now we have our body and our signature, and we can use it to construct an event. So let's create a let event, and I want to give it a type. This will be uppercase Stripe, and let's import it from Stripe dot event. And this should be event, not event. And if you hover over event, you now see event is of type Stripe event. And we use let, so we use the let keyword because this allows us to reassign event. Okay, and the next step is to first of all construct our webhook. So we can do a try statement, and in the try statement, I want to get my event and I want to reassign it. This will be equal to Stripe, lowercase, let's import it from the utils folder, dot webhooks, and then dot construct event. I will invoke it, and inside of here, I have to provide 3 arguments. First of all, my body. My body is our rec.text. Then the second argument is our signature, meaning this was our Stripe-signature from our headers. And then the third property is our webhook secret. At this moment, we don't have a webhook secret, but we will add it in a second. So we can for now say process.env.stripe_webhook_secret. And if I leave it like that, we currently get 1 error for signature, and it says argument of type string or null is not assignable to type string. So we can say for our signature that this is as string, then this error will go away, but now we have one problem with our environment variable, and you should all know what the problem is. The problem is that TypeScript does not know if the environment variable is defined or not. But we as developers know that it's defined, so we can say as string, or we can use the exclamation mark, whatever you want to use, you can use it. And of course, currently it's not defined, but hey, that's fine. Then we want to have a catch statement, so let's catch this. I will open this, and in my catch statement, I will just return an error. So return new response, and I will invoke it, and for the message, something like webhook, error should be fine. I want to also give it a status, and the status will be of 400. As you currently see, we get 1 error for the event. What's the problem? It says event is assigned a value, but never used. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about that. We will use it in a second. So now we have constructed our event, meaning we first of all get our body, then we get our signature and our Stripe webhook secret. So let's again recap what we did right here. First of all, we get our headers. Then we get our signature from the headers. And then we create an event. We then have a try catch statement. We try to construct a new webhook event. For that, as an argument, we pass the body, signature, and our environment variable. If everything works out, then we will have our event. If there will be some sort of problem, then we will catch it and we will return an error. And we will only have an error if there's some sort of malicious user or something like that that tries to, I guess, tamper with our application. But if all of these 3 arguments are correct, then everything will work as expected. And now we can continue. So from our event object, we can get our session. So let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to event.data.object. So this is now finished and we can continue. And now underneath our session, we can listen for our event types. So there are a lot of event types like checkout session completed, checkout failed, cancelled, whatever. You can listen to many events, but we want to listen to one specific event to keep it simple. We want to do first of all an if statement, and we will say, hey, if event.type is equal or compares truthy to checkout.session, so checkout.session completed, then our checkout was successful. And inside of here, we can do whatever we want to do. So we could say, hey, let's update our database with a status of active. And that's what we will do. So first of all, I want to get my Stripe customer ID. So let's do a constant customer ID, and this will be equal to our session.customer. But I don't get in session.customer. So what do we have to update? Well, right here, where we have our constant session, we will do an as Stripe uppercase dot checkout dot session, and then we will get the correct type. If I now do a dot, we get our customer. And now our customer ID will work as expected. Let's continue. So now we have our customer ID, and I want to also get our job ID, because later on we will do the following. Let's for now write already the mutation. We will do an await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils. Then I will do a dot job post and dot update, since I want to update the status. Then let's destructure it, let's open it, and inside of here we have our where statement. And I want to update a job where the user ID matches, but also at the same time where the job ID matches. So we can get an ID, and this should be equal to a string. But this is not very safe. So I want to also add another where statement, and we want to say that also the company ID has to match. Meaning we will first of all say, hey, I want to update the job where the ID of the job matches, but also where the company ID matches. And then we can add our data. And what do we want to update? We want to update the status, and this will be active. Okay, so as mentioned, we want to now get the job ID and the company ID. Let's first of all get the company ID, because this is a bit simpler. So we can do a constant, and this will be company, and this will be equal to await Prisma.user.findUnique. Let's invoke it, let's open it, and then we will have a where statement. I want to find a user where the Stripe customer ID matches our customer ID. Again, we get our customer ID right here at the top from our session. And currently we get an error because it says type string or customer or deleted customer is not assignable to type string. So let's just mark this as string. Okay, so this looks good, but now we have one problem. It says that this does not work. Why does this not work? Well, if I go to my schema, let's first of all go to the user model, we have our Stripe customer ID, but this is just a string. And the thing is, when you use a where statement, the value has to be unique. That's why we can, for example, do a where statement with the email and the ID. Both of these are unique, we can do that, but our Stripe customer ID is not marked as unique. But the Stripe customer ID is unique. So we can say @unique, and let's update our database. So I will open my terminal, let's stop the dev server, and I want to do an pnpm dealx Prisma db push to sync our database with our Prisma schema. As you now see, we get one error or one warning, and it says a unique constraint covering the column Stripe customer ID will be added. If there's existing duplicate values, this will fail. We don't have any duplicate values, so I can click on yes. So now our Prisma schema is in sync with our database, or in other words, our database is in sync with our Prisma schema. I want to restart my TS server, my TypeScript server, and as you see, this error is now gone. That's great. And since we now have our user, we want to get the company ID. So we can do a select statement. And what do I want to get? I want to get the company. Let's open it. Let's do another select. And I don't want to get the whole company model. I want to only get the ID. So let's set this to true. Okay, now we have our company, meaning I can go to my mutation, Prisma job post update. And for the company ID, I can add our company.company id, and let's mark this as string. Okay, this is finished. And now we want to get the ID of the job post. How do we get the ID? So could we get it maybe through the session? Yeah, I mean, we want to get it through the session, but currently we are not able to get it. So how will we get the job ID? Well, we will get it through metadata. So let's go to our actions again. And inside of here, we have our checkout session, right? We have our line items and stuff like that. This is all great. But we can also add metadata. So above our payment, but after this array, we can add metadata, and metadata is an object. In the object, we will have a job ID, and this job ID will be equal to our job ID. Who would have thought? Where do we get our job ID from? Well, as you know, we do our mutation, Prisma job post create. So we could do a constant job post, and then this will be equal to await Prisma job post create. And now we can use this constant job post, and I can use it for the job ID, meaning this is our job post.id. And yeah, now we are finished. And also currently we get everything from our job post. As you see, job title, salary from, blah, blah, blah. We don't need that. So in our mutation, I can do a little select statement, and I want to only select the ID. So let's set this to true. And now if I again go back, you'll see that our job post only returns an ID. And I did that because this means that everything will work a bit faster. So yeah, that's all. So now we have our metadata, job ID. I can copy the name. Let's go back to our webhook, and now we can use it. How do we get our job ID? Good question. So we can go to our if statement underneath our constant customer ID, and we can create a new constant. This will be the job ID, and this will be equal to our session dot metadata. Then this could be undefined. So let's do a question mark dot and then job ID. Please make sure that this name is the same name as you have in your metadata object. So job ID should have the same spelling as this job ID. Okay, we have that, and let's do an if statement. And I want to say, hey, if we don't get a job ID, then there's something wrong. So I want to do a return new response, and I will just say no job ID found. And I want to also add in status, and this will be 400. Okay, this is finished. Let's also do the same if statement for our company. So I will do an if statement, and I want to say, hey, if we don't get a company, and let's add the exclamation mark, then I want to also return a new response. And for the message, I will say no company found for user. And for the status, I will say 400. Okay, so this is now finished. And now let's recap everything that we did inside of here. So first of all, we created an route handler and post handler. Then we get our body from our request text. Then we get our headers list from our headers. Then from our headers, we get our Stripe signature. And we also create a new variable event, which we can reassign later on. Then we do a try catch statement. In the try statement, we try to construct a new webhook event, meaning we pass 3 arguments, the body, signature, and the secret key. If this fails, then we catch it and we return an error message. After this is finished, we have this code, and this code means that this was successful. Inside of here, we get our session, and the session gives us, for example, the customer ID. And now our event has a lot of types as mentioned, right? Checkout session completed, payment failed, checkout failed, la la la. But since we want to keep it simple, we only listen for one event type. And this is checkout session completed. Inside of here, we first of all get our customer ID, and then we get our job ID through the metadata. We do an if check and we say, hey, if there's no job ID, which we get through the metadata, then there's some sort of problem. So let's return a new error message. After that, we get the company ID from the user, and we find the company using the Stripe customer ID, which we get from our session. Then we get the company ID and we do an if statement. Hey, if we don't get a company, then we again have an error. So let's say no company found. And then at the end, we update our Prisma job post table and we set our status to active. And as you see, I forgot one thing, and that's for our ID. This should be equal to our job ID, which we now get through our metadata. Okay, this is finished. Completely at the end, there's one more thing which we want to do, and that's that we want to return a successful response. So let's do a return new response. I will invoke it. We won't have a message, so I will say null, and then I want to add in status, and the status will be 200 because 200 means that everything was successful. Okay, I think we are finished, to be quite honest with you, and now we can test it out. So we want to open our terminal. Let's first of all restart our dev server in our first terminal tab, and then in the second terminal tab, I want to now run our webhook server. So we can do in Stripe, listen, then -- forward to, and then we want to forward to our URL. What is our URL? Well, first of all, it's localhost 3000. I can copy it, paste it. So now we say, hey, forward to localhost 3000. Then this is /API, /webhook, and /Stripe. Why is that? Well, that's because if you open your Explorer, our webhook lives in the API folder, webhook folder, Stripe folder, and then we have it. And that's why we have this localhost 3000, API, webhook, and then Stripe. Let's click on enter. We will now generate a secret key. So this is our signing secret, and I can copy this signing secret. I want to go to my env file and let's paste it inside of here. Then if I go to my webhook file, I named the environment variable Stripe webhook secret. I will copy the name, let's add it at the start, and then this is equal to the signing secret, which I just copied from my terminal. Please make sure that you don't stop this terminal tab, because this is your server now. And if it isn't running, then this whole webhook won't run in development. So please make sure that everything is running. And now I guess it's time to test it out. So let's go back to our application. Let's go to localhost 3000. And you know what? Let's maybe also create our success route. So let's open the Explorer. Then I want to go into the app folder. And inside of here, I want to have a payment folder. Because if you open the actions file, we have /payment success and /payment cancel. So we have the payment folder, and in the payment folder, let's get the success, or let's create a success folder. So success, and then in the success folder, we will have a page.tsx. So the code for our success route will be relatively simple. First of all, this is a route. So let's do an export default function. This will be payment success. Let's invoke it, and I want to open it. Then I want to create a return statement, and I want to return a div element. This div element will be the wrapper div, and I want to center everything or the children in the middle. So I will give it a class name of wfull, height of screen, or you could say minimum height of screen. This is the best practice. Then we can say flex of 1, and I want to add or put everything into the middle, meaning justify center and item center. So we center it horizontally and vertically. Then in our div, we can get our card component. Let's import it from the components. And then for the card, I want to give it a width. So I will do a class name, and this will be width of custom value 350 pixels. Again, if you want to create or use a custom value with Tailwind CSS, you can use these array brackets. Then in our card, let's render a div element. And for the div, I want to give it a class name of padding 6. Let's save this, and in the div, I want to render an icon. So I want to get the check icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and I want to give it a class name of size 12. Let's save it. Then I want to go back, and in our URL, let's go to /payment /success. And now you see this card. This looks alright, that's fine, but we could make it a bit better. So let's wrap our check first of all in a div element, because I want to center our check. Then for the div, I can give it a class name of wfull, flex, and justify of center. And if we again go back, you will see that the check is now centered. But this does not look very nice. So for the check, I want to style it even further. I want to give it a padding of 2 and a BG of green 500 and an opacity of 30%. So BG green 500 /30. And if I again go back, you will see, okay, this is a bit better. Let's also update the color for the text. So text of green 500. Yeah, this is even better. And let's also create a rounding, meaning rounded off full. And if I again go back, yes, that's what I wanted. Let's now render our text. So we want to go underneath this div which wraps our check icon, but I want to stay in the div with the padding 6. Inside of here, I want to render another div element. I want to give it a class name of margin top 3, text of center, and then on SM or bigger, margin top of 5, and width of full. And inside of here, let's render a title, meaning an H2, and I will say payment successful. If I save this and again go back, you see our title. But the title is not very nice, it isn't styled. So I want to give the H2 a class name of text XL and font of semi-bold. If I again go back, you see, yeah, that's better. It's bigger and the font weight is also bigger. Let's also create a description. So underneath the H2, I want to get a p tag and I will say, congrats, your payment was successful. Your job posting is now active, exclamation mark. Okay, if I again go back, yeah, this is fine, but it's a bit too big and the color is white. I want to have a grayish color. So let's go back, and for the p tag, I will add a class name of text sm, margin top of 2, text of muted foreground, and then also tracking of tight. And tracking is the letter spacing. And with tight, we change it to minus 0.025 em. And if I save this and go back, you see, yeah, this is quite nice. And then there's one more class name which I want to add, and that's text of balance. If I add this and again go back, you see, this looks kinda smooth, kinda nice. Let's leave it like that. And then underneath my p tag, I want to now render a button. So let's get our button component from our components. And in our button, I want to render our link component. For the link component, I will say, go back to home page. And for the link href, this will be our index page. If I save this and again go back, we have our button. And if I click on the button, we will get redirected to our index page. This is fine, that's what we want, but the styling does not look correct. So for our button, we can add an asChild property, then a class name, and this will be width of full and margin top of 5. And if I again go back, you see, yes, this looks quite nice. Let's now create the same thing for our cancel route. So in our actions, we have payment/cancel. This means in our Explorer, let's go to the payment folder and I want to create a new cancel folder. And in the cancel folder, I want to get a page.tsx. Now this code is pretty much the same to our success code, which means I can copy this and paste it inside of here. What I want to change is of course the name. This should be payment cancelled. Then instead of having a check icon, I want to get an X icon. Instead of having a BG of green, I want to have red, and the same for the text red of 500. Then for the H2, instead of saying payment successful, I will say payment cancelled. And for the description, I want to say something like, no worries, you won't be charged. And then let's do a dot, and I will say please try again, exclamation mark. And for the button, this is fine. And if I again go back and go to payment/cancel, you'll see this. And this looks quite nice. Let's leave it like that. So now we can create our job post. Let's again check that our webhook is running. Yes, it's running. And let's go to our index page. Then in our index page, I want to go to post job. In post job, for the title, for the job title, I will again say contractor. Then for the employment type, this will be full-time. For the location, I will select something. For the salary range, also something. For the job description, some gibberish, why not? Then for the benefits, this, and this. And for the company information, this is fine. For the job listing duration, I want to have 60 days. And then I want to create my job post. We have our pending state, which says submitting. And now we get redirected to Stripe. In Stripe, we see that we want to have a job posting of 60 days, and we of course see our price. Then for the card info, let's add in 424242. This is the Stripe card test data. Then for the month and year, 442, for the CVC, 424, and for the name, Jan Marshall. If I click on pay, we now have our pending state and we should get redirected to our success route. And that's what we have. If I go back to my terminal and open it, we see we have in 200. This means everything was successful. If you get in 400, then this probably means that you added the incorrect URL. So please double check. But we added everything correctly, and that's why this is 200. And I want to now open Prisma Studio, so I will open a third terminal tab, and inside of here I will do in pnpm DLX Prisma Studio. And as you see, we already have 3 job postings, quite a lot to be honest with you, but let's look at the status. Draft, active. This means this worked as expected. Our webhook got the event, and then we created our mutation and we set our status to active. Nice, congrats everyone. This means we are kinda finished with posting jobs. Nevertheless, there's still one problem. If I again go to post job, so let's first of all go to the index page, then to post job, you will see that we have our job listing duration. And inside of here, the employer can select for how long the job posting should be active. And then the longer the job posting should be active, the more the employer has to pay. But here's the thing, currently we don't check for that, meaning even if 30 days will pass, we won't do anything. And that's not what you want to do. We want to have a long-running task which will hit our application after, for example, 30 days and tell our application, hey, this job post is now expired. Let's update our Prisma Studio, or let's update our Prisma model, and let's mark the status as archived or expired. This is the correct status. And now the question is, how can we add long-running tasks in Next.js in this application? Good question. Let me show it to you. So what I want you to do right now is head over to my YouTube description and click on the second link. Then you'll get redirected to Inngest. And now your question should be, what is Inngest? Why will we use it? And why is it good or great even? So the headline says queuing and orchestration for modern software teams. Now if you're like me, then you probably will say right now, I don't really know what this is. Can you maybe explain it a bit further? And that's fine. If you understand already everything from the headline, then that's great. But if not, then let me explain it to you. So Inngest is a platform which allows you to build reliable background workflows. So if we go to our post job form, we have our job listing duration and we can select our days. This means for how many days our job should be active, meaning rendered at this website on Job Marshall. And with a background workflow, we could say, hey, let's leave this active for 30 days. And then after 30 days, let's hit the application and let's say, hey, this has now expired because the time is finished. So 30 days are done, 30 days have passed. Let's stop it. Let's make it expired. And this, at the end of the day, is some background workflow. This is a very simple workflow. You can also make it more complex, and that's what we will do later on. For example, a user will sign up to our platform. The user will select that he is a job seeker, and then we will use, at the end of the day, Inngest to create a background workflow. So we will see that the user is a job seeker, and then every day or every 2 days or every week, we can take all of the job posts which have been created on our platform and we can send them as an email. This is a workflow. So we can say every 7 days, create this, send this, do that, and then do this. This is a workflow. So this is not a singular thing, but you can do multiple things at one time, and all of this without managing anything. Meaning at the end of the day, Inngest handles queuing, retries, scheduling, and state management. So what you will do is create a function and then you will be finished. And the nice thing is that Inngest also automatically handles errors.
So let's imagine that our application is down for 10 minutes, for example, and then Inngest tries to tell us that this job application is already expired. With most other solutions and your own coded solutions, you won't have any retries. This means your, cron job or background job would try to hit your application and nothing would happen because your application is down and you wouldn't have any retries. But Inngest handles retries and failures automatically without you doing anything. So before we now go on and implement Inngest, I want to first of all talk a little bit about the core concepts. So let's imagine the following again. We have our post job route and we have our listing duration. What is an event? An event inside of here could be user selected 30 days, or this isn't really a good name. We could say something like duration selected. This could be an event. And this is what we will then send to our function, because Inngest works with functions. A function at the end of the day is like your workflow, your job, the thing that will run. So we can go to the documentation to see it. Let's head over to the Next.js documentation. And if I scroll a bit to the bottom, we will have our ingest function. And the ingest function at the end of the day is your reliable serverless function. And this will be triggered when an event occurs, meaning when you toggle or when you not select, I don't know if it's select, but if you call an event, then your function will run with the corresponding name. So for example, this is event test hello world, and then you can toggle, you can call this event, and then this function will run. And this function again is your job. And this job can do anything. Sending emails, processing data, running some sort of AI model, or as we will do, we will have at the end of the day a duration, meaning we will say, hey, in this function, we want to first of all start it, we want to start the function, then we want to say, hey, for 30 days, let's just wait 30 days, and then after 30 days, go to my database and update the table or the row, in other words. And quickly, let's talk about also the difference between a ingest function and a standard serverless function. So the ingest function at the end of the day is a durable function, meaning it has retries on failure. We have concurrency control, meaning we can do this many tasks per user at one time, and rate limiting and much more. So this is a durable function. You can do much more than within serverless function. And also, as mentioned, we have long-running tasks. So Next.js is a framework which was designed for serverless environments. Serverless means that you run it on a serverless function. A normal serverless function will execute and then it will shut down after 30 seconds or 1 minute. A durable function, like with ingest, starts and does not really stop, meaning it can run for 1 day, 1 hour, 1 week, 1 year. It does not matter. It can run the whole time. And as mentioned, at the end of the day, this is a durable function. And the nice thing is, in this durable function, we can define steps. So one thing which we'll do is we will have our step.sleep. And this means we want to wait for a specific time. We will say, hey, I want to sleep, I want to wait for 60 days. And then we will say, as mentioned, await step.sleep 60 days or 30 days or 3 days, whatever you want. And then we can do in return. This just means we return a message. Or we could do another step and we could say, hey, now let's update our Prisma database or our Prisma row. So these are steps. You can, at the end of the day, think of a step like a checkpoint. If one step, one checkpoint fails, then this one step will retry and not your whole function, your whole application. And yeah, that's all you have to know. We now know what ingest is, and it's super powerful also for AI. In this video, we won't use AI, so we won't implement it. But if you want to build an AI application, then I will recommend Inngest, because honestly, it's super simple. But what we want to do is pretty much just a bit of queuing and workflows. But this is already powerful enough. And since we're now finished with all of the theoretical stuff and we know what Inngest is, we looked a bit at the documentation, I think we can now get started. So if you already have an account, click on sign in. If not, then click on sign up. And quickly, I want to mention, Inngest is open source, which is super cool. But now, let's first of all sign in. Once signed in, we can create an organization. We can upload a logo and stuff like that. But for now, let's just add the name of job Marshall, and I will say YouTube. And then I will create my organization. Then if you have some team members, then please invite them, but I don't have any members, so I will say skip. Okay, and as you now see, we got redirected, that's great. But let's now first of all go to the documentation and let's implement Inngest from there. So let's go to the docs, then I want to go to Next.js, and then in Next.js the first step is to create a new Next.js project. We already have that, so we can skip that. The next step is to install the SDK. This SDK is open source and it's very easy to use. We will use pnpm, I will copy the installation command, let's open the terminal and I will paste it inside of here. Then what's the next step? The next step is to run the Inngest dev server. This is a fast in-memory version of Inngest where you can quickly send and view events and function runs in your development environment. So let's again copy the pnpm script, I will go back and don't paste it in the first terminal tab. Let's open another terminal tab. And then in the new terminal tab, I will paste it inside of here. This will now spin up a new dev environment, a new dev server, and it will open on localhost 8000 something. So 8288. I can copy this and then I will open this in a new tab. Let's make it bigger. Currently you see we don't have any results, we don't have anything in our stream, we don't have an application, so currently nothing is working. But don't worry about that, we will fix that. Let's go back to the documentation. So now we see our output, we see the dev server. Let's skip that or let's continue. The next step is to create an Inngest client. And this Inngest client will be there to send events and create functions. So this is the client. Then with our client, we can create events and we can create functions, and then functions and events work together. So yeah, to create our client, we can go back to our code base. Let's open the Explorer. I will go in the app folder, utils folder, and I want to create a new folder called Inngest. And then in the Inngest folder, I will create a client.ts. Then I can go back, I can copy this code, and I can paste it inside of here. Now for the ID, my app maybe isn't the best name, so I will say job-marshall-yt. Please use such an schema, that's how I will call it, or wording, so with these dashes. And also one thing which I forgot to mention is that at the end of the day, Inngest is local first. So everything which we will set up now won't interact with the cloud version of Inngest. Once we deploy our application, we will interact with Inngest Cloud. But in the local environment, everything is done in our local machine, which is super, super cool. Then let's continue. The next step is to now finally set up our route handler. And this is there to, at the end of the day, pretty much invoke our function. So we can go back, we can open our Explorer, then I want to go in the app folder, API folder, and I want to create an Inngest folder. And then in the Inngest folder, we can create a route.ts. So I want to create a new file, route.ts, and then we can copy this code and we can paste it inside of here. So Inngest client has the incorrect import statement, so I can delete it and I can import it manually from my utils. Now here's one thing which you should see. We import ingest, or not ingest, but serve from ingest/next. If you use Remix or Astro or anything like that, then you can just update the import statement. Then this would be Astro or Bun or Dino, whatever. I'm not sure what you use, but you can update it then. But we want to use Next, so this is correct. Then inside of here, we first of all do an export constant, get, post, put, and then we pass our client and our functions. Our functions is an array which is currently empty, but inside of here, we will add all of the functions which we will create. Then let's go back, and the next step is to write our first ingest function. Yes. As you see, this function will be triggered whenever a specific event occurs. In this case, test hello world. Let me show it to you again in a diagram to explain it a bit better, because I know most people are visual learners. So let's imagine the following. This is our application. In our application, we have our job selection or our job selection duration. No, how was it called? Job listing duration. My God, I'm sorry. We have my job listing duration. And now a user selects 30 days. So I will just say within text
30 days. And let me zoom in a bit because I know you don't see anything. And now we want to trigger an event. The event trigger name will be something like, I don't know, job duration / selected. This is probably not the name which we will use later on, but don't worry, it's enough to understand the concept. And then once this event is triggered, we will have our ingest function, the doable function, and this will execute because it will know, hey, an event was triggered, let's run this function with the corresponding event name. And again, in our doable function, we can do whatever we want. Some sort of AI workflow, some sort of job listing duration workflow, some sort of post sign-up workflow. You can do whatever you want to. But this is the gist of ingest. You have your code, then you have your event, which you trigger, and then you have the function which runs on the event which is triggered. Okay, now we understand that, and we can continue with the documentation. So here they have an example with Hello World. At first, I thought about not implementing it and just diving straight into code. Nevertheless, I think this is a good primer for most people. So let's continue with this Hello World example. So what we'll do inside of here is that we will create a function, or we will create an event, test Hello World. And then for this event, we will sleep for 1 second and then return a message of Hello World. So let's do that. Let's go back, let's open the Explorer, and then in the ingest folder, I want to create a functions.ts. And inside of here, we will be able to store multiple functions. Then I can copy this code, so export const hello world, and let's paste it inside of here. Then I want to import ingest, so let's import it from our utils, and now we have this code. Let's look at this code and let's see what this code does. So first of all, we create a new function using the create function method. We give it an ID. The ID is whatever you want to add. You can also call it something else, I don't know, hello, what's up, or something else. They chose hello world, and this is fine. Then we have our event, and this is what we will later on trigger. Now for the name, again, it does not matter. You can also name it differently. I don't know, hello, hello, or hello world, la la la. But this makes sense, test hello world. That's why we will leave it also as is. And now we have our execution. This is what is done inside of this function. We do an await step.sleep. Sleep means that at the end of the day, the function will wait for some time, or it will pause execution. This is the correct term. And we will pause execution for 1 second. And then after 1 second has passed, we just return hello and then the email. That's all, it's super simple. So since we have our function and we understand how it works, we can go to our route handler, and then in the route handler, we want to get the function. This is hello world. So let's pass hello world, and this is imported from our functions. If you now continue, you see we want to add it to our serve method. We already did that, so let's continue. The next step is to trigger our function from the ingest dev server UI. So let's go back. This was localhost 8000 something. And inside of here, you currently see 0 of 0 apps synced, and we don't have any application. If I go to functions, it says ingest has not detected any functions. What's the problem? Well, the problem is that my dev server is not running, meaning my primary localhost 3000. I will do an pnpm1 dev, and if I again go back and do a hard refresh, we should see something in a second in ingest, or in other words, in the dev server. And yes, if you go to the apps, we now have job marshal YT. This lives on localhost 3000/API/ingest. And if we go to our functions, we have a function, hello world. Nice. Of course, we can also invoke our function. So as you see on the right corner, we have an invoke button. If I click on the button, we can add data. What do we want to add? Well, if you go to the docs again, we want to add an email. So I will just copy this example email and I will paste it inside of here. And let's click on invoke function. So our function was invoked, and then in our runs we see that this was completed. The function name hello world, when it was queued at, and when it ended, meaning it was queued at 48 seconds and it ended at 49 seconds, exactly 1 second. And we can also learn more about our function. This means if I click on the function, you see a lot of details. First of all, the one details, the message. The message is hello test email. This means we got our email. So if I again open my functions,
we got our email right here in our event. So event data email, we get it and then we pass it. So hello email. And then you see the output worked as expected. Then we have our run. So you see duration 1 second and then we have our delay. And then you also see the exact steps. So one step was sleep and we slept for 1 second and then we executed hello example. We also have our trigger details on the right side and yeah, that's great. We can also rerun it as you see and then it was successfully queued and now we have 2 runs. Again, hello world and then we see our email or our output. So we now know what Inngest is, we know how it works and now we can create our own function. So let's do that. And also one thing is that we currently used Inngest in the dev server, meaning we triggered an event from the dev server. But we can also do it from our code and that's what we want to do. So let's do it with our new function. So I want to create a new durable function. So let's do an export constant handle job expiration. My God, what a word. And then this will be equal to ingest.create function. Let's invoke it. Inside of here, we want to first of all add an ID. So let's destructure it. Let's get an ID and the ID will be job expiration. So now we have the ID and the ID should also be unique. So we say job expiration and here we say hello world. So you see the IDs are different and that's great. Then we want to have another object and this will be for our event. We will call our event job/created and we name it like that because that's what we do at the end of the day. We create a job. So now this is finished, the core, let's say details, and now we can write our code. So what should happen in our workflow, in our function? So we want to do an asynchronous arrow function. Let's open it and then in our params we can destructure them and I want to get an event and I want to also get our step. And inside of here I want to now first of all get our job ID and expiration days because we will use the job ID to make our mutation and we will use our expiration day to at the end of the day tell Inngest for how long it should sleep, or in other words, for how long it should pause execution. So inside of here we can do a constant, we can destructure it and this will be equal to our event .data. And then where I destructured, I can get first of all my job ID and I can get my expiration days. So now we have that. This looks great. And now we can create our first step, our first checkpoint. And this will be that our function should sleep for our expiration days. So let's do an await step.sleep. Let's invoke it. And right here, we want to pass something like an ID. That's what we will see in our Inngest dev server. So for our hello world example, we had an ID of wait a moment. We could also say wait a moment, but I will say something like wait-for-expiration. And then we want to add a comma, and now we want to provide our value, meaning for how long it should sleep. So we can use upticks and I can pass my expiration, so expiration days. And then we want to add a D because these are days and not, for example, seconds. In the hello world example, we added an S. This means 1 second. Here we did a D. This means, for example, 30 days. Then let's continue and let's create a second step. So we can do an await step.run. I will invoke it and then for our ID, this will be update-job-status. And then I want to also do an asynchronous arrow function. And inside of here, we can do whatever we want to do. Meaning we can say, hey, let's update our Prisma row, or let's fetch something, or let's update something from some API. We can do whatever we want to do. But I want to update my Prisma row or my database row. So let's do an await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils.jobPost.update. I want to invoke it, destructured, and we have to add a where statement. I don't want to update any job post, but a job post where the ID matches the job ID. And then I want to also update my data, and for the data, I want to update the status, and this will be expired. So once this is finished, once we execute this updating, that's how I will call it, we can create a success message. So at the end, I will do a return, and I will just return a message, and for the message I will say job marked as expired. Of course, we can also render the job ID, so we can first of all get the job ID and then we can return our message. So now we have our function and we can copy the name, handle job expiration, then I can go to my route handler and then in the array I can add it. Let me import it from our functions, and now this is finished. This means if I go to our dev server, to our functions, you will see the function job expiration. Of course, if I click on invoke, this won't really work because we have to add a job ID. So again, if we go to the functions, we get a job ID and expiration day, and currently I don't have the job ID. And that's why I want to invoke this job from my code base, where I have the job ID and the expiration days. So to implement it, we can go to our actions, and then just above our Stripe checkout session, we can we can trigger our event. So we can do an await ingest. This is imported from your client, so meaning ingest client dot send. Let's invoke it, destructured, and then we have to provide a name. Now, what name is this? What event do we want to trigger? Well, if you go to your functions, not this, but our functions, we want to trigger the event with the name job created. So I can copy the event name, and then in my actions, in my server action, for the name, I can say job/created. And then we want to pass our data. We want to pass our job ID, and we want to pass our expiration days. So in the functions, I can copy the name job ID. Let's paste it, and this will be equal to our job post.id. And then we have our expiration days. So let's go to the functions. I will copy it, paste it inside of here, and this will be equal to the validate data.listing duration. And now we will at the end of the day trigger an event from our code base. And we are finished. Let's test it out. So I want to go to post job. I want to do a hard refresh just to make sure that everything works. And then for the job title, I will say marketing manager. For the employment type, part-time, job location, something. For the salary range, something. Job description, some gibberish. Then for the benefits, this, and this. And for the company information, this is fine. For the listing duration, I want to have 60 days. And then I want to create my job post. As you see, we got redirected to Stripe, and before I check out, we can go to our dev server. I will cancel this, I don't need it. And if you go to runs, you see something is running, and this is our job expiration. If you click on this, you will see that currently we have the step wait for expiration, and this started today. And you will also have in our data the expiration days. This is 60. And if you also expand our wait for expiration, you see queued at, started at, and you also see until when it will sleep. And it will sleep until March 26th. And this is 60 days from today. So as you see, this works exactly as expected. And that's what we wanted. And we also see attempt 0, and that's because we don't have any retries. Everything was successful. If our web application was down for reason XYZ, then it would retry it, and then we would have an attempt 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. And of course, you can also cancel a function from here or rerun it, whatever you want to do, but we can leave it as is. This is fine. And of course, you can also go to stream. You see also a bit more details in a different UI. So you see currently it's sleeping until, and our function has started, and right now it's sleeping. So this is the timeline. Function executed, now it's sleeping, and once it's finished sleeping, we will then mark our job post as expired. So you know what, let's test it out. Instead of having for our function 60 days, we will say, I don't know, 1, and instead of D, this will be minute, so M. I can save this. Let's again go back, and I want to create another job post. So for the job title, again, marketing manager. For the employment type, something, job location, something, salary range, some description, I don't care, some benefits. Then the company information is fine. And for the duration, we can select anything, and let's create our job post. It's currently submitting, as you see, and now we will get redirected. If I go back to my UI, meaning to ingest, you see we have a new one. This is currently running, and then inside of here, you will see something interesting. It only sleeps for 1 minute. And let's wait for 1 minute, why not? And if you go also to the streams, again you see it in this UI, it sleeps until 20:40:27. And right now it's 20:40, but probably not 27 seconds. And as you see, the timeline started and right now it's sleeping. And now if you go to our runs, you see this is completed. And you have our steps. Step number 1, wait for expiration. We slept. This means we just paused execution. And then our next step was to update our job status. And as you see, this was successful and this was completed at this timestamp. So we can open Prisma Studio and double check that. As you see in Prisma Studio, we now have expired. So this worked as expected. Our durable function worked, everything executed, and that's great. I can stop Prisma Studio, I don't need it anymore. And instead of saying 1 minute, let's again change it to our expiration days and then D, meaning for days. So now we are finished with our first ingest function, and now we can continue with our homepage. Because currently we don't render any jobs and this looks quite ugly, let's be honest. So let's fix that. Okay, so to create our index page, we can first of all open our page.tsx. This is the first step. Currently we render an h1 and we say hello world. Of course, that's not what I want to render. Let's first of all look at the UI which I want to create. This is our screen. In the screen we will have on the left side like a filter bar, a filter card. On the right side we will have our job listings, our job cards. And the layout looks something like 3070. Again, this is an approximate value because we will have a gap between these two cards. Then let's go back and then for our main layout, let's first of all update our div. I want to give it a class name and this will be grid. Grid columns of 3 and then a gap of 8 to have some spacing in between. And then inside of here, as you already know, I want to render two things. Our job filters and then our job listings. So for our job filters, we can first of all get our card component from the components just to have some sort of layout. And we want to give it a call span layout, meaning for the card, I will give it a class name and this will be called span of 1. So we will take one of these 3 columns. And then underneath this card, we can render another card. And then in this card, we will also give it a call span, and this will be call span of 2. And if I again go back to my UI and do a hard refresh, you see the layout. This is 1 column, but this is also 1 column. Did I make a mistake? Yeah, not call span 1, but call span 2. And if I again go back, you will see that this takes the whole width. That's what I want. So with what do we start? Do we start with our filters or do we start with our job card? You know what, we can first of all create the UI for the job filters, then we can create the UI for our cards, for our job cards, and then after that we will make the interactivity work, meaning the filtering itself. So let's go back and I want to create a separate component for the job filters. So let's go to the components, general, and this will be job filters.tsx. So this is a component, so I will do an export function, I will call it job filters, let's invoke it, and then I want to open it. So inside of here, I want to create a return statement. I want to return a card component. I will import it from the components. And again, we want to have our call span layout, meaning class name of call span 1. Then in the card, I want to get a card header. I will import the card header, and then in the card header, I want to render a title. A title. So I want to say filters, and then on the right side, I want to have like a delete button, and this isn't really a delete button, but a clear all button. So to clear all of our filters and to go back to the default state. In here, we can first of all get a card title from our components, and for the card title, this will be a class name of text to XL, font of semi-bold, and then for the value itself, I will say filters. Then underneath the card title, I want to render a button as mentioned. So I will get a button component for my components, and then for the button, I want to render an X icon. So I want to get the X icon from Lucid React, and then for the class name, this will be size of 4. So now we have created very basic UI, and if I go back, you won't see anything. And that's because this component is not rendered anywhere. So instead of rendering the first card, we can get our job filters component from our components. And if I again go back, you see
okay, this looks kinda weird, this isn't what I want to align it horizontally, and currently it's aligned vertically. I want to go back, then in the job filters, for the card header, I can give it a class name, and then this will be flex and justify of between. And justify between just means that at the end of the day, the card title will go to the left side and the X icon to the right side. Let's also do an items of center to align it vertically, and if I go back, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Let's maybe do a flex of a row. Let's again go back. Yeah, that's what I wanted. So card header automatically overrides flex as flex column. That's why you want to explicitly say flex row. Then for the card title, this looks good. And for the button, we can continue updating it. So let's give it a variant. This will be destructive, so this red background color. Then I want to give it a size. This will be SM. And I want to give it a class name. And this will be height of 8. Then for the button, also instead of just rendering an icon, I want to also get a span element. And I want to say clear all. If I save this and again go back, you see, yeah, this is quite nice. Do we need margin to the right side? I honestly don't think so. So we can leave it as is. Then underneath my card header, I want to now render my card content. I will import it, and then in the card content, let's first of all create a div. And this will be the wrapper div for our first selector. And in this div, I want to render a label component, which we import from our components. And for the label, I will say job type. Then for the label, I want to also give it a class name, and this class name will be text of LG, so class name, text of LG, and font of semi-bold. If I again go back, you see, okay, this is the label, this looks fine, but I want to also render all of my selection types. So let's go back, and then underneath my label, I can render a div element, and this will be the wrapper div for our children, for our checkboxes. So let's do a class name, and this will be grid columns of 2, and then a gap of 4. And inside of here, I want to map over my job types. So where do we get our job types from? Well, we don't get them from anywhere. We will create them by ourselves. So above the export function, we will do a constant job types, and this will be equal to an array. Now, as you know, we have full-time, part-time, contract, and internship. So what I want you to do is open the create job form. Inside of here, we will have a selector with full-time, part-time, contract, and internship. And let's copy the values. So first of all, full-time, let's paste it in the array. Then the second value will be part-time. I will copy it, and then I can paste it in the array. Then we have a third value. This will be the contract. I will copy it and paste it. And the fourth value is our internship. I will copy it and paste it inside of here. So now we have our job types array, and I can map over my data. So I will do job types dot map. As in param, I will get the job itself, and then I can just return it. Then inside of here, let's render a div element. This div currently complains. That's because we have to add a key. For the key, I will pass an index. So let's get our index and pass it as a key. Then let's continue. I want to add a class name, and this will be flex, items of center, and for now this will be all. This is for the layout, because inside of here we will have a checkbox and we will have a layout. So let's get a checkbox, and this should be imported from our components, but as you see, we don't get one. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com and let's search for the checkbox. This is the checkbox, and this is accessible as you see. So let's copy the installation command and let's paste it inside of here. Not in this, but let's stop the dev server, and I want to paste it inside of here. I want to also get the separator component. This is like a separator line, and I want to also copy the installation command and paste it inside of here. So now both our separator and our checkbox have been installed, so I can restart my dev server, and then I can import my checkbox from the components. This is self-closing, and for the checkbox, I want to add an ID, and this will be equal to our job. So this is finished, and then underneath my checkbox, I want to render a label, and in the label, I want to render the job itself. If I save this and again go back, you will see, and nothing. That's because I have to do a hard refresh. And then you should see in a second 4 job types. And that's what we have, meaning we have 4 checkboxes. But the UI does not look very nice. So let's fix it. For the div element which wraps our checkbox and label, we can give it a space x of 2 to have some spacing between these 2 items. Secondly, if I click on the label, nothing happens. That's not what I want. So for our label, we can add an HTML4 and this will be our job. And if I save this and again go back and click on the label, you see it's now selected. Nice, that's what I wanted. Let's continue. Let's style our label itself. I want to give it a class name of text small and font of medium. If I again go back, you see, yeah, this looks quite nice. But now we have one problem. This, or our checkbox, pretty much touches our job type label. This is not quite what I want. So let's go back, and then this div wraps our label and this div. This means for this div we can give it a class name of space y4. And if I again go back, this already looks way better. Also in a second we will render a separator between our filters and our job type. But we will do that later on. Let's first of all continue. I want to now render a separator after this div. So we have our cart content, this div, and then we can get our separator. This separator is imported from our components. So separator, I will import it, and this is self-closing. For the separator, we don't want to add any class name, and then underneath the separator, I will create another div element. In this div, we want to get a label, so label, and I want to say location. If I again go back, you see, okay, this is the separator, and then we have location. But we have one problem. This separator touches our job types. Do we want that? No. How can we fix it? Well, we can go to our cart content and I can add a class name, and this is space y of 6, and this will fix our issue. Then let's continue with our location. Inside of here, I want to render in select field where the user can select a location. And maybe before we do that, let's update our label and let's give it a class name of text LG and font of semi-bold. And then I can continue with my select element. So I want to get my select component from my components. I will open it. My select has a select trigger. Let's import it. And in the select trigger, I will have a select value. I will import that. This is self-closing. And for the select value, I want to have a placeholder and I want to say select location. Okay, the select trigger is finished. If I go back, that's what we have. Looks quite nice, but we have one problem. There's no spacing between the label and the selector. So for the div element, I can add a class name of space y4. Then we can continue. So we have our label, our selector, select trigger, and now we want to have select content. I will import that from my components, and in the select content, we have a select group. Now this code should look very familiar to you, because if I open create job form, we already created exactly the same selector with the select trigger, select content, select group. So what I will do is copy the select content from the create job form with our location, and then I can paste it inside of here. As you see, we currently get an error. That's because we want to first of all import the select label from our components. Then I want to get the select item, and I want to get my country list array. I will import that from my utils, and now this is finished. This means if I go back and click on select location, we have our locations. Great. Now, as mentioned, I want to also render a separator between the job types and our filter, meaning between our cart content and our cart header. So I can go between our cart header and cart content, and I can get a separator. We already imported that, so separator, and this is self-closing. If I go back, you see the separator. We have some margin to the top, but not to the bottom. So we can give it a class name, and the class name, not this, but class name, will be margin bottom of 4. And if I go back, you see, yes, this looks way better. So now we are finished. We have our cart header, and then we have our cart content. Later on, I will also add the minimum and maximum for the amount, or not for the amount, for the salary, but for now we will skip it. This is just right now for our UI. Okay, so the filter section is finished. Let's now continue with our job card section. So I will open my page.tsx again, the main layout, and instead of rendering a standard card, we want to render our job cards. So I will create a separate component for that. Let's go to the components folder, general, and how will I call the component? I will call it job listings.tsx. This means in this file, I will fetch my data and then I will render the singular job cards. So we fetch our data, we map over the data, we render it inside of here, and we will render the job listings component in the page.tsx. And we can do it also right now, so I can delete this card, we don't need it anymore. Let's create a div element, and I want to first of all create my call layout, meaning call span of 2. Then we want to have in flex of column, and gap of 6. And then in the div, I want to get my job listings. Currently I don't get them, and that's because this file is empty without a function. So let's do an export function, job listings. I will invoke it and open it. Then I will do a return statement, h1 and hello. And then we can go back to our form or to our page.tsx, and then I can get my job listings from the components. This is self-closing, and if I go back, we see hello. Is hello what we want to render? No, but we will fix that. So first of all, I want to fetch data. So let's do an async function. This will be get data. I want to invoke it and I will open it. So inside of here, we can do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .job post, .find many, since we want to find many job posts. Then we can do a where statement, and now you might ask me, why do we do a where statement? Well, that's because I only want to find jobs that are active, meaning where the status is active, not draft and not expired. Then let's continue. We can now add a select statement, and we can add what we want to select. So I want to get the job title. Let's set this to true. I want to get the ID. Then I want to get the salary from. I want to get the salary to. I want to also get the employment type. Then I want to get the location, and this means the location of the job. Then I want to get the created at timestamp, and now I want to get some company info. So let's get our company model. I will open it, and in the company model, we can do a select. What do I want to get from my company? I want to get the name of the company, I want to get the logo of the company, and I want to get the location of the company, and then I want to also get an about the company. So I will set all of this to true, and then there's only one more thing which I want to do, and that's an order by statement. So currently this query, this Prisma query, is random, meaning we will just get results as they come in. This isn't like not filtered, it isn't ordered, and that's not what I want, and that's why I want to order it. So we can go underneath our select statement, right here, this is the select, and we can do an order by. And here's the question, based on what do we want to order? The salary from, the location, the job title? No, this does not make any sense. We want to order by the created at timestamp, and that's why I mentioned that it's super important to always add created at and updated at timestamps in your database schema. So for created at, we have two options, ascending or descending. What does this mean? Ascending means we will get the oldest results first and the newest results at the end. Descending means we will get the newest results at top and then the oldest results at the bottom. I want to get the newest results, meaning descending. Okay, this is finished, and now we can return our data. So at the bottom, I will do a return data, and then we can get it in the front end. So above the return statement, I will do a constant, and this will be data equals to await get data. I can invoke it, and now we get one error. The error is that await expressions are only allowed within async functions. You should all know how to fix this. We want to mark this function as async. This is safe to do so because this is a server component. Okay, I think you all understand that by now. Then we can update our return statement. In the return statement, I want to render a div element, and I want to map over my data. So let's first of all give it a class name. This will be flex of column, or you could also say grid, it has the same result, and I want to have a gap of 6. And then inside of here, I want to map over my data. So let's do data.map. As in param, I will get a job, and then I will just return it. Then inside of here, where I map over my data, I want to render a p tag. Then I want to add a key. This will be the job.id. And as a value, I will just render the job title. Yeah, this is fine. If I save this and again go back, you see nothing right now. So I will do a hard refresh, and then you see contractor, meaning we only have one job. But imagine if we wouldn't have any jobs, if this would be an empty array, then we would render nothing. But this isn't great UI, but also not great UX. If we have no results, we want to say, hey, no jobs found. So let's go to Prisma first of all, meaning let's first of all create Prisma or open Prisma Studio. So pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. And then inside of here, you see we only have one job listing which is active. What I will do right now is make it again a draft, and I will save my change. If I again go back and do a hard refresh, so in my code base, where do we have it? We have it inside of here. If I do a hard refresh, we don't have anything anymore, and we just have a blank screen. As mentioned, that's not what I want. So we can close the terminal and we can do internally. So let's copy this div element, and also where we map over our data, let's copy it. And then we can use first of all fragments. These are empty tags and they don't show up in the DOM. And inside of here, we can do our ternary, and we will say, hey, if our data.length is bigger than 0, then we want to just return our data, meaning we want to map over our data, and then we will return the p tag. But if this is not true, I will just return a p tag and say, hey, no jobs found. And if I go back, and we don't want that, so we can close this first of all. And if I go back to Chrome, you see no jobs found. Nice. But this does not look very beautiful. I want to create something like an empty state. So I want to open my Explorer, then let's go to the components, general, and I want to create an empty state.tsx. And then in the empty state, we can do an export function. This will be called empty state. I want to invoke it and then open it. So in the empty state, we can create a return statement, and we want to first of all create a wrapper div, meaning we want to put everything in the center. So let's do a class name of flex of column. Then I want to have a flex of 1. Then we want to do a height of full, and I want to now center everything, meaning items of center and justify of center. Then this div will also function like a card, meaning I want to style it like a card. We could also use the card component, but I just feel like that this div looks a bit better. So I will add a rounded of MD, then I will do a border and a border of dashed. And of course, I want to have some padding, so let's give it a padding of 8. For now, let's leave it like that. There's still a few things which I want to add, but for now, this is fine. Then in this div, I want to render an icon. So let's get the ban icon from Lucid React, and this is self-closing. Then we can use this empty state and render it instead of the p tag. I will delete the p tag, and I will get my empty state. This is self-closing, and if I again go back, you see, okay, I guess we have this ban, we have our, our border, it's dashed. This looks cool, but we're not quite finished. So let's go back. Maybe we should also try out border of primary, why not? So let's say border primary. Yeah, I don't know, maybe we are doing a bit too much. So let's leave it with the default. I think this is a bit more conservative. Then let's again go back. For our ban icon, I want to first of all give it a class name. This is size of 10 and text of primary. If I go back, you will see, yeah, this looks a bit better, but I want to have a background color. So let's wrap our ban icon. I will get a div and then paste the ban again. For the div, I will add a class name, and this will be flex size of 20, items of center, justify of center, and then rounded of full. If I again go back, you see, okay, nothing has changed, and that's because we are missing the background color. So I will do in bg primary /10. And if I again go back, you will see, this is already way better. Then we want to render in title. So let's go underneath this div, but let's stay in the main div, and I want to get an h2, and I will just say for now, no job posts. Later on, we will make it dynamic. Then for the class name, this will be margin top of 6, text of XL, and font of semi-bold. If I save this and again go back, you see, yeah, this is quite cool. Then I want to also render a description. So under the h2, I will get an p tag. And for now, I will just say, I don't know, filters not set correctly. I don't know, whatever. It does not matter for now. If I go back, you now see, okay, this is the title, and then this is the description. This description is fine, but it does not look that nice. So let's go back and let's add a class name. I want to do a margin bottom of 8. Then I want to have a margin top of 2, maybe in text of center, then in text of small, a leading of tight, because I want to have like the line height a bit smaller. Let's do in text of muted foreground to have grayish color. And for now, let's leave it. Let's go back. Yeah, you know, it's quite nice, but what is if our text becomes very big? So I will write a lot of gibberish, and if I save this and go back, you'll see, okay, this again does not look good. So we can add a maximum width, and this will be a max width of SM. If I go back, yeah, this is better. Let's maybe also add a text of balance, and then if I save this, yeah, that's what I wanted, okay. And then the last thing which I want to render is the button. So I want to get the link component from next/link. For the link, I want to add an href. This will be our index page. And then in the link, I want to render the plus circle icon. This is imported from Lucid React. And then after the icon, I will just say something like go to home page. Let's save this. Let's go back. And now you see kinda nothing. Or you see the icon and the text, but this does not look nice. I want to have a button. So let's go back, and for the link we can add a class name, and this will be our button variants from our components. If I invoke this, then you'll see in a second that this is now a real button, and this looks already way better. So this is our empty state. It works and it looks nice, but currently everything is hard-coded. So let's make it dynamic. I want to create an interface. This will be iapp props. Then I want to open it, and I want to get a title of type string. I want to get a description of type string. I want to get the button text of type string and an href of type string. So now we have all of our properties, and then I can destructure my params. This is of type iapp props, and then where I destructured, I can get my button text, the description, the href, and the title. Okay, so now we have all of our properties, and we can now render them dynamically. So instead of rendering an h2 or an hard-coded h2, we can instead render our title. So I will get my title. Then instead of having our weird description, we can get our description. And then instead of saying go to homepage, we can get our button text. And for the href, I want to also make it dynamic, so href will be equal to href. And now we are finished. We used all of our properties, all of our params, and if I go back to my job listings, we now have an error, and that's because we are missing 4 properties. First of all, the title. For the title, I will say no jobs found. Then I want to have a description, and for the description, I will say try, searching for a different job title or location. Okay, then let's continue. I want to have a button text, and this will say clear all filters. And we have an href, and this will be an empty string. Or not an empty string, but an empty slash, meaning the home page. If I go back, you'll see, yeah, this looks beautiful. We can leave it like that. So our empty state now works as expected, and now we can create our job card. So let's open our Explorer, and we will create a separate component for our job card. So we will go to General, and inside of here, I will have a job card.tsx. Then for the job card, this will be a component, meaning we can do an export function job card. I want to invoke it and open it. Then I want to do a return statement, and I want to return a link component. Because when the user clicks on the job card, I want to redirect the user to the job ID page, meaning like the full-blown route. Then for the link, I want to pass an href, and this will be dynamic, meaning let's use upticks for now, and I will just say /job. then in the link I want to get a card component from my components. And in the card, I want to have a card header, also from my components. So this card header will give us like a bit of padding, right? So padding to the top, left, right, everything like that. And our card will work like that. We will have two sides again, the left side and the right side. On the right side, we will render the location and when the job was created. And on the left side, we will render the image, the title, stuff like that. Meaning in the card header, we can create a div element, and this will be in class name of flex of column, and on MD or bigger, this will be in flex of row. Let's also do a gap of 4, and this looks good. In this div, meaning the left side, I want to now first of all render an image. But for now, we will skip an image and we will just render an icon. So I want to get the user2 icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And then I will add a class name of size 6 and text of white. If I save this and go back, you won't see anything. And that's because we first of all don't have any job listings, but secondly, this job card isn't rendered in our job listings. So let's first of all fix this, and then we will create a few job posts. So instead of rendering in p tag, I want to get my job card. This is from the components, this is self-closing. Let's add a key, and this will be the job.id. Okay, this is finished. Then we can open Prisma Studio. So I will open that in a new tab, and I want to set like 2 or 3 job posts as active. So right here we have our status, and this should be active, then this should be active, this, and let's set this also to active. Then I can save my changes, this is loading, and if I again go back and do a hard refresh, we should see something. And yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 user icons. Of course, we don't really want to render user icons, meaning in our job card, we can now get all of our types. So let's do an interface. This will be of iapp props. Then I will open it, and we want to get our types. Now we could hard code it. We could say, hey, we will get an ID of string, a job title, blah, blah, blah. We could do that, that's totally fine, but we could also go to our job listings, hover over our data, and then we will get the exact same. All of our types predefined, ID, created at, company, and all of that. I will just copy this, and then I can go back, and inside of here, we will have a job object, and then in the job object, I will paste all of my fields. So now we have that. We have the job object. Then inside of there, we have all of the fields which are regarding our values, or not our values, but the job itself. And then we have a company object with all of the values which are directly linked to the company. Okay, so we have our interface, meaning in my params, I can destructured. This is of type iapp_props. And then where I destructured, I can get my job. If I go to my job listings, we now have an error. And that's because I'm missing one property, the job. And the job will be equal to our job, meaning the item which we currently map over. Okay, this is finished. If I go back, we can now use our job. And as mentioned, inside of here, we want to render our image. So instead of rendering the user2 icon, I can first of all delete it, and then we can get our image component from next/image. Then we want to give it a source. The source is our job.company.logo. Then we have an alt. For the alt, I will just say something like, or you know what, we can use the company name. So we can do a job.company.name. Then what else do we have? We have a width. This will be, for example, 48. Then we have a height of 48. And then let's add a class name, and this will be size of 12, and size of 12 corresponds to 48 pixels, meaning the width and height. And let's do a rounded of LG. This should be all. If I again go back, you should see our images in a second. Let's see. And yeah, here you have them. These are all of our logos. Great, let's continue. So we have our image, and what's the next thing which I want to render? Well, the next thing which I want to render is our job title. So underneath our image, let's first of all get another div element, and then inside of here, I want to render an h1, and this is our job.job title. If I again go back, we see marketing manager, contractor, and again marketing manager. Let's style this. So for the h1, I will give it a class name, and this will be text of XL. Then I want to also say on MD or bigger, this will be text of 2XL, and then also font of bold. And if I again go back, you'll see, okay, this looks quite cool. Well, then what's the next thing which I want to render? Well, I want to render the company name, the employment type, then the location, and the salary from and to. And all of these should be in one value. So let's go back again, and we can go underneath our h1. I will create another div element, and let's for now get our p tag, and I want to get my job.company.name. If I again go back, you see in a second it will load Marshall LLC. Nice, that's what I wanted, but it's a bit too big. So let's go back, and for the p tag, I want to add a class name of text small, and then let's do text of muted foreground, meaning the grayish color. And yeah, this is already quite nice. Now the div which wraps our job company name, and for this I want to add a class name, and this will be flex wrap. So we can say flex of wrap, and then items of center and gap of 2. This means if there's no space available on the horizontal side anymore, then we will just wrap vertically. Then let's go back underneath this p tag, but still in the div. I want to render a span element, and I want to get a star. If I save this and go back, you will see this is the star. This looks alright, but we can make it a bit better. So we can add a class name, and we will say, hey, on a mobile screen this will be hidden, on MD or bigger this will be inline, and I want to also change the color, meaning text of muted foreground. And yeah, this is great. We can leave it like that. And now I want to render the employment type, meaning underneath the span, I will get a badge component from our components, and in the badge, I want to get my job.employment type. For the badge, let's add a class name, and this will be rounded or full, and let's give it a variant. And for the variant, this will be secondary. If I save this and go back, you see, yeah, contract, full-time, part-time, full-time, this is quite nice. Then let's continue. So this is our employment type. And now I want to also render the job location. So let's first of all again get our span separator, that's how we will call it. I will copy it and paste it underneath the badge. Then underneath the span, I can again get a badge component, and I want to render the job.location. So let's say job.location, and if I save this and go back, you see the location, Peru, Jordan, Chile, I have no clue what this is, Islands. Okay, I guess if you're from there, then I guess let me know in the comments. And then let's also update our badge, and I want to make it rounded off full, so full rounding. If I go back, yeah, this now looks the same to our employment type. And now there's one more thing which I want to render, and that's our salary from and salary to. So I will go back again to our code base. Let's again first of all get the span separator. I will paste it, and then underneath the span we can render a p tag. And as mentioned, I want to get a salary from and salary to. So we can use our format currency helper function first of all, because we want to format our currency. Let's import that from our utils. I will invoke it, and as an argument this will be the job.salary from. If I save this and go back, you see 300k, 200k, 200k, 300k. And then we want to also get the salary too. So let's do a dash, and then I want to do in format currency. I will invoke it, and this is the job.salary too. If I save this and again go back, you see, yeah, this is nice. From to, from to, from to, from to. Okay, let's maybe also style it a bit. So for the p tag, this will be in class name of text small and text of muted foreground. And if I go back, yeah, this is a bit better. So what's the next thing which I want to render? Well, I want to render the location. So let's go back. Then underneath the p tag, we have two divs. Let's go underneath these two divs, and we only have one more div left. Above this div, or in the div if this makes more sense to you, we can render another div element. And inside of there, we want to render our location. Now here's the thing, we want to align it to the right side, as you all know. So we can create a div, or we already created a div, but in this div, I will create another div. This is the wrapper div for the location, and I want to get a map icon from Lucid React. And if I save this and go back, we have the map icon. But this is on the left side. I want to have it on the right side. How can we do that? Well, if we go again to this main div, so not to the div which wraps the map icon, but the div above it, we can do a class name, and this will be md or bigger ml of auto, so margin left auto. And now it automatically snaps to the right corner. Great. So we have our map icon, and then underneath my map icon, I want to get an h1, and I want to render the location, meaning job.location. Of course, if I save this and go back, you will see that this probably won't be aligned as we wanted to. We want to align it horizontally. So I will go back, and then the div which wraps the map icon and h1, we can add a class name of flex, items of center, and gap of 2. If I again go back, you will see, yeah, this is nice. This is aligned horizontally. Then for our map icon, I will also add a class name, and I will say size of 4. And if I go back, you see it's a bit smaller, and that's a bit better in my opinion. Now, I'm actually not quite sure if I like the map icon. Maybe let's get like a map location. So we can import map location, or not map location, but map pin. And if I save this and go back, yeah, you know what, I think a map pin works a bit better. So after our location, I want to render when the job was created. So for that, we can go underneath this div, but still in the div with the margin left auto, and I can get a p tag. And we can render our job.createdAt. If I save this and go back, we get an error. Why is that? Well, that's because createdAt is in date, and a date is an object. And you can't render an object in TSX, or in other words, in JSX. So we could say toString. And if I save this and go back, you will see, okay, my man, this isn't what I want. I want to have like 1 day ago, or maybe 2 days ago, but definitely not this. So what we want to now do is pretty much calculate the relative time, meaning if the job was created yesterday, then we want to say 1 day ago. If it was created 1 week ago, then 7 days ago, and so on. So we want to create a separate utility function. Let's open the Explorer, then I will go to the app folder, utils folder, and I want to create a new file, and I will call it format relative time.tsx. And then inside of here, I can do an export function. Then this will be called format relative time. I will invoke it, and then I want to open it. So inside of here, I want to first of all get the current timestamp, meaning the time and the date right now. How do we do that? Well, we do a constant now, and this will be equal to new date. I can invoke it, and now the constant now, the variable, is this timestamp right now. And now I want to calculate the difference in days between our createdAt timestamp and the current timestamp. So first of all, in our params, we can get our date, so the date when the job was created. This will be of type date. And then we can now calculate the difference. So we can do a constant diff in days, and this will be equal to math.floor. I want to invoke it, and as in param, I want to do now.getTime. Let's invoke it, and this should be minus new date. I will invoke it as an argument. I will pass my date, and then .getTime. We are still not finished. We want to wrap now this calculation in parentheses, and then we want to divide this by 100. So let's get first of all again parentheses, and then we want to get not 100 but 1000. Then this will be times 60. Then this will be times 60, and this will be times 24. Now you might say, this is a bit of a weird calculation. What did we just do inside of here? Good question. So first of all, we do a now.getTime. This means we get the current timestamp, and this is like exactly to the millisecond. And then we subtract it by our date, meaning when our job was created. And then we will get either 0, or we could get 1 day or 2 days or 3 days or whatever. But then we do a division. Why do we divide this? Well, that's because this here will generate seconds, milliseconds, but we want to get a number, a day. So that's why we divide it by 1000. This means we first of all convert this to seconds, milliseconds to seconds. Then if we multiply it by 60, we convert seconds to minutes. Then again multiplied, we convert it to hours. And multiplied by 24, because one day has 24, we then get 1 day. And if we divide this, then we will get the day calculation, so how many days. If it was posted, if the job was posted in the same day, then we will get 0. If the job was posted from today 2 days ago, then the number will be 2. And now we want to do an if check underneath. So I will say, hey, if diff in days is equal to 0, then I want to open this and I want to do an return, and I want to return posted today. If this is not true, we can do an else if. And I want to again say diff days equals to 1. If this is true, I want to return a message and I want to say posted 1 day ago. And then we also have an else statement. This means if it's bigger than 1 day. So let's open our else statement. I want to do a return and I want to use upticks. And then I will return posted. Then I want to get my diff days. So I will get my diff in days and then days ago. Meaning we will get our difference in day. If it's 0, meaning posted today, we will say posted today. If it was posted around 1 day ago, we will say posted 1 day ago. And if it's posted, for example, 7 days ago, then we will say posted 7 days ago. Okay, this is finished. Let's save this. And if I go to my job card, we can now use it. Meaning I can first of all delete this job.createdAdd and we can do in format relative time. I will import that, invoke it, and then I can pass my job.createdAdd. Okay, then let's also of course style this. So for the p tag, I will add a class name, and this is text of sm, text of muted foreground, and an md of text right. If I save this and again go back, you will see posted today, posted today, posted today, and posted yesterday. No, posted today. Okay, that's because I posted everything today, but if I would update my timestamp, then this would change. Meaning if I go to Prisma and open Prisma Studio, we will have the created add timestamp and I will update it quickly. So here we have our created add timestamp. This is the 25th and I will just say that this is the 23rd. Then I will save this, save one change. And if I again go back and do a hard refresh, then you will see posted 2 days ago. This works exactly as expected. Okay, so we are finished with the right side. And then the last thing which I want to do is render the about company section. So what we can do is go to the last div and we will go underneath this div and I want to create a new div element. First of all, in this div, I want to render a p tag. For the p tag, I want to get the job.company.about. And if I save this and go back, we see this. Yeah, this is fine. Then I want to style this. So let's give it a class name of text base, text of muted foreground, and then line clamp of 2. So let me spell line clamp correctly, line clamp 2. And if I go back, we will see this. Yeah, that's fine, but there's one thing which I want to change. I want to add some margin to the top, but here you will see something. This won't work. If I say margin top of 5 and go back, nothing changes. What's the problem? Let's maybe say padding top of 5. Maybe this will work. Yeah, padding works. But why does margin not work? Well, at the end of the day, our card header has predefined margin. And the thing is that this card header margin overrides this margin. This means if I would like to say margin, I would use this exclamation mark margin top 5. And then it would work. And we will leave it like that. So if I can go back, we now have some margin and I think this looks quite good. The description is quite short because, hey, I didn't write a big description, but if you would write something long, then we would see it. And also, we have a line clamp 2. This means if the description is super long, then the maximum amount of lines will still be 2. I can show you an example if I write a lot of gibberish, so let me do that quickly. And if I save this is a lot of gibberish, then you will see it will only take 2 lines. Wait, this is still not long enough. Let's make it even longer. And if I now again go back, you see at the end ... This is the line clamp. I could also say, for example, line clamp of 3, and then we would have 3 lines as you see. But line clamp 2 looks a bit cleaner, so we can leave it like that. Let's again render our company about, and then we are finished with the job card. So as you see, this looks beautiful. But now there's one thing which I want to add. So if I hover over the card, nothing happens. I want to have like a little transition. So for the card, I can give it a class name. This will be hover of shadow LG. So let's say shadow LG. Then we will have a transition of all. Then I want to have a duration, and this will be 300. Then I want to also have a hover, and this will be border of primary. And then if I save this and go back and hover over it, we should see a nice border. And yes, this looks beautiful. Let's look at it in light mode. And yeah, in light mode, it looks even better in my opinion. Let's again go to dark mode and we can leave it like that. Now there's one more thing which I don't like. Currently this is aligned to the left side, but I want to rather align it to the right side. So for the div which wraps this or which wraps everything, we can do an text of right. If I save this and go back, you see nothing really updates. And that's because for our div right here, we can add and justify of end. And if I add this, so let's say justify of end, then this will be aligned to the right side. So the text is aligned to the right side, and this Peru or the location is also aligned to the right side. And to be honest, I think we can leave the job card as is. We are finished with it. And now there's one more thing. You see on the left side our filter, right? We have the card component. But it takes the whole height, even though the content finishes here. This looks kinda ugly, to be quite honest with you. So we can go back and we can open our job filters. And then for our job filters, we can add a height which will be fit. So for the card component where we have the call span 1, I can do a height of fit. And if I again go back, you see it only takes the height that it needs. And that's way better. Okay, so we are finished with this and we are finished with this. What do we do now? So here's the game plan on what I want to do next. So first of all, I will want to create a function in a second, an ingest function. And this ingest function will poll our database every 2 days and send our job seeker an email with the most recent jobs. After this is done, we will implement our job ID route, because currently if I click on a card, we get in 404, not what I want. This is the second step. In this job ID route, we will implement the save job functionality, then we will implement rate limiting, and of course we will also implement the general job post description information, whatever you want to call it. After this is finished, I want to implement my saved jobs, my favorite jobs. Then I want to implement my job listings. And then at the end, we will implement filtering. And then once filtering is done, we will be able to deploy this application. So let's first of all start with this. Every 2 days, I want to send an email. So for that, we want to first of all use resend. So resend is an email library, meaning with resend, I can send emails to clients. It's very easy to implement, it's relatively cool, and honestly, I just use it because it has a great documentation and it's super easy to implement. So yeah, I think we can get started right away. So let's go to the documentation to getting started. Then we can select Node.js. They also have a Next.js guide, but honestly, it does not make a difference because the SDK is the same. Then we use pnpm, so I can copy the installation command. Then I will go to my primary dev server, I will stop the dev server, and then I want to add resend. So I can paste the command and click on enter. This will install resend into our project, and then they say create email template as a second step. We will skip that, we don't need it right now. Then they have the third step to send an email using React. We also don't need it. Honestly, we only want to have our environment available, because as you see, to use resend, you will have to do a new resend, and as an argument, you want to pass the resend API key. So here's what we will do. We will go to resend again itself, and then let's sign in. If you already have an account, then sign in. If not, then click on get started. But I have an account, so I will click on sign in, and I will continue with Google. So as you now see, I'm signed in, and now we can get started. The first step is to add an API key. So let's click on add API key.
This now loads, and now I have generated a new API key. So I can copy this, and then I can go back and open my env file. I will just paste it down below underneath the Stripe webhook secret, and I can paste it inside of here. Of course, we also need a name, so I will call it resend underscore API underscore key, and then this will be equal to this API key. Okay, this is finished, then we can continue. So the next step is to, as you see, initialize resend and then send an email. And that's what we want to do. But instead of just sending an email from our code base, we will do it with Inngest as mentioned. So let's open our functions again first of all, and in the functions I want to create a new function. Now let me again explain to you the workflow. So when user signs up, right, to our account, so I can close resend for now, a user signs up. Once the user signs up, we have our onboarding, correct? And a user can select, for example, that he's a job seeker. If the user selects that he's a job seeker, I want to send the job seeker every 2 days for 30 days an email with the most recent job listings. And yeah, that's all I want to do. It's relatively simple and it's relatively cool. So you know what? Let's implement that. So let's do an export constant. I will call it send periodic job listings. Then this will be equal to ingest.create function. I will invoke this, and inside of here, let's first of all destructure it, and I want to pass my ID. And for the ID, as already mentioned in the beginning, this has to be unique. So for this function, we set job expiration. For this function, hello world. And for this function, I think send-job-listings will kind of make the most sense. And then we of course also have our event, and for the event name, I think job seeker / created makes the most sense. So now we have our ID, we have our event, and we can now create our async function, meaning what we will execute in this doable function. So let's do an async, and this is an arrow function as mentioned. In our params, we can first of all destructure them, and we can get our event, and we can get our step. The event at the end of the day is again the data. You can think of the event like our form data. That's what we will get when we trigger an event. Inside of this event, I want to get two things. I want to get the user ID and the email. So we can do in constant, I can destructure it, and I want to get the user ID and the email. And this will be equal to our event.data. Again, think of the event data like form data. You can pass anything inside of there, or maybe not form data, let's rather think of it like metadata. I think this works a bit better, to be honest, like Stripe metadata. You pass it, you can destructure it, and then use it. So this is now finished. Okay, then I want to do in constant total days. So this is like our business logic. And I want to send emails for 30 days. That's why I will say total days. But let's imagine you want to send emails for 60 days after the user has signed up. Then you will say total days 60. Then I want to add an interval days. So that I will do in constant interval days. And this will be equal to 2, meaning I want to send a job every 2 days to the user. And then I want to also have a current day. So we will do a let current day, and this will be equal to 0. Now, first of all, why do we have a current day? And secondly, why is this a let? So first of all, this is a let keyword because we will reassign this. And this is the current day because at the end of the day, we want to track how many days there's still left to send emails. And as mentioned at the start, ingest is cool because in this doable function, state is persisted. It isn't lost. We don't have to do some sort of weird state managing. Everything works as you would expect in a standard JavaScript environment, which is super cool. Okay, this is now finished. And now we want to create a while loop. I know most people haven't created a while loop for a long time, but we want to do it. And we want to send emails while the current day is smaller than the total days. Because if the current day is smaller than the total days, then this means that we haven't yet reached the 30-day mark. And this also means that we have to send a new email. And that's what we will do. So I want to do an await step.sleep. And then inside of here, we can say for the ID something like wait-interval. And then we want to have our time frame. So for how long ingest should sleep.
So let's use upticks, and I want to do my dynamic value, and we will get our interval days, meaning 2 days, and then we can pass in D. So at the end of the day, we will send 15 emails in total, because we always wait 2 days, and then we will have 15. Okay, then we can continue. So this will now sleep for 2 days, and then I want to update my current day. I want to add 2 days. So we can do a current day, and this will be plus equals to our interval days. Okay, so this is finished. We now wait for 2 days. We add our current day. And what I want to now do is, of course, get my jobs. Meaning I want to get my most recent job listings from Prisma. And then after that, I want to send an email. So we can do a constant recent jobs. And this will be equal to await step.run. I can invoke it. As an ID, I will say fetch recent jobs, and then this will be an asynchronous arrow function. So we will add a comma and then an asynchronous function. Inside of here, I will do in return await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, so let's import it. Then .job post and .find many. Then we can invoke it, destructured, and I don't want to find all job posts. I guess I kind of want to find all job posts, but I only want to find job posts where the status is active. Because if it's in draft, I don't want to have them. If it's expired, I don't want to get them. If it's active, then we want to get it. And then inside of here, let's also do an order by statement. And I want to, of course, order by the created at timestamp. And now again, we have ascending and descending. What does this mean? I already explained it to you guys. You should remember it. But if not, ascending means we get the oldest results first, and descending means we get the newest results first. So let's say descending, and then I want to also have a take statement. Take means that I want to only take a specific number of results. So currently, if I leave this query as is, we will get all job posts. So if our database has 1 million job posts, then I will get 1 million job posts. This is not what I want. I want to only get 10 job posts. And then there's one more thing. I want to get the company name. So we can do a select statement, or not in select, we can do an include. This means we will get the job data and also the company data. So we can do include company, and from the company, I want to select the name, meaning the company name, because that's what I want to render later on in my email. Okay, so now we get our recent jobs. This also looks good. And now we want to send an email. So let's go underneath the recent jobs, and we can do our next step. So we will do an if check, and we will say, hey, if the recent jobs.length, so .length is bigger than 0, then we can send an email. Because if we don't have any jobs because of reason XYZ, we of course don't want to render anything. So inside of here, we will do an await step.run. Then let's invoke it. For the ID, this will be send-email, and then I will add a comma and create an asynchronous arrow function. So what we need first of all is something like the HTML for the job itself. So here's what I will do. I will paste something, and I want you to go to my GitHub repo and also copy it and paste it, because this is raw HTML and this is a bit complicated to write yourself. So what we do right here is we first of all get our recent jobs. Recent jobs is what we just fetched from Prisma. Then we do a .map, meaning we map over our job listings. Then we create our UI. This is our div UI or our HTML UI for our email. We have a div which is just a layout div and wrapper div. Then we render the job title. Then I want to get the company name, so we can say job.company and then .name. And then we also render the job location. And as you see, we have this nice separator dot, and then at the end we have our salary from and our salary to. Okay, this looks good. Should I maybe format this? No, I think it's fine. So this is what we do. As you see, we only map over our data, and then we create the HTML for the individual job listing. Okay, and once this is finished, we can send our email. Meaning I can go underneath this .join, but I want to still stay inside of the async function of our step.run send email, and then we can do an await resend, and as you see, resend does not import for me, and that's because we want to do it manually. On top, this means above all of our functions, we can do a constant resend, and this will be equal to new resend. This does not import for me, so I will do it manually. Import, this will be resend from resend. And then for resend, we can invoke it, and I want to get my API key. So I will go to my env file, and this is my resend API key. I can copy the name, and then for my functions, we can do in process.env.resend API key. As you see, we currently get an error, and it says this expression is not constructible. What's the problem? Well, I need to destructure resend, meaning if I destructure it, I can get resend, and then this error goes away. And then we have our resend API key, and now this is finished. Meaning I can go back to our code underneath my job listings HTML, and we can continue with resend itself. So we want to say await resend dot emails, so emails dot send. I want to invoke it, destructure it, and inside of here we want to pass in from. So here's the thing. Our domain isn't verified with resend, correct? So we just use currently the demo email. So I can go to my dashboard quickly, so let me sign in. And then if you go to the domains, you will see that I don't have any domains inside of here. So if you don't have any domains added, you have to use the onboarding at resend email, and you have to send your emails from this onboarding resend. If you have your own domain, then please use it, because then this means that you can use it. Quite self-explanatory. So the email is onboarding at resend.dev. If I zoom in a bit, this is the email. So we can copy this from actually. I will copy it and then paste it inside of here. Instead of saying Acme, this will be job marshal, but the email will stay the same because again, I haven't verified my email. Then we want to add the to. And here's the thing, we already get our email, right? So we destructure our email from our event data. But again, I haven't verified my domain with resend. This also means that I can't send emails to everyone. I can only send emails to the user who signed up. So right here, I signed up with this email, and this means I can only use this email to send emails to. If my domain would be verified, I can send emails to whoever I want, whoever has signed up. But again, since my domain isn't verified, I can only send emails to my email. And this is just a security precaution from resend to not overload it. So yeah, that's why I will add, or I will hard code my email. But if you have verified your domain, then you can just get your email, which we destructure, and then you can pass it in the array. And also it's important that you add an array, and then inside of here, again, if you have your email, pass it. If not, then I will hard code it. So I can paste it inside of here, and then we can continue. The next step is to add our subject. For the subject, this will just be, latest job opportunities for you. Yeah, this should be fine. And then underneath our subject, we want to again add HTML. So here's the thing. First of all, let's use upticks. We first of all created the HTML for the individual job listing. This is something like a job card. But now we want to have like the main, could we say wrapper layout, which wraps our job card. This means what I will do is again copy HTML, go to my code base and copy it from there. And what do we do inside of here? So we create first of all the wrapper div, and we set our font family, sans serif, a max width, just to make it look a bit nicer. Then we have an H2, latest job opportunities. And then we render our job listings HTML. This means this is the code. This is the code of our individual cards, which we just mapped over right here. And then at the end, I have one more div, and this is just a button. So we have an A tag. This redirects you to our localhost 3000. So this is the next public URL. And if you open our env file, we have right here next public URL. And again, this will redirect the user to localhost 3000 because here we want to say, hey, view more jobs. And yeah, that's all, to be quite honest with you. And now the last thing which I want to do is create a successful return message. So let's go underneath the step.1 send email. This means we want to just go above this last bracket, and inside of here we will do a return. I will destructure it, and I want to return my user ID, and I want to also return a message. And for the message, I will just say something like completed 30-day job listing notifications. Okay, so this looks good, and I think we are finished. I currently get one warning, one error. What's the problem? That's because I don't use email. So I can just quick fix this so that I don't see any red squiggly. And now this function is finished. This means we want to open the ingest route handler, and inside of here I want to add my function. How did we name our function? Send periodic job listings. Let's import it from our functions, and now this is finished. And now we can trigger this function, this event from our code base. So here's one thing which we could do. We can again open our ingest dev server, as you see here, and if it has stopped for you, you can again just run in pnpm dlx ingest-cli at latest dev, and then it will run your dev server. But if I again go back, you see we currently have an error. So for the apps it says error, not synced. What's the problem? Well, my dev server isn't running, my main dev server, localhost 3000. So I can clear this and I can restart my dev server with pnpm run dev. If I go back, I can do a hard refresh, and now this is again synced. If I go to my functions, in total we now have 3 functions: hello world, job expiration, and send job listings. Very nice. Now I want to send our job listings. So I can invoke this, or before we invoke it, let's do something else just to see something. We can go again to our functions, and for our functions, instead of now passing interval days, I will just for now delete it, or copy it, and then delete it, and I will say 1 minute, so 1M. We want to send every minute a new email. Then let's go back, and I will invoke this. So for send job listings, let's do a hard refresh. And then for send job listings, I will click on invoke. As you now see, we have our code fields. So inside of here, we could add the user ID and email. Let's do it. I will add demo data because for me it's not important. But if you added your email to the to array, then please type your correct email to which you want to receive an email. So first of all, let's get the user ID. And for the user ID, I will just say some gibberish. And then, and this should be also in string, not in little string, and again some gibberish. And then I want to also get my email, and I will also create some gibberish. So this is finished, and now I can click on invoke function. As you now see, this is running, and if I click on it, we have our duration. We see when it was queued at, when it was started at, and if I expand wait interval, you see we sleep for 1 minute. And after 1 minute, our code should run, and with that we should see or send an email to my inbox. So let's wait for 1 minute. Okay, so as you now see, it has executed, meaning wait interval has waited for 1 minute. So you see duration 1 minute. Then we had fetch recent jobs. This was our second step. And then the third step was to send our email. So let me go back to Gmail, and inside of here you now see a new email, latest job opportunities for you. And then we have our cards, contractor, marketing manager, marketing manager, marketing manager. And we have our button to view more jobs. And if I click on it, we will get redirected to localhost 3000. And as you see, we got redirected. Nice. This worked exactly as expected. And the nice thing is, in 1 minute, I will get another email. So let's wait for it. Let's do a live example. So it has executed, as you see. Now we fetched our jobs, and then we sent our email. And now we again sleep for 1 minute. Meaning if I show my new email, you will see, hey, again, latest job opportunities with all of my cards or with all of my jobs. And what we can do now is cancel, first of all, our execution. We don't want to send an email every minute. We don't want to overload, resend. And we can again go back to our functions, and we can change our example again to interval days and then D, meaning every 2 days and not every minute. I think this is a bit better. So since this is finished, we can close this and we can continue with our next step on, I guess our next step. And the next thing which I want to do is create our job ID route. So let's open our Explorer. I will make this a bit bigger, and I want to go in the app folder, main layout. And in the main layout, I want to create a new folder, and this will be job, lowercase. In the job folder, I want to create a child folder, and this will be a dynamic folder. To create a dynamic folder in Next.js, you want to use array brackets, and inside of here, I will have a job ID. And then in the job ID route folder, I want to create a page.tsx. So this is now created, which is great. And you know what? Let's test it out, I guess. So let's do an export default function. This will be our job ID page. Let's invoke it, and I want to open it. Inside of here, for now, I will just do a return statement, div and h1, and I will say something like hello from the job ID page. Then I want to save it, and if I go back, I can close first of all my email, resend, we don't need it, and if I do a hard refresh and click on the card, we have one error. What's the problem? Well, instead of redirecting to the job ID, we redirect to the job itself. Not quite what we want. So I can go to my job card, and then in our link component, instead of saying /job, this should be /job / a dynamic value of job.id. And if I again go back to my job card and click on it, we should get redirected, and now we see hello from the job ID page. Nice. So let's first of all delete everything in the return statement. Let's create a new return statement. This will be our main wrapper div. So I will do a class name, and inside of here, I want to do a grid, then LG or bigger of grid columns, and this will be in custom value. And this will be 1FR, and then comma, so 1FR, comma, 400 pixels, and then a gap of 8. Now you will probably say, hey Jan, what did you just do? Grid calls 1FR, 400 pixels. This does not make a lot of sense. And yeah, this does not make a lot of sense at first glance. Let me show it to you with a diagram. So let's imagine the following. This is our job ID route. On top, we have our navbar. Okay, this is because this is our layout, which is rendered. Inside of here, we have the main content. And I just created a layout of grid calls 1FR and 400 pixels. What does this mean? Well, this means that this is 1FR and this is 400 pixels. So the right side has a guaranteed width. So I can say width of 400 pixels. This is always 400 pixels. And this 1FR takes the whole available space. So if your screen is small, then maybe 800 pixels. If it's super huge, then maybe 1000 pixels. So 1FR just means pretty much like width or full. It wants to take all available space. And right here, we can't take any further space because we have 400 pixels. That's why it stops here. But 1FR at the end just means pretty much width or full, if you want to think of it like that. Then inside of this div, I want to create our main content. So I will create a div layout or a div, and this will be there to create some spacing. So some default spacing. Let's do a class name of space y8. And then in this div element, I want to now create a header. So we can do a comment just to know what we do, and I will say header. Then inside of here, we want to do a div element, and I want to give it a class name of flex, items of center, and then justify of between. Now you might say, okay, Jan, divs. I want to see something, show me something. Okay, let me do it. So first of all, I want to have a div. Why do we want to have a div? Well, that's because we will have justify between. Justify between means that we want to have one item on the left side and the other one on the right side. And this div is just a wrapper for the left side. Then we can render an h1. And this should be our job title. So for now, I can say marketing manager. And if I save this and go back and go to my code base and do a hard refresh, you see marketing manager. Now this looks okay, but it should be bigger and a bigger font weight. So we can add a class name to the h1, and then this will be of text 3XL and a font of bold. If I save this and go back, you see, okay, this is bigger, this is way better, let's be honest. And now I want to render the company name. So let's again go back, and then underneath the h1, I want to render another div element. And this will be rendered underneath this marketing manager title. This means we can add a class name of flex, items of center, and then a gap of 2 and margin top of 2 to have some spacing to this title. Then let's go back, and in this div element as mentioned, I want to render the company location, or not the company location, but the company name. So let's get in p tag, and I want to render, I don't know, Marshall LLC. And if I save this and go back, you see Marshall LLC. This is nice, but let's maybe change the font weight. So if I go back, I can add for my p tag and class name, and this will be font of medium. This means if I go back, it's now a bit of an, let's say, bolder text. Okay, so we can continue. Then underneath my p tag, I want to render a badge component. This is imported from our components, and I want to render the employment type. So I will say for now, full-time. If I go back, you will see our badge. This is fine, this works, but I want to make it rounded or full. So for the badge, I can add a class name, and this will be rounded or full, and I want to add a variant, and this will be secondary. This means if I go back, we now have our full width or full rounding, and then we also see that this is now grayish. So if I zoom in even further, that's what we have. Okay, then let's continue. What's the next thing which I want to render? Well, I want to render like a separator span. So this will be our little star. And if I save this and go back, you see our little star. This looks not so nice. So we can style it. Let's add a class name. And this will be hidden on mobile. And on MD or bigger, this will be inline. I want to also say, hey, this should be of text muted foreground, meaning a grayish color. And yes, this looks nice. Then let's continue. I want to render another badge underneath my span, and this badge will be there to render our job location. So I can say something like Germany, and let me also get the icon of Germany, and let me click on enter. Now if I save this and go back, you see Germany. This is good, this is nice, but I want to make again the rounding full, so 100%. So for the badge, I will add a class name of rounded full. And if I again go back, you see this. And yeah, this is great. Let's maybe also create the separator between our company name and full-time. So I will copy the span element and paste it above our badge and in between the p tag and badge to be specific. If I go back, you now see, okay, company name, separator, full-time, separator, and then our location. So this is finished. And now on the right side, I want to have like a save job button. This means I can go back and then we can go underneath our badge, underneath this div and this div. This is the div which currently aligns everything to the left side. And what I write underneath this div is what will be aligned to the right side. So we can get a button component. This is imported from our components. And I want to just get a heart icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And then after my heart, but still in the button, I will just say save job. If I save this and go back, we should see a button on the right side. And that's what we have. But this button does not look very nice. I don't want to have a variant of primary or default. So let's fix this. Let's go back. For the heart, first of all, I will add a class name of size 4. And then for the button, I want to add a variant of outline. If I go back, you will see, yeah, this looks already 10 times better. So we are finished with our header section. This is our header. And the next thing which I want to render is our content. So I want to go back, and what we can do is go underneath our button and underneath this div, meaning we only have 2 divs underneath. And inside of here, I want to render my description. So we can for now just render in section, and I will say, I don't know, p tag, a lot of description, ... If I again go back, you now see a lot of description. Now we will fix this in a second, but for now we don't get any live data, meaning I can't really show anything. Maybe, you know what, let's first of all fetch our data, and then I can show you already live examples. So let's do that. Let's go back, and then we want to create an async function. So above our export default, we can do an async function, and this will be called getJob. Then I want to invoke it and open it. Inside of here, we can do a constant job data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils file or folder .jobpost.findMany, or not find many, but find unique. We don't want to find any job. We don't want to find many jobs, we want to only find one specific job. So let's invoke it, the structured, and we want to use our where statement. So first of all, I want to find a job where the status is active. And secondly, I want to find a job where the ID matches the job ID. So in my params, I can get a job ID, which is of type string. And then for the ID, this is equal to our job ID. So now we have our where statement. And now we can create a select statement. So what do I want to select? Well, I want to get my job title. This is of type, or this is true. Then I want to get my job description. Let's set this to true. Then I want to get my location. Then I want to get my employment type. I want to also get my benefits array. And I want to get my created at timestamp. So this is everything related to the job itself. But I want to also get company data. So let's get our company model. Then I want to open it. And I want to do a select statement. And I want to get the name. So I will set this to true. Then I want to get the logo. And I want to get the location, the company location. And I want to get an about the company. So the about section. And now we get all of our data. And this is finished. So we can go underneath our data and we can return our data. But if you hover over data, and this shouldn't be data but job data, and if you hover over job data, you now see this is either our data or null. But this shouldn't be null. If it's null, then probably there was some error. So we can say, or we can create an if check and we can say, hey, if there's no job data, then there's something wrong. So we can open this and we will do a return not found. This is imported from Next/navigation and then I can invoke it. This means if we don't have any job data, then I will render in 404 not found. And this is because we don't have any jobs. Not quite what should happen. So let's continue. We now have our if statement and then we return our job data. Now I can get the job data in my function. So I can do a constant data and this will be equal to await get data. Or not get data, it is get job. So I can invoke it and now we get a few errors. First of all, we have to mark our function as async. So export default async function. And then for get job, we want to pass one argument and that's the job ID. How do we get our job ID? Well, as mentioned, we have a dynamic route and this is job ID or a dynamic folder. And this means I can get the ID through my params. So let's create a type and this type will be called params. And this will be equal to a promise because with React 19 and Next.js 15, the params are now a promise, meaning you have to await them. In the past, you could just destructured, get your params and use it, but as mentioned, in Next.js 15, they are in promise which you have to await. Then for the promise, we will have a generic, then we will have an object and we will get a job ID, which is of type string. Now please make sure that this name corresponds to your folder name. So the folder name is job ID, meaning the param has to also be called job ID. If this is called hello, then you want to get hello. Okay, I think you all understand this. So now we have our type and we can now get it in our params. So I can destructure them and then where I destructure it, I can get my params. And params will be of type params and params is of type params. Quite funny, right? So at the end of the day, we destructure our params and then we say, hey, params is of type params, so this type. And now we get our params, meaning I can await them. So let's do a constant, let's destructure this, and this will be equal to await params. Again, we await this because this is a promise. And then where I destructured, I can get my job ID. So now we have our job ID, meaning I can pass it as an argument. And then let's save this. And let's continue. So we have our data, meaning we can render live data. Instead of saying Marshall LLC, I can delete this and I can get my job data, or not job data, it's our data dot job title. Then we have our full-time, meaning our employment type. Instead of rendering full-time, I will get our data dot employment type. And then we have our badge with the location, and instead of rendering Germany, I will render my data.location. And if I save this and go back, you see this is all of our live data. But here's one problem. As you see, we render our location, Peru, but the icon, the flag itself, is static. That's not what I want. I want to have the correct flag for the correct country. How do we implement something like that? Meaning, how do we get the current country flag? Well, it's relatively simple. Let's go to our countries list. Here we have our array with all of our countries. And inside of here, we have a flag emoji. So we can create like a filter function. On top, I can do an export. Then this will be export function, get flag emoji. I want to invoke it and open it. In my param, I want to first of all get my location, and this is of type string. And then in our export function, we can now get everything. So first of all, I want to sanitize my location, meaning we will do a constant clean location, and this will be equal to our location dot trim. Then I can invoke it, and then dot to lowercase. What does this mean? So first of all, when you call trim, it removes the leading and trailing white space, and then to lowercase, just lowercase our name. Because if our location is uppercase Germany, then we want to have it lowercase, so something like this. So now we have our clean location, and we can use it to find our country, our flag. So let's do a constant country, and this will be equal to country list. Country list is our array. Then we can do a dot find method. Let's invoke it as in param. I will get in country, and then we can do an inline callback. And I want to do a clean location dot includes. I want to invoke it, and inside of here as an argument, we will pass our country dot name dot to lowercase. Okay, what did we just do? Well, first of all, as you know, we sanitized our location, meaning we trimmed it, we deleted the leading and trailing white space, and then we lowercased it. So this is now, for example, lowercased Germany. Then in this country, in this constant country, we take our array, and in our array, we try to find at the end of the day this location. Meaning, for example, let's imagine you have inside of here Albania. Then we will go through the array and we will try to find an object with the name Albania. So we will lowercase Albania, and then once it matches, we will say, hey, I found an object. And then this will be our country. So relatively simple. And that's why you do this to lowercase. And then at the end, I want to return our flag. So we can do in return country, so not count, but country dot flag emoji. But this could be not defined. So if this is not defined, we can just render an empty string. Okay, this is finished, and now we can use it. So let's go back to the page.tsx, and instead of rendering the data location itself, I can first of all delete it. So inside of here, I want to now render my location, meaning what we can do is we can go underneath our constant data, and I can do a constant location flag, and this will be equal to get flag emoji imported from our utils. Then I can invoke it, and as an argument, I want to pass my location. So this is our data.location. And then we can use the location flag. So we want to do a logical AND. So let's do location flag, and if this exists, so we can do this double AND sign, then we can render a span element. And in the span, so let's first of all get the span. This is not uppercase, but this should be lowercased. Inside of here, I want to return my location flag, so I can get it again from our constant. So now we say, hey, if we have a location flag, then let's render it. And this is the logical AND. This means if we don't have a location flag, then this will short circuit and it won't render anything. Okay, and then underneath or after the location flag, I want to also render the location itself. So we can get our data.location. And if I save this and again go back, you see we have the correct flag and the correct name. Now currently we don't have any spacing between these two items. So for the span element, I can add a class name of margin right 1. And if I go back, this is already 10 times better. Okay, so this is all live data, this works. And now we want to render our description. So as you all know, we will get JSON, correct? And we want to first of all pass JSON, and then we want to somehow sanitize it and render it as HTML. So how do we do that? Well, we will have to create a separate component, because as mentioned, you can't just render JSON in JSX. So I want to open my Explorer, then in the Explorer, let's go to the components, general, and this will be JSON to HTML.tsx. Inside of here, I want to do an export function. This will be JSON to HTML. I want to invoke it and open it. So inside of here, we will use our editor instance, meaning if you go to your job description component, so job description editor, we already set up our editor instance. We passed our extensions, we said, hey, don't render immediately, then we added our editor props, and we had an on update and our content. This is all fine. So what we can do is we can copy this whole constant editor. We will update it in a second, but let's for now paste it. So we want to delete the on update, we don't need it. And for the content, for now, I will just comment it out. Then let's go back to our extensions. Currently we get a lot of errors. What's the problem? Well, first of all, we want to import useEditor from TipTap React. Then we want to get our starter kit from TipTap starter kit. Then I want to get my text align extension from TipTap extension text align. And then I want to get typography from TipTap extension typography. So these errors are now gone. This looks fine, but our editor props are not quite what we want. You could say we are doing too much. So let's delete them and let's start off fresh. So I want to again use Prose. This is this typography plugin by TailwindCSS. And I want to say on a mobile screen, this will be SM. On a SM or bigger device, this will be Prose. Then on a LG or bigger device, this will be Prose of LG. And then on XL or bigger, this will be Prose of XL. And then on a dark screen, I want to do in Prose-invert, meaning we want to have white text. So this all looks good. We still have immediately render to set to false. And now we can add our content again. So let's get our content, and this should be equal to our JSON. But here's the thing, we don't get any JSON. So in our params, we can get our JSON. That's the structured. I want to get JSON, and now TypeScript complains. That's because it does not know what type JSON is. But we know what JSON is. JSON is of type JSON content. This is imported from TipTap React. And if I go back, for the content, we can now pass our JSON and we don't get any error anymore. Nice. I can delete this commented content, we don't need it anymore. And to be honest, we are now finished with the editor instance. We can now return our editor content. So I will do a return editor content. So this is the component editor content. This is imported from TipTap React, and this is self-closing. Right here you see we currently get an error, and that's because we are missing one required property, the editor, and editor is equal to editor. Okay, this looks nice. Now there's one more thing which I want to add, and that's one boolean for our editor instance, and that's that I want to say, hey, this is not editable. So we can say editable, and this will be false. Editable means that we can't update the content. In the job description editor, it is editable, meaning we can update everything. In JSON HTML, we don't want that. And if I go back to my page.tsx, we can now render it. So in this section, instead of rendering the p tag, I can get my JSON to HTML component. This is self-closing, and then JSON will be equal to JSON.pass. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, this will be the job data, or not the job data, but the data.job description. Now, why do we do in JSON.pass? Well, job description is in string, it's stringified, and we want to pass the string again to a standard JSON object. And if I again go back and do a hard refresh, we get an error. What's the problem? Well, the problem is relatively simple. Our JSON to HTML component has to be a client component. So if I mark this as use client again, then this error will go away. And we have to do that because at the end of the day, JSON to HTML, or in other words TipTap, requires a JavaScript bundle. Okay, let's continue with our page.tsx. What's the next thing which I want to render? Well, I want to render benefits. So we can go underneath this section and I can render another section. I want to get an h3 and I will say benefits. Then for the h3, I want to give it a class name, and this will be font of semi-bold and margin bottom of 4. Then underneath the h3, but still in the section, we can render a div, and this will be the wrapper div for our benefits. So let's give our div a class name, and this will be flex of wrap, and then gap of 3. And then inside of here, we want to map over our benefits. So I want to get my benefits. This is imported from the utils.map, and I want to get a benefit as a param.
then I will return this, and inside of here, I want to now return a badge. So instead of actually returning this, we want to return an object, and then we want to create a return statement manually. And then in the return, we can use a badge component, which is already imported. In the badge, I will just render our benefit.label. And for the badge, we want to pass in key, which is the benefit.id. If you save this and go back, you now see a lot of badges. But those don't look good, right? So how can we fix this? Well, if you remember, we already had a benefits selector where we wrote all of our code. This means I can copy our badge UI and I can paste it instead of our own badge. So I will paste it inside of here. Right here we have an onClick handler. I can delete it. I don't need it. And then we have an isSelected. IsSelected should be a Boolean, meaning true or false. But we don't have an isSelected. So let's create one. Above the return statement, instead of calling it isSelected, I will do a constant isOffered. And then this will be equal to our data.benefits. This is the array, the benefits array. And I want to check, hey, do we have this benefit, which we map over, do we have this benefit in this array? So we can do a .includes. This is the method, we can invoke it. And as an argument, I will get the benefit.id. And then this isOffered will be true or false. Again, we have our benefits array and we say, or we check, hey, do we have this benefit, which we currently map over, in our array? If so, then this Boolean will be true. If not, it will be false. Then for our variant, instead of saying isSelected, we will say isOffered. And then for our class name, we want to say, hey, where do we have it first of all? We have it here. We want to make it dynamic. So I will delete the class name and I will create a new one. Then we can use our CN helper, which we import from our utils. And I want to do internally. And I want to say, hey, if isOffered is true, we can do internally. And I want to return nothing. Yeah, I know, a bit funny. But if this is not true, then I want to return an opacity of 75, meaning it should be like grayed out. And I want to add a cursor, not allowed. And then we want to add default styles, so we can do a comma. And I want to add a text of SM, so let's get a string, text of SM, padding x of 4, padding y of 1.5, and then rounded or full. And if I save this and again go back and do a hard refresh, we should see something. And yeah, as you see, these are our selected jobs. If a job is selected, then it's green. And if not, then it's just gray. And also we have this cursor not allowed. Let's see how it looks like in light mode. And yeah, this looks beautiful. Let's maybe also add for the benefits like a little comment which says, hey, green means that it's offered. So in the H3, we can create a span element and then I can get parentheses. And I will say, hey, green is offered. And let's maybe add, well, let's save it for now. Let's go back. And then we should see in parentheses, green is offered. But this does not look very nice. So let's go back, and for the span, I will do a class name of text SM and text of muted foreground. And if I save this and go back, this is already better. And maybe the font weight shouldn't be medium or semi-bold. So let's do a font of normal. And if I go back, this is already way better. Now there's currently no spacing between this. So we can just open our object, an empty string inside of there with a white space, and then we will have some space. Okay, this is finished. Maybe also if this is not true, meaning if something is not selected, maybe we should render a red color. So for the variant, if isOffered is true, then default will be rendered, meaning the green color. But if not, let's maybe render destructive. Let's see how this looks. And honestly, I don't know if I like this. It's fine, but you know what? I kind of liked this outline better. It looked kind of more professional. So I will again say outline. And if I save this and go back, yeah, I think we will leave it like that. So now we have our title, we have our info, we have our description and our benefits. And now I want to render on the right side my sidebar, meaning I want to render a job card and that we want to allow the user to apply and stuff like that. So how do we do that? Well, we want to first of all go underneath our section, underneath this div, and then we will only have one more div. And inside of here, I will render another div element. This will have a class name of space y6. And then inside of here, I want to render a card component from the components.
In the card component, we can render a div, and for the div, this will be in class name of space y, and this will be for. So let's create a little wrapper div for our content, and inside of here, I want to render an h3. For the h3, I want to say apply now. If I save this and go back, you will see nothing, or I guess you see something. At the bottom, we have a card which says apply now. But this shouldn't be rendered at the bottom. It should be rendered on the right side. What's the problem? Well, if we go back, we can go to our grid columns, and then you see one FR, 400 pixels. But as you see, I have a white space, and that's why it does not work. If I now go back, you see apply now. And if I zoom out a bit, then we have it. You know what? I kind of think that this is even too big. Let's maybe create a more standard layout. So we could say maybe grid columns of 3. And then for this div, which says class name of space y8, we can do a call span of 2. And if I again go back, yeah, you know what, this is a bit better. So now this takes about 70% and this takes about 30%. So let's go back and let's scroll again to the bottom, and I want to continue with our card. So this now says apply now. This is misspelled, so I will again spell it correctly. And then for our card, I want to now add a bit of padding. So we can go to our card itself, I can add a class name, and this is padding of 6. As you now see, this is centered. Also, or not centered, but we have some padding. Then for apply now, I want to add some font weight. So I can go to the h3, add a class name, and this will be font of semi-bold. If I go back, yeah, this is a bit better. And then underneath this apply now, I want to render a little description text. So under the h3, I will get a p tag, and I will say, hey, please let, and then I want to get my company name, so data.company.name. So please let Marshall LLC know you found this job on job Marshall. This helps us grow, exclamation mark. If I save this and go back, we now have this description. This is fine, but I want to maybe make it a bit smaller. So for the p tag, I can add a class name, and this is text of small, text of muted foreground, and then margin top of 1. If I save this and go back, you will see, yeah, you know what, this is a bit better. Let's leave it like that. And then at the end, I want to render one button, which will say apply. So let's go back, and then we can go underneath this div, which wraps our h3 and p tag. And then we can get a button component from our components. And I will say apply now. If I go back, we should see a button, but this does not take the whole width. So if I go back, for the button, I can add a class name of wfull, and now this should take the whole width, and this looks quite nice. So this is finished, and now I want to render like a job details card. So let's again go back, and then underneath this card, I want to render another card. Let me also maybe create a comment, and I will say job details card. And then for this card, let's open it. Let's first of all again add some padding. So I will do a class name of padding 6. And then in the card, I want to render an h3. For the h3, I want to say something like about the job. Then let's save it. And if I again go back, you see about the job. Let's style it a bit, so let's add a class name, and this should be font of medium, or not medium, but semi-bold. This means this title should have the same font weight as our apply now text. Okay, then we can continue. Underneath our h3, I can now create a div element, and I want to add a class name of space y2. And then in the div, I want to render two things, meaning I want to first of all render an apply now badge, and then on the right side I want to render the date till when the user should apply. So this means we can create another div, and we want to do a justify between layout, meaning one item on the left side and a different item on the right side. So for the div I can add a class name of flex and justify of between. And then in this div, I want to render a span, and I want to say apply before. And then after the span, I can render another span, and I want to say, for example, 24.jan 2025. And if I save this and go back, you see apply before and then 24 Jan 2025. This does not look very nice, so for apply before, I want to add a class name of text sm and then text of muted foreground. And for the span, which has our 24th January 2025, we can also add a class name, and this will be text of small. If I again go back, you see, you know what, this looks quite nice. But instead of hard coding the date, let's get our actual date. So I can first of all delete this, and then we can do a bit of calculation. So I want to get the relative time, meaning I want to get the created at timestamp and then add this to our job listing duration. So for example, if the user selected 30 days for the job application, the employer, then I want to get our current date or the created at date and add 30 days to it and then render the date. So let's go back, and inside of here, we can do a new date. I can invoke it. Then I want to get my data.createdAt.getTime. GetTime at the end of the day is a method which gets our time in milliseconds. And then still in our new date, we can do a plus, and I want to get my data.listing duration. As you see, I don't get it. That's because I forgot to select it. So in our async function, I want to get my listing duration. I will set this to true. And if I again go back, we can do data or plus data.listing duration. And then I want to convert this to milliseconds. So currently listing duration is a day, right? 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. But I want to have this in milliseconds because this time frame is in milliseconds. So we can do a multiplication. So we will multiply by 24, then by 60, then by 60, and by 1000. So this will take our normal day, and this should be 1000, not 100. And this will now take our normal day, and it will convert it to milliseconds. And then at the end, where we have our new date, we can do a dot to local date string. And then I want to invoke it as in local. This will be en-uppercase-us. I want to add a comma, open an object. For the month, this should be long. Then I want to also get a day. For the day, this should be numeric, meaning, I don't know, 25th or 6th or 8th January, whatever. And then we want to get the year, and this should be also numeric, meaning 2025, 2026, etc. If I save this and go back and do a hard refresh, we have March 26th, 2025. Nice. So now I want to render in posted on. So we can go underneath the span and underneath the div, and let's render a new div. For the div, I will add a class name, and this will be flex and justify of between. So I want to say justify between. And then inside of here, let's have a span element. I will say posted on, and I want to add a class name. For the class name, this will be text of small and text of muted foreground. And then underneath this span, I want to render another span, and this is for the created at timestamp. So we can get our data.created at, and if I save this, we will get an error. And you should all know why. This is because created at is a date object, and we want to format it. So we can do a dot to local date string. Then I can invoke it as in local. This will be en-uppercase-us. Let's open an object, and then this code will be the same to this one, meaning we will have our month. For the month, we will say long. Then I want to get my day. This will be numeric. And then I want to get my year. And for the year, this will be also numeric. If I save this and again go back, you see posted on January 25th, 2025. Let's also style this. So for the span, I want to add a class name of text sm. And if I go back, yeah, this also looks nice. Now there are two more things which I want to render, and that's the employment type and the location. So let's go back. I want to copy this div element. Let's paste it down below one more time. For the label itself, I want to say first of all employment type. And then instead of rendering our date, I can delete this. And I want to get instead my data.employment type. If I again go back, you now see the employment type, which is full time. Then let's continue. Let's again copy this div. I want to paste it down below, and this will be for the location. So for the span, the label, I will say location. And for the span element, this will be our data.location. And if I save this and go back, we have location of Peru. We could also get our icon. So if we scroll to the top, you see we did this location flag, double and sign, and then we rendered span location flag. I will copy this. Let's again scroll to the bottom, and then at the bottom I can add this before our data location. And if I go back, we now have our icon or our flag, and then we have the location name. So we are almost finished. I want to render one more card, and this will be for the company name or for the company data. So let's go back. I want to go underneath my card, and I want to render another card. I will also create a comment, and for the comment I will say, hey, this is the company card. And then in the card itself, I want to render a div first of all. For the div, this will be in class name of space y4. And then in this div, I want to render another div, and I want to give it a class name of flex, items of center, and a gap of 3. And then in this div, I will render an image component. This is imported from Next.js/image. And as in source, I want to get my logo, my company logo. So let's do data.company.logo. And then I want to also add an alt. And for the alt, I will just say company logo. And then I want to also add in width and height. For the width, this will be 48. For the height, this will be also 48. And then I want to have a class name of rounded full. And if I save this and go back, you should see a card in a second. And yes, that's what we have. We have our logo, and this is rounded or full. For the class name, I will also add size of 12, and this corresponds to 48 pixels, meaning the width and the height. Okay, the logo is finished. And then underneath our image, I can get a div element, and this is because I want to align this as a column. So we can do a class name of flex and flex of column. And then inside of here, I want to have an h3, and I want to render the company name. So I want to get my data.company.name. And then underneath the h3, I want to get the description or the about the company. So let's do a p tag, and I want to get my data.company.about. And if I save this and go back, you see this. Okay, this is fine, but we don't have any padding for the card. So for the card itself, we can add some padding, and this will be in class name of padding 6. And then for the h3 itself, we can add a class name, and this will be font of semi-bold. And then for the p tag, I can also add a class name, and this will be text of small and text of muted foreground. If I save this and go back, you see, yeah, this looks beautiful. And then for the p tag itself, I want to also add a line clamp, and this will be 3. This means if the description becomes too long, then we will limit it at 3 lines. And yeah, now we are finished. We render everything. The title, so the job title, a save job button, this card to apply, then this card about the job, then we have our about job company card, then we have our description, we have our benefits. This looks beautiful, and this works as expected. So what do I want to do now? Well, I want to implement rate limiting and also bot detection. So let's do the following. I will copy this URL. Then let's go back. Let's open our terminal, and then in the terminal I will do a curl, and then I will paste my URL. Now this itself isn't that bad. A curl won't break anything. You can do that. But here's the thing. I myself right now am a bot because I don't use this UI, but I use some sort of external remote, you could say even service, to at the end of the day curl my application. I don't want to allow that. I don't want to allow a bot to scrape my website to get the data. Hey, this is my data. This should only be for my website. So how can we prevent this? Well, our best friend Arcjet has the detect bot method or rule primitive. So we can go back. Then let's open first of all our code base. And then in this page.tsx we can create it. So above our async function, I will do a constant aj. And this will be equal to Arcjet. Arcjet is imported from the utils. Then I want to invoke it, or not invoke it. I want to use the with rule method, and then I want to invoke it. And inside of here, what primitive or what rule do I want to use? Well, I want to get detect bot. This is imported from my utils. I will invoke it, the structured, and for the mode, this will be live, meaning I will block requests if there are some. And then I want to also get an allow array. This means what bots do I want to allow? So I want to first of all allow the category, and this will be search engine, meaning a search engine like Google, Bing, I don't know what other browsers there are, they are allowed to scrape our website. We need it for SEO. This is fine. They can do that. And let's maybe also allow in category, and this will be, I don't know, preview. This means, for example, later on when you send an URL to someone, they can preview it. This is fine, we will allow this. But we won't allow AI bots, like for example OpenAI, to scrape our website and use it to teach LLMs certain things. We don't want that. We only want to allow search engines and a category preview. And this is all, nothing else. And that's why we don't have to add a deny array. You could also add a deny array, and then you could add your fields inside of here. So if you click on Control Spacebar, this is everything that you can deny, or in other words also allow, but we will only have an allow array. This is fine enough for us. So now we have defined our rules, meaning detect bot. We only have one rule right now, but we will add rate limiting in 1 second. Then I want to go to my export default async function, and then inside of here, I want to now call AJ, meaning Arcjet. So what we can do is go underneath our job ID, but above our constant data await get job, and then I want to do a constant decision, and this will be equal to await aj.protect. Then I can invoke it, and as an argument, I want to pass my request. As you all know, this server action, not a server action, but a server component, does not expose the request object. So we can do a constant rec, and this will be equal to await request. Request is imported from Arcjet Next, and then I can invoke it. And as an argument, I will pass my request. Okay, so now we have our decision. And as you all know, our decision could be allowed, it could be denied. And we want to do an if check. And we want to say, hey, if the decision.is denied, and I want to invoke this, then I want to throw a new error. So I will say throw new error, and then for the message, I will just say forbidden. Now this error message or this throw new error will be caught by the nearest error boundary. So in this application, we haven't created any error boundaries, meaning it will render the default one in the root directory. But this is fine, we can leave it like that. So now let's save this. I want to go back and let's again curl it. So I can do in curl, and I want to paste my URL. And I will click on enter. So now we did in curl, but the interesting thing is that we actually rendered an error. This is not our UI, this is the error boundary. And if you go to the Arcjet dashboard, you will see localhost 3000 was denied. And then you have a reason, and you also see that this is defined or not defined, it has a red background color. And if I click on this, you will see something. So denied, first of all, the conclusion is deny, and then we have our reason. What's the reason? Well, it's in bot. If I open this, then you will see, hey, denied because I used curl. And curl was used from an external environment, which means we were in bot. So that's why we got denied. There's no other conclusion anymore because we only had one reason, and this is bot. Okay, this is super cool. I can again do the same thing. So I can do in curl, again paste the URL, and if I again go back, you will see another deny. So I will do a hard refresh, and now you see deny number 2. Again, the reason is in bot, and the exact reason is again curl. Alright, so this is now super cool. We don't allow any bots anymore to scrape our website, use our website, interact with our website. We only allow a search engine and a link preview to scrape our website, or in other words, to interact with it. We have our Arcjet dashboard, we see the reasons, we see why it was denied. We have our analytics. In the analytics, we see what was allowed, what was denied, and then the percentages. Super cool. But now I want to also implement rate limiting. So let's go back to our code base, and I can close the Inngest dev server. I don't need it. And then inside of here, when we scroll to the top, our Arcjet with rule, we can add rate limiting. So let's do dot with rule. I want to invoke it. And then inside of here, I want to get the fixed window algorithm. Now, fixed window shouldn't be imported from Arcjet Next, but it should be imported from my utils. So I can get my fixed window, and then we can use it. So let's say fixed window. I can invoke it and destructure it. And then inside of here, what do I want to say? Well, I want to first of all say, hey, this is mode of live.
And then let's also have, for example, maximum of two requests, and this in the window of, for example, 60 seconds. And this should be a string, so 60 seconds. And if you now save this and again go back, and if I do a hard refresh, then you will see error. Why is that? That's because I did already two requests in 1 minute. And if I go to the Arcjet dashboard and go to my requests and do a hard refresh, you see the reason for denying is rate limit. And if I click on it, then we have again our conclusion. So reason, rate limit, and then we have in max 2, and then you see the reset time, the reset in seconds, and window in seconds. Let's do the following quickly. Let's maybe do a max of 10, this is a bit better, and let's go back. So if I do a hard refresh, everything works as expected. We get our data. I can do another hard refresh. Everything works as expected. Now let me do a bit more, or a few more hard refreshes. So request, 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 the whole time request. And then at some point, we should get an error. And that's what we have. And if I again go back to the dashboard, it says denied, reason, rate limit. Great. And we got denied because we used the maximum of 10. So as you see, if I again close this, we did 10 requests and then we got rate limited. Now also one thing which I want to talk about is that I use the fixed window algorithm. So if you go to the documentation and go to rate limiting and to algorithms, you will see that there are 3 algorithms. And I already mentioned that at the start, but we have the fixed window, we have the sliding window, and we have the token bucket. So at the bottom, the token bucket. Let's quickly again look at all of the algorithms. So a fixed window is that we have a window, for example 60 seconds, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, whatever. And then in this 1 hour, one client can make a certain amount of requests, 10, 100, 200, whatever. And then once the requests are all used up, then we will have to wait for the remaining window. So 1 minute, or maybe 2 minutes or 10 minutes, and then it will again refresh and we will have new requests. So for example, again 10 requests. This is a fixed window and this is the most basic algorithm. Then we have a sliding window, and this algorithm tracks the number of requests made by one client over a sliding window so that the window moves with time. This sounds a bit more complicated, and it is a bit more complicated. So let's look at why or when we should use it. So this algorithm provides smoother rate limiting over time and can prevent a client from making a burst of requests at the start of a window and then being blocked for the rest of the window. But here's the thing, this is not very strict as you see. So the limit is not strict as fixed window because the window is moving, and it can also be more difficult to reason about the rate limit because the window, as mentioned, is moving. So here we again add an interval and a max. So we have a 60 second sliding window and a maximum request of 100. So how exactly does it work? So we can say, hey, if the client makes 50 requests in the first 60 seconds in the first minute, and then another 50 requests in the current period of the time, so 12 or 1:30, then we would calculate the remaining time limit. So you see, we calculated and then we would know, hey, the client has 25 requests remaining. So as you see, it's a bit more complicated, but this also makes it for Arcjet a bit harder to reason why a client was blocked or not. So that's why I won't really recommend the sliding window. I would rather either use the fixed window, but then you have the problem with the burst, or you could use a token bucket. And the token bucket, so this algorithm is based on a bucket filled with specific number of tokens. Each request withdraws a token from the bucket, and the bucket is refilled with a fixed rate. So once the bucket is empty, the client is blocked until the bucket refills. So let's imagine the following. We have a bucket. Then in the bucket, we have a capacity, 100 tokens. And then we say, hey, every 60 seconds, we want to refill the bucket with a set amount of tokens. So here in this example, we have a capacity of 100. Our bucket has 100 tokens. Then every 60 seconds, we will have a refill of 10. This means after 1 minute, this should be 110. Then after another minute, 120, then 130, etc., etc. And then you can update it as you want. So you could, for example, say, hey, an authenticated user should have a refill rate of 50 and a not authenticated user should only have a refill rate of 10,
And you know what? Let's implement that. Why not? So instead of now hard coding fixed window, I want to make the rate limit dynamic, meaning if the user is authenticated, I want to have a higher rate limit. So for that, I can go underneath constant aj and I can delete this with rule, which was our fixed window. And then I can do a function get client. I can invoke it and open it. And inside of here, I want to do an if check. And I want to say, hey, if we have a session, then let's return something. But here's the thing, we don't get a session. So let's get it through the params. I want to get in session, and this will be of type Boolean. And then in our if check, we can say, hey, if we get in session, then let's do return aj. This is what we have here, what we already created, the detect bot. And then we can do a dot with rule, meaning we chain one more rule. Then I can invoke it, and inside of here, we can either use the fixed window or token bucket. I guess we can test out the token bucket, why not? So for that, we will have to open Arcjet, and then we already get the token bucket, nice, so I can import it. Let's get the token bucket. As you see, this does not import for me automatically, so I will go to the top, and then instead of the fixed window, I will get my token bucket. Then let's go back, and I can now get my token bucket. Then I can invoke it and destructure it. For the mode, I want to use live mode. Then we want to have a capacity. For the capacity, I will say 100. Then we want to have an interval. For the interval, this will be 60, meaning 60 seconds. And then we can also add a refill rate. And since this is the refill rate for the user who's authenticated, we will do a refill rate of, let's say, 30. This means, again, we have a capacity of 100. Every 60 seconds, we will add 30 more tokens. After 1 minute, we will have a capacity of 130. Nice. Let's now also do an if check or an else check. This means if the user does not have a session, meaning is not authenticated, we can also do a return aj with rule. I want to invoke it, and then inside of here, I will do again a token bucket. I can invoke it, the structured, the mode will be live, and then we also have our capacity. And for the capacity, this will be again 100, meaning 100 tokens. Then we have our interval. For the interval, I want to also have 60 seconds, but the refill rate will only be 10. So meaning every minute we will only refill 10 tokens. So now we can use it. So I can scroll to the bottom, and then where we have our decision, I can first of all delete it. And then we can do another or a new constant decision, and this will be equal to await get client. Then I can invoke it, and inside of here we want to say if we have a session. So I will do a double exclamation mark session. Now as you see, I don't get a session, so we can fetch it. Above our constant rec, I can do a constant auth or constant session, and this will be equal to await auth. And this of course could be either true or false, meaning we could either have a session or not. And then as an argument, I can now pass my session. And we get our session from auth, and auth is imported from our auth file. Okay, then let's continue. We have our session, and then after this we can do a dot protect, and we can pass our request as an argument. Now as you see, we get an error. What's the error? Well, the error is that we are missing one thing. Well, if you use the token bucket, you have to add and request it, meaning how many tokens do I want to get. So we can add a comma, open an object, get requested, and then this is whatever you want to say. So you could say 10 or 5 or 1, whatever you want to add. I will say, 10. I think 10 is fine. So we will say I want to get 10 tokens. This means if an unauthenticated user makes 10 requests in 1 minute, then our token or our bucket will be empty. If our authenticated user does 10 requests in 60 seconds, our bucket will also be empty, but it will refill with 30, while the not authenticated user will only have a refill of 10. So now we can save this. And also, why did I use 2 exclamation marks? So 2 exclamation marks convert a value to a Boolean. This is like an idiom. I think this is how it's pronounced, because session itself isn't a Boolean, right? Session is of type session. But using the 2 exclamation marks, we convert it to a Boolean. And this will be either true or false. And now we can save this, and I can go back. So inside of here, I'm authenticated, meaning I have a bigger token refill rate. So if I do a hard refresh, everything works. I can do another hard refresh, everything works. And let me do a few hard refreshes until I'm blocked. Okay, as you see, forbidden. If I go back to the dashboard, you see reason, rate limit. So I can go on here, I can click on it, and then you see reason, rate limit. And if I click on it, we have a maximum 100, and we have a reset in seconds, and a window in seconds. This is 60. And as you also see, we have a requested of 10. So this works exactly as expected. And you also see we have a refill rate of 30, and an unauthenticated user will have 10. So I can do a hard refresh. I hope this refilled by now, and I will log out. And then if I'm logged out, I can again go right here, and if I do a hard refresh, then everything works. And let me do again a few hard refreshes until I get an error. So I again have an error forbidden, and if I go back to Arcjet, you see this is all allowed, and then we have a new block, and the reason is rate limit. If I go to the rate limit itself, you see the maximum request, the reset time, reset in seconds, and the window in seconds. And if I go to extra, you also see requested 10. And if I go to the rate limit itself, we have an interval of 60 and a refill rate of only 10. So the authenticated user has a refill rate of 30. The unauthenticated user has a refill rate of 10. Great. Now, since we are currently in development and at the end of the day, rate limit is a blocking, let's say, rule, I will set this to dry one. So for the token bucket, we can set this to dry one, and then also for the above one. So when I have a valid session, let's set this also to dry one. This means we won't block any request, but we will console log the request. And that's a bit better for development. But once you are in production, you of course want to set this to live, and we will do that later on. So we're now finished with Arcjet, with rate limiting, with bot detection. As you see, it was super easy to implement. And what I want to now do is allow the user to save the job as a favorite. Because currently, if I click on this button, absolutely nothing happens. And to implement that, we will first of all have to create a model in our database. So let's open our schema, and then in the schema, I will scroll to the bottom. Then inside of here, I want to do a model, and I will call it saved job post. Then I can of course open this, and inside of here, what's the first thing which we have? Well, a model always requires one key or one value which has to always be provided, and this is the ID. This will be of type string, @ID, @default, and then UUID. And then underneath our ID, I want to now create a relation to our user and to our job. What relations do we want to create? One-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many, what is it? Well, at the end of the day, a job post can have many favorites. A user can also have many favorites. So we can go first of all to our job post, and then in the job post, we can say saved job post. And this will be equal to the type saved job post. If I would save this, this would be a one-to-one relationship, but this should be one-to-many. One job post can have many favorites, but each favorite is related to one job post. So we want to add an array symbol. And if I save this, we will generate a new relation as you see here. This looks nice. Let's delete these question marks because this isn't optional. And as you see, we reference the ID, which is the primary key, and the foreign key is the job post ID. Nice. Let's also create a relation with the user. So I will scroll to the top, and then for the user, I can go underneath the job seeker, and this will be our saved job post. So I will say saved job post, and this is of type saved job post. Let's add the array symbol, and if I click on Command S, it will auto-generate our relation. So right here, you see we relate to the user model, and we reference the ID, the primary key, and the foreign key is the user ID. Let's of course also delete the question mark. This should be required and not optional, and now we are finished with that. There are two more things which I want to add, and that's an created at and updated at timestamp. So I will do an created at. This will be of type datetime, @default, and then now. I can invoke this, and then we will also have an updated at, and this will be of type datetime, and then @updated at. And then there's one more thing which I want to do, and this is an @@ unique. This is an array, and inside of here I will add my user ID and job ID, or job post ID, because at the end of the day they have to be unique, right? And that's why we do this. You could also go inside of here and say @unique, but this is just faster, and that's why we do it with this @unique. So now I want to sync my database. So let's stop our dev server and I will do in pnpm tlx prisma db of push. So our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. So what I can do is in pnpm run dev to again restart our dev server, and then let's go to our page.tsx. Okay, so what do we want to do now? Well, we want to first of all create a server action, or we want to create two server actions. One to first of all create a saved job or unsaved job, and one to delete a saved job or unsave it. So let's go to our actions. So I will open my actions, then let's scroll to the bottom, and inside of here I will do an export async function. This will be save job post. I will invoke it and open it. As in param, I want to first of all get the job ID, and this will be of type string. Then inside of here, I want to only allow authenticated users to create a mutation. So this will be in constant user equals to await require user. I want to invoke it, and now only authenticated users are able to create a mutation, which is nice. And now we want to also protect ourselves against bots, and we want to also protect ourselves against attacks, like for example XSS and stuff like that. This means we can do a constant, this will be our decision, and this will be equal to await aj.protect. Then if I invoke it, we have to pass one argument. This is the request. So let's do a constant rec, and this will be equal to await request. This is already imported, and then as an argument, I will pass my request. Okay, this is finished. Then our decision is either allowed or denied. So we will do an if statement, and I will say, hey, if decision is denied, then I can invoke it and open it. And if it is denied, I will throw a new error. And for the error message, so not error monitor, but error, and for the error message, I want to say something like forbidden. Okay, this is finished. So now our server action is super secure. Only authenticated users are able to create a mutation, and only real people are allowed to create a mutation, meaning people who are not bots and who don't want to attack our form. So now let's create our mutation. So what I want to do is then await Prisma.saved job post. As you see, I don't get it, so let's restart our dev server, or TS server, I'm sorry, and then I can get my saved job post. Then I can create one, I want to invoke it, the structured, and I want to get my data. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to pass the job ID, so job post ID, and this will be equal to our job ID, which we get through our params. And then we also have our user ID, and this will be our user.id as string. And here's one thing which I haven't talked about. The save job post model is a many-to-many relationship. This means many users can have many favorites, many jobs can have many favorites. This is the many-to-many relationship. And that's why inside of the save job post, we don't have any custom fields. We just have two relations, and that's all. And now I think we are honestly finished. So let's also create our second function to unsave the job. To be honest, I can just copy this function, I can paste it down below. Then for the name, this will be unsave job post. Instead of getting a job ID, I want to get the saved job post ID, so saved job post ID. Then we will leave it with this constant user await require user, meaning only authenticated users are able to create a mutation. Also, we want to leave Arcjet, meaning only real users are able to create a mutation, but we want to update our Prisma mutation. So we will say await Prisma, then dot, I want to do saved job post, and dot delete, since I want to delete something. Then we want to have a where statement, and I want to delete an entry where first of all the ID matches our saved job post ID, and also where the user ID matches the user.id. Okay, this is finished. And now we are honestly finished with both functions, meaning I can go back to my page.tsx and we can make it work. So if I scroll a bit to the bottom, we have our button with the heart. So for now, I want to comment this out, and then underneath the button, but still in the div, I want to have a form element. Oh no, you know what? I want to do internally, and I want to say, hey, if we have in session.user,
then let's do a question mark, and I will just return a form element, and I will delete the action. If we don't have a session, then I want to again take this button, which I just commented out, and paste inside of here, so this heart icon. But instead of using the button, we can first of all use the link component from next/link, and then we can add a class name. So I can add a class name, and this will be button variants imported from my components, and I can also give it a variant of outline. And now our link still complains. That's because we have to pass an href. And for the href, this will be /login, because this means that the user does not have a valid session. And if I again go back, you still see the save job button, but if I click on the button, I will get redirected to log in. And that's because I don't have a valid session. So let me log in with Google. So I have now an invalid session. This means if I go back to my job post, we should see nothing, and that's because our form is empty. So in our form, I want to render a save job button, and what we will do is create a separate component. So let's go to our submit buttons. I will open my submit buttons, and then I want to create a new component. So I will do an export function, and this will be called save, and this will be uppercased, save job button. I want to invoke it and open it. Then inside of here, I want to first of all get my pending state, meaning constant. I want to destructure this, and then this will be equal to use form status. I can invoke it, and then where I destructured, I want to get my pending state. Okay, we have that. Then we can do a return statement, and I want to return a button component imported from our components. Then in the button, I want to give it a variant. For the variant, this will be outline. Then I want to give it also a type. This will be of submit. Then I want to have a disabled state, and this button will be disabled if pending is true, meaning disabled is equal to pending. And now inside of the button, we can do a ternary, and we can say, hey, if pending is true, let's use a ternary, and I want to use empty tags. And inside of here, I want to get a loader2 icon. Loader2 is imported from Lucid React. So loader2, this is self-closing, and then we can add a class name of size 4 and animate of spin so that it spins. And then I want to also have a span, and I want to say saving ... So this is if pending is true. But if pending is not true, I want to return again something, empty tags, fragments, and inside of here I want to get the heart icon from Lucid React. And then after the heart, I want to render something like save job. We can save this and we can use this button. So I will copy save job button, then I will go back, and in my form I will render this save job button component. I will import it, this is self-closing, and if I again go back, we should see something. And yes, as you see, we have a save button. But what I want to now do is first of all let the button know if the job is currently saved or not. So in my submit buttons for the save job button, we can get in Boolean. So in my params, I want to destructure them. I want to get in saved job, and saved job will be of type Boolean. So saved job Boolean. And this Boolean will be used to render our text. So currently we say saved job, but what is if the job is already saved? Then we want to say unsaved job. So let's do the following. I will delete saved job, and I want to say, hey, if saved job is true, then let's use a ternary, and I want to return saved. If this is not true, then I want to just return save job. Okay, and for the heart icon, I want to add a class name, then this will be dynamic. Let's use the cn helper. I will invoke it, and then I want to do a ternary, and I want to say, hey, if saved job is true, then let's use a ternary, and I want to return fill of current and text of red 500. And if this is not true, I will use a colon and return nothing. Then I want to also add global styles, so I will do a comma, and I want to say size of 4 and transition of colors. Okay, I think we are finished. So do we get any errors inside of here? Yeah, loader, this shouldn't be imported. And then I can go back to my page.tsx, and now we have one error. That's because I'm missing one property, and this is our save job boolean. Now, how do we get our saved job boolean? How do we know if it's true or false? Well, currently we don't know, so let's just set this to false. And if I again go back, you now see save job. And if I set saved job to true, then you should see save, and that's what we have. Great. Now let's make this dynamic, meaning let's make it work. So we can go to our async function, and in my async function, I want to create my query. So in my params, I can first of all get a user ID. Now my user ID could be not defined. So let's do a question mark, and this will be of type string. And now here's the thing, we want to run two queries. We want to first of all find our job, and then we want to have another query to find our saved job post. Now how do you do that in Prisma? Do you go underneath the constant data and do you do a constant saved job and then you run your Prisma query? No, that's not a good idea. Why isn't that a good idea? Well, at the end of the day, first of all, our job data will run, and after it's finished, we will only run the second query. But we want to run them in parallel, meaning what I will do is comment this out. So let me comment out the constant job data, and we want to do an parallel query, meaning we can do a constant, then I get array symbols, and this will be equal to array promise.all, and then I can invoke it and open an array. And everything which will be fetched inside of here will run in parallel. So I can again go back to my query and I can copy it. So I will copy everything, but I won't do this constant job data equals to. I want to only copy array Prisma job post and then our selection. And then I can paste it inside of here. Okay, this is nice. Instead of having this semicolon, I want to add a comma, and then I want to render, or I want to run my second query. And this query will depend on our user ID. So we will say, hey, if we have a user ID, then let's do internally. And I want to do in Prisma.SavedJobPost.findUnique. And I want to find a saved job post where, and inside of here, I want to say, hey, I want to find a job post where the user ID and job ID match. This means we can get the user ID underscore job post ID, and we get this because in the schema we have this @@ unique. And then inside of here, we can open this. And then inside of here, I want to get my user ID. This will be equal to user ID. And we will have our job post ID, which will be equal to our job ID. Okay, so now we have our where statement. And I want to also have a select statement. And I want to select the ID. Let's set this to true. And if this is not true, meaning if we don't get a user ID, then I can just use a colon and return null. So let's again look at this query. So we have an array promise all, and currently our array is empty. That's not what we want. We want to get our job data and our saved job, because the first query is our job data and then we have our saved job. And now let's look at everything. Let me delete this comment, we don't need it anymore. And yeah, now we can look at it. So we have our async function. As in param, we get a job ID and user ID. User ID is optional because a user is not guaranteed authenticated, meaning not every user is registered and has a valid session. Then inside of here, we have in Prisma.all, meaning inside of here, our queries run in parallel. And first of all, I find my job post. This does not relate to the user ID, meaning even if the user is not authenticated, I will still post the job and render it. But then we have our second query, and this query depends on the user ID, meaning if we don't have a user ID, I won't do anything. But if we have a user ID, well, then I will do my Prisma query. And now at the end, we want to return this. So instead of returning job data, I will rather destructure it. So we can destructure it, and I want to get or pass my job data and my saved job. And then if I scroll to the bottom, instead of now having constant data, I want to also destructure this, and this will be the job data and the saved job. Now we can rename the job data, so we can do job data colon data. And then this error at the bottom will go away. And now we have our saved job. So how will we make our saved job work? Because at the end of the day, it's an object with an ID. How will I get the Boolean out of it? Well, if you go back to the form, so where do we have our form? Right here, we have it. We have our saved job, right? It expects a Boolean. If I pass right now my saved job, then we will get an error because saved job isn't a Boolean. But if we use this double exclamation mark, then it will convert this statement to a Boolean. And if I save this and go back, you see this is unsaved. And yeah, I haven't saved it, so that's why it's unsaved. For our form, we want to now add an action, because if I click on this button, we do a get request, not what I want. So let's go back, and for the form I want to add an action, and this action is again a ternary, meaning if saved job is true, we can do a question mark, and I want to get my unsaved job server action, so unsaved job post. This is imported from the actions, and then we can invoke it, and if this is not true, we can do a colon, and I want to get my save job post action. Let's also invoke it. Now we get 2 errors. What's the problem? Well, for unsaved job post, we are missing one argument, and this is the saved job post ID. So how can we add it? Well, instead of invoking it, we can do a .bind, and then I can invoke it. For form data, I will pass null, then I can add a comma, and this will be our saved job.id. So now we pass as an argument our saved job ID, and let's do the same for our saved job post action. Let's also use the bind method. I can invoke it. The first argument is null. This is our form data, and then I want to pass my job ID. And now this looks good. The bind method is a native JavaScript API, and this just allows you to add arguments to your actions. And now we are finished. So I can save this. Then let's go back. Let's do a hard refresh. And I want to test it out. So if I click on save job, we have our pending state, and then we don't see anything. But if I do a hard refresh, we should see something. Let's see. Nope, we don't see anything. What's the problem? But if I open my Prisma Studio, so let's open Prisma Studio. Where do we have our terminal? I will go to my second terminal tab. So it's running. And if I go to Prisma Studio, you will see that we have a relation, meaning we have the saved job post. So in the saved job post model, you will see that we have one item and we have the relation to the job post and to the user. But why don't we see it inside of here? Well, it's relatively simple. The problem which we currently have is that we don't pass our user ID to our function. So we have await get job, but we want to pass a second argument. And this is our session. So let's pass our session.user.id and then let's save it. Let's again go back. I will do a hard refresh and let's see. And as you now see, it says saved. And that's because we now pass our user ID and it fetches the correct data. So let's test it out. Let's again click on the button. We have a pending state and then it should be unsaved. But it isn't. What's the problem? Let's do a hard refresh. Do we have an unsaved state? Yeah. So why does this not work? Well, if you go to the actions, we currently do our mutation and then we don't do anything. This itself isn't wrong in most other frameworks, but in Next.js this does not really work, because Next.js works with caching. And what you want to do is now revalidate your path. You want to revalidate the cache and get your new data. This means underneath our await Prisma saved job post, we can do an revalidate path, and this is in the server action. This is imported from next/cache. You invoke it, and as an argument, you can pass the URL or the path which you want to revalidate. We want to revalidate /job/the job ID, so dynamic value, and for that we want to use upticks. So let's get upticks, and I want to revalidate my data.job ID. And as you see, we don't have a job ID, but we actually have one. In our params, we have a job ID. So this shouldn't be data something, but job ID. And now this works. Let's do the same for our unsaved job post function. So I can also do revalidate path. Let's invoke it as an argument, upticks, then /job, and then /my job ID. But now I don't get the job ID through my params, so we can get it through Prisma. I can do a constant data await, and then in this query we can do a select, and I want to get our job post ID. I will set this to true, and then I can add my data.job post ID. Okay, I think this is all, to be quite honest with you. Currently I get some sort of warning somewhere. I have a red squiggly. Let's see right at the bottom. So data, that's because data is not used, so I can just delete this and then I can save this, go back, and I will do a hard refresh, and let's test it out. If I click on save job post, we have a pending state, and then it should get revalidated, and yes, this has worked. Let's go to a different job post, so to, I don't know, Chile, and then in Chile, I will again click on save job post. We have the pending state, and then we should see our button.
or our saved state. If I again go to the first job, this should still be saved, and yes, this works. If I copy the URL and go to an incognito tab where I'm not signed in, then I shouldn't see a saved state. And if I click on the button, we will get redirected to login. So this works exactly as expected and wanted. Great. Okay, so what's the next thing which I want to create? Well, I want to create our favorites link or our favorites route where we can see all of our favorites. So I will first of all again log in. And then once logged in, we have our dropdown with our favorite jobs. But if I click on the button on the link, nothing happens. That's not what we want. So let's go back. I will open my Explorer. Then in the Explorer, I want to go into my app folder, then into the main layout. And inside of here, I want to create a new favorites folder. And in the favorites folder, I will have a page.tsx. So now we have our route, meaning we can do an export default function, and then we can invoke it, or we have to give it a name. This will be uppercase favorites page, and then I can invoke it and open it. So let's continue, and I now zoomed in. I didn't realize, I'm sorry. And inside of here, I want to first of all fetch my data. So above the export default function, I can do an async function. This will be get favorites. I want to invoke this and then open it. Inside of here, we can now fetch our data. So I will do a constant, and this will be lowercase constant data equals to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, dot saved job post, dot find many, since I want to find many saved jobs. Then we can invoke it, destructured, and inside of here we have an where statement. So I don't want to find any jobs, I don't want to find any jobs. I want to only find the jobs that are related to my user. So we want to get our user ID property, and this will be equal to our user ID. But we don't get our user ID. So how can we get it? Well, in the params, I will get my user ID, and this will be of type string. And then user ID will be of type user ID. Okay, nice. Then let's create our select statement. Inside of here, I want to select my job information. So we will get our job post model. Then I can open it. I want to do a select statement inside of there. And then I want to get the ID. I want to get the job title. I want to get the salary from. Then I want to get the salary to. Maybe also the employment type. Why not? I want to also get the location. Then I want to get the created at timestamp. And I want to get some company data. So I will get the company model. I will open it. And then I can do a select statement. In the company, I want to get the company name. I want to get the company logo. And then what else do we have? We have our location. I want to also get it. And I want to get the about section. And I will set this to true. Okay, so now I have first of all selected all my data. Now we can continue. Underneath our query, we can return our data. So I will spell this correctly, and then I can get it in my front end. So in my export default function, I will do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get favorites. Then I will invoke it, and now we have a few errors. In total, 3. Funny. Okay, what's the first problem? Well, we want to mark this function as async, and then for get favorites, we have to pass the user ID. But currently, we don't get it. So I will do a constant session, and I want to get my session from auth, from my auth file, meaning this will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from the utils folder, and then as an argument, I can pass my session.id. Not this, my god, again, so session.user.id. And this is incorrect. This shouldn't be await auth, but await require user. So require user, meaning we guarantee that the user is authenticated. And then this will be equal to our session.id. Okay, this is finished, and let's mark this as string. So now we have our data, which means I can render it. But here's the thing, our data could be an empty array, meaning no jobs. That's why I want to do an if statement. And I want to say, hey, if data.length is equal to 0, then let's open this, and I want to do a return, and I want to return the empty state component. This is imported from our components, and then I want to give it a title, not this, but the title. For the title, I will just say no favorites found. Then we will have a description. For the description, I would say you don't have any favorites yet, dot. And then we also have a button text. For the button text, I will say find a job, and we have an href,
and this is slash or our index page. Okay, this is fine. And if I again go back and do a hard refresh, we should see something. Let's see. It's loading and we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because we have at least one favorite. So I can again go back and then underneath this if check, we can do our standard return statement. Or so underneath this, I can do a return and I can create a wrapper div. Then for the div, we want to create a layout. So this will be in class name of grid columns of 1, and then margin top of 5, and gap of 4 to have some spacing. And inside of here, we can get our data.map as in param. I want to get my favorite, and then I will just return this. And inside of here, we can get our drop card component. Our drop card is imported from our components. And then for this drop card, we want to first of all pass in key. This is our favorite .drop post, so .drop post .id. And then we also have our drop itself, the property, and this will be equal to our favorite .drop post. Okay, I think this is all. I currently get one error. That's because of an import statement which is not used. But yeah, that's all. If I again go back and do a hard refresh, we now see 2 job listings. I can click on the job listing, and if I click on the job listing, so this is currently loading, then I can unsave this. We have our loading state. This will unsave in a second. This will revalidate. And then if I again go to my favorite jobs, we won't have anything. So we'll wait for that. And as you see, there's nothing. Great. So what do we do now? With our favorites work. Let's create our job listings. So let's continue, or let's go back to our code base. Then I want to open my Explorer, and in the Explorer, I will go in the app folder, main layout, and then I want to do in my-jobs. And inside of here, and this shouldn't be a file, this should be in folder. So again, in main layout, this will be my-jobs. This is in folder. And then inside of here, I want to have in page.tsx. So with what do we start? Well, I think we should do an export default function, and then we will fetch our data. So let's do an export default function. This will be my jobs page. I can invoke it, open it, and then I will do a return statement, and I will return an h1, and I will just say hello. Yeah, this is fine. Then I can fetch my data. This will be an async function. Then I will call it get jobs. I can invoke it and open it. As in param, I can get my user ID, and this will be of type string. And then inside of here, we can fetch our data. So this will be in constant data equals to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the utils folder, .job post, .find many. Then I can invoke this, the structured, and inside of here, the first thing which I want to do is create a where statement. I don't want to find any jobs. I want to only find the jobs which I have created. So in the where statement, we can get our company model. And for the company, we want to get our user ID. And the user ID should be equal to the user ID which we pass in our params. If it's equal, then we can create a select statement. And I want to get the ID. Then I want to get a job title. I want to also get the status. I want to get the created at timestamp. And what else do we want to get? Let's also get something from the company itself. So I can get my company model, I can create a select statement, and I want to get the name. So I will set this to true, and the logo, which I will also set to true. Then at the end, I can do an order by statement, and I want to order by the created at timestamp. And this will be descending. So now we have our query, and I can return it. So underneath this whole constant data, I will just do in return data, and then I can get it in my function. So in my function, I will do in constant data equals to await get jobs. And then if I invoke it, we currently get an error. First of all, let's mark our function as async. Secondly, I want to pass my user ID. So I will do in constant session equals to await require user. I will import that from my utils, and as an argument, I will pass the session.id, and I will mark this as string. Okay, this is finished. Now we have our data. As we saw with our favorites, data can be an empty array, meaning we don't have any jobs. And if this is so, then I want to return an empty state. So we can do a return statement. Inside of here, I will get empty tags, meaning fragments. And then inside of here, I can do an ternary. And I will say, hey, if the data.length is equal to 0, then I want to return my empty state. my empty state is imported from the components. This is self-closing. And then I can pass in title, not this, but in title. For the title, this will be no job posts found. Then we will have a description. For the description, I will say, hey, you don't have any job posts yet, dot. Then I want to have a button text, and I will just say, create a job post now, exclamation mark. And we want to have an href, and this will be /post-job. Okay, so this is our empty state, meaning if we don't have anything. But if we have jobs, then we can do a colon, and I want to return a card component. I will import that for my components, then I want to get a card header in the card component, and for the card header, I want to pass in card title. For the card title, I will say my jobs, and then I want to also get a card description, and for the card description, I will say manage your job listings and applications here, dot. Okay, this is also finished, and now we can render our card content. Meaning, underneath the card header, I will get my card content, and in the card content, I want to render a table. But currently, we don't have a table, and creating a table by yourself is relatively hard. So we want to use a separate component. And Shadcn UI has again our back. Meaning we will use the table component provided by Shadcn UI. I can copy the installation command, and also let's look at it. This is the table, we have our table header and then our table content, and that's what we want to use. So I will copy the installation command. I want to stop my dev server, I can paste it, and then once it's installed, I can restart my dev server. Okay, this is finished, and then in the card content, I want to get my table imported from the components, and in the table, as mentioned, we have a table header. So I will import that, and please make sure that you import the table header and not the table head. Both do completely different things. Then in the table header, we will have our table row, because at the end of the day, we want to have like a horizontal row. That's why it's a table row. And in the table row, we will have a table head imported from the components. I want to say logo for the first one. Then for the second table head, this will be company. Then I can again copy paste it. This will be for our job title. Then I can copy paste this, and this will be for the status. So I will say status. Then let's again copy paste it, and this will be the created on or created at timestamp. And then there's one more thing, and this will be for our actions. So I will just say actions. If I save this and go back and do a hard refresh, we should first of all see our page in a second. So this has loaded, and if I go to my job listings, we should get redirected, and then we have our table header. Or in other words, we first of all have our table and then the table header. So let's continue. I want to now render my table content. I will get table body, this is the component name, and in the table body, I can map over my data. So I want to do a data.map. I want to get a listing as in param, so listing, and then I can just return it. In my mapping, I want to get my table row. This is already imported, and for the table row, I have to pass in key. For the key, this will be the listing.id. And then in the table row, I want to get a table cell. And a table cell is the individual section, meaning the logo or the company or whatever. So let's render the logo. In the table cell, I will get my image component from next/image, and then we can pass in source. This will be our listing.company, so I will get company.logo. Then we want to pass in alt, and this will be listing for, or not listing, we will say logo of company. And then we can continue. I want to have in width, this will be 40, and height, which will be also 40, and a class name of rounded MD and size of 10. If I save this and go back, we should see an image in a second. So I'm currently doing a hard refresh, and now we see all of our images. Nice. Let's continue. What's the next thing which I want to render? Well, this is our company name. So we want to go underneath this table cell, and we want to create another table cell. Inside of here, I will get my listing.company.name. Then I want to get another table cell.
and in this table cell, we will get our job title. So I want to get my listing.job title. If I again go back, we now have the company and then the job title. This looks nice. Then let's continue with our status. For the status, we can first of all copy paste our table cell, and then I can get my listing.status. If I save this and go back, you should now see something in a second. And you see draft, active, 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 active. But there's one problem. This is currently all uppercased. I don't want that. The first letter should be uppercased, but the rest should be lowercased. So we can first of all comment or delete this listing.status, and we will do something instead. We will do a listing.status, and we want to get the char at. I want to invoke it, and I want to do in 0, meaning I want to get the first item. And this first item should be 2 uppercase. If I save this and go back, you will see that we now have only the first letter. And now we want to have the rest of the letters, so we can do in plus, and then this will be our listing.status.slice. We want to say at the first index, and then .2 lowercase, and then I can invoke it. If I again go back, you should now see that this looks already way better. Then let's continue with our created at timestamp. I can again get my table cell, and in the table cell, we want to get our listing.createdAt. But as you know, this is a date or an object. So we can do in .toLocale date string. I can invoke it. For the locale, this will be en-uppercase-us. Then I want to open an object, and the month will be long. Then we want to have a day. This will be numeric. So I want to say numeric. And then we will have a year. And this will also be numeric. Okay, this is finished. And if I go back, this looks nice. Now we want to render our actions, and this will be in drop-down menu. So let's go back. I want to again get a table cell first of all, and then in the table cell, I want to get a drop-down menu. I want to import it from the components. In my drop-down menu, I want to get the drop-down menu trigger. This is imported from my components, so drop-down menu trigger. I want to import it, and this will be our button. So inside of here, we can get our button component from our components, and I want to render the more horizontal icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and for our drop-down menu trigger, we have to provide an asChild property, because we don't want to have a descendant of button. Now we have this, but this does not look very nice. So for our button, I want to give it first of all a variant, and this will be of ghost, and I want to have a size of icon. If I save this and again go back, you will see that this already looks 10 times better. Then let's continue. I want to render my drop-down menu content. So underneath the drop-down menu trigger, we will get the drop-down menu content imported from the components. In the drop-down menu content, we will get a drop-down menu label. Then for the drop-down menu label, I will say actions. And if I again go back, you see, okay, this kinda looks okay, but I want to align it to the right side. So for the drop-down menu content, I can give it an align, and this will be end, meaning the right side. So now we can render our drop-down menu item. So underneath the drop-down menu label, I will get a drop-down menu item. This is imported from the components, and inside of here, I want to render a link component. For the link component, we want to pass an href, and the href will be first of all upticks, and then slash my-jobs, and then slash dynamic value of listing.id, and then slash edit, because this will be the edit button. I can then inside of here get my pen box icon, and underneath the pen box icon, but still in the link, I will say edit job. And if I save this and go back, you see, yeah, I don't think so. So what we have to do is that we have to go to the drop-down menu item, and I want to add an asChild property, and then this will be fixed. Okay, we are finished. Let's now create our next item. So I will copy the drop-down menu item, paste it down below, and this shouldn't be the pen box icon, but I want to have like a copy check icon. And instead of saying edit job, I want to say copy job URL. If I save this and again go back, we see our edit job, and then we should see our copy job URL. Okay, this is also nice. And now there's one more, I guess, item which I want to render, and this is delete job. So I can first of all get a drop-down menu separator from my components. This is self-closing. And then I can get a drop-down menu item.
also from my components, which we already imported. Then for the drop-down menu item, let's again pass in as child. And for the link, I can just copy the one from our other drop-down menu item. For the href, this should be not /edit, but /delete. And then instead of having a copy check icon, I want to get an X circle. And instead of saying copy job URL, I will say delete job. And if I save this and go back, we now have 1, 2, and 3 items. And this looks beautiful. So the next step is to first of all make the edit route work. After the edit route is finished, we want to create our copy job URL button. Then we want to make the delete functionality work. And then we want to finish off our homepage. And then we will be pretty much finished, meaning our filtering. But here's the thing, YouTube has a limit of 12 hours and I'm already very close to the limit. So here's the thing, guys. In my YouTube description, there will be an unlisted video, which is part 2. This is free. You don't have to pay anything. Don't worry about anything. You don't have to sign up anywhere. Don't worry about anything. It will be a standard YouTube URL, which you can open, but it won't be publicly visible. But still, everything will work. You can do comments. You can, I don't know, like it, dislike it. You can do whatever you want. It will just be unlisted. And again, that's because this is a 12-hour limit, or YouTube has a 12-hour limit, and you can't create bigger videos. I know some people are able to do longer videos, 16 hours. I tried it, it does not work. Google says officially it does not work. I'm not sure how these people do it, but yeah, this is, I guess, how it is. So if you want to continue watching the video, go to the YouTube description and click on part 2. Please give me like 1 or 2 or 3 days after upload. I need to first of all again calm down a bit, chill a bit, but then it will be probably up by Thursday. And yeah, thank you for watching. See you in part 2. Enjoy your day. Thank you Arcjet and Inngest for making this video possible. It was a long video. I spent a lot of time on this video. It's probably one of my best videos. So please don't forget to like and subscribe. And yeah, enjoy your day and thank you for watching.